In a world where pure young bodies are coveted, Chen finds himself entangled with the seductive demoness of the Hehuan Sect. Instead of facing doom, he discovers an unexpected path to power through a bizarre and risky cultivation method. With dreams of becoming a saint and marrying a saintess, he must navigate the treacherous waters of a brewing conspiracy within the sect. As he encounters the enchanting yet dangerous red-clad beauty, he realizes that his unique physique makes him the ultimate target for her schemes. Caught between desire and survival, will Chen succumb to the alluring promise of dual cultivation, or will he find a way to escape the clutches of fate? The stakes are high, and the game is just beginning. In a secluded valley, he faces the enchanting yet perilous allure of the Hehuan Sect's sinister practices. As the night deepens, the stakes rise, and the line between pleasure and peril blurs. Will he embrace his destiny or fight against the seductive forces that seek to claim him? 1. The first encounter with the enchantress. Chen Lingti, is my luck truly this remarkable? The prospect of forming a dance seems within reach, and I shall surely become the Saintess. In the realm of Jinma, amid the secluded valleys of Pimdikiashan, the night was tranquil as water, with moonlight cascading like a waterfall. The time traveler Chen, wielding a wooden sword in one hand and dragging a level 1 demon beast, the chasing wind leopard, with the other, was merrily returning to the valley when he suddenly heard an eerie voice pierce the stillness of the night. The voice, initially delicate and melodious, took on an unsettling tone in this desolate place, startling him greatly. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a woman in red standing gracefully against the moonlight at the mouth of the canyon, blocking his path like a wraith. Her visage was obscured, yet her figure was enchanting. Even if she were a ghost, her form was undeniably alluring. "Who are you? A ghostly apparition?" Chen inquired, discarding the chasing wind leopard and gripping his wooden sword tightly, swiftly entering a combat stance. Trained in martial arts from a young age and accustomed to hunting, he had developed an extraordinary sense of battle awareness and reflexes. "Ghostly apparition? How absurd. I am Linghan Xianzi. Do you understand what that means?" The woman in red's teasing voice was most enchanting, yet in the silence of the night, especially in this remote valley devoid of human presence for a year, it sounded remarkably sinister. "What do you intend to do?" Chen noticed the shadow of the woman in red dragging on the ground, confirming that she was not a ghost, which eased his tension slightly. He picked up the foreleg of his prey again, but remained vigilant. "I would like you to assist me with a small task." The woman in red giggled, gathering her flowing hair. In the moonlight, her astonishing beauty was revealed. "Assist you? What could I possibly do for you at this hour?" Chen remained uncharmed by her exquisite looks and retained his caution. The intent of the woman was unclear, and given that he was currently being hunted by the righteous alliance of the southern domain, he could not afford to be careless. "This task is simple. Any man could help." The woman in red laughed, casting a beguiling glance with her fox-like eyes. Chen felt a shiver run through him. As a 30-year-old man who had unexpectedly died from exhaustion after writing risque literature, only to reincarnate as an 8-year-old boy and now be 16, he had developed a serious inner turmoil over the years. That single seductive glance made his heart race and ignited a fire within him, almost overwhelming him. However, upon glancing at his filthy body and smelling the rancid odor emanating from his armpits, he became abashed. "Fairy sister, I am still quite young and may not be able to assist you much. Besides, I am so dirty and foul-smelling, teeming with bacteria. Not only could I not help, but I might even cause you health issues. You should seek another man for your endeavors." The woman in red burst into laughter. "Little brother, what are you thinking? Do you believe I seek you for such activities? You certainly overestimate your importance. Not for such activities? Then what is it?" Chen sighed in relief. He had been tense for no reason. As it turned out, he wanted to save his first experience for his childhood betrothed, Kur. "I wish for you to serve as a furnace for my alchemical needs." The woman in red finally revealed her intentions. "A furnace? Alchemical needs? Are you from the Hehuan Sect?" Chen was taken aback. It turned out this woman was here at night, pretending to be a ghost, with the intention of capturing him for her alchemical purposes. Instinctively, he discarded the chasing wind leopard and stepped back, increasing the distance between himself and the demoness while gripping his wooden sword tightly, ready for battle. The Hehuan Sect's alchemical methods were notoriously malevolent. Once initiated, the victim's essence would be drained endlessly, leaving them in a state of perpetual suffering. He never imagined that in this desolate place at such an hour, he would encounter a demoness from the Hehuan Sect seeking a man for alchemical purposes. Seeing Yi Chen's combative stance, the demoness chuckled again. Little brother, do not resist futilely. You, at the peak of the body refining stage, cannot hope to contend with me, who stands at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Come with me into the valley. I have already set up an alchemical array for our chamber. Hee. Pinnacle of foundation establishment? Yi Chen felt despair. He could challenge opponents of a higher level and easily defeat the level 1 chasing wind leopard. Yet, facing an opponent equivalent to a level 2 pinnacle beast was beyond his means. What do you say? Come along. It will be quite enjoyable. If I must resort to force, it will be far less entertaining. The demoness spoke with a flippant tone, exuding an aura of seduction that seemed to emanate from her very essence. Not a chance. I shall fight you. Yi Chen shouted, his voice booming like thunder, declaring his willingness to face death, but in reality, he turned and fled, running faster than a rabbit. His speed was astonishing. It was no wonder Yi Chen acted this way. As a mere mortal in the body refining stage, he dared not engage in a life and death struggle with a foundation establishment cultivator. He aimed to utilize his years of hunting experience to feign a challenge and escape. However, no amount of cleverness could bridge the vast gap in strength between him and the demoness. The demoness watched Yi Chen's retreating figure with a slight smile. Unhurried, she drew a flying sword, uttered a command, and soared into the air, swiftly pursuing him. In the blink of an eye, she was above Yi Chen, laughing as she called out, "Little brother, did you not wish to fight? Why are you running away?" He. Yi Chen halted, utterly speechless. She was flying above him. What was the point of running? No more running? He. The demoness descended before Yi Chen, grinning. That's the spirit. Why flee? Participating in alchemical processes is a delightful experience. The longer you endure, the longer the pleasure lasts. The only downside is the potential for blissful demise. He. Yi Chen was utterly exasperated. This insufferable demoness spoke of alchemical processes as if they were a romantic affair. While it might be pleasurable, it was also lethal. Did she not feel a twinge of guilt for her radiant laughter? Fairy sister, consider that I am merely a body refining stage mortal, without even a developed dantian or any awareness of qi. Even if you were to extract from me, it would yield little benefit. My body is filthy and odorous. I might sully you or even offend your senses. Perhaps it would be best to forego this endeavor. Finding escape futile, Yi Chen resorted to reason. However, the demoness merely spread her hands, conjuring a golden rope of binding with her spiritual power, which she shot towards Yi Chen with a swift motion. The binding rope of immortality, akin to a spirit serpent, shot forth with astonishing speed, arriving before Yi Chen in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, Yi Chen swung his wooden sword to strike. Yet, the binding rope appeared to possess its own intelligence, deftly evading the sword's arc and diving into Yi Chen's embrace. Like a serpent in motion, it rapidly coiled around him countless times, and with a sudden constriction, it toppled him to the ground. Dear little brother, have you truly been oblivious to the uniqueness of your constitution? The woman in red chuckled mischievously, her fox-like eyes radiating an enchanting allure. Am I special? What is unique about my constitution? Yi Chen, bound and filled with trepidation, could not restrain his curiosity. He genuinely had no idea what set him apart. He merely knew that after 8 years of refining his qi, he had yet to sense it and had not opened his dantian, rendering him a useless waste in the eyes of his kin. Indeed, the enchantress nodded with a playful grin. You are a once-in-a-thousand-years pure yang spirit body, a prodigy of cultivation, a dual cultivation divine body, and a treasure to be harvested. If it weren't for my urgent desire to break through to the golden core stage and ascend as the holy maiden of our sect, I would be reluctant to harvest you. How splendid it would be to keep you as my dual cultivation partner, to joyfully progress together in yin-yang harmony. Alas, to achieve my goal of becoming a holy maiden, I must sacrifice you. How unfortunate for you. As Yi Chen listened to the enchantress's lengthy monologue, realizing that he was destined to be harvested, he felt unwillingness surge within him. With a sudden leap, he propelled himself forward, determined to charge at the enchantress. How could the enchantress allow a filthy mortal to collide with her? With a swift sidestep, she maintained her playful demeanor, saying, Dear little brother, do not rush. Let us first consume a Hehuan Dan. Once we enter the grand array for harvesting, we shall commence our tasks. He. As she spoke, She lightly gestured with her finger. Chen felt his cheeks stiffen abruptly, and his mouth involuntarily opened. In that fleeting moment, something flew into his mouth, sliding down his throat without the need for swallowing. Hehuan Dan. Chen could not help but exclaim. After consuming the Hehuan Dan, no amount of mental fortitude could preserve his focus. Without the ability to maintain his composure, he could not break free from the alluring illusions of the harvesting array, surrendering himself to the enchantress's whims. In the desolate village of Xiagu, it seemed as though an invisible force was drawing forth the boundless spiritual energy from the mountains, converging towards the canyon. Above the gorge, this immense spiritual essence formed a colossal vortex, cascading like a funnel into the depths of the valley. At the valley's bottom, an enigmatic formation, situated in an abandoned courtyard, relentlessly absorbed this surging spiritual energy, directing it towards a disheveled youth ensconced within the array. The young man, unkempt and bare, his body marred with filth, was wrapped only in an unprocessed animal hide around his waist, resembling a wild savage. The spiritual energy surged into his body, compelling him to contort into various postures in the air and perform indescribable movements. It was as if before him lay a perfect form, at his mercy, to be defiled at will. Accompanying his every motion, threads of primordial yang energy were being drawn incessantly from him. Siphoned away by the eerie formation, this youth was Chen, a time traveler who had fallen into the clutches of the enchanting women of Hehuan Sect. In his previous life, Chen was a struggling web novelist, devoid of literary talent, yet determined to pursue writing full-time. Each of his works flopped so miserably that even his parents barely recognized him, leaving him in dire poverty and immense pressure. To alleviate this burden, he purchased a stress relief gadget, a finger spinner adorned with a bagua design. Whenever he felt fatigued from writing, he would play with it. 8 years prior, after an exhausting 10-day writing binge, he collapsed while rising to use the restroom, his forehead striking the tip of the spinner, thus ending his wretched existence. Surprisingly, the spinner transported his soul across realms to this world, where the art of cultivation was a universal pursuit. Subsequently, it struck and occupied the body of its original owner, a rare genius of the Yi family who had begun physical cultivation at the age of 5 and reached its pinnacle by 8, thus commencing qi cultivation 4 years ahead of his peers. However, after the hapless author took over this body, he failed to sustain the original owner's prodigious legacy, reducing the once promising individual to a mere waste. The reason was simple. Despite 8 years of arduous training, he had not opened his dantian nor cultivated even a hint of qi sensation. It became evident that he was a failure, irrespective of his location. While others who traversed realms often came equipped with formidable systems or extraordinary enhancements, he merely bore the burdens of life, along with his spinner, a source of immense relief. Due to his inability to cultivate qi and open his dantian, Chen's existence within his family was fraught with difficulty. The pressure from nearly all his relatives, including the esteemed ancestor of the Yi family, was suffocating. The ancestor had repeatedly demanded that Chen's father relinquish his position as head of the family and revoke Chen's status as heir. Cornered, Chen's father disclosed the reason for his son's temporary inability to cultivate qi. He had been struck by the artifact that had invaded his body, consuming all the spiritual energy he had absorbed. Nevertheless, he assured the ancestor that once the artifact awakened, his son would undoubtedly become the most formidable individual in the entirety of Zhan Mou with its assistance. Regrettably, this secret was not kept, and soon the righteous Tao Alliance, the ruling power of Zhan Mo Nanyu, descended upon the Yi family, launching a brutal massacre under the pretense of colluding with the demonic sect. It was likely that Chen would meet a tragic end in this slaughter. However, the clan of his childhood betrothed, Yi Kuer, intervened, as several masked figures emerged and rescued her, also extracting him from the encirclement of the Tao Alliance. They cast him northward, and he soared across thousands of miles, landing here. With a bounty of a staggering 1,000,000 spiritual stones placed upon his head by the hypocritical Tao Alliance, he dared not emerge from hiding, opting instead to remain concealed within the mountains. For a year, he lived in relative safety, but unexpectedly, he was captured by the enchanting women of Hehuan Sect tonight for their nefarious purposes. At this moment, he found himself ensnared within the spiritual array, undergoing the harrowing trial of life and death. An overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy invaded his body, coursing through his meridians and entering his dantian, stimulating his perineum and ferociously extracting his primordial yang energy. As this essence was drawn forth, it drained his vitality. His essence, blood, and flesh, causing his life force to wane gradually. In the midst of unparalleled pleasure, he was engulfed in terror, despairing amidst the overwhelming ecstasy. This was the dreaded practice of yang supplementation, a signature technique of the enchanting women of Hehuan Sect. Their method of supplementation was divided into two categories: array supplementation and flesh supplementation. Flesh supplementation involved engaging in intimate acts, while array supplementation, like the one he currently experienced, utilized a spiritual array to conduct the process without physical contact, maintaining a semblance of propriety. Regardless of the method, the outcome remained the same. Until the recipient's primordial yang was exhausted, their vitality depleted, the supplementation would persist. This resulted in a horrifying cycle of perpetual suffering. The Tao Alliance's labeling of the Hehuan Sect as a malevolent force was not without justification. Realizing his impending doom, Chen felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. He still harbored a desire for vengeance against those who had annihilated his family, yearned to fulfill his father's expectations, and longed to reunite with Yikur. Yet, ensnared within the enchanting woman's array, he found himself powerless, akin to a marionette releasing its primordial yang energy, utterly unable to alter his grim fate. The vast spiritual energy surged into him, violently sweeping through his meridians and acupoints, akin to countless knives mercilessly slicing through his flesh. The spiritual energy flooded into his lower abdomen, akin to a torrent carrying debris, recklessly assaulting his tightly sealed dantian. Amidst overwhelming fear and despair, Chen could distinctly sense his dantian being torn apart inch by inch, layer by layer. An immense influx of spiritual energy forcibly invaded the rift in his dantian, stretching it to an alarming size, akin to inflating a balloon to the dimensions of a basin. The exquisite pleasure of the yang energy was unable to mask the searing pain from the ravaging of his meridians and the tearing of his dantian. Chen truly felt the agony intertwined with the ecstasy. Fortunately, once this spiritual energy entered his dantian, it soon vanished into a chaotic black hole at the bottom, preventing further expansion of his dantian. He genuinely feared that should his dantian continue to swell, it would inevitably burst, leading to his immediate demise. To my astonishment, the dantians I had painstakingly cultivated for 8 long years were unfurled in such a manner. Alas, my demise is imminent. Otherwise, with such an expansive dantian, a mere modicum of cultivation suffused with spiritual energy would enable me to effortlessly vanquish several lackeys of the Zhengdao Ming. The ancestral texts have stated that a dantian at the peak of qi refinement is hardly larger than a bowl. Even at the first stage of foundation establishment, it would not possess such vastness. Regrettably, my end draws near. The passage of my yuan yang accelerates, my essence wanes, and my flesh is on the brink of being drained. Yet, I must admit, this manner of death is remarkably pleasurable. Upon arriving in the underworld, I shall inform the king of hell that I met my end in bliss. Chen chuckled maniacally within, as his body gradually withered, resembling a mere skeleton. His breath growing ever fainter. Demoness, today you shall utilize me as your furnace. Should I survive, I shall one day turn the entire Hehuan Sect into a furnace and reap your demise. Just before losing consciousness, Chen summoned nearly all of his strength to unleash a furious roar. In the serene embrace of the moonlight, beneath the tranquil night sky, a soft gasp echoed through the deep canyon, swiftly followed by an exuberant exclamation. I am alive. I am alive. Ha! I have not perished. The darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the joyous laughter of Chen reverberated within the canyon, startling several birds into flight, their frantic wings flapping as they ascended into the night, their cries hauntingly piercing. Bathed in the pale moonlight, Chen lay upon the ruins, his body exposed and filthy, resembling a mere skeleton. Yet, his eyes shimmered with an enthusiasm akin to that of a discoverer unveiling a new world. Moments ago, he had succumbed to unconsciousness, ensnared by the enchantress of the Hehuan Sect, convinced that this time he would surely meet his end. To his astonishment, less than an hour later, he awoke anew, inundated with a torrent of insights. Indeed, as his father had foretold, a divine artifact resided within him. That fingertip spinning top, the Bagua plate, was not merely a tool for alleviating stress, but also a miraculous instrument for cultivation. This artifact was genuinely absorbing the spiritual energy he had gathered, which had thwarted his efforts to cultivate for 8 years, preventing the opening of his dantian. It became evident that he was not the waste his kin had deemed him, but rather a prodigy among prodigies. A genius among geniuses, a paragon among paragons. He was a pure yang spiritual body, a celestial talent that the artifact willingly acknowledged as its master. With the artifact's assistance, the harvesting technique of the Hehuan Sect's enchantress not only spared his life, but also facilitated the expansion of his meridians and dantian, accelerating his cultivation in a manner more extraordinary than dual cultivation. No wonder the hypocrites of the Zhengdao alliance sought to annihilate his clan and seize the treasure upon learning of his possession of this artifact. Gazing up at the night sky, Yi Chen's fervent eyes brimmed with hope, yet were also tinged with sorrow. "Father, do you see? Your son can cultivate now. You were right. If I persevere and never surrender, I will surely cultivate a sense of energy and open my dantian." Alas, he had indeed opened his dantian, but his father could no longer witness this triumph. Yi Chen's heart ached as he cried out to the heavens, tears streaming down his cheeks. In his previous life, he had become a laughingstock in the eyes of the world, as his parents lavished their efforts on his younger sibling, neglecting him entirely. However, in this life, his father had always held unwavering faith in him, consistently proclaiming that he would emerge as the mightiest individual in this realm. His feelings toward this father were genuine and profound. A palpable sense of sorrow and strangeness enveloped the canyon. It was time for Yi Chen to abandon his concealment in this valley. He must ascend to the Hehuan Sect. This journey was not merely to fulfill the vow made in his anger, but also because the Hehuan Sect stood as a formidable opponent to the Zhengdao alliance, a super sect where he could rival them. Most crucially, it was the perfect place for his cultivation. This harvesting, once a perilous affair, had unveiled a glimmer of hope for vengeance and illuminated his path to cultivation. He resolved to ascend to the Hehuan Sect, inviting every enchantress to harvest from him. Yi Chen lay still, calming his mind as he directed his nascent consciousness into his dantian. The opening of the dantian and the cultivation of energy signified his transition from the body refinement stage to the energy cultivation stage, allowing him to embark on genuine cultivation. Soon, he began to consolidate his consciousness, nurturing both spiritual and soul powers. As he explored his dantian, he discerned a remarkable transformation occurring. At the base of his dantian, a chaotic black hole spun rapidly, akin to a geyser, releasing gaseous spiritual energy into his dantian. The dense spiritual energy, reminiscent of vapor, swiftly filled his dantian, indicating that as long as he absorbed sufficient spiritual energy, the artifact would automatically refine it into spiritual power for his benefit. Yi Chen speculated, realizing that the black hole at the base of his dantian was indeed the artifact. At that moment, his consciousness was captivated by an extraordinary spiritual energy erupting from the black hole. It was the Yuan Yang power. Indeed, it was the very essence that had been siphoned away by the enchantress. To his astonishment, the artifact could refine spiritual energy into Yuan Yang power and subsequently replenish him. Upon deeper reflection, this revelation was not difficult to comprehend. Had the artifact been incapable of refining Yuan Yang power to sustain itself, he would have long since perished. The Yuan Yang power converged within his dantian, swirling rapidly before cascading towards his huiyin, replenishing the very essence of life. Under the nurturing influence of this force, Yi Chen's once dissipated vitality began to coalesce, rekindling his vigor. A surge of joy filled Yi Chen's heart. This was the foundation of his determination to seek the Hehuan Sect for further harvesting. Without the artifact continuously supplying him with Yuan Yang power, how could he possibly muster the courage to pursue such a path? Yet, the wonders did not cease there. The black hole soon ceased to expel Yuan Yang power and began to emit a verdant spiritual energy. The power of wood. Yi Chen recalled reading in ancient texts that green spiritual energy represented the wood element. The power of wood was one of the 5 elemental forces, serving as the foundation for cultivating wood-based spells and possessing extraordinary healing properties. The wood energy surged forth, gathering within his dantian, swirling and circulating throughout his body via the meridians. With its remarkable restorative capabilities, the wood energy swiftly revitalized Yi Chen's drained essence and reconstructed his exhausted flesh. Within the span of a single incense stick, Yi Chen had fully recovered, springing back to life from the ruins. Truly, This was the legendary artifact of the Tiankong Immortal Emperor, an astonishing marvel. Yi Chun patted the beast hide at his waist and marveled at his entire being, genuinely awestruck. This artifact, known as the Tiankong Divine Plate, possessed a history of immense significance. It was the personal artifact of the Tiankong Immortal Emperor from a millennium ago. A millennium prior, when the celestial demons invaded the myriad realms, it was the Tiankong Immortal Emperor who led the diverse races in a century-long bloodbath, ultimately vanquishing the celestial demons and sealing them within the entrance to the myriad realms on a land known as Donghuang. That land is now the demon-suppressing domain. Tragically, the Tiankong Immortal Emperor was betrayed by his dual cultivation partner and most trusted brother, leading to his untimely demise. His personal artifact, imbued with unfathomable power, was the foremost artifact across the myriad realms, but with his fall, it had vanished without a trace. Little did he expect that, after a millennium, this extraordinary treasure would find its way into the hands of an obscure online writer such as himself. What tremendous fortune must he possess? Yet, why does a chill creep down my back, rendering me unable to feel elated? As a writer in the digital realm, I am acutely aware of the advantages and disadvantages of possessing a powerful artifact. The advantage lies in the potential of this artifact. Perhaps one day, I might avenge my fallen kin and obliterate the formidable Zhengdao Meng that covets its power. It may also lead me to those enigmatic figures clad in black, allowing me to rescue Sister Kur. However, the downside is that this wretched object resembles more of a harbinger of misfortune, not only devouring the spiritual essence I have painstakingly gathered, but also thwarting my efforts over 7 years of cultivation. Instead, it has attracted the hypocritical gaze of the Zhengdao Meng, who have placed a bounty of 1 million spiritual stones on my head. Just then, as I received this information, my stomach emitted a growl of protest. I am hungry. It is futile to dwell on these thoughts. Rising swiftly, I took advantage of the moonlight and stepped outside the courtyard. The full moon hung low in the west, casting an elongated shadow of my figure. It was already the hour of the tiger, and the night was profoundly still. My stomach felt hollow, discomfort gnawing at me. I unsheathed my wooden sword, pushed open the courtyard gate, and prepared to venture forth. As the gate creaked open, I was startled to behold a massive night wolf, as large as a bull, striding into the courtyard beneath the moonlight. Its eyes glowed with an eerie green light, its coat blending seamlessly with the night, and its massive form reminiscent of an adult bull. The 4th level of the 1st rank, the lightning night wolf, a formidable beast. How can it be that I sought a dead leopard, yet you present me with a living beast? Yi Chun, gripping his wooden sword, directed a thrust towards the wolf's head. Throughout his 8 years of traversing realms, Yi Chun found himself unable to achieve breakthroughs in chi refinement. To avoid becoming an utter waste, he devoted his energy to diligently honing his swordsmanship. Through relentless practice of the Yi family's introductory sword techniques, he attained a state of great perfection, even grasping a hint of sword intent. In terms of pure sword skill, no one in the entire Yi clan could rival him. To gain combat experience and prove his worth, Yi Chun never missed an opportunity to hunt in the mountains alongside his kin. Despite possessing only peak physical refinement, the augmentation of his sword intent allowed him to slay 1st-level beasts. And challenging 4th-level beasts was hardly a concern. Consequently, he regarded the lightning night wolf before him with utter disdain. During battle, he exhibited astonishing reaction speed, moving with the grace of a swallow and striking with the swiftness of lightning. The wooden sword cut through the air with a resounding whoosh, exuding considerable might. This strike employed the thrusting technique of the Yi family's introductory sword manual, and with a subtle manipulation of spiritual energy, he attempted to channel a trace of power. Though it was merely a fragment of energy and a simple thrust, he unleashed 9 sword shadows. It appeared as though 9 Yi Chens, each wielding a sword, pierced towards the wolf's brow in rapid succession, an astounding display of speed. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Simple movements, when perfected, transform into extraordinary techniques. After 10 years of sword training, exclusively practicing thrusts, slashes, cuts, and other foundational techniques, Yi Chun had mastered the family's introductory sword manual, effectively achieving the family's ultimate sword art. The wolf, renowned for its speed and strength, was momentarily startled by Yi Chun's nimbleness and fierce strikes, retreating to avoid being impaled by the wooden sword. However, it evaded the 1st and 2nd sword shadows, but could not escape the 3rd. A series of 7 sword shadows struck the wolf's brow, generating a sequence of dull thuds. Each impact forced the beast back, causing it to stagger. The wolf grimaced in pain, shaking its head violently, tears streaming from its eyes as it howled in agony. Regrettably, the assailant was but a dull wooden sword, and the limited energy he channeled only resided in his arm, failing to empower the blade itself. Consequently, the damage inflicted was minimal, merely causing discomfort without penetrating its flesh or injuring its skull. Realizing his initial strike was ineffective, Chen swiftly retreated, his movements as rapid as lightning, leaving only an afterimage behind as he distanced himself by 2 zhang. This instinctive reaction was honed through years of hunting, prioritizing survival above all else. It was evident that his every action, whether offensive or defensive, stemmed entirely from instinct, devoid of any formal technique or elaborate footwork, only speed. Quick responses, swift assaults, and rapid retreats defined his approach. As a denizen of Earth and a writer accustomed to depicting battles, Chen inherently understood the truth that speed is the essence of martial prowess. With confidence, he laughed, "You hard-headed beast, let us see how you fare against another strike." Once more, he lunged forward, uniting himself with the wooden sword, which darted towards the wolf's brow. Under the moonlight, the wooden sword, stained dark with the blood of countless beasts, shimmered with a faint metallic luster. Seemingly imbued with a profound essence, resonating with the sounds of wind and thunder. Another anguished howl erupted from the wolf, this one more sorrowful than the last. The reason was simple. All 9 sword shadows had found their mark, piercing through the beast's fur and burrowing deep into its skull, reaching its brain. Under the influence of sword intent, the wooden sword rivaled a spiritual blade in its sharpness. With a firm foot planted on the wolf's head, Chen forcefully withdrew the sword and proceeded to butcher the lightning night wolf. He skillfully skinned it, extracted tendons, harvested its core, eviscerated it, severed the head, and meticulously cleaned the entrails, expertly dividing the limbs and torso, as if he had performed such tasks countless times before. Astonishingly, all of this was accomplished with the wooden sword. In less than half an hour, Chen had completely dismembered the beast. Counting the chunks of wolf meat laid out upon its hide, he felt a surge of satisfaction. This creature must weigh no less than 1,000 pounds, sufficient sustenance for several months. From his waist, he retrieved a storage ring, exclaiming joyfully to himself, "At last, this ring shall prove its worth." The ring had been prepared by his father to provide resources for cultivation, since Chen had yet to awaken his dantian or cultivate his spiritual awareness. The ring had remained unused. Now, he could finally access it. Chen extended his spiritual awareness, attempting to establish a connection. Without any spiritual imprint, the ring accepted him effortlessly, allowing him to delve into its depths. To his astonishment, he discovered an abundance of treasures, a staggering 100,000 spiritual stones, countless blades and swords, thousands of spiritual herbs, hundreds of elixirs, numerous talismans, and various materials for crafting. There were also countless tomes, kitchenware, condiments, furniture, bedding, and silks. His father had essentially gathered the entirety of the Yi family's resources. After his initial exclamation, Chen could not help but shed tears, recalling his father, who perished at the hands of hypocrites within the righteous alliance, and his sister Ku-er, taken away by masked assailants. "Father," Chen wiped his tears and lamented sorrowfully, "It is all my fault. That cursed artifact brought me across realms, not only claiming your life, but also endangering you and our kin. Rest assured, I shall avenge you and our family, obliterating that hypocritical righteous alliance. And as for you, Ku-er, no matter where you are, I shall find you." Immersed in the treasures of the ring, Chen lost himself in contemplation. As the swift sound of 2 figures descending echoed in his ears, he was jolted from his reverie. Chen looked up in astonishment. Beneath the moonlight, 2 silhouettes glided down on their swords, their flowing robes and long hair dancing in the breeze, gracefully landing a yard away from him. They sheathed their flying swords, gripping them tightly, their 4 eyes greedily fixated on the storage ring in Chen's hand. It was likely that they had tracked the lightning wild wolves here. How vexing, in this desolate valley that had seen no visitors for an entire year, to find both humans and beasts converging upon it tonight. Clearly, staying here was no longer an option. Chen mused anxiously, hastily slipping the storage ring onto the ring finger of his left hand, swiftly drawing his wooden sword, and bracing himself for what lay ahead. 2 individuals approached, both young cultivators in their 20s. One was tall and slender, his complexion sickly pale, as though a mere gust of wind could topple him, reminiscent of an opium addict. The other was short and stout, with a round head akin to a stone drum, and a belly that resembled a wine jar. He wore a loose robe that did little to conceal his bulk. As they stood there, they appeared like a pair of comedic performers, exuding an air of absurdity. "Kid, hand over your storage ring, and I, the fat lord, can grant you a chance to live," he chuckled mockingly. The opium addict added, "You may also choose not to comply. My thin friend delights in two activities: visiting pleasure houses and killing for treasure. Both are exhilarating pursuits, indeed." Chen did not respond, having already assessed the situation. Both individuals were capable of flight, at least at the 6th level of Qi refinement. He might manage to defeat one, but two posed a significant challenge. Although he lacked experience in combat with human cultivators, he had once single-handedly taken down a first-grade 5-tier demon beast while hunting with his father in the mountains. Theoretically, he possessed the strength to defeat one at the 6th level of Qi refinement, but overcoming two was a different matter entirely. Chen contemplated again. He felt his dantian was larger than that of an ordinary first-level foundation establishment cultivator, brimming with spiritual energy and speed that could rival these two adversaries. Perhaps he could leverage his speed to take one by surprise and eliminate them, making the remaining opponent manageable. Victory hinged on striking swiftly before they could react. Feigning ignorance, he focused on gathering the wolf meat and pelts from the ground into his storage ring, all the while preparing for an imminent strike. "Kid, pretending to be deaf won't save you. Will you surrender the storage ring or not?" The opium addict, noticing Chen's indifference to their threats, shook his spirit sword, ready to use force. In response, Chen remained silent but acted decisively. His wooden sword suddenly lunged forward, transforming into a streak of dark lightning that shot towards the opium addict with astonishing speed. 9 sword shadows followed in succession, piercing toward the opium addict's chest like a bolt of lightning. The opium addict was taken aback, perceiving 9 figures of Chen brandishing wooden swords, each one seemingly following the last with blinding speed. Instinctively, he swung his sword to parry, successfully deflecting 4 of the sword shadows. However, despite managing to ward off those attacks, he was left breathless and staggered back over 3 meters, exhausted from his indulgence in pleasure houses. His body too frail to withstand the onslaught of a first-level Qi refinement cultivator. Before he could catch his breath, the remaining 5 sword shadows were already upon him, relentless and unyielding. The opium addict could no longer fend them off. Mid-swing, he heard the dull thuds of the swords piercing his body. "How is this possible? I am at the 6th level of Qi refinement," he gasped, staring in disbelief at the blood gushing from his chest, his eyes wide with horror. Reaching the 6th level was a significant milestone, enabling one to fly with their sword, albeit with limitations in both time and speed, marking the threshold of entry into the realm of cultivation. Chen paid no heed to the opium addict's plight, directing his cold gaze toward the stout figure, allowing the opium addict to collapse lifelessly to the ground. The stout figure was momentarily stunned, a chill running through him. Is he a wild man? Killing without a word is too cruel. You realize the trouble you've caused by killing a member of the Hehuan Sect? The thin one was the grandson of Elder Yin Buyu. The stout man trembled violently, his grip on the sword shaking uncontrollably, causing it to clatter against his belly. Chen remained unresponsive. He cared little for their sect affiliations or family connections, preferring to let his actions speak for themselves as he thrust his wooden sword into the stout man's throat. This time, the stout man did not even manage to parry a single shadow. He stood frozen, a mere target. Having dispatched both foes, Chen removed their storage bags, inspecting their contents. Each bag was rather small, holding only a few dozen spirit stones, a few first-grade recovery pills, a handful of first-tier spiritual herbs, and several changes of clothing. As outer disciples, they were woefully impoverished, their possessions trivial compared to the vast storage of his own ring. Disdainful of the few spirit stones and pills, Chen was quite pleased with the clothing and hastily changed out of his foul-smelling beast hide. He could not remain in this location any longer. The spiritual disturbances from earlier could very well attract beasts or cultivators, and his identity was too sensitive, especially with the Zhengdao alliance currently hunting the Yi family. He could not afford to be exposed. Assessing his situation, Chen decided to leave the mountain where he had concealed himself for a year. When the Zhengdao alliance annihilated the Yi clan, only he and his betrothed, Yi Kuer, managed to escape. She had been rescued by several masked individuals from her clan, while Chen was fortunate to be cast away by them in this remote Pim Dicho mountain. However, leaving would not be an easy feat. The Pim Dicho mountain stretched from the northwest to the southeast, lying between the southern region of demon suppression and the southeastern region, spanning thousands of miles in width and extending over 100,000 miles in length. To traverse this mountain range and enter the realm of the Hehuan Sect with his current first-level Qi refinement capabilities was nothing short of a dream. As dawn approached, the waning moon hung low in the western sky, and the eastern horizon began to brighten. Chen walked alone on the overgrown mountain path, which had seen no travelers for years, stumbling along for several miles, utterly fatigued. As the hour of Yao and Chen approached, the sky brightened significantly. He decided to remain where he was, collapsing onto a rock, intending to indulge in a brief slumber. After a night of restless tossing and turning, fatigue overwhelmed him, and soon he was snoring deeply, lost in dreams. Within his slumber, Chen's consciousness was drawn into a peculiar realm, an expanse devoid of substance, enveloped in chaos. Yet, within this chaotic world, there seemed to be an abundance of information. This information appeared to be stratified into various levels, each requiring him to attain a certain state of enlightenment to access. At present, he could only access the most rudimentary tier of this knowledge. Nevertheless, to Chen, even this foundational level of information felt profoundly advanced. He promptly activated his spiritual awareness, guiding the influx of information into his mind. The first thought that entered my mind was concerning the coveted divine disc. In the past, the coveted immortal emperor was betrayed by his dual cultivation partner, the Fatian immortal empress, who inflicted severe damage upon him, rendering him powerless. The coveted immortal emperor was left with no choice but to rely on the celestial energy stored within his life-bound artifact, the coveted divine disc, to engage in a fierce battle against the Fatian immortal empress and his most trusted brothers, but ultimately met his demise. In that fateful battle, the master perished, and the coveted divine disc exhausted all of its celestial energy to escape to the demon suppression domain. Due to a decline in its realm, it transformed into a mundane artifact, gathering dust for millennia and being mistaken for a child's toy. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, the coveted divine disc was purchased online by Chen as a stress relief tool. With its soul, it traversed layers of space and struck the original master, embedding itself within his being. However, it possessed no celestial energy and remained in a dormant state until last night, when Chen opened his dantian during his cultivation, condensing spiritual energy, which finally activated the disc and established a connection with his consciousness. Following this, the immense power of the coveted divine disc as a divine artifact flooded into my mind. What Chen currently comprehends are the 8 trigrams of the Bagua disc and the 2 forms of Taiji, each representing a miraculous space responsible for transforming and storing a specific type of celestial energy. Currently, it is only the most rudimentary form of spiritual energy. For instance, the Chen and Dui trigrams, belonging to the metal element, transform and store the power of metal. The Kuan and Jin trigrams, associated with the earth element, transform and store the power of earth. The Sun and Jin trigrams, connected to the wood element, respectively represent wind and thunder, transforming and storing the powers of wood and the forces of wind and thunder. The Kan and Li trigrams, corresponding to water and fire elements, transform and store the powers of water and fire. At the center, the Taiji diagram transforms and stores the powers of yin and yang. It was the pure yang energy stored within the yang fish that pulled Chen back from the brink of death. After 7 years of refining qi, Chen still needed the assistance of the demoness for supplementation to elevate the coveted divine disc to the first level of qi refinement. It undoubtedly serves as a gluttonous entity that devours spiritual energy. Yet, it is also an automated device capable of converting spiritual energy into various elemental forms, such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, and yang. Each type of spiritual energy possesses distinct powers in combat. Most crucially, Chen can summon these energies with but a mere thought. In simpler terms, Chen now possesses not only a dantian the size of a basin, but also 10 equally sized spaces for spiritual energy. Following this influx, a comprehensive manual for the simultaneous cultivation of qi, soul, and body, known as the coveted divine art, entered his mind. Subsequently, a vast array of martial techniques suitable for the Qi refinement stage, minor spells, and a tome titled Compendium of Divine Patterns were transmitted into his consciousness. The martial techniques encompass various forms of combat, including punches, kicks, and weaponry of all kinds. Minor spells are diverse and numerous, such as Qi observation technique, concealment technique, disguise technique, and sword control technique, among others. The Compendium of Divine Patterns is broadly categorized into types such as talismans, formations, weapon patterns, elixir patterns, and beast control patterns, comprising a substantial volume. If this information were already of exceptional caliber, what followed was nothing short of extraordinary. It was a gifted divine ability known as the coveted divine eye. The coveted divine eye encompasses 4 major divine abilities: duplication, X-ray vision, illusion breaking, and prognostication. The duplication ability allows one to recognize people and objects, read and write, with perfect retention. The X-ray vision ability enables one to see through barriers and observe the internal conditions of objects. The illusion breaking ability allows one to pierce through all falsehoods, discerning the essence of things, such as identifying weaknesses in foes during battle. The prognostication ability permits glimpses into the past, visions of the future, and the ability to predict fortune and misfortune. At the moment Yi Chen was receiving the coveted inheritance in his dreams, in Hehuan City, at Hehuan Sect, within the chamber of Elder Yin Buyu, an early riser, who had not yet had the chance to groom himself, suddenly let out a mournful wail. Who has slain my grandson Qingshan? Who? Yin Buyu, with disheveled hair, cradled a shattered jade tablet in his hands, his eyes bloodshot and tears streaming down his face. Chen, hurry and come here. Yin Buyu cried out, his voice tinged with grief. Elder, I am here. As Yin Buyu's cries echoed, a 14 or 15-year-old servant disciple stumbled into the room. Quickly go investigate. Where did my Qingshan go last night? To which brothel? Yin Buyu commanded sternly. Elder, young Master Qingshan did not go to any brothel last night, the servant disciple replied, bowing his head and stammering. How dare you conceal this from me, you wretched brat? I will kick you to death. Yin Buyu rebuked fiercely, launching a kick at the servant disciple. The disciple, unable to dodge, was struck by the kick from a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, sending him flying out of the room and crashing heavily into the courtyard outside. Elder, young master truly did not go to the brothel. He went with senior brother Su Pang to the mountains, saying they were going to slay demon beasts for training. The disciple struggled to explain, clutching his stomach in pain. Going to the mountains to slay demon beasts? Training? Those 2 rascals, what kind of training is that? Yin Buyu cursed vehemently, stepping onto his flying sword and soaring into the sky. Yin Buyu arrived at Pimu Daikyu Mountain, and upon reaching the foot of the mountain, released his consciousness to search ahead. As he flew over the area where Yi Chen was sleeping, he finally made a discovery. Exclaiming softly, and then descended on his sword, landing upon the stone where Yi Chen lay. This boy's gray robe looks so familiar, Yin Buyu remarked, momentarily stunned, unable to recall where he had seen it before, yet feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Boy, wake up! Yin Buyu snapped, snapping a thorn branch from nearby, and swung it toward Yi Chen. In deep slumber, Yi Chen seemed to be having a pleasant dream, when struck heavily on his leg. He merely curled his foot, kicked once, turned over, and continued to sleep soundly. Ah, my temper! Seeing Yi Chen roll over and resume his slumber, Yin Buyu felt a mix of anger and amusement, waving the thorn branch again and striking once more. Crack! 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 Yi Chen, in pain, finally awakened, leaping a distance of 10 feet, instinctively grasping a wooden sword and glaring at Yin Buyu. Yin Buyu, with his white hair and beard, exuding an air of a sage, appeared quite dignified. The imposing aura emanating from the late stage of the Foundation establishment left Yi Chen feeling considerably stifled. However, this sense of oppression paled in comparison to the suffocating pressure he had experienced last night from the enchanting demoness of the Hehuan Sect. Young man, do not be anxious. I inquire, from whence did you acquire that robe? Yin Buyu articulated the lingering curiosity in his heart. Yi Chen cast his gaze downward at the excessively loose robe, remaining silent while maintaining a vigilant watch on Yin Buyu. The garment belonging to the corpulent man was indeed ill-fitting, which explained the suspicions of this old fellow. I am addressing you. Where did you obtain this robe? As Yin Buyu perceived Yi Chen's reticence, his temper flared, his voice resonating like thunder, echoing throughout the valley. How audacious for a mere first-level Qi refining cultivator to disregard the inquiries of an elder at the foundation establishment stage. It was utterly outrageous. Chen furrowed his brow in irritation, greatly displeased with this obstinate old man. Having been abruptly awakened from a dream in which he was receiving the inheritance of coveted, his mood was already sour. The aggressive tone only exacerbated his discontent. What does it matter to you where I acquired this robe? I seized it through bloodshed and plunder. What of it? Will you bite me? The initial battle for the foundation was underway. Humph. Not speaking, are you? Then I'll make you. Yin Buyu, known for his temper, stepped forward and aimed a kick at Chen. Seeing the old man approaching and launching a kick, Chen scoffed internally, his stubbornness flaring up. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, deftly dodging the old man's right leg and thrusting his wooden sword fiercely towards Yin Buyu's left foot. Seeking death, Yin Buyu, seeing Chen, a mere Qi refining stage novice, daring to strike at him, a cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage, was incensed, his white beard quivering in anger. He withdrew his right foot and swiftly kicked at the wooden sword. Yin Buyu's leg was quick, but Chen's wooden sword was swifter. With a flick, he executed a side strike directly at Yin Buyu's ankle. You have some guts. Yin Buyu laughed in frustration, thinking, let us see how your sword can harm my ankle. He underestimated Chen, considering him a small fry, and even more so for wielding a wooden sword against him. There was no time to alter his kick, so he infused his leg with spiritual energy, bracing himself to withstand Chen's strike. In his mind, he believed Chen's attack would not only fail to harm him, but would also shatter the wooden sword, injuring Chen in return. However, with a resounding clash, the wooden sword met his ankle without breaking. Chen felt a tremendous force rebound through the sword, causing his arm to go numb. Alarmed, he quickly retreated, realizing the vast disparity in strength between him and the old man. A direct confrontation would be suicidal. Similarly, Yin Buyu was taken aback by the impact of the wooden sword. What kind of creature is this? A mere wooden sword striking my ankle, nearly shattering my bone. He grimaced in pain. As he landed, feigning ease, a spiritual sword suddenly appeared in his hand, pointing at Chen. You little rascal, you've truly enraged me. I only wanted to ask where you got that robe, but now, I've changed my mind. You shall die? With that, Yin Buyu propelled himself into the air, invoking his technique, mountain splitting, river breaking. His spiritual energy surged as he raised his sword, slicing down towards Chen. During the Qi refining stage, one could only infuse spiritual energy into weapons to enhance their attack power. In contrast, during the foundation establishment stage, one could not only infuse energy into weapons, but also project it outward for non-contact attacks. However, Yin Buyu clearly dismissed the idea of using such methods against Chen, a mere novice. Even so, the force of his attack was daunting enough for Chen to dare not block it with his sword, swiftly retreating, leaving behind only an afterimage. When Yin Buyu's sword struck down, he was delighted to see it land squarely on Chen's head, only to realize that he had sliced through nothing but an illusion. In that moment, Yin Buyu was filled with dread. A Qi refining stage novice could move with such speed. It was truly inconceivable. As Chen retreated, he landed and immediately leaped again, thrusting his sword back at Yin Buyu. Having awakened from his slumber, Chen had unlocked the treasures that only the coveted Shinpan of Qi refining could access. He not only acquired the coveted Shinjua suitable for his cultivation level and some minor spells, but also the innate ability, coveted Shintong. Among the four formidable innate abilities, the ability to break through illusions was paramount. With this skill, he could discern his opponent's weaknesses during attacks. At that moment, upon witnessing Yin Buyu's brief moment of distraction after striking the illusion, Chen seized the opportunity. As Yin Buyu stood momentarily stunned, he suddenly saw Chen's wooden sword thrusting towards him. Having felt the power of Chen's wooden sword, he was alarmed and hastily swung his sword to intercept it. However, Chen was too swift. Before Yin Buyu's sword could fully extend, the wooden sword had already pierced his chest. Fortunately, as a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, Yin Buyu was brimming with spiritual energy. He quickly shielded his chest with his energy, absorbing Chen's strike. Yet again, Yin Buyu felt a piercing pain, gritting his teeth as cold sweat dripped down his forehead, retreating step by step. Thankfully, the protection of his spiritual energy meant he only felt pain without sustaining serious injury. No longer could Yin Buyu underestimate this Qi refining stage novice. With such speed and strength, Viewing him as a mere small fry was a grave mistake. Though Yi Chen succeeded in landing a hit, he failed to breach the old man's defenses and was once again jolted by the rebound force, causing his arm to ache painfully. Instinctively, he retracted his sword and quickly withdrew to a distance of 10 feet. This old man, while full of openings, had remarkably strong defenses, making him a difficult opponent. As Yi Chen retreated swiftly after his failed strike, Yin Buyu adjusted his breathing. Gaining his composure, he shouted, "You little brat, you truly deserve to die. I finally remembered. That robe belongs to that little fat Su Pang. What have you done to my grandson, Qingshan?" Before his voice faded, Yin Buyu unleashed his most prized sword technique against Yi Chen. The spiritual sword, infused with powerful energy, glinted with a blinding radiance, instilling fear from afar. Faced with the frenzied assault of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, Yi Chen dared not clash head-on. However, with the Coatian Shintong's ability to perceive weaknesses, he could see through Yin Buyu's vulnerabilities. His reflexes were quick, and each dodge and attack was as swift as lightning, targeting the gaps in Yin Buyu's defenses. Though he couldn't match Yin Buyu's strength, Yi Chen managed to engage him evenly, avoiding immediate defeat. As Yin Buyu's murderous intent escalated, his spiritual energy surged, and he wielded his sword with a thunderous presence, employing his external projection techniques with terrifying might. Yet, despite this, it was all in vain. No matter how frantically he attacked, he couldn't even graze Yi Chen's clothing, exhausting himself in the process. Conversely, Yi Chen remained relatively untroubled, his breathing steady and heart calm, responding with ease. The more Yin Buyu fought, the more alarmed he became. This Qi refining stage novice was truly an anomaly. Observing Yi Chen, he seemed to have only recently condensed his Dantian energy, his movements appearing clumsy, and wielding nothing but a broken wooden sword. Should he be able to adeptly wield his spiritual energy, utilizing the spirit sword, each piercing strike aimed at his vulnerabilities would surely leave him with several grievous wounds. No, this manner of combat cannot persist. At this thought, Yin Buyu unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, forcing Yi Chen to retreat several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Buyu retracted the spirit sword into his storage ring and formed a series of hand seals, indicating his intent to employ spells rather than engage in a direct contest of martial prowess. Yi Chen, on high alert, positioned his sword defensively across his chest, having previously fallen victim to the enchanting bindings of Hehuan Sect's enchantress. He was acutely aware of the potency of spells and felt a lingering trepidation. In a short while, a flickering crimson glow emanated from between Yin Buyu's palms, and waves of heat began to rise, coalescing into a fireball the size of an egg. Fireball technique. Yi Chen's heart raced with alarm, recognizing the imminent danger. Without waiting for Yin Buyu to make a move, he turned and fled. The family's ancient texts had warned him that this was a manifestation of spiritual fire, conjured from a cultivator's energy. Even the stoutest individual would be reduced to a charred carcass upon contact, and he had no desire to meet such a humiliating end. Thinking to escape? Did I grant you permission? Yin Buyu observed Yi Chen's retreating figure with a cold smile, continuing to gather the fireball without haste to pursue. The fireball swelled larger and larger until it reached the size of a volleyball. With his right hand cradling the fireball and his left retrieving the flying sword, he gracefully twirled it before steadily rising into the air, leisurely pursuing Yi Chen. Once again encountering the enchanting demoness, Yi Chen resembled a rabbit hastily chased, darting and leaping with remarkable speed. Nevertheless, no matter how swiftly he ran, he could not outpace Yin Buyu, who soared through the sky on her sword. It appeared that Yin Buyu had no immediate intention to incinerate Yi Chen with fireballs. Rather, she followed him closely, akin to a cat toying with its prey, relishing the torment before the inevitable kill. Damn it! Just as I have opened my Dantian, am I destined to perish? I've traversed into this world as a genius, yet life remains so arduous. Yi Chen's heart brimmed with resentment, and just as he pondered what to do, a light reprimand echoed from above. A Foundation establishment 7th layer practitioner uses spells against a mere Qi refinement 1st layer. Is this what you so-called righteous Taoists deem as justice? Before the voice faded, a celestial maiden descended gracefully from behind a small mountain. Without needing to see her, Yi Chen recognized her by her voice alone. It was the demoness of Hehuan Sect. How fortuitous. Upon hearing her melodious tone, Yi Chen felt none of the fear he had experienced the previous night. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration. He was no longer concerned about being harvested, he need not fear the demoness any longer. The Hehuan Sect, to which she belonged, was a sworn enemy of the righteous Taoist alliance, and their mere encounter would ignite a fierce conflict. Since she had arrived, he might as well call out for help and see if he could incite them into a brawl. Calculating this in his mind, he cried out, "Sister, save me. He is a hypocrite of the righteous Taoist alliance." Upon seeing someone approach, especially the demoness from Hehuan Sect, Yen Biyu could no longer afford to toy with her quarry. She hastily hurled the fireball she had been cradling at Yi Chen and fled. Once the fireball was released from Yen Biyu's control, it hurtled toward Yi Chen with astonishing speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. In a panic, Yi Chen swiftly turned to evade, believing he could outmaneuver the fireball by changing direction. Unfortunately, the fireball seemed to possess a locking mechanism, mirroring his every turn and relentlessly pursuing him. As the fireball closed in, Yi Chen narrowly avoided capture several times, his instincts driving him to twist and turn, teetering on the brink of death. "Break it, for goodness sake." Just as Yi Chen felt utterly exhausted and on the verge of being overtaken by the fireball, a light reprimand resonated through the air once more. The voice remained as sweet and melodious as before, resonating in Yi Chen's ears like the song of a lark, enchanting and delightful. After all, this was the demoness of Hehuan Sect, a divine artifact of harvesting. A single harvest would elevate him a tier, and 10 would see him established in the foundation. The demoness hovered in the air, choosing not to pursue Yen Biyu, but instead positioning herself directly above Yi Chen. With a delicate reprimand, she flicked her fingers, sending a beam of sword light shooting forth, directly targeting the fireball. In an instant, the sword light pierced the fireball, and with a resounding explosion, the fireball detonated just before it struck Yi Chen's back. The tremendous blast propelled Yi Chen at least 5 zhang away, crashing heavily to the ground. Yi Chen felt as though his back had been struck with immense force, his organs quaking violently, and a searing pain coursed through his body. Fortunately, he had escaped the touch of spirit fire. Only his gray robe had been shredded into tatters, leaving him with a few wounds and a trickle of blood. Having grown up traversing the woods and hunting, injuries were commonplace, and a few healing pills or herbal applications would suffice to mend his wounds. Thus, he discreetly retrieved several healing pills from his storage ring, swallowing them while pretending to be unconscious, hoping to elicit sympathy from the demoness and avoid her blade. "Little brother, stop acting. I saw you putting healing pills in your mouth. Get up, let me see if you're handsome," the demoness called out, shattering his ruse. With no choice but to feign unbearable pain, he struggled to rise. The demoness, her smile radiant, gazed at him with her enchanting fox-like eyes, a hint of surprise flickering as she focused on a certain area of his anatomy. "Heavens! How grand! Such a treasure!" she exclaimed, her hand instinctively reaching out to touch, her demeanor overtly lecherous, nearly drooling. Yi Chen followed her gaze to his own lower half, his soiled face flushing with embarrassment. How humiliating. The shredded robe had left him exposed, fully revealed to the demoness. However, he felt a sense of pride in his physique, embodying true masculinity, sturdy and gallant. Yi Chen hastily donned another robe over the tattered remnants, tightly clamping his legs together to shield his modesty. "Hee, little brother, don't be shy. In front of sister, there's no need for such restraint. It's quite a fine treasure, isn't it?" The demoness circled around Yi Chen, playfully patting his shoulder and squeezing his thigh, even lifting what she deemed a treasure, causing Yi Chen to retreat in feigned horror. Yet, her gaze remained fixated on his face, scrutinizing his disheveled hair and grimy cheeks. "Little brother, didn't we have a delightful encounter last night?" No. Yi Chen hastily nodded, but then contradicted himself with a vigorous shake of his head. "Recognizing me is splendid. We are indeed old acquaintances. Yet, for prudence's sake, I must feign denial. Sister dislikes dishonesty." The demoness continued her circling, even sniffing his scent. "Little brother, don't think that just because you've donned a new robe, sister wouldn't recognize you. This scent, I can never forget. It's intoxicating." Finally detecting the odor, the demoness bent over and dry-heaved. Yi Chen's body, unwashed for a year, indeed bore an unpleasant scent. "Sister, you wouldn't kill me, would you?" Yi Chen stammered, testing the waters. He feared not the harvesting, but rather the act of being slain. After a fit of dry heaving, the demoness straightened and smiled at Yi Chen. "Little brother, you possess such a fine treasure and look so handsome. How could sister ever bear to kill you? However, you are quite unhygienic. With such a stench, you must have gone a year without bathing, am I correct?" There's a pond over that mountain. Let sister take you to bathe." As she spoke, her delicate hand waved, and a shimmering golden rope swiftly coiled around Yi Chen's waist. Binding immortal rope. Yi Chen gasped in surprise. Damn it, in my previous life, I merely penned some trivial tales. What sins have I committed to consistently find myself ensnared by this? The psychological scars from these bindings are profound. Holding the end of the rope, the demoness called out, and they ascended 10 zhang into the air, soaring away. Yi Chen felt a sudden tightening around his waist, as an immense force lifted him into the air. I am flying again, he thought, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Reminiscent of the last time he had been hurled through the sky by a masked figure. That experience was swifter and farther than any intercontinental missile, utterly terrifying. Once he adjusted to the sensation of flight, he glanced downward, only to behold a breathtaking panorama of layered mountains, winding valleys, lush forests, and the vibrant life of birds and beasts, a picture of nature's splendor. Upon arrival, it was time to cleanse himself thoroughly. After a brief interval, Yi Chen found himself suspended above a small mountain pond. With a flick of her wrist, the enchanting woman retracted the binding ropes and unceremoniously dropped him from several dozen zhang in the air. Cursed enchantress, I curse your 18th generation. Yi Chen had not anticipated such a crude and abrupt action from her, and as he plummeted, he mentally bestowed a thorough curse upon her ancestors. With a resounding crash, he descended like a cannonball, plunging into the pond and sending a magnificent spray of water soaring into the air. 9. Mandarin ducks bathing together. My apologies, little brother. I quite forgot we were at such a height. The enchantress giggled, descending gracefully to the water's edge and settling upon a clean, smooth stone to await Yi Chen's emergence from the pond. Yi Chen plunged into the water with a thunderous crash, nearly losing consciousness on impact. His bones ached, his viscera trembled. A crimson gush of blood spilled from his lips, staining the tranquil waters like scattered vermilion petals. Yet the ordeal was not over. His body, heavy as a plummeting boulder, continued its rapid descent, dragged downward by gravity's unrelenting hand. He could not swim, but the enchantress, perched serenely on the bank, remained blissfully unaware. To her, a cultivator of the Qi refinement realm falling from such a height posed no mortal danger. Moreover, one could hold one's breath underwater for at least the duration of an incense stick's burn. Swimming skill mattered little when survival hinged on mere endurance. Thus, when Yi Chen failed to resurface after a long while, she scarcely gave it a second thought. Her mind, instead, dwelled upon far more tantalizing questions. Was this youth, blessed with the pure yang spirit body, truly as handsome as rumor suggested? Was he suitable as a dual cultivation consort? And, most perplexing of all, how had he not only survived the essence-draining ritual last night, but also advanced to the first layer of Qi refinement? Beneath the water's surface, Yi Chen's body sank like an anchor, striking the silty pond floor within moments. Gritting his teeth against the searing agony, he sealed his nostrils and rose shakily to his feet. Then, with quiet resolve, he activated the heaven-perceiving divine eye, its X-ray vision ability piercing effortlessly through the murky water, revealing the shoreline with crystalline clarity. This divine sight could even render the enchantress's garments translucent, exposing the graceful contours of her form beneath. Yi Chen estimated he had no more than the span of one incense stick's burn before suffocation claimed him. If he failed to reach the shallows within that time, the pond would become his grave. The resistance of water slowed his progress to a crawl. After a brief, laborious trek, a strange sensation brushed beneath his soles, curious, yet distinct. Peering downward with his divine vision, he discovered a river mussel, broad as a dining table, crushed beneath his foot. Within its sturdy, iridescent shell pulsed tender flesh. Cradling, nestled between the mantle and shell, a lustrous pearl the size of a hen's egg. What an enormous pearl, teeming with surging spiritual energy. A quiet, wry smile flickered across his lips. Truly, this enchantress was his fated benefactor, tossing him carelessly into the pond, only to deliver fortune beyond measure. Such a pearl, radiant with potent spiritual essence, was a treasure beyond price. Without hesitation, Yi Chen knelt, pried open the shell with his wooden sword, and extracted the gleaming orb, slipping it into his storage ring before even pausing to admire its brilliance. A faint, creeping dizziness now whispered of oxygen's waning presence. He needed air, urgently. He pressed forward, step by heavy step, toward the shallows. After traversing roughly 10 zhang, nearly 1/3 of an incense stick's time. He finally breached the surface, emerging into the gentle, sun-dappled shallows. "Oh, there you are, little brother." The enchantress cooed, feigning mock reproach as ripples shimmered and Chen's head broke the water's surface. "I was just about to dive in and retrieve your corpse." Chen offered no reply. Instead, he waded deeper into the shallows, slowly peeling away his soiled robe and scrubbing the grime that had long encrusted his skin, softened now by the water's gentle embrace. My, you're quite the vision," she teased, her voice rich with playful innuendo. "Had you cleaned yourself sooner, last night's sealed formation essence-draining ritual wouldn't have been necessary. I'd have insisted upon direct cultivation instead." The water had washed away the filth, revealing his youthful face, still touched by the softness of adolescence, yet etched with striking definition, jet-black eyebrows arching like drawn bows, a high, noble nose, eyes sharp with unyielding resolve, pallor lending him an almost ethereal gravity. The enchantress of the Hehuan Sect gazed, utterly entranced, her pulse quickening, her breath catching. Her bold words stirred a vivid recollection in Chen's mind, the dreamlike, intoxicating illusion of last night. The enchantress, bare and luminous, surrendering herself to his touch, her body supple, her gaze languid, her breath a silken sigh against his ear. A sudden, visceral heat surged through his 16-year-old frame. How shallow, he mused inwardly, a rueful smile tugging at his lips. "I haven't even consummated my bond with Jie yet, and here I am, stirred by another's allure." He suppressed the warmth rising within him, focusing instead on the rhythmic, vigorous scrubbing of his skin, distracting himself, anchoring himself in the mundane. So much grime had sloughed off that the water darkened around him, like ink bleeding into clear, inkstone water. Such bold, arched brows, such a proud, straight nose and eyes, so fiercely resolute. She tilted her head, studying him with growing fascination. "Little brother, have we met before?" "Sister," Chen replied dryly, "we just met last night." A beat of silence. Then, "Oh no, not last night. I mean before that." She furrowed her brow, straining her memory, until, suddenly, her face lit with revelation. "Uh-huh, I remember now." Chen's heart lurched. Could she recognize me? Am I truly that recognizable, even under the million-silver bounty of the Orthodox Alliance? "Little brother, your back is hard to reach. I assent it?" She cooed, shifting the subject with effortless charm. "Let me help you scrub. No need to blush, no need to thank me. I'm simply that kind of benevolent soul." And with that, she laughed freely, her hips swaying, her steps deliberate, as she strode toward him, shedding her garments with unself-conscious abandon, her embroidered breastband, her silk belly band, her delicate inner robes, each falling like petals onto the sun-warmed earth. "You, don't come any closer." He had faced the lightning night wolf, a ferocious demonic beast, without flinching. He had stood before Yin Biyu, a foundation establishment cultivator of the late stage, and not trembled. Yet now, he feigned terror, half closing his eyes, voice trembling, as though unable to bear the sight of her unveiled form. "Sister, one to devour you. Little one, what's there to fear?" She teased, her laughter light as wind chimes. "I'll only scrub your back and rinse your hair. No essence draining this time. Promise." She paid no heed to his protest. With a playful plop, she dove into the water, and in one fluid, powerful stroke, glided beneath the surface to his side. She surfaced not immediately, but lingered, submerged, observing him with quiet, unblinking fascination. The object of her admiration was simply too captivating. Before she could restrain herself, her hand drifted forward, delicate, deliberate, brushing lightly against it. Chen staggered backward, splashing wildly, thighs snapping shut with reflexive urgency. This enchantress was no paragon of virtue. Should passion overtake her, she might well claim him, body and essence, without second thought. He had to guard his most vital treasure with vigilance. She surfaced at last, shaking water from her lashes, her laughter bubbling with unrestrained delight. "Sister, please, don't come any closer, or else," Chen stammered, retreating frantically, voice tight with feigned panic. "Or else what?" she countered, eyes gleaming with mischief. "Will you seize me right here, on the water's edge?" Then I shall gladly surrender." And with that, she surged forward, gliding through the water like a water lily parting the current, straight toward him. "Fine then, let it be." Chen reached the bank, his back pressed against solid earth, with nowhere left to flee. His heart stilled, his breath steadied. He clenched his jaw and steeled himself. She reached him at last, turned his body gently, and began to scrub his back with deft, unhurried strokes. So much bare skin, yet all she does is scrub? He blinked, surprised, yet inwardly relieved. Little brother, she murmured, her voice low and melodic, her fingers moving with practiced grace. Tell me, how did you survive the essence draining and even break through to the first layer of qi refinement? Can you not say anything? Chen hesitantly inquired, fearing the revelation of her secret. No. The enchantress chuckled, having already rubbed your back and shown you everything. You must speak. I didn't look. My eyes were closed the entire time. Chen replied, her voice tinged with guilt. But I still rubbed your back and even pressed against you, the enchantress teased, giggling as she truly leaned closer. The warmth and softness against her back stirred a tempest in Chen's mind, causing her blood to quicken. Yet, having been in solitude for so long, her ability to control her emotions was remarkably strong. With a slight focus, she calmed herself. Standing still, she replied softly, my constitution is unique. Even if my yuan yang is completely depleted, I can restore myself overnight. I see. The enchantress accepted this explanation. However, she posed another question that she was eager to have answered. How did you manage to establish your dantian and reach the pinnacle of the first layer of qi refining in just one night? No, it was not I who established it. It was you who aided me. Chen spoke truthfully this time, leaving the enchantress astonished. Her hands faltered. What did you say? I helped you establish it? How was I unaware of that? 10. Peeping at the bath this, Chen stammered, your dual cultivation technique. Wasn't it supposed to draw massive amounts of spiritual energy into my body? That's when it opened up. So that's how it was. The enchantress laughed, her hands continuing their movements as she leaned close to Chen's ear, her breath fragrant like orchids. Little brother, big sister helped you so much. Have you thought about how to repay me? Repay you my foot. Chen cursed inwardly. You nearly took my life, you wretched woman. I haven't sought revenge yet, and you want repayment? Repay what, a hammer? What? Don't want to repay? Naughty boy, not obedient at all. Big sister doesn't like you anymore. The enchantress cooed in a flirtatious tone, her jade-like fingers lightly tracing patterns below Chen's navel. How about, I go back to the Hehuan Sect with you and serve as a menial disciple? Attending to you? Chen quickly moved her hand away, yielding. You said it yourself, willingly and voluntarily. Big sister didn't force you, so don't go back on your word later. The enchantress had originally intended to bring Chen back to the sect and have her master accept him as a junior disciple, so she could cultivate with him whenever she pleased. Unexpectedly, Chen had proposed it himself and even willingly offered to serve as her menial disciple. This saved her a lot of persuasion. It is an honor to serve as big sister's menial disciple, much better than being a wild man in that desolate village. Chen's words sounded sincere. Serving as a menial disciple for a Hehuan Sect enchantress couldn't be worse than hiding away in a secluded life in a remote village, right? All right then. The enchantress patted Chen's back with a laugh. Your back is clean now. Big sister is going for a swim. You wash the rest yourself. Remember to clean thoroughly. Big sister is particular about cleanliness and can't stand any smell. With a splash, she transformed into a mermaid, swimming joyfully in the pond. Chen turned his back to the pond and scrubbed himself quickly. Being naked in the same pond with a Hehuan Sect enchantress was too awkward and too easy to lose control. If things got out of hand, it could cost him his life. It took Chen a full 2 sticks of incense time to finish washing. Just as he was about to climb ashore and put on his clothes, a strange laughter echoed from the sky. Wah, Brother Yin, you're so righteous. Thinking of me with such a great benefit. I'll treat you to drinks when we get back, ha ha. Then, a familiar voice said, then I'll leave dealing with the Hehuan Sect enchantress to you. Old brother, I'll handle this measly qi refining first-level shrimp myself. Chen looked up and saw the old man who had chased him with fireballs earlier, along with another younger-looking middle-aged man in a blue robe. One was riding a sword, the other was flying through the air, both hovering above the pond, leering down at the Hehuan Sect enchantress who was floating on her back in the water. The enchantress seemed exceptionally skilled in the water. Her body floating effortlessly on the surface, her swimming posture enchanting, the scenery captivating. Big sister, there are 2 old perverts up there peeping at you bathing. Seeing the old man, Yin Buyu, Chen hurriedly dressed while warning the enchantress. The old man had returned, bringing a companion whose aura was stronger than a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. They were surely here to cause trouble for him and the enchantress. As soon as Chen put on his robe, He grabbed his wooden sword, his expression wary as he glared at the old man. Little brother, don't be afraid. If they want to look, let them. If you won't look, can't you let others? Hee. The Hehuan Sect enchantress seemed completely unfazed by the peeping, continuing to swim joyfully and even deliberately arching her chest and lifting her hips, exposing her private areas as much as possible. Exactly. The blue-robed middle-aged man hovering in the air chuckled. Little brat, this isn't suitable for children. You pretend to be a gentleman with your back to Linghan Xianzi, fine, but don't ruin it for us. We love this kind of thing, ha. Scoundrels. Shameless. The pure-hearted former bachelor and current virgin sneered in disdain, but could do nothing. He couldn't defeat the two old scoundrels, nor could he change the enchantress's unrestrained nature. What else could he do? It was just a pity that the enchantress's splendid body, like a white strip in the waves, rising and falling with the tides, so pitiable and lovely, was being freely enjoyed by the two old perverts. Two old brothers, what's the point of just looking? How about coming down into the water to play with little sister? You know, our Hehuan Sect isn't particularly skilled in other areas, but when it comes to keeping people company, if we claim second place, no other sect would dare claim first. Just as Chen was inwardly lamenting, the enchantress soared out of the pond, flying naked toward the two old perverts. What a huge treat. It completely made the two old perverts forget the purpose and mission of their trip. As if bewitched, their eyes glazed over as they lunged toward the enchantress. That's more like it. The enchantress smiled seductively, actively moving forward to throw herself into the arms of the two old perverts. But as she did so, two ropes glowing with golden spiritual energy slipped from her hands, coiling like snakes around the two old perverts. Binding immortal ropes. The two old perverts finally snapped out of it, crying out in alarm. But it was too late. The binding immortal ropes had already tightly bound them, just as the enchantress had bound Chen earlier, wrapping them into two dumpling-like shapes before casually tossing them onto the pond's bank. Enchantress, what do you want to do? The blue-robed middle-aged man struggled and roared after being bound. Old brother, can't you guess what little sister wants to do? The enchantress landed with a seductive smile, picked up her clothes, and dressed, deliberately swaying in front of Chen. Enchantress, could it be you want to dual cultivate with us? The blue-robed middle-aged man stopped roaring, his expression shifting to fear and panic. The enchantress giggled softly. You two came here willingly, didn't you? Offering yourselves for little sister to dual cultivate with? Thank you for knowing that little sister just broke through to the golden core stage and her realm isn't stable yet. So you came willingly to help stabilize it through dual cultivation. Big sister, you're going to dual cultivate with them? Chen understood. The enchantress's fox-like eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled bewitchingly. Little brother, don't be jealous. Big sister will only use the formation method, not the physical method. This body is reserved for you, Jealous of your foot. Chen inwardly complained but made a request. Big sister, could you throw me into the formation too for dual cultivation? My constitution is special, and my primordial yang energy is even more abundant. Are you stupid? Do you have a death wish? Aren't you afraid of dying? The enchantress chided playfully, her fingers lightly brushing Chen's cheek. You can't cultivate me to death. Chen's eyes burned with madness. He wasn't entirely sure if he truly couldn't be cultivated to death and wanted to gamble to confirm it. Oh, look at big sister's memory, forgetting such a thing. The enchantress lightly patted her damp forehead. Linghan Xianzi, since that young man has willingly sought your nurturing, you should indeed accept him, and in turn, grant us our freedom. We are but frail old souls. Our reserves of yuan yang have long since dwindled. The middle-aged man in the blue robe, witnessing a glimmer of hope, hastily implored. Yes, indeed. Yin Buyu also nodded in agreement, adding to the plea, we have both indulged excessively. Our bodies have been exhausted, and we possess little yuan yang energy remaining. The enchanting woman smiled with an air of mystery. Have you discerned my identity? Indeed, responded the two elderly lechers hastily, nodding in agreement. So how much remains? She inquired playfully. Not much, merely a trace. Barely enough, replied the middle-aged man in the blue robe. Oh, splendid. She chuckled. Sister only needs to stabilize her realm. Excessive yuan yang power is unnecessary. Since you two have just a trace left, it suffices and avoids waste. The blue-robed man nearly choked. You dare to draw from a golden core elder of the Hehuan Sect? The higher-ups of Hehuan Sect will never let you off. Don't frighten me, dear sister. I'm quite scared. The enchanting woman laughed, wrapping her arm around Yi Chen's waist and taking hold of the head of the binding rope, smiling at him. Little brother, come, let us go to Dichio City. As she spoke, she soared into the air with Yi Chen and the two elderly lechers, gliding through a valley, heading deep into the Pim Dichio mountain. Little brother, tell me about yourself. Are you the Yi Chen whom the Zhengdao Alliance has placed a bounty of 1,000,000 spirit stones on for capture? In the sky, the enchanting woman held Yi Chen tightly, her breath warm against his ear. The melodious sound and fragrant scent tantalized Yi Chen's youthful senses. His heart trembled. Indeed, she had deduced the truth. What if she betrayed him to the Zhengdao Alliance? Yet, if he denied it, what if she became angry and ended his life? Observing Yi Chen's hesitation, the enchanting woman chuckled. Never mind. I already know. You are that 15-year-old boy hunted by the Zhengdao Alliance worldwide, yes? Yi Chen stammered, unsure of what to say. He bore a deep-seated grudge against the Zhengdao Alliance for the annihilation of his clan, a vendetta that could not be easily overlooked. However, the enchanting woman belonged to the Hehuan Sect, an opposing force to the Zhengdao Alliance. He hoped she would not betray him. Otherwise, he would surely meet his demise. Seeing Yi Chen struggle, the enchanting woman's maternal instincts surged, her compassion overflowing. Poor brother, hunted for a year. You must have endured immense suffering to arrive here. Living alone in these great mountains, all alone, I can't fathom how you've survived. How unfortunate that I have to draw from you, treating you like someone from the Zhengdao Alliance for my own breakthrough. Do you hate me? She asked. Hate? Not quite, Yi Chen replied calmly. What does it mean to neither hate nor not hate? Shouldn't it be simple? To hate is to hate. And to not hate is to not hate? The enchanting woman seemed unable to grasp the nuance of his words. When you were drawn upon, you surely hated me. But upon realizing that you had opened your dantian and made a breakthrough to the qi refining stage, you didn't hate me anymore. Yi Chen reasoned, a statement both justifiable and pleasing to her. In truth, he held no resentment. Rather, he wished for her support. To use the Hehuan Sect as a crucible for his cultivation. Good little brother, I apologize for my past transgressions. From now on, you shall be my little Chintian, and I will protect you. Once we reach the Hehuan Sect, anyone who dares to bully you shall face my wrath. The enchanting woman embraced Yi Chen tightly, her delicate face brushing against his sharp features, showering him with affection in her unique manner. Yi Chen attempted to evade such indulgence, yet found himself unable to escape, resigned to her advances. 3 hours later, deep within the Pim Dichio mountain, they arrived at a vast canyon. A great river flowed from the northwest to the southeast, its roar echoing as snow-white foam splashed about. On either side of the river, which spanned over 10 miles, stood towering buildings and well-structured homes, some built into the mountains and others along the riverbanks. Streets, shops, inns, taverns, gambling houses, and pleasure quarters, everything characteristic of a city was present in this valley. Yi Chen marveled at the sight of a substantial city nestled within the depths of the mountains. Little Chintian, we have arrived at Dichio City. Let us descend. The enchanting woman declared, soaring over a hill and heading straight for the imposing city walls that blocked the canyon, landing at the southern city gate. Little Chintian. She pointed to 3 large characters inscribed in bold script atop a grand tower. This city in the mountains is named Dichio City, situated between our Hehuan Sect and the Zhengdao Alliance, a place neither side governs. 1,000 miles to the east lies Pim City, similar to this one. Oh, Yi Chen nodded in understanding, activating his Tianjua eye to examine the city walls above, where intricate patterns swirled, forming a protective barrier. No wonder the enchanting woman did not fly directly into the city. It was barred from entry. Yi Chen realized the implication. Although described as an ungoverned area, in truth, neither faction possessed the capability to exert control. The enchanting woman continued, it is said that there is a boundary mountain in each of the 8 directions of the demon-suppressing domain, each guarded by a formidable force. All the cities, large and small, within the mountains are under their protection. Thus, even superpowers like our Hehuan Sect and the Zhengdao Alliance do not dare provoke such entities lightly. To enter the city, we must also pay an entry fee and adhere to the city's regulations. Rest assured, I will not cause you any trouble. Yi Chen assured her repeatedly, affirming his understanding. He had no inclination to provoke unnecessary conflict. After receiving his promise, the enchanting woman was satisfied, paid the entry fee, and, with one arm around Yi Chen and the other guiding the 2 elderly lechers, They strolled through the bustling streets for at least an hour before arriving at a luxurious manor built in a fork of the canyon. The grand entrance faced the street, flanked by the magnificent Lingbao Pavilion on the left and the Linghan Pavilion on the right, with a steady stream of patrons indicating prosperous business. Directly opposite stood a tall stone archway, boldly inscribed with the words Hehuan Sect Dichio City Branch. Below the inscription, 2 rows of 16 middle-aged men dressed in white robes, each embroidered with the character He, stood solemnly with swords in hand. The 16 exuded a formidable aura, causing Chen to feel a profound pressure. He instinctively activated his Tianjue eye and discerned that all 16 were at the late foundation establishment stage, on par with the elderly lecher Yinbuyu. It was astonishing that a mere branch sect could station 16 late foundation establishment cultivators at its gates. The Hehuan Sect truly was a superpower with a vast influence, capable of standing against the Zhengdao alliance, brimming with talent. Upon witnessing that those in the late stages of foundation establishment are relegated to mere gatekeeping, Chen could not help but feel a sense of despondency, particularly as he found himself still at the initial stage of qi refinement. According to the records preserved in the family's library, the overall strength of Hehuan Zong pales in comparison to that of Zhengdao Meng. If Hehuan Zong possesses such formidable power, one can only imagine the might of Zhengdao Meng. Alas, when will I attain the strength necessary to obliterate that insufferable hypocritical Zhengdao Meng? As Lady Binger approached, the leading guard promptly stepped forward, sword in hand, and bowed deeply, guiding the other guards to respectfully greet the enchanting figure. Greetings, Linghan Xianzi. Given their daily encounters, there was no need for excessive formalities. The status of the enchanting lady evidently surpassed that of these foundational guards, yet she bore no airs. Might I inquire about these two, along with this young gentleman? After the initial greetings, the leading guard could not suppress his curiosity and ventured to ask. These two are furnace cauldrons captured from beyond the mountain. This one is Ho Changchun, an inner sect elder of Qingyun Zong, at the second level of the Golden Core stage. And this one is Yin Buyu, an outer sect elder, slightly less skilled than you. The enchanting lady pointed at the 2 lecherous elders, proudly enumerating her captures, her expression brimming with delight. Linghan Xianzi is indeed the prized disciple of our revered sect master. With her peak foundational prowess, she has managed to subdue both a nascent golden core and a late foundational stage adept simultaneously. I am most impressed. The leading guard quickly offered a flattering compliment. He had sensed the golden core aura emanating from the enchanting lady, but feigned ignorance to deliver another complimentary remark. Chen's heart raced in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Linghan was the cherished disciple of the sect master. Serving as a menial for the sect master's direct disciple must confer a certain status, which seemed quite favorable. Jenny, take another look. Do I still appear to be at the peak of the foundational stage? The enchanting lady puffed up her already impressive bosom, her demeanor radiating pride, and her gaze gleaming with satisfaction. Golden core stage, Jian Yi exclaimed dramatically, his expression flawless as he bowed again, offering his congratulations. Congratulations, Linghan Xianzi, on successfully forming your core. The other guards quickly followed suit, bowing and extending their well wishes. We share in your joy. They chimed in unison, laughter punctuating the air as the enchanting lady graciously accepted their flattery. Forming a core at 18, you have shattered the record for the youngest in our Hehuan Zone. How remarkable. It's nothing extraordinary. Just a stroke of good fortune, a minor opportunity, and I inadvertently broke through, she replied with a playful laugh. Following the flurry of compliments, the leading guard glanced at Chen, who was being embraced by the enchanting lady. Xianzi, and who might this young gentleman be? This one. The enchanting lady beamed even brighter, her face awash with sunshine. Listen closely, everyone. This young gentleman is my future dual cultivation partner, Chen. As she spoke, she tightened her embrace around Chen's waist and seized the opportunity to plant a kiss on his cheek, causing him to flush crimson. Greetings, Yi Gongzi. The 16 guards hastily bowed, paying their respects to Chen. Chen found himself at a loss for words. Shall we proceed inside? Pay them no heed. The enchanting lady, noticing Chen's discomfort with the situation, led him toward the courtyard. Sister, I mentioned serving as a menial disciple. I never said anything about being a dual cultivation partner. Chen, still blushing, reminded the enchanting lady to refrain from making such bold declarations. With her captivating charm, The enchanting lady surely had many suitors. Her ostentatious claim of him as her dual cultivation partner might merely be a ploy to use him as a shield against potential rivals. You have not stated it, she laughed, but it matters little. Do you wish to remain a menial disciple forever? Do you not aspire to become an outer sect disciple, an inner sect disciple, an elite disciple, or even a direct disciple of the sect master? Of course I wish to, but it would be disingenuous to deny that I desire it. However, regardless of the type of disciple, it has nothing to do with being your dual cultivation partner, right? Is that not the very case? She chuckled. A tremendous opportunity now lies before you. Why not seize it with both hands? Sister is the revered direct disciple of the sect master, a prodigy who formed her core at 18, soon to be recognized as a Saintess and the future leader of Hehuan Sect. By becoming my dual cultivation partner, you will grasp a leg thicker than an elephant's and soar to new heights. Chen wished to voice his thoughts further, but, upon reflection, recognized that with the enchanting lady's nature, his words would likely be futile. Thus, he chose to remain silent. The Hehuan Sect branch was less a luxurious estate and more akin to a city within a city. Nestled in the valley, the buildings stood in close proximity, courtyards interconnected, and pathways crisscrossed. The bustling throng of individuals, primarily at the foundational stage, donned the sect's standard robes, while the occasional sight of golden core and chi refinement practitioners could be seen. Regardless of their cultivation stage, upon encountering the enchanting lady, all would pause to bow and offer their greetings. The status of the sect master's direct disciple was indeed formidable. As the duo, accompanied by the two lecherous elders, walked for a considerable time, they finally arrived before a quaint courtyard nestled amidst a grove of winter-sweet trees. Mei Yuan. Chen pondered as he gazed at the nameplate adorning the courtyard entrance, feeling a peculiar sensation. Did the enchanting lady reside here? It seemed a striking irony for such a free-spirited woman to dwell in the pure and noble Mei Yuan. Miss, you have finally returned. Just as Chen contemplated, a melodious voice rang out from within the courtyard. It was sister's maid, Binger. The enchanting lady, observing her maid bounding out, turned to Chen with a smile. Binger appeared to be around Chen's age, tall and slender, but with ample curves in all the right places, perfectly aligning with Chen's aesthetic preferences. Miss, you have been gone for 4 days without a word. I was nearly frantic, fearing something had happened to you. And you, young man, who are you? Why are you holding my lady's hand? Do you have any idea who she is to dare take hold of her hand? Do you know how many prodigies in our sect have failed to achieve that? Do you understand that holding her hand could invite the wrath of countless suitors? Binger rushed over, chattering incessantly and nearly deafening Chen. In a decisive motion, she swatted Chen's hand away and seized her lady's hand instead. Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He desperately wished to clarify to this boisterous maid, Binger, that it was not he who sought to hold her lady's hand, but rather her lady who insisted on holding his. It was her lady who was infringing upon his space, not the other way around. Binger, you chatter too much. The enchanting lady playfully pushed Binger toward Chen. Quickly greet Yi Gongzi. He is my future dual cultivation partner. What? Binger was left astounded, her exquisitely featured face contorting in surprise as her eyes widened. She turned to her young mistress, her brow furrowed with confusion, and inquired, My lady, could it be that you are harboring thoughts akin to an old cow desiring tender grass? Yet this grass appears exceedingly tender, does it not? Look at him, he is hardly taller than I am. As she spoke, Binger gestured towards her own head and then tilted her hand upwards, surpassing Chen's crown. It seemed that Binger shared a profound bond with her mistress, speaking without the slightest hesitation, disregarding the hierarchies of rank. To allow a maidservant to overlook such distinctions, one could surmise that this enchanting lady was not difficult to serve. Being her humble apprentice would likely not pose a challenge. Such a master, one might speculate, must possess a heart not entirely unkind. Chen instinctively leaned towards a favorable impression of the enchanting lady. In the initial stages of cultivation, Binger was tasked with tidying a room for young Master Yi, after which she would accompany him to procure several outfits and daily necessities. The enchanting woman entered the courtyard, leading 2 elderly lecherous men directly to the training room, preparing to initiate a gathering of energy, yet she did not forget to instruct Binger to organize Chen's quarters. Chen expressed his desire to join them, saying, Sister, I wish to participate in the gathering. Be good, Xiao Chen. The gathering is perilous. Let us practice dual cultivation together in the future. The enchanting woman responded playfully. She ushered the two elderly men into the training room, but barred Yi Chun from entering, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Kid, are you hoping to gather energy for the young lady? Binger inquired, gazing at Yi Chun with surprise, much like one would observe an adorable little beast. Indeed, it was promised, and now she suddenly changes her mind. Yi Chun expressed his dissatisfaction as he awaited his chance to ascend through energy gathering. Are you stuttering? Such a pitiful child. Binger chuckled, then swiftly shifted the topic, asking, do you truly wish to be gathered upon? Yes. Haha, you little rascal. You haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you are already thinking about such matters. However, if you genuinely wish to be gathered upon, I could fulfill that desire. Really? Yi Chun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, Binger replied cheerfully. I've been stuck at the pinnacle of chi refinement for over a year, lamenting the lack of a suitable furnace. Then let us hasten and begin the gathering. Yi Chun urged eagerly. Not so fast. Let me first tidy up your room, Binger said, swaying her hips as she set about organizing the space. The plum garden was modest, a typical courtyard with a small yard, featuring a line of low artificial hills against the garden wall, and a few wax plums planted beside the mountain, with a stream of clear water flowing alongside. At this moment, the plum blossoms had yet to bloom, but the air was filled with their subtle fragrance, suffusing the atmosphere with the scent of femininity. The rooms were few. The enchanting woman occupied the main house, which comprised a bedroom, a living room, and a training room. The left wing contained a kitchen, a dining room, and a lavatory. The right wing had one room for Binger, leaving two others. She chattered on as she arranged the spaces. This room by the side is yours. Let the middle room remain empty. I fear your snoring will disturb my sleep, and who knows what else you might do at night. Yi Chun was left speechless. You think I would spy on you? When your lady undresses, I wouldn't even pretend to open my eyes. Besides, with the divine eye of Tian, I wouldn't need to resort to spying. I can gaze openly. My sole focus is on gathering energy. Binger, let us proceed with the gathering. Yi Chun implored, desperation evident in his voice. Binger paused, then playfully tapped Yi Chun on the forehead, teasing, look at you, so anxious. The young lady has yet to commence. Before her words could settle, a sudden commotion erupted from the training room. Upon stepping outside, they beheld a magnificent swirl of spiritual energy surging from all directions, coalescing into a tremendous vortex, akin to a tornado, that rushed into the training room. They have begun, Yi Chun exclaimed with envy. Then let us begin as well. Binger suddenly blushed, pulling Yi Chun into the room, pushing him onto the bed, and began to remove her garments. Binger, what are you doing? Yi Chun exclaimed, alarmed, as his script did not unfold in this manner. His script was reminiscent of the previous night, where the enchanting woman had guided him through energy gathering, leading him into a realm of ethereal delight, filled with joy. Little brat, did you not wish to gather energy? Binger teased while continuing to undress. No, this is not how one gathers. Yi Chun protested, recalling the previous night's experience, which was far different. Child, whether it be gathering energy or physical gathering, they are still forms of gathering. I do not know how to set up formations, and even if I did, I wouldn't bother. There is no pleasure in that. How could it compare to physical gathering? With remarkable swiftness, Binger had disrobed completely. With an alluring demeanor, she began to tug at Yi Chun's ill-fitting robe without any hesitation. Humph. Your audacity grows bolder. Binger, do you dare lay hands on your master's man? As Binger deftly pulled at Yi Chun's robe, captivated by his impressive stature, a cold scoff echoed nearby, startling her and causing her to tumble off the bed. Have you measured young Master Yi's height and weight? Go buy him several outfits, shoes, socks, bedding, and daily necessities. Remember, he is my man. If you dare entertain any thoughts of him, our master-servant relationship will come to an abrupt end. Binger, trembling at the sound of the cold reprimand, fell to her knees, bowing her head in fear towards the training room. Miss, I understand my mistake. I shall go immediately to procure clothing and shoes for young Master Yi. After bowing, Binger hastily donned her clothes, casting a wistful glance at Yi Chun before exiting the room. Sighing, Yi Chun watched her retreating figure, then rose to don his robe and sat cross-legged back on the bed, commencing his cultivation. This marked his first attempt at cultivation since opening his dantian, as well as his inaugural abandonment of the Yi family's chi refinement technique in favor of the Kui Tian divine art. As he initiated the heart technique, Yi Chun was struck by its extraordinary nature. He felt the vast spiritual energy of the universe being drawn to him, continuously converging like the surging tides of an ocean, rushing into his body and filling his dantian. Then, nothing followed. Inside his dantian, the coveted divine will transformed into an unfathomable black hole, consuming the spiritual energy he absorbed entirely. However, this time was different from before. Previously, he had been oblivious to where the energy dissipated. Now, as he directed his consciousness toward his dantian, he clearly observed the spiritual energy entering a rapidly spinning Taiji diagram, undergoing an astonishing transformation into strands of yin, yang, and elemental attributes, which were then stored in their respective hexagram spaces. The hexagram spaces were nearly the same size as his dantian, brimming with spiritual power. As Chen fervently absorbed the spiritual energy, he also allocated a portion of his consciousness to guide the spiritual power through each meridian and acupoint, cleansing, opening, refining, and strengthening them. Alongside refining his qi, he dedicated another strand of consciousness to the refinement of his soul. This endeavor necessitates formidable spiritual strength as its foundation. Fortunately, having spent years in seclusion, he epitomizes the archetypal recluse, possessing a remarkably robust spiritual essence. During the process of refining qi, he still retains considerable energy, enabling him to simultaneously refine his soul. Chen promptly allocates a fragment of his consciousness, guiding the fiery energy from the Linghan space into his sea of consciousness, transforming it into flames that scorch his spirit. The technique of refining the soul with the fire of Li is the initial step of the coveted divine method. As he experiences the searing pain inflicted upon his soul, Chen feels no discomfort. Instead, he is enveloped in an odd sense of pleasure, akin to the purity derived from the purification of his spirit. Simultaneously, he must allocate another fragment of his consciousness to refine his body. This time, he directs the water energy from the Linghan space to cleanse his flesh and bones. The body refinement through water is also the first step of the coveted divine method. Engaging in the simultaneous refinement of qi, soul, and body indeed constitutes a wildly audacious cultivation technique. Truly, I possess the capability to cultivate. I must be an extraordinary prodigy. Chen, with his multifaceted focus, secretly revels in his own prowess. In truth, it seems I can further allocate a fragment of my consciousness to comprehend martial techniques and minor spells. Chen's insatiable ambition drives him to the brink of madness, aiming to simultaneously refine qi, soul, and body while deciphering martial arts and minor spells. In the realm of Chunyang and Cunning, the tumultuous fluctuations of spiritual energy above the Hehuan have already captured the attention of all individuals within the Hehuan Sect's Devour City branch. Who is undergoing a breakthrough? Such a commotion, why is it so immense? No, it appears that the absorption array is siphoning spiritual energy. Which unfortunate soul has fallen victim to this? Alas, Devour City prohibits fighting within its confines. Why is there no ban on the act of absorption? Combat may not necessarily lead to death, but absorption surely results in demise. A passerby lamented. You fail to comprehend. Fighting, even between two insignificant qi refining practitioners, can wreak havoc on the city structures. The lord of the city prioritizes the protection of urban property over human life, came an immediate explanation. If they do not safeguard human life, what justification do they have for charging us an entry fee? The prohibition of fighting indirectly preserves lives, does it not? At Linghan Pavilion, a beautiful middle-aged woman opened a window, gazing towards the sky above Hehuan, a smile gracing her features. That reckless girl, Linghan, has been seeking the opportunity to form a golden core in Pimdichio Mountain for nearly a year now. Surely this time she can break through. Master, is that Linghan Jr.'s sister undergoing a breakthrough? A handsome young man leaned closer and inquired. It should be. The middle-aged woman nodded, her expression warm. Upon her return, she had bound two old men, one in the second stage of golden core and the other in the seventh stage of foundation establishment. She was even carrying a small fellow, whose cultivation level is quite low, merely at the first stage of qi refining. Yet, if my eyes do not deceive me, that small fellow is the true treasure, likely a pure yang spirit body. Just by absorbing him, she would have a 100% certainty of forming a golden core. A pure yang spirit body. The young man's expression darkened. Master, what if Linghan Jr.'s sister does not absorb him, but instead keeps him as her dual cultivation partner? The middle-aged woman frowned lightly and nodded, saying, if I were in her place, I would certainly keep him. After all, pure yang and pure yin are a match made in heaven. It would be a shame to absorb him. Retaining him for dual cultivation would allow both to progress farther, for a longer time, and achieve greater heights. Master, if Linghan Jr.'s sister truly retains that young man as a dual cultivation partner, what should I do? I just received a message from Ginny, stating that Linghan has publicly declared she intends to take that fellow named Chen as her future dual cultivation partner. The handsome young man grew anxious. Shower, matters of the youth are not for me to interfere with. That young fellow, named Chen, if he were not in the hands of Linghan, I would have considered taking him as my disciple. A pure young spirit body, his cultivation talent is truly extraordinary, and his future achievements are incalculable. The most crucial point is, he is an ideal dual cultivation partner. It is unfortunate that he has fallen into the hands of that girl. It is not wise to snatch him away. The middle-aged woman seemed to be addressing the young man while also speaking to herself. Master, Linghan Jr.'s sister can only be my dual cultivation partner. I, Ling Xiao, vow never to allow another to lay claim to her. Whoever dares to lay a finger on her, I shall kill without hesitation. The handsome young man's jealousy flared, distorting his features as he clenched his fists, the bones cracking audibly. Shower, do not allow jealousy to cloud your judgment. If Linghan truly wishes to keep that young man as her dual cultivation partner, you must consider the consequences before taking action. The middle-aged woman perceived the boundless killing intent in Ling Xiao's eyes, her brows knitting together in concern. Rest assured, Master, when I act, there will be no trace left behind. If I do it, it shall be executed flawlessly. The handsome young man declared with unwavering determination. Why are there two fluctuations of spiritual energy? Could it be that Linghan's maid is also on the verge of a breakthrough in foundation establishment? The middle-aged woman cast a surprised glance at the sky above Hehuan. It cannot be that maid. I just saw her leave Hehuan and head into the streets, seemingly to procure supplies, Ling Xiao assured. Who could it be? Is there anyone else in that garden capable of performing absorption techniques? The middle-aged woman pondered with a hint of confusion. Master, why not utilize your spiritual sense to discern who it is? This place is about 3 miles from Hehuan. My spiritual sense cannot reach. Well, I truly wish to see who is engaging in absorption over there. The middle-aged woman spoke, closing her eyes slightly as she released her spiritual sense, which swiftly reached Hehuan. It is him. The middle-aged woman was taken aback. That young fellow, merely sitting cross-legged, had stirred such immense commotion. Master, what did you see? Why are you so astonished? Ling Xiao inquired, bewildered. The second surge of spiritual energy was actually caused by that young man brought back by Linghan. The middle-aged woman exclaimed in surprise. It is he? How can a first-stage qi refining practitioner achieve such a feat? Ling Xiao was incredulous, doubtful. The middle-aged woman shot a glance at Ling Xiao, her displeasure evident. Then go see for yourself. I shall go at once. Ling Xiao obediently turned and rushed towards Hehuan. In Hehuan, Chen was simultaneously refining qi, soul, body, and comprehending martial skills, his efficiency exceptionally high. After half an hour, the space within the coveted divine plate brimmed with spiritual power, and he faintly touched upon the barrier of the second stage of qi refining, feeling his meridians expand significantly, with enhanced resilience, yet his acupoints could no longer accommodate further expansion. Moreover, his soul power had notably increased, multitasking appeared even easier, and the range of his spiritual sense expanded by at least 10 zhang, allowing him to perceive events outside the garden with clarity. There, a young man whose aura surpassed even that of a demoness had a darkened expression as he snapped a branch of a wax plum tree as thick as a bowl. In addition to the enhancement of his soul power, his physical body seemed to undergo substantial transformation. After being cleansed by the spiritual power of the Qinshui, his body became more pure, expelling vast quantities of impurities through his pores, which turned into filth. This filth was comparable to what he had accumulated during his year of secluded living in the remote village. As for martial skills, Chen had not yet had the opportunity to comprehend the martial techniques of the qi refining stage passed down through the coveted divine plate. He had merely glanced through the family martial techniques of the Yi clan. The texts detailing those martial skills had long since been ingrained in his mind, not many, nor particularly strong. Previously, he had been unable to open his dantian or condense spiritual power, rendering him incapable of practicing. Now that he could, he did not rush to learn but instead skimmed through them, aiming to grasp the essence as thoroughly as possible. Chen conducted a simple analysis and summarization of the techniques of the family martial skills, discovering that all martial techniques comprise offense, defense, disruption, ambush, suppression, and annihilation. All techniques are fundamentally composed of the most basic introductory moves. For instance, regardless of how intricate the swordplay may be, it is invariably constructed from the foundational 13-character sword techniques. The potency of these techniques hinges upon the adept manipulation of spiritual energy, how one sets ambushes, disrupts, suppresses, attacks, executes, and defends, all artfully combined to maximize the release of spiritual energy. With this realization, Chen exhaled deeply, expelling a breath of stagnant air, concluding his practice and gradually opening his eyes. As Chen opened his eyes, he was met with a pair of compassionate, watery orbs gazing at him. He awkwardly smiled. "Sister Binger, you have returned?" Those pitying eyes belonged to Binger. As if suddenly detecting an unpleasant odor, she delicately covered her nose and retreated 2 steps, as if to escape. "Young man, why do you smell so foul? Did you fall into a cesspit?" Chen wrinkled his nose, unaware of any offense, for this body had long since acclimated to filth and foulness. With a sigh of exasperation, Binger pointed at the clothes, shoes, bedding, and toiletries strewn about on the table and chairs, remarking with annoyance, "Well, everything the young lady instructed has been brought back for you." "Thank you, Sister Bing." Chen expressed his gratitude. "Save your thanks." Binger waved her hand dismissively to disperse the unpleasant odor. "Young man, you are in serious trouble. Pray for your own well-being." Encountering an ambush, I find myself in quite a predicament. What trouble could I possibly be in? Chen's face was filled with confusion. Binger pointed towards the garden gate and remarked, "Just now, when my sister returned, she saw that fellow Ling Xiaozai cursing outside our garden gate." "Who is Ling Xiaozai? His curses have nothing to do with me, right?" Chen responded, perplexed. "Are you foolish? He is cursing your mother." Binger, both amused and exasperated, playfully slapped Chen on the head. "I haven't offended him. Why would he curse my mother?" Chen rubbed his head, appearing particularly aggrieved. "Oh, you unfortunate child." Binger was at a loss for words, nearly pounding her chest in frustration. "You took his woman. How could he not curse you?" "I took his woman? Who is she? Why am I unaware of this?" Chen felt even more wronged. "He is a disciple of Elder Ziyue, one of many suitors for my lady. You have taken her from him, do you understand?" Binger covered her forehead, her expression one of despair. Finally, Chen grasped the situation and innocently explained, "Sister Binger, it is not I who took your lady. Rather, she took me. All right?" "Hee." Binger scoffed. "Explaining to your sister is of no use. Just go take a bath and head out to explain to your lady's suitor. You reek." As she spoke, Binger swayed her hips and exited. The sight of her alluring figure and graceful steps stirred Chen's heart. "Ling Xiaozai? Is he the one outside the garden? If he were to strike me, I fear a single slap would turn me to dust. It is all that enchanting woman's fault for speaking carelessly. This trouble is indeed severe." Chen mused, gathering a change of clothes and walking out towards the restroom. Ling Xia had loitered outside the plum garden for quite some time, departing only after sensing the fluctuations in spiritual energy as Chen concluded his practice. Upon returning to the Linghan pavilion, he did not seek out the middle-aged beauty but summoned a burly man, instructing, "Shan Xiongwei, go investigate the origins of that fellow named Chen, whom Linghan brought back today." Shan Xiongwei, who possessed late-stage foundation establishment cultivation and was a trusted confidant of Ling Xia, acknowledged the command and departed. "Chen, I care not for your background. Dare to covet what belongs to me, and you shall meet your end." Ling Xia's handsome features contorted with jealousy. The plum garden. As dusk approached, the errant spiritual energy finally ceased. Then, the enchanting woman's voice emerged from the training room. "Binger, come in and collect the bodies." Hearing this, Binger emerged from the kitchen and commanded the dawdling Chen in the courtyard. "You, stop thinking of yourself as the master of this garden and go to work." "Work? Cooking?" Chen asked in confusion, as he was not idling but attempting to condense divine runes as per the Shunwen Dakian. "Cooking? Can you even cook? Would it be edible?" Binger replied impatiently. "I can," Chen responded earnestly, believing his culinary skills were adequate. "You foolish child. Is that what I meant? Did you not hear? The lady has finished her gathering and wants you to come in and collect the bodies." Binger was exasperated, feeling that this boy was entirely on a different wavelength. Chen acknowledged with an "oh," rising to head towards the training room. The door to the training room had already been unlatched, and Chen pushed it open. The room was small, devoid of any furniture save for a mat. At this moment, the enchanting woman remained seated on the mat, eyes closed in meditation. Not far from her, several formation flags stood, enclosing two corpses within an irregular shape. The corpses retained a peculiar, aggressive posture. Chen approached, collecting the bodies into his storage ring, and was about to exit when he heard the enchanting woman say, "Little Chow Chow, seeing them like this, do you still wish for me to collect you?" "I do." Chen replied without hesitation. "You wish, but are you not afraid of becoming like them?" The enchanting woman chided. "I told you, you cannot kill me with your collection." Chen insisted stubbornly. "Then tonight, come to my room, and I shall collect you in a fleshly manner." The enchanting woman retorted. "No, I only want the formation collection." "What is so good about the formation collection?" "During the formation collection, all you experience are illusions. The fleshly collection, however, is fundamentally different. It is all about reality and allure." Hee. The enchanting woman laughed, unable to contain herself. "Regardless, I only desire the formation collection. If you do not wish to partake, do not hinder Binger from collecting me. I will let her do the fleshly collection." Chen recalled the afternoon when he had nearly been subjected to Binger's fleshly collection and responded defiantly. "Fine, fine. Tonight I shall perform the formation collection on you. Should you die, it would be your fault. Go dig a pit and bury the bodies. Do not scatter them about to frighten others." The enchanting woman stood up angrily, dusting herself off. Okay. Chen certainly would not carelessly discard the two corpses. It was not that he feared frightening others, but rather that he worried about attracting trouble from the patrolling teams of the city Lord's Manor. Exiting the plum garden, Chen made his way to the plum grove, retrieving a spiritual shovel from his storage ring and digging a large pit. Just as he was about to take the corpses from his storage ring to place them in the pit, he suddenly felt an inexplicable chill wash over him, and a strong sense of danger surged within him. Not good. There is danger. His instincts honed from years of hunting compelled Chen to swing the spiritual shovel violently towards the source of danger behind him. A resounding clang echoed through the plum grove. Chen felt an overwhelming force strike the spiritual shovel, causing it to slip from his grasp and crash against a plum tree, shattering it to splinters. Amidst the flying wood chips, Chen was violently propelled backward, spewing blood and soaring like a kite with its string cut. Crashing through several plum trees, the plum grove erupted as if in the midst of a great battle, the tremendous sound reverberating throughout the Hehuan Sect's branch. Who is causing trouble in the plum grove? The enchanting woman, upon hearing the commotion, immediately soared out of the plum garden and hovered above the plum grove. What she beheld was utter devastation. Several plum trees lay shattered, branches strewn about, a sight both shocking and appalling. And there was Chen, entangled among the branches of a wax plum tree, blood pouring from his mouth, in a most tragic state. The enchanting woman hurriedly descended before Chen, intending to check his breath, but upon seeing him smile weakly through a mouthful of blood, she exclaimed, "You're not dead? I thought you had perished, you rascal." The enchanting woman nearly wept, quickly freeing Chen from the branches and cradling him in her arms. Chen's head nestled tightly against her bosom, surrounded by two soft peaks, feeling an overwhelming warmth and allure. "Rest assured, I shan't die. I have not perished even after your collection. How could a mere rock crush me?" Chen smiled painfully, surprisingly no longer stuttering. 16. The beautiful woman Ziyu. At this moment, a series of whooshing sounds echoed. Figures flew in from all directions, gathering above the plum grove in the blink of an eye. Among them were middle-aged beauties, patrol teams from the city lord's mansion, and men and women dressed in the standard robes of the Hehuan Sect. All were old monsters at the nascent soul stage. "You two little ones, explain what happened. Don't you know fighting is forbidden in the city?" A middle-aged man with red hair, beard, and eyebrows slowly descended into the plum grove, his face filled with killing intent. This man was the leader of the city lord's patrol team, Redbeard Wanhanchuan. Behind Wanhanchuan, other nascent soul stage old monsters landed one after another. "Hey, old man Wan, get this straight. We weren't the ones fighting. Someone tried to kill my little brother." The enchantress shouted angrily at Wanhanchuan. Seeing Chen injured like this, she was seething with rage and had nowhere to vent it. "Someone tried to kill this little fellow?" Wanhanchuan frowned deeply and asked Chen, "Little one, what is your name? Did you see clearly who attacked you?" Chen shook his head without answering. The moment he was struck with great force. He had opened his spiritual sense and caught a glimpse of the figure fleeing swiftly into the distance. The figure was familiar. It was the same person who had been lingering and peering outside the garden gate earlier. But he could not speak, because a woman had transmitted a voice message, ordering him to remain silent. Otherwise, he would surely die. Naturally, Yi Chun had no desire to die. He smiled bitterly to himself, silently vowing, one day, I will make all those who dare threaten me shut their wretched mouths. Tell me, what is your name? Did you see the person who tried to kill you? Red-beard Wanhanchuan asked again. His name is Yi Chun, the enchantress answered for him, then urged, tell old man Wan. Did you see that person or not? No. Yi Chun shook his head, replying weakly. This junior was digging a hole in the grove to collect soil when I suddenly felt something hurling toward my back. Instinctively, I swung my shovel to block it. I didn't see anyone before I was sent flying. Wanhanchuan pondered, then reached out and grabbed the spiritual shovel from midair, examining it carefully. The shovel was deformed, dented from the impact. Within the dent were powdered stone fragments, traces of spiritual energy lingering within. Sensing the residual energy, Wanhanchuan revealed a cold smile. A golden core initial stage cultivator and a full force strike at that. How audacious. Better not let me catch them, or else, humph. With that, he tossed the shovel aside and scanned the surrounding nascent soul stage old monsters. Everyone, keep your disciples in check. Don't cause trouble in Devour City. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you face. Threatened by a fellow nascent soul stage cultivator. The other old monsters all wore dark, unpleasant expressions. None replied. They were all elder-level figures from the Devour City branch of the Hehuan Sect. In other places, they would be considered giants, capable of summoning wind and rain, omnipotent. But here in Devour City, they had to tuck their tails between their legs and endure such humiliation, feeling deeply resentful. After issuing his warnings, Wanhanchuan twisted his body and soared into the sky with a whoosh, flying away. Only then did the surrounding nascent soul stage old monsters gather around to question the enchantress. Some called her junior sister, asking what had happened. Others called her junior niece, inquiring about Yi Chun's identity, and some even asked why Yi Chun was digging for soil. It was a chaotic scene, like a flock of gossiping women. Only the middle-aged beauty stood outside the circle, not joining the commotion. It wasn't until the crowd dispersed, having gleaned no answers, that she approached. The enchantress was clearly more respectful toward this middle-aged beauty than the others. As soon as she saw her approach, she immediately set Yi Chun down and bowed in greeting. Linghan pays respects to Aunt Ziyu. The beautiful woman, Ziyu, merely nodded with reserved dignity, her gaze shifting to Yi Chun as she asked the enchantress, Linghan, I heard you intend to keep him as your dual cultivation partner. Is this true? Yes. The enchantress replied without hesitation. Nonsense. Ziyu said angrily. Do you know what your status is? You are about to be appointed as the Holy Maiden, the future sect master. How can you casually pick a man and declare him your dual cultivation partner? Aunt. The enchantress retorted, clearly defiant and still hot-tempered. Who I choose as my dual cultivation partner is my own affair. No one has the right to interfere, and no one's interference will make a difference. With that, she picked up Yi Chun and headed back to the plum garden without looking back. This child, Aunt Ziyu chided with concern. I am doing this for your sake, and for that child's sake as well. He is too weak. How can he survive among your suitors? Whoever dares harm him, I will kill them. The enchantress's tone was resolute and unyielding. She stepped into the garden and closed the wooden gate behind her with a loud bang, clearly expressing her displeasure with Aunt Ziyu. Miss, what happened? Bing who had been waiting in the garden, quickly asked upon seeing this. Someone tried to kill Yi Chun. The enchantress said through gritted teeth. Sister, you can put me down now. I'm fine, Yi Chun said to the enchantress once they were inside the garden. Being protected so fiercely by the enchantress took Yi Chun by surprise. This enchantress, both righteous and wicked, did not seem as detestable as he had imagined. The enchantress did not immediately set Yi Chun down. Even when Bing offered to help, she refused. Only after carrying him into his room did she gently place him on the bed. Then, anxiously, she grabbed his wrist and checked his pulse, finally letting out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, your foundation remains unharmed, and there are no internal injuries. Just some superficial wounds. Take 2 healing pills, and you'll recover quickly. As she spoke, the enchantress flipped her jade-like hand and placed 2 healing pills into Yi Chun's mouth. Thank you, sister. Yi Chun swallowed the pills, feeling a wondrous spiritual energy spread from his dantian through his meridians, bringing immense comfort. Thank me? Nonsense. The enchantress said irritably. It's my fault. Not my doing that saved you. You're really lucky, kid. Taking a full force strike from a golden core initial stage cultivator and only suffering minor injuries. A full force strike from a golden core initial stage? Yi Chun mused inwardly. The force of that strike had indeed been terrifying to him. To have collided with so many winter-sweet trees under such immense power without damaging his foundation or internal organs, it seemed the Qin water body refinement had played a role. Otherwise, with his previous physical resilience, he would likely have been reduced to a pulp. Having refined his body for only half an hour with such remarkable results, the coveted divine art was truly miraculous. From now on, he would have to cultivate diligently. "Miss, the meal is ready. Shall I bring it in for young Master Yi?" Bing-er asked the enchantress, seeing that Yi Chen was not seriously injured. "Bring it in. I'll eat with him." The enchantress nodded in agreement. The enchanting woman has already reached the golden core stage and has long since transcended the need for daily sustenance. Her willingness to accompany Yi Chen for a meal is solely an expression of her emotions. After Bing-er stepped out, Yi Chen sat up and inquired, "Sister, were all those who just arrived in the Yuanying stage elders from our subsect?" She was astonished at the sheer number. 12 is not that many. The enchanting woman replied dismissively. "Isn't 12 considered a substantial number?" Yi Chen asked in disbelief. Licking dog Ling Xiao, of course, is not numerous. The demoness disdainfully remarked. "As an elder of the Yuanying stage from the Hehuan Sect, I can confidently say we have not less than 80 or 90,000 in number. Here, there are merely 12, hardly a significant count." The notion that the Hehuan Sect possesses 80 to 90,000 masters at the Yuanying level nearly caused Yi Chen to gasp in astonishment. This represents the pinnacle of combat strength in the demon suppression domain. To possess such a vast number of elite warriors is indicative of formidable power. Yet, the records in the Yi family's archive suggest that the strength of the Hehuan Sect pales in comparison to that of the Zhengdao Alliance. Just how powerful must the Zhengdao Alliance be? How could I possibly avenge the annihilation of my clan? Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a wave of despondency wash over him. Dinner is served. Just as Yi Chen was mired in gloom, Bing-er entered with a tray of steaming hot dishes, meticulously setting them on the round table in the center of the room. Upon seeing the food, Yi Chen suddenly realized how ravenous he was, having not consumed a morsel since the previous night. He wasted no time, settling at the table and voraciously devouring his meal. Although Bing-er's culinary skills were merely average and the food lacked exquisite flavor, Yi Chen relished it with great delight. It had been far too long since he had tasted decent food, and he was on the verge of forgetting that such delectable fare existed in the world. Watching Yi Chen devour his meal, the demoness recalled the drudgery of his life over the past year, living like a mole. And a surge of maternal affection welled up within her, her eyes filled with indulgence. "From now on, if anyone dares to harm you, I shall eliminate them," the demoness silently vowed. At this moment, in the Linghan pavilion, a middle-aged beauty named Ziyu, seated upon a chair draped in beast pelts, coldly commanded her disciple Ling Xiao kneel. Ling Xiao remained unmoving, his face reflecting reluctance. "I said kneel. What? Have you grown wings? Do you no longer heed my words?" Ling Xiao's reaction evidently incited Ziyu's ire. "I dare not," he replied, and though reluctant, he eventually knelt. "How did I advise you during the day? Did I not instruct you to consider the consequences if you were to act against Yi Chen?" Ziyu rose, her voice icy as she questioned him. "Yes." Ling Xiao averted his gaze, responding with his head bowed. "Have you thought it through?" Ziyu's cheeks flushed, her tone rising considerably. Ling Xiao opened his mouth to speak, but the words caught in his throat. "Are you still unconvinced?" Seeing Ling Xiao hesitating, Ziyu's anger flared further. "Do you understand that if I had not sent a message to threaten that Yi Chen just now, you would likely be dead?" Ling Xiao's lips twitched, remaining silent, yet clearly unimpressed. Still not convinced. Ziyu could no longer contain her emotions. Delivering a swift kick that sent him crashing against the wall, her voice laced with reprimands. "Do you think the rule against fighting in Dichio City is something you, as a mere second-level Jindan, can disregard? Who gave you the audacity? Even I, a 9th-level Yuanying and the sect leader's junior, would not dare such insolence. What gives you the temerity?" Though Ling Xiao was dazed from the impact, he remained kneeling, awaiting his master's reprimand. But his heart still harbored disdain. A city like Dichio, so minuscule, could not possibly possess great strength. How many elite warriors could it truly have? The illustrious Hehuan Sect boasts at least 100,000 elite warriors. Why should it fear such a place? Ziyu sensed Ling Xiao's dismissive attitude and felt a deep sense of helplessness. She understood her disciple all too well. With extraordinary talent, he had established a foundation at 18, attained Jindan at 25, and now, at 30, was already a second-level Jindan. It was precisely because of his exceptional gifts and her excessive indulgence that he had developed such an arrogant, dismissive character. Ling Xiao, Ziyu warned sternly, this is your final warning. If you dare to act out in Dichio City again, I will personally deal with you without needing one Hong Quan to intervene. Do not think for a moment that I will show mercy. Yes, despite his lingering defiance, Ling Xiao could only bow his head, not daring to retort. Now leave? Yes. Ling Xiao felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, quickly rising to bow to Master Ziyu before exiting the room. Once back in his chamber, he closed the door and seized a chair, violently smashing it to the ground. The chair shattered upon impact, scattering splinters throughout the room. Yi Chen, I swear I will kill you. Ling Xiao vented his frustrations, howling in a frenzy. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Ling Xiao was in the throes of his fury, someone rapped at the door. He hurriedly composed himself, waving his hand to gather the wooden shards into his storage ring, and calmly inquired, Who is it? It is I, Dan Xiongwei. Upon hearing Dan Xiongwei's voice, Ling Xiao swung the door open. Come in. After Dan Xiongwei entered, Ling Xiao closed the door with a wave of his hand, a subtle array flickering around the door. Young master, I am incompetent and could not uncover the origins of that Yichun. All I know is that he is a wild child brought back by the fairy Linghan from an abandoned mountain village at the foot of the opposite mountain. Dan Xiongwei bowed respectfully, a hint of shame in his demeanor. A wild child from an abandoned mountain village. No other information? Ling Xiao inquired, perplexed. None. Dan Xiongwei hesitated, seemingly holding back something. What else? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. Young master, do you recall the 15-year-old boy that the Zhengdao Alliance is hunting down worldwide? Of course. The commotion stirred by those hypocrites from the Zhengdao Alliance last year was quite remarkable. What are you implying? The ages and names of the two match perfectly. I suspect they are very likely the same person. There are countless individuals in the world who share the same name and age. The probability is quite low. Consider this, a 15-year-old child, wanted by the Zhengdao Alliance. How could he possibly have made it to the distant Pai Mu Dichio mountain? Ling Xiao dismissed the notion. Young master. Dan Xiongwei grinned slyly, flattering him. Whether they are the same person is not crucial. What matters is that there are people from the Zhengdao Alliance coming to deal with him, right? Are you suggesting? Ling Xiao began to grasp the underlying meaning. Young master, Dan Xiongwei continued to flatter him, presenting his scheme. If I were to casually spread the word in a small tavern that Yi Chun is indeed the 15-year-old boy wanted by the Zhengdao Alliance, do you think those fellows would take the initiative to deal with him on your behalf? Ling Xiao's face broke into a smile as he patted Dan Xiongwei's shoulder, saying, Xiongwei, you truly have a remarkable mind. Very well, we shall proceed with this plan. Here is a bottle of recovery pill. Take it and consume it. Shan Xiongwei received the rejuvenation elixir but did not depart immediately. Instead, he continued to flatter, saying, Young master, your journey to Pimu Daikyu Mountain alongside the enchanting Linghan Xianzi is primarily to seek opportunities for breakthroughs. Now that she has succeeded, do you believe she will return to the headquarters? In principle, yes, Ling Xiao replied. What do you wish to convey? The subordinate expressed, if, by chance, the Righteous Alliance fails to take action against that Yi Chun in Daikyu City, we ought to leave a contingency plan along the way. As Bing stood in the ice garden, Ling Xiao pondered and nodded. Are you suggesting that I should conclude my training early and return to the headquarters with my junior sister Linghan, seeking an opportunity to eliminate that individual along the way? Precisely, Dan Xiongwei affirmed. We must also consider how to act at the headquarters should we miss our chance on the road. You truly think ahead. Ling Xiao remarked with satisfaction. Very well. You shall accompany me as my personal attendant. At your command. Dan Xiongwei replied joyfully, for clinging to the leg of a direct disciple was the greatest aspiration of his life. Now, that dream was on the verge of realization, filling him with elation. Tomorrow, you can join forces with Linghan to hunt the third-grade crimson flame lion outside the city, deepening your bond, Dan Xiongwei continued, offering flattery in the form of romantic suggestions. Teaming up with Linghan against the crimson flame lion? That is indeed feasible, Ling Xiao chuckled. Young master, Dan Xiongwei said with a sly grin. If Linghan leaves the May Garden with you to confront the beast, won't the garden lose its protection? I could sneak in quietly or lure him out of the city. All right. However, it must be executed cleanly, without leaving any traces. Ling Xiao contemplated. Rest assured, young master. Dealing with a mere chi refinement stage shrimp is child's play, Dan Xiongwei reassured him. In the May Garden, Yi Chun nearly overindulged, letting out a satisfied belch as she gazed dreamily at her enchanting companion. Sister, let us engage in some enhancement. Enhancement? The enchanting figure looked at her in bewilderment. I feel as though I have touched the second barrier. If you enhance me once more, I believe I can break through, Chen stated earnestly. You are truly a peculiar one. Who begs a lady for enhancement? Don't you know it could cost you your life? Binger scolded. Lady Linghan enhanced me once, and not only did I survive, but I also opened my dantian and reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement first stage, Chen explained. Is that so? Binger relaxed, then fixed her intense gaze upon the enchanting figure. Miss, how about allowing me to enhance him once? To aid in my foundation establishment? After a moment's hesitation, the enchanting figure finally nodded. Very well. Let us go to the training room. It is set up with an enhancement formation. Thank you, miss. Binger exclaimed joyfully. The enchanting figure, ignoring Binger, turned her worried gaze to Chen. Little Chen, are you truly all right? What if something goes wrong? You could die. Rest easy, I will be perfectly fine. Chen replied confidently. Then let us proceed. The enchanting figure said, wrapping her arms around Chen's waist as they walked toward the training room. Upon entering the enhancement formation, Chen sat cross-legged. The formation soon activated, drawing an immense amount of spiritual energy back to the May Garden, flooding into Chen's body, coursing through his meridians, and pushing forth his yuan-yang power. Chen quickly fell into a state of absorption, offering no resistance as the spiritual energy poured in, letting the formation control the flow and allowing his yuan-yang power to escape. Yet, he did not succumb. Instead, he expanded his consciousness to feel the spiritual energies nurturing of his meridians and dantian. The vast and boundless spiritual energy surged in, providing unparalleled refinement to Chen's meridians and dantian. As his yuan-yang power spilled forth, Chen's body rapidly withered, life force slipping away. Little Chen, didn't you say you would be fine? Why is this happening? The enchanting figure grew anxious. Once the enhancement formation was activated, it could not cease until the recipient's yuan-yang was completely exhausted. Even the enchanting figure could not halt the process. Forcing a stop would result in both their deaths. Fear not. I am fine. Chen trembled, stuttering his response. In the illusion, Binger moved swiftly, providing him with exquisite pleasure, siphoning away his yuan-yang power. To preserve his life, Chen frantically drew pure yang energy from the coveted divine disk's yang fish space to replenish his yuan-yang. He also extracted wood energy from the zhenghua space to rebuild his flesh and stabilize his life force. After 2 hours, I have established my foundation. I have succeeded. The ecstatic voice of Binger echoed through the training room. At 17, her foundation establishment marked her as an extraordinary talent. Yet her status dictated that she could not become an inner disciple of the Hehuan Sect, remaining merely a maid to the enchanting figure. Nevertheless, her success brought her immense joy. The enhancement formation ceased its operations. The enchanting figure, disregarding the congratulatory sentiments toward Binger, rushed into the formation, pulling Chen out and holding him tightly. Chen remained seated, slightly stiffened. However, he was evidently in better condition than before. He had not been reduced to a lifeless husk, his flesh still full, and his life force intact. Yet, the enchanting figure believed him to be dead, kissing his pale cheek with a choked voice. Silly little brother, did you not say you would be fine? How can you be gone? Miss, have I committed a grave mistake? Binger felt a pang of sorrow upon seeing her mistress cry. Achieving foundation establishment was supposed to be a joyful occasion. Yet it left her feeling despondent. Sister, it is not your fault. I did this willingly. A faint voice replied. The prolonged pleasure output left Chen feeling utterly drained. Is that so? Little Chen, you are still alive? The enchanting figure, hearing Chen's response, scrutinized him closely, and gradually, her tears turned into laughter. Chen not only survived, but also exuded an aura of the second stage of qi refinement. He had broken through as well. Still alive. I told you I would be fine. Chen extricated himself from the enchanting figure's embrace. Young man, it is wonderful that you are alive. I need not feel guilty anymore. Look at me. I have established my foundation. In the future, do not provoke me. Binger laughed. I have also broken through, achieving the pinnacle of the second stage of qi refinement. Chen replied with delight. Within the realm of enhancement, he and Binger shared an intimate connection, cultivating a newfound affection for her that surpassed his feelings for the enchanting figure. Their previous intimacy had been born of irrationality and reluctance, leaving behind only resentment. Binger, Return to your own room and consolidate your realm. Little Chen, you should also return to solidify your foundation. The enchanting figure, relieved to find Yi Chun unharmed, exhaled deeply. Back in his chamber, Yi Chun resumed his multifaceted training, refining his qi, soul, and body while contemplating martial techniques. He felt still too weak and sought to elevate his cultivation to confront the uncertainties of the future, particularly the pursuits of the enchanting figure's admirers. The processes of refining qi, soul, and body proceeded as usual, yet his understanding of martial techniques underwent a transformation. This time, he focused on the martial techniques from the coveted heritage. At lightning speed, there exists a plethora of martial techniques encompassing fists, kicks, palms, and fingers, as well as various weapons such as swords and halberds, each possessing numerous sets. He has chosen solely to delve into the study of sword techniques. However, his exploration remains cursory, merely skimming the surface to grasp the essence, with no immediate intention to practice. The sword techniques from the coveted inheritance far surpass those of his Yi family, both in terms of specific moves and the manipulation of spiritual energy, which the Yi family's ancestral martial arts cannot compare to. The sword techniques within the coveted inheritance include those primarily focused on offense, defense, and disruption, all emphasizing two fundamental aspects: speed and power. Speed is something Yi Chun does not lack. He is almost innately swift. What he lacks is strength, as he is still merely a novice at the early stage of qi refinement. Although he possesses abundant spiritual energy, surpassing even that of ordinary peak qi refinement practitioners, his meridians lack the necessary width and resilience to harness that power effectively. Nevertheless, the coveted inheritance offers methods to compensate for his deficiencies in strength. According to its teachings, the offensive sword techniques primarily draw upon elemental energies such as metal, thunder, fire, and wind, emphasizing sharpness, ferocity, and swiftness. The defensive sword techniques, in contrast, primarily utilize the energies of water, earth, and wood, focusing on impenetrability and solidity akin to mountains. As for the disruptive techniques, they rely predominantly on wind energy for extraordinarily rapid movements. These sword techniques come with specific moves, all of which Yi Chun has committed to memory. Blessed with a photographic memory, he does not need to consciously memorize them. They are indelibly etched in his mind. Yet, he remains indifferent to these moves, in pursuit of a decisive strike. Preparing numerous feints to lure an opponent into a predetermined ambush may seem clever, but in reality, it is overly complex. Years of hunting experience have taught him that once hostilities commence, neither side will adhere to predictable patterns. Therefore, he prefers a straightforward approach, adapting to circumstances, seizing upon the enemy's weaknesses, and finishing the fight with a single sword strike. To achieve this, mastering the introductory 13-character sword mantra suffices. In the early stage of qi refinement, his ultimate technique, whether it be thrusts, jabs, strikes, or slashes, along with defensive maneuvers like blocks, deflections, and intercepts, allows him to unleash 9 sword shadows in one swift motion, an unparalleled speed. He wonders if he will be even faster now that he has reached the second level of qi refinement. Meanwhile, after both the enchanting woman and Binger entered a meditative state, they exited the room to busily prepare in the garden. She stepped with a bagua stance, planting formation flags, and established a protective array. As one of the instigators, despite her somewhat limited intelligence, the enchanting woman could surmise who had taken action that afternoon. Ling Xiao, you madman. If you dare to harm Xiao Chao again, I, the fairy, shall not spare you, she muttered through gritted teeth while arranging the formation. As a practitioner in the early stages of the Golden Core, the protective array she set up would be ineffective against those in the nascent soul stage. However, it would offer formidable defense against Golden Core practitioners and those below. She believed that while she was absent from the May Garden, it would suffice to protect Yi Chun from the rogue Ling Zhao's attacks. Yi Chun meditated for a full day and night. Upon opening his eyes, he realized it was already the following night. His progress had been remarkably swift. Yi Chun felt an inner delight, having only practiced for one night to touch upon the barriers of the 3rd level. Should he summon the enchanting woman for another array tonight? Reflecting on her, his feelings were complex. A woman who should have been his enemy had now become his most trusted ally. His consciousness involuntarily extended, covering several rooms in the May Garden. The enchanting woman was absent, while Binger was seated, solidifying her realm. Where could the enchanting woman have gone at this late hour? Could she be out of the city, capturing those elders from the Hehuan Sect? Yi Chen pondered, gradually extending his consciousness towards the garden. Near the garden wall, a faint flow of array patterns was discernible. Had the enchanting woman set up a protective array before leaving? Was this to prevent him from exiting or to keep intruders at bay? Yi Chen speculated on her intentions. He continued to release his consciousness, which soon crossed the garden walls, enveloping the entire plum grove. In the grove, a delicate mist lingered, resembling a fairyland, with the broken branches and dug pits he had left still visible. He extended his consciousness further in all directions beyond the plum grove. 20 zhang. My consciousness can now encompass a radius of 20 zhang. Within this range, he found no signs of others. Should he go out and bury those two old perverts? Just thinking about placing them in his storage ring sent shivers down his spine. Contemplating this, Yi Chen rose and exited the room. The moonlight was like frost, and the light mist resembled silk. What a beautiful night. Yi Chen activated his broken void divine ability, carefully examining the flowing array patterns that could only be detected by consciousness. He had seen this type of pattern in the Shunwen Comprehensive and recognized it as a second-tier array. An array established with such patterns could automatically identify the aura of those it was meant to protect. This meant that Yi Chen could freely enter and exit the array without triggering it. Unfortunately for anyone else, it would be quite the opposite. Understanding this, Yi Chen no longer hesitated, opening the garden gate and stepping outside. He intended to bury the two gruesome corpses first, then return to find something to eat, as his stomach was painfully empty. 100 zhang outside the May garden, in a shadowy corner of another garden, a pair of ghostly eyes snapped open the moment Yi Chen opened the garden gate. What a clever boy. Finally ventured out. I've been waiting for you with great anticipation. The owner of those ghostly eyes was none other than Shan Xiongwei, eager to curry favor and gain recognition. After his master, Ling Xiao, had left the city with the immortal Linghan to confront the Crimson Flame Lion, he had come to stealthily eliminate Yi Chen. Unexpectedly, Linghan had set up an automatic recognition protective array. The moment he pushed the door, the array activated, causing him to crash into an energy barrier with a loud thud, nearly knocking him unconscious. With no other options, he had to find this secluded corner to hide and wait, and to his surprise, he had managed to wait until that little brat emerged in the dead of night. This was a rare opportunity. He swiftly rose and vanished into the moonlit night. In the plum grove, Yi Chen glanced around, stealthily approaching the pit he had dug. He retrieved the two corpses from his storage ring, tossed them into the pit, and picked up the deformed spiritual shovel to begin burying them. After several shovelfuls of earth, Yi Chen felt a sudden jolt in his heart, sensing an impending danger drawing near. He swiftly unleashed his spiritual awareness and suddenly discovered that, 10 zhang behind him, a figure exuding the aura of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator was stealthily approaching. In an instant, he comprehended the impending danger. He could no longer concern himself with burying others, for he was on the verge of being buried himself. Fleeing was his only option. Yi Chen grasped his shovel and took flight, instinctively channeling the wind attribute spiritual energy stored within the Sun hex of the coveted divine disc. In a flash, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and darted back into the garden. Such speed. It was astonishing. Dan Xiongwei, who was silently closing in on Yi Chen, was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was utterly inconceivable. The speed of that young lad was rivaling even that of young Master Ling Xiao. In the midst of the tumultuous chaos, Yi Chen found himself astonished not only by the overwhelming might of the individual before him, but also by his own newfound swiftness. When did I become so remarkably fast? Could it be attributed to harnessing the power of the wind? As uncertainty gripped him, he sought to unravel the mystery, swiftly perusing through the myriad of legacies until he discovered a singular technique dedicated to agility. This was the only inheritance that focused on the art of movement. Eagerly, he delved into its teachings and began to comprehend the nuances of the Kuwaitian Shinfa, a deceptively simple technique. It lacked definitive steps, instead emphasizing the manipulation of wind spiritual energy through the legs. The essence lay in the practitioner's adaptability, encapsulated in a single word: speed. With ample wind power, one could reach such velocities that flight became a possibility. After a brief period of contemplation, Yi Chen grasped the core principles of the Kuwaitian Shinfa. With nothing pressing on his mind, he activated the technique, and in an instant, he transformed into several fleeting shadows, darting around the garden. This newfound speed surpassed even that of his earlier escape, eclipsing the swiftness he had previously achieved through his innate strength. Finally, he had acquired a means of self-preservation, and with a sigh of relief, he pondered the identity of the individual who had pursued him. It was clear they had sinister intentions. Could they be a suitor of the enchanting maiden? What manner of person would dare pursue such a woman? A reckless individual, one who flaunts their allure. Marrying her would mean peril at every turn. After all, I am merely her servant. What cause do they have to feel envious? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, hunger struck Chen, prompting him to enter the kitchen and prepare a meal. He stewed a large pot of lightning night wolf meat, allowing the savory aroma to waft through the garden, even rousing Binger from her meditative state. Who is cooking? It smells divine, she exclaimed, approaching Chen, who was savoring his meal. Oh, you little rascal, enjoying your feast without inviting your sister Binger. Look at you gobbling it down. Be careful not to choke. Binger, have you finished your meditation? Come try some, it's quite delicious. Chen offered, pulling a juicy wolf leg from the pot and extending it towards her. She retorted with playful indignation, You silly boy. I'm a lady, my appetite cannot match yours. I shall serve myself. With that, she retrieved a small piece of meat, taking it to the neighboring dining room to savor it slowly. As soon as the meat graced her palate, her eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, this is exquisite. You have quite the culinary skill, far surpassing my own. How about you take over the cooking duties from now on? Chen, gnawing on the leg she had declined, replied, Absolutely. I've been preparing my own meals since childhood. It's my forte. However, Binger suddenly sighed, her expression turning contemplative as she gazed at her bowl of meat. What troubles you, Bing? Chen inquired, puzzled. I have established my foundation and must now abstain from such earthly delights, she lamented. Why must you abstain? He asked, bewildered. Because I must cultivate, she explained. Do you understand what that entails? Not really, he admitted. Oh, you poor child, you know nothing. Once a cultivator establishes their foundation, they must feed on the spiritual essence of the world or rare treasures, minimizing consumption of mundane food to avoid polluting their spiritual body and hindering their cultivation. Is that so? Well, I'm fortunate not to have established my foundation yet. Chen chuckled. How can it be fortunate that you Hehuan Sect established a foundation? Being able to enjoy earthly pleasures is indeed a blessing, she teased. What about enjoying romantic encounters? Would you consider that a blessing? Binger teased with a flirtatious glance. Well, I'm still young. Such matters are better left for when I'm older, Chen replied awkwardly. Why wait? While the lady is away, we should indulge ourselves, Binger playfully suggested, inching closer and planting a kiss on his cheek. Startled, Chen instinctively dodged, activating the coveted shinfa with such speed that it resembled a flash of lightning. Why are you hiding, you little rascal? You're so swift. I'm not a demon. There's no need to flee. Binger pouted, slightly miffed. Binger, do you know how to perform array harvesting? Perhaps we could try our hand at it? Chen proposed with a grin. Not a chance. The lady hasn't taught me yet. Even if I could, I wouldn't dare or desire to, she replied with a touch of annoyance. Why not? I volunteer. It would be mutually beneficial. Chen argued, confused. Binger frowned. You are the lady's man. I am merely a servant. How could I presume to partake? Besides, what joy is there in array harvesting? It's hardly enjoyable. What about we consider a meat harvest instead? Meat harvest? Chen was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning conflicted. His yearning for power and advancement was palpable. Setting aside thoughts of vengeance against those who had wronged him and seeking to reunite with Kur, the lurking danger outside, a late-stage foundation cultivator lying in wait, was enough to compel him to abandon his steadfast resolve. Perhaps a meat harvest is the way forward. For the sake of strength, for vengeance, and for the hope of finding Kur again. What sacrifices cannot be made? Chen's resolve began to waver, his mind conjuring vivid images of Binger in the throes of passion. The allure, the ecstasy, the splendor. A warmth surged within him, and in a daze, he uttered, a meat harvest it shall be. To his surprise, Binger erupted into laughter, as if he had just told the most amusing joke. Ah, little rascal, you have finally been dragged into the depths. But alas, you are the lady's man. While I may harbor such thoughts, I lack the courage to act upon them. Binger, are you jesting? Chen felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. What else could it be? Do you think I would truly engage in such acts? If the lady found out, I'd be in hot water, she teased, reveling in her playful banter as she watched him squirm. Chen realized that the opportunity for a grand romantic escapade that night had vanished, leaving him with a heavy heart. After hastily finishing the meal and tidying up the pots and pans, he returned to the bedroom to seize the time for cultivation. Binger, however, continued to smile cheerfully, following him in and asking, "You silly boy, you stingy little thing. It's not my fault you can't be plucked by me, so why are you giving me that sour face? I have a question for you. Where's my young lady? Where did she go? How should I know? When I woke up, she was already gone from the garden," Chen replied irritably. "Oh, then I'll go ask the gate guards," Binger said. "What's the point of asking in the middle of the night?" Chen retorted dismissively. "You silly boy." Binger lifted Chen's chin with her delicate hand, a sly and ambiguous glint in her eyes. "If the young lady is gone for several days, wouldn't that mean the two of us could, well, pluck that something? Miss, are you not afraid that she might stew you?" Chen shrugged off Binger's delicate hand, no longer believing her nonsensical chatter. "Are you foolish? If you don't speak, and I don't speak, wouldn't she remain unaware?" Binger chuckled. Chen's eyes sparkled with renewed interest, and she nodded, saying, "Then go ahead and ask. However, there is someone in the late foundation establishment stage lurking outside the garden, seemingly here to deal with me. I wonder if it could pose a threat to you." "What did you say? Someone in the late foundation establishment is hiding and preparing to attack you?" Binger was taken aback. "Yes," Chen affirmed. "Just now when I ventured out to bury those two corpses, he stealthily approached me. I noticed him in advance, and he fled into the garden to escape." "He didn't pursue into the garden?" Binger asked. Puzzled. "He cannot enter," Chen replied. Before Linghan left, she set up a protective array in the garden that can automatically identify the identity of anyone approaching. "We can enter and exit without issues, but others attempting to enter will be blocked by the formation. Then I shall remain hidden within the garden." Binger expressed her evident fear, trusting that Miss would be safe. "Moreover, even if something were to happen to Miss, our presence would be of no use. What about our gathering?" Chen was fixated on the gathering. Having finally relinquished her steadfastness, she felt it necessary to seize the moment, lest she waver again. "Gathering? You silly boy, I'm just teasing you. Let us all lie still. It's the middle of the night, and dream sweet dreams." Binger playfully slapped Chen on the forehead, twisting her waist and swaying her hips as she headed towards the door. Binger. Chen, emboldened by an unknown surge of courage, employed the Qi Tian body technique, and, with astonishing speed, hugged Binger from behind. "You little rascal, let go. Do you want to die?" Binger was startled, vigorously striking Chen's hand in an attempt to pry him off her waist. "Gather with me." Chen buried his head in Binger's neck, stubbornly declaring, "I want to break through. I want to grow stronger. I don't want to be killed the moment I step out of this garden." "Silly brother." Binger sighed, her delicate hand caressing Chen's face, saying, "It's not that I don't want to help you, but regarding Miss, you said it. If you don't speak, I don't speak, alas." Binger turned back, saying, "Silly brother, you truly are foolish. In our Dichio City branch, there are 12 formidable Yuanying stage elders, any one of whom has the ability to monitor us. Our gathering will create a significant commotion, and if their divine senses sweep over, they will discover whether we are gathering essence or flesh. It is not as simple as you not speaking, and I not speaking, and Miss remaining oblivious." Chen felt dejected and released his hold. "Silly brother." Binger cupped Chen's face with her hands, gazing affectionately, saying, "Don't be disheartened. When Miss returns, let her gather with you. If you truly want me to assist you, you should learn formations. As long as you master the formation that can block divine sense probing, no one will be able to detect us during our gathering." "Learn formations?" Chen's eyes brightened. As a supplementary cultivation method, the utility of formations is exceedingly vast, and mastering them would yield numerous benefits. However, Binger kissed Chen on the lips and released him, stating, "But not yet. You must wait until after your foundation establishment. The Hehuan Sect stipulates that disciples can only begin learning auxiliary professions, including alchemy, weapon forging, talisman crafting, array formation, and beast taming, after achieving foundation establishment. Why must I wait until after foundation establishment to start learning?" Chen was anxious. After foundation establishment, he can't wait. He desires to gather with Binger tonight. The second profession requires a robust spiritual and soul force to support it. Only after successfully establishing the foundation can one progress swiftly in learning. Binger explained. "Then what do you plan to learn?" "Isn't it formations?" Chen inquired. "Me?" Binger smiled wryly, saying, "What I learn is not up to me. Everything depends on Mrs. Wishes. Whether I can learn a second profession is debatable. Moreover, I wouldn't go to the lengths of sneaking around with you to gather. Would I specifically learn formations to block divine senses for you? Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, it is not as though she must gather with him. Why should she learn formations for him? All right. Stop overthinking and get some rest. Bing did not linger in Chen's room any longer and left. Alas, Chen sighed deeply, collecting his thoughts, climbed into bed, and sat cross-legged, preparing to diligently practice and break through the third layer of qi refinement. At present, his dantian and the space of the qi-tian divine disk have already reached the size of 2 wash basins, and the width and resilience of his meridians have reached the limits attainable by the second layer's peak. To break through the third layer, he needs to continuously guide the dantian's spiritual energy to cleanse the meridians and acupoints, impacting the dantian to expand its capacity. This requires a vast amount of spiritual energy and persistent effort over a long period. The only method to expedite the breakthrough is through gathering. Of course, dual cultivation might also yield similar effects. However, that must be tested to confirm. Chen soon entered a state of focused cultivation. A year of seclusion and years of being a waste made his soul power significantly stronger than that of an average person, allowing him to enter a state of cultivation relatively easily. But for Bing, it was more challenging. That little rascal's bold embrace from behind stole her heart, leaving her tossing and turning, hardly able to sleep until dawn. Just as she drifted off, she heard the garden gate being knocked loudly. Bing, helpless, got up and approached the garden, asking through the door, "Who is it?" "It's me, Shan Xiongwei." "Bing, something terrible has happened to your young lady," came Shan Xiongwei's anxious voice from outside. "What happened to my young lady?" Bing panicked, pulling open the garden gate. "Bing, quickly go with young master Chen to save your young lady. She has encountered trouble in the mountains outside the East City." Shan Xiongwei glanced into the garden, speaking in urgency. "Xiongwei, what exactly has happened to my young lady?" Bing managed to remain relatively calm. "It's like this," Shan Xiongwei explained. "Your young lady went to the mountain outside the East City with young master Ling Xiao to battle that red flame lion. Unexpectedly, that red flame lion is exceptionally formidable. They couldn't defeat it even when working together. Young master Ling Xiao was severely injured and sent a distress signal to the branch after retreating from the battle. Now, that red flame lion is still chasing and attacking your young lady. If we delay, it may be too late." Bing felt a surge of panic. Have the elders Ziyue and the branch elders gone to rescue her? They have no time. They are busy preparing for the auction in 2 days. How can they disregard my young lady's safety? She is the direct disciple of the sect master and is about to be recognized as a saintess. Ha ha ha. Shan Xiongwei sneered. "Bing, your young lady hasn't been recognized as a saintess yet, has she? Very well. I will call Chen to go save my young lady," Bing declared, hurrying to knock on Chen's door. In the midst of an ambush outside the garden, Dan Xiongwei, fearful of being recognized by Chen, hastily slipped away. When Dan Xiongwei knocked on the door, Chen had already awakened from his meditation, his consciousness having recognized the visitor as the one who had stealthily approached him the previous night. What should I do? Chen pondered, realizing that this individual clearly intended to deceive him into leaving the city. If I go, it leads to certain doom. If I refuse, how can I convince Binger? She must be in a state of panic by now. Indeed, when Binger knocked on the door, she was already in tears. Chen, wake up. The young lady is in trouble. We must go save her. That person is deceiving you. Chen calmly replied as he opened the door. You heard everything? Binger asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. I certainly did. Chen stated nonchalantly, he is the one who sought to harm me last night, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. He clearly intends to lure me out of the city to take action against me. Dan Xiongwei wants to harm you? Binger could hardly believe it. He doesn't even know you. You have no grievances against one another. Why would he want to attack you? Huh. You see, Sister Binger, that golden core cultivator nearly killed me. And he too was a stranger to me. He had no reason to target me either. But what if the young lady truly is in danger? Binger pressed, her urgency growing. If she is truly in danger, will you and I be able to save her? She is a golden core cultivator, and we would be no match for the beasts that even she cannot defeat. Would we not be walking to our deaths? I don't care. I need you to come with me to save the young lady. Will you go or not? Binger exclaimed, losing her composure as she grasped Chen and attempted to pull him outside. I will not go, Chen declared resolutely. That would be sheer folly. I am not foolish enough to throw my life away. If you refuse to go, then I will deal with you. You ungrateful wretch. The young lady has treated you well, and this is how you repay her? To abandon her in her time of need? What use is there for someone like you? As she spoke, Binger unsheathed her sword and pressed it against Yi Chen's throat. You foolish woman. You will be the death of me. Yi Chen cursed inwardly but refrained from voicing his thoughts, fearing that a single word might provoke this frantic woman into action. Come with me, or I shall kill you, Binger insisted, gently sealing Yi Chen's meridians with a flick of her delicate hand before sheathed her spirit sword and pushed him forward. All is lost, Yi Chen lamented inwardly, realizing that this foolish woman was not only seeking her own demise, but was also dragging him down with her. She did not comprehend why her young lady had set up protective arrays before leaving. It was meant to safeguard him and to warn him not to leave the May Garden. With no other choice, Yi Chen, compelled by Binger, summoned a beast cart, and they sped towards the eastern city gate. Once they exited the gate, she drew her flying sword and soared into the sky, heading in a direction that seemed perplexing. Sister Binger, where are we flying to? Do you know the exact location? Yi Chen finally could not contain his curiosity and asked, How would I know where we are going? Just fly east out of the city, Binger replied, her tone irritable. Sister Binger, you are not only trying to endanger me, but also yourself. Yi Chen retorted sarcastically. If we are to die, let us at least enjoy our last moments. Let it be, Binger responded dismissively. Compared to the young lady's life, our lives are worth little. Sister Binger, Yi Chen said with a bitter smile, let us walk instead. I estimate that within a short while, we will encounter an ambush. If they strike with a powerful attack, I fear we both may perish. Let us perish then. It is better than allowing the young lady to die, Binger exclaimed with indifference. Then surely you can release the restriction on my meridians? Yi Chen, seeing her state of foolishness, had to settle for a compromise. If they were ambushed, at least he could evade. Flying at such heights, she could not possibly think that if she released the restriction on him, he would not be able to escape. Humph, as if you could escape. Thankfully, Binger huffed, waving her hand lightly to lift the restriction on Yi Chen's meridians. With the restriction lifted, Yi Chen felt a sense of relief. Now, should they encounter an attack, he could channel the elemental energies of water, earth, and wood to form a protective barrier, perhaps allowing him to survive the fall. Beware of ambushes, there are others ahead. As they glided smoothly over the towering mountains, Yi Chen suddenly shouted in alarm. 1,000 feet away, hidden within the thick clouds, Yi Chen activated his vision-enhancing ability and discovered 5 figures concealed within. One was a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, one was mid-stage, and 3 were late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, all hovering mid-air on their flying swords. What are you shouting about? Who's there? Binger, limited by her spiritual awareness, could not see through the clouds 1,000 feet away, but she continued to fly towards them. You foolish woman, descend immediately, or we shall all perish. Yi Chen exclaimed in frustration. How dare you insult me? You seek death. Binger retaliated, brandishing a short sword threateningly against Yi Chen's neck. Just as they were about to approach the clouds, the 5 figures concealed within emerged, blocking their path 10 feet away. You foolish woman. Yi Chen cursed again. Have I spoken incorrectly? A wise saying goes, heed the advice of the elders, or suffer the consequences. Now we find ourselves in dire straits, destined for the underworld. Binger was already terrified, yet she was not entirely foolish. With a sharp command, she shouted, Descend. Thrusting her sword downward, she aimed for a valley below. Attempt to escape? Dream on. The late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator laughed heartily, immediately pursuing them on his flying sword. The other force swiftly followed suit. As their flying swords landed, before Binger and Yi Chen could steady themselves, the late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator landed gracefully, leering at Binger and saying, The young lady of the Hehuan Sect is quite the sight. It would surely be a delight to play with you. However, my objective today is not you. What a pity. Yi Chen quickly discerned that they were indeed targeting him, watching as the other 4 descended. Surrounding the 2 of them, Binger's face turned pale, and she instinctively ducked behind Yi Chen. Yi Chen inwardly scolded, Damn, what a cowardly and foolish woman. You are a Foundation Establishment cultivator, yet you hide behind a mere late-stage Qi refinement cultivator. What is the meaning of this? However, he refrained from voicing his indignation, instead pulling her behind him and opening his arms to the late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, saying, Might I inquire about your intentions? Hee. Intentions? The late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator chuckled. By the order of the Righteous Path Alliance, I, Huang Daguang, an elite disciple of the inner sect of Hehuan Sect, am here to apprehend the fugitive, Yi Chen, for colluding with the demonic path. The Righteous Path Alliance? Hehuan Sect? A fugitive? Chen felt a tightening in his chest. This time, they were not the sycophants of the Linghan demoness, but rather hypocritical members of the Righteous Path Alliance. You seek to capture me. She is of no concern. Let her go? Chen realized he had no way to escape. In the latter stages of foundation building, one of the most foolish teammates chuckled as he casually drew his spiritual sword, exhaling lightly upon its blade before wiping it with his sleeve. Naturally, we must capture that demoness. With the remarkable achievements we brothers have made, we deserve a bit of merriment, do we not? The laughter that ensued from the other four was lewd, as if they envisioned a scene of exquisite indulgence after half a stick of incense had burned. A group of shameless rascals dared to call themselves the Zhengdao. Did they harbor a misunderstanding of the very meaning of righteousness? Chen was left speechless, his disdain for the Zhengdao deepening. Brother, what shall we do now? Bing'er, not only timid but also lacking in wits, was now utterly at a loss. What else can we do? We fight with all our might. Chen retorted with irritation, unsheathing a wooden sword from his waist without a moment's hesitation. Ha! That little shrimp of the second level of Qi refinement dares to brandish a broken wooden sword and claims he will fight us to the death. One of the late-stage Qi refinement practitioners nearly choked with laughter, but his mirth was short-lived. Just as he was doubled over in laughter, Chen, disregarding the principles of martial ethics, launched himself forward with astonishing speed using the coveted body technique, swiftly ending the man's life with a single strike and seizing his storage pouch. Quick, too quick. The speed of both Chen's movements and his sword strikes was incomprehensible. With a single thrust, he unleashed a flurry of 18 sword shadows. Is it true that with just a minor elevation in realm, one can summon 9 additional sword shadows? Chen was filled with elation, unceasing in his assault as he charged toward another late-stage Qi refinement practitioner. How is this possible? The remaining 4 were wide-eyed in disbelief. Villains perish for their loquacity. As they all exclaimed their incredulity, yet another late-stage Qi refinement practitioner fell into a pool of blood, his storage pouch now in Chen's possession. Chen was a man who did not abide by martial ethics, offering no words of warning, only frenzied attacks. The first to react was the late-stage foundation builder, who brandished his sword and lunged at Chen, barely intercepting the strike aimed at the third late-stage Qi refinement practitioner. The latter, having narrowly escaped death, was stricken pale and trembling. Be cautious of that lad. His speed is extraordinary, the late-stage foundation builder shouted. After being momentarily repelled by the foundation builder's strike, Chen felt a dull ache in his arm. He refrained from launching another attack, leaning in to softly advise Bing'er, Sister Bing'er, I will keep them occupied. Take this chance to flee. And if you leave, what will happen to you? Bing'er asked anxiously. Did you not see my speed? Chen replied brusquely. Was it fast? Very fast. Then what are you hesitating for? My speed allows me to escape at any moment. Do you understand? Chen was exasperated by the conversation with this foolish woman. He longed for Sister Kuer, whose wit was sharper than his own, unlike this dim-witted girl. Do not concern yourself with that demoness from the Hehuan Sect, the late-stage foundation builder instructed the others. Focus all our efforts on this boy. Though his speed is remarkable, his strength is lacking. With the 3 of us together, we can surely defeat him and claim our reward from the Zhengdao. There will be ample opportunities to toy with the Hehuan Sect demoness later. As both sides prepared for the final confrontation, Chen was the first to act, launching himself toward the last late-stage Qi refinement practitioner with incredible speed. As he struck, he unleashed 18 sword shadows, trapping the practitioner and swiftly ending his life, along with taking his storage pouch without a hint of struggle. However, during Chen's assault, the 2 late-stage foundation builders also advanced, one wielding a sword and the other a spear, flanking him from both sides. In a surprising turn, Bing'er, emboldened by an unknown source of courage, disregarded Chen's command to flee and instead charged toward the spear-wielding foundation builder. Witnessing this, Chen lamented inwardly, it is over. This foolish woman is truly going to get herself killed. He had initially intended to exploit the element of surprise to slay the late-stage Qi refinement practitioner and make his escape through the resulting gap. Yet he never anticipated that Bing'er would. Alas, let us fight. Chen, resigned, abandoned the notion of fleeing and turned to confront the late-stage foundation builder. His dantian was now significantly larger than that of the foundation builders and contained 10 hexagram spaces for storing spiritual energy, rendering him rich in power. In a battle against late-stage Qi refinement practitioners, he would undoubtedly not lose to anyone. However, the intensity of spiritual energy at the Qi refinement stage was still incomparable to that at the foundation stage, and the disparity in the width and resilience of the meridians severely hindered his ability to mobilize spiritual energy. Hence, in a direct confrontation with the late-stage foundation builder, he was not a match for their raw strength. Yet, with his abundant spiritual energy and the advantage of the Peisu divine ability, Chen could engage the foundation builder for an extended period, even managing occasional counterattacks. He dared not confront the foundation builder head-on, instead employing the Peisu divine ability to seek out the opponent's weaknesses. Each of his sword strikes targeted the most vulnerable points of the opponent's power, allowing him to hold his ground against the late-stage foundation builder, preventing an immediate defeat. However, Binger was far less fortunate. Having just entered the foundation stage, she was still unaccustomed to its power and had yet to cultivate sword techniques suitable for her current stage. Upon engaging with the mid-stage foundation builder, she nearly suffered a fatal blow from a spear thrust, her clothing torn, exposing her skin, causing her to pale in fright and cry out. "Sister Binger!" Chen shouted in alarm, seeing her in peril. "Your mistress has already returned to the city. You must hurry back." The intent behind Chen's words was clear to even the simplest of minds. Yet, Binger, lacking even that simplicity, remained unmoved, continuing her desperate struggle against the mid-stage foundation builder. Chen, growing increasingly anxious, resorted to harsh invective. "Foolish woman, are you a pig? I told you to flee. What are you doing? If you seek death, don't drag me down with you. Cursed woman. Wretched woman. Pig-headed." Binger, already under the pressure of the mid-stage foundation builder's assault and suffering multiple injuries, was barely holding on. Hearing Chen's harsh words nearly drove her to tears. "Why should I not flee? Is it not because I care for you? You, of all people, should be grateful, yet you show nothing but a heart of a wolf." With a heart full of sorrow, Binger resolved to heed his words no longer. She feigned a strike and then turned to flee. In the midst of the foundation establishment stage, when Binger sought to flee, he would not relent, bellowing, "Where do you think you are going?" and prepared to pursue her. However, unexpectedly, the late-stage foundation establishment practitioner called out to him, "Do not concern yourself with her. It is imperative that we address this little brat together." With no alternative, the mid-stage practitioner had to retract his weapon and return, directing his attack towards Chen. Upon witnessing Binger finally making her escape, Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He thought to himself, "I shall hold them off for a while. Once Sister Binger is far enough away, I will devise a means to escape." Calculating his next move, Chen wielded his wooden sword with an air of nonchalance under the influence of his sword intent, thrusting, poking, slicing, and breaking. Each strike appeared casual, devoid of any flamboyance, merely employing the most rudimentary sword techniques. Yet, despite their simplicity, every stroke was executed with exquisite precision, targeting the vulnerabilities of his opponent and deftly neutralizing their assaults. In the realm of cultivation, amidst the chaos, two practitioners at the foundational stage pondered the futility of engaging in a contest of martial prowess with a mere youth. "Why should we compete in martial arts when we possess spells at our disposal?" one remarked, as they witnessed the mid-foundation stage fighter's thrusts being deftly countered by Chen, whose swordplay, seemingly devoid of form, was replete with exquisite intricacies. The prospect of overcoming him through mere martial skill appeared bleak. "I have long realized this," Huang Dawang interjected. "However, the speed of this boy is unnerving. I fear that while I gather my energies to cast a spell, he may slip away. You must hold him off while I prepare my incantations." Upon hearing their discourse and observing Binger ascend on her sword, fleeing to a distance of at least 1,000 zhang, Chen resolved to disengage from the two foundational stage fighters. He unleashed a flurry of sword strikes before turning to escape. "Huh, you think you can flee?" The mid-foundation stage fighter chuckled, promptly pursuing him with his spear. Meanwhile, the late foundational stage cultivator had already summoned a diminutive sword of light, soaring into the air in pursuit of Chen's escape route. One sword above, the other below, steadily closing the distance. "Boy, you cannot escape. It is better to cease your flight than to exhaust yourself." The late foundational stage fighter soared directly above Chen, poised to unleash his sword at any moment, but he refrained, for Chen had slain 3 of his sect's outer disciples. He wished to ensure that Chen's demise would be far from merciful. Thus, Chen sprinted on the ground, quick as lightning, yet no speed could rival that of the airborne pursuer. The mid-foundation stage fighter, struggling to keep pace, found himself lagging behind after several dozen miles, utterly fatigued. In the Hehuan of Deku City, upon returning to the garden, Binger was summoned by her mistress, the enchanting Linghan. Binger, where is Xiao Qintian? Where has he gone? Binger, startled to find her mistress present, stammered, "A mistress? I thought you were in peril?" In peril? What nonsense is this? Who told you I was in danger? The enchanting woman furrowed her brows, puzzled by Binger's words. Binger recounted the events, from the warning delivered by Dan Xianwei to their joint departure from the city, and how she had returned in tears after being chastised. "You fool! You are nothing but a dim-witted woman. Pray he is unharmed. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise upon my return." The enchanting woman seethed with fury as she berated Binger, seizing her spirit sword and dashing out of the garden. She feared that any further delay would lead to her beloved Xiao Qintian's ruin. The lonely and pitiable youth had unwittingly claimed a place in her heart. She pondered whether she would take it upon herself to exact vengeance upon Binger if harm befell him. Yet, she was resolute in her intent to eliminate Dan Xianwei and that detestable Ling Xiao, the sycophant. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope remained. Xiao Qintian, though merely at the second level of qi refining, had, in an instant, dispatched 3 late-stage qi refiners with a wooden sword. His speed and swordsmanship were remarkable. Perhaps he could endure until she arrived. The enchanting woman procured a beast cart from the sect and sped toward the eastern city gate. The rules of Deku City forbade combat, and outdoor flight was restricted to patrols, which was infuriating. Fortunately, the beast cart, drawn by a pair of lightning leopards, was swift enough to exit the city in less than the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. Upon breaching the city gates, she soared into the sky, heading in the direction Binger had described. Her speed far surpassed that of Binger, and she soon reached the skies above where Yi Chun and Binger had been ambushed. The signs of battle lay below, indicating the site of the attack. Extending her consciousness, she quickly discerned the direction in which Yi Chun had fled. "Pursue," she commanded inwardly, propelling herself forward with fervor. Yi Chun, relentlessly pursued by the 2 foundational stage cultivators and targeted by the light sword, had fled over 200 miles yet remained ensnared. No more running. If death is inevitable, then let it be. It is better to die than to tire oneself. Realizing he could not escape, Yi Chun halted, standing resolute with his sword, awaiting his pursuers. The 2 foundational stage fighters hovered in the air, regarding Yi Chun with amusement. "Do not stop. Continue your flight. Run? What nonsense. Do as you please. I welcome death over exhaustion. To perish is no less than to be worn out." Yi Chun laid down his defenses, defying their pursuit. "However, should you fall into our hands, you may find yourself subjected to a fate worse than death, suffering untold torment." The late foundational stage cultivator grinned darkly. "Then come forth." Yi Chun retorted defiantly, unwilling to surrender his spirit. "If I so much as emit a sound, it shall be your undoing." "Excellent." The late foundational stage fighter chuckled. "You possess spirit. I relish the thought of tormenting a spirited one such as yourself." With that, he unleashed the light sword toward Yi Chun. With a sudden stab, Yi Chun felt a sharp pain in his chest, his spiritual energy momentarily stalling, leaving him unable to summon it forth. The 2 foundational stage cultivators, witnessing Yi Chun ensnared, descended upon him, flanking him. Yi Chun, noticing their lack of vigilance, felt a surge of elation and produced a talisman from his hand. "Die!" he cried, channeling his soul energy to activate all the talismans, hurling them at his foes. "Watch out! Retreat!" The 2 cultivators, recognizing the threat of the talismans, shouted in alarm and hastily withdrew. A cacophony ensued as dozens of spiritual talismans erupted simultaneously, casting a dazzling brilliance. Some transformed into sword beams, darting toward the 2 foundational stage fighters. Others morphed into crackling lightning, lashing out like whips. Still more became fiery serpents, icy spikes, or fists. Their forms varied, yet their might was comparably potent, akin to the attacks of late-stage qi refiners. "Huh, with such feeble powers, do you think you can harm us, brothers?" The late foundational stage fighter scoffed, effortlessly cleaving through the talisman's onslaught. "Brother, let us simply eliminate him to avoid unnecessary complications," the mid-foundation stage fighter suggested after dispelling the talismans aimed at him. "No," the late foundational stage fighter countered, "you remain vigilant while I take charge. I wish to savor his demise, one agonizing slice at a time." As he spoke, he approached Yi Chen, preparing to impose a seal upon his already damaged meridians. Then, he drew a dagger, crouched down, cut open Yi Chen's clothing, and sliced toward his chest. The sharp dagger of the Foundation Establishment late stage cut into Yi Chen's skin, and with a gentle motion, a piece of flesh about 2 fingers in length and width was carved away. Yi Chen endured the excruciating pain, nearly grinding his teeth to dust, yet he laughed maniacally. Keep cutting, you bastard. If you don't, you're a son of a bitch. Good. Very good. The Foundation Establishment late stage cultivator sneered and made another cut. Cut well. Keep going, you damn bastard. To prevent himself from groaning in pain, Yi Chen hurled curses. Provoked by the insults, the Foundation Establishment late stage cultivator grew furious, his hands moving incessantly, slicing piece after piece from Yi Chen. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen's entire upper body was a bloody, indistinguishable mess, his clothes soaked crimson with gushing blood. The terrifying pain felt like a blade repeatedly carving into his soul. Yi Chen felt not only the unbearable agony of his wounds, but also a soul-rending torment. To suppress the pain from both body and soul, he recalled the soul refining art and body refining art from the coveted divine technique. He quickly activated the leaf fire soul refining and can water body refining to resist the tearing of his soul and flesh. The cutting by the Foundation Establishment late stage cultivator continued, but Yi Chen's furious curses gradually subsided. Damn, this kid really can endure. The Foundation Establishment late stage cultivator frowned, displeased. Without Yi Chen's cries of agony, he felt a lack of satisfaction. You think you can endure? I'll eat your flesh right in front of you, and see if you break down. Ha. Laughing, the cultivator reached toward the forest, and countless pieces of firewood flew through the air, piling up on the ground. Then, he extended his palm, a ball of spiritual fire coalescing before shooting toward the woodpile. Boom. A bonfire quickly ignited. Now it's time for some roasted meat, huh? The Foundation Establishment late stage cultivator laughed heartily, cutting several slices of flesh from Yi Chen, skewering them with a spiritual sword, and placing them over the fire to roast. The life-saving spell echoed with a sound of flesh and blood sizzling, as grease dripped onto the campfire. Even the late-stage Foundation Establishment felt a chill coursing through his body, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of heartache. You foolish fool. Seeking death. Just as the late-stage Foundation Establishment dipped a skewer of roasted meat into sauce, preparing to indulge, a sharp rebuke thundered through the air. The late-stage Foundation Establishment let out a muffled groan, his gaze faltering. And with a tilt of his head, he collapsed onto the fire. That tilted head, from the back of the skull to the forehead, erupted with a torrent of heat, as if pierced by some unseen force. Boom. The campfire engulfed the flesh and blood of the late-stage Foundation Establishment, igniting into a blazing inferno as if doused with oil. Who? The mid-stage Foundation Establishment, witnessing the late-stage fall into the flames, was thoroughly alarmed and hurriedly scanned the surroundings. Your esteemed lady. The sharp rebuke resounded once more. Linghan, Yi Chen, who had been combating the agony of body and spirit through the techniques of Linghan and Qinshui Lian Ti, felt a warmth in his heart upon seeing that exquisitely graceful figure in the sky, akin to reuniting with a long-lost kin. The techniques abruptly ceased with his call, and Yi Chen was suddenly overwhelmed by excruciating pain, collapsing into unconsciousness. Diqiu City. Mei Yuan. Yi Chen's bedroom. The enchanting woman sat cross-legged before Yi Chen's bed, her eyes gently closed, breathing steadily as she channeled her spiritual energy, repeatedly refining the golden core. Lying on the bed, Yi Chen's complexion was as pale as paper, his upper body wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, resembling a half-wrapped mummy. When the enchanting woman arrived, nearly all the flesh on Yi Chen's upper body had been filleted, resulting in a grievous loss of blood. She crushed dozens of healing pills and blood-replenishing elixirs, applying them externally and consuming them internally, while also supplying a significant amount of spiritual energy, barely preserving his life. Injured all over, Bing Er knelt quietly before the bed with her arms bound behind her, tears streaming down her face, filled with anguish and regret. It was her arrogance and insistence that had compelled Yi Chen to venture outside the city, leading to this calamity. Kneeling in penance. This punishment was already quite lenient. Oh dear. At that moment, Yi Chen let out a painful groan and slowly opened his eyes. Miss, young Master Yi has awakened. Thank heavens, he is finally awake. Bing Er exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Yi Chen regain consciousness. The enchanting woman ceased her cultivation, rose, and sat on the edge of the bed, taking Yi Chen's bandaged hand in hers, her eyes brimming with affection. Chow chow chow. I thought you wouldn't pull through. Linghan. Upon seeing the tenderness in the enchanting woman's eyes, Yi Chen felt warmth in his heart. Thank you for saving me once again. No. It is not that I saved you again, but rather that I nearly caused your demise. It is all my fault for not waiting for you and Bing Air to awaken before venturing out, failing to instruct Bing Air to keep a close watch on you, forbidding you from leaving the courtyard. The enchanting woman held Yi Chen's hand with both of hers, leaning forward to plant a heartfelt kiss upon it. Linghan, it is not your fault. It was the Zhengdao Meng that discovered my identity. Yi Chen replied with a bitter smile. With his identity exposed, he would eventually be hunted down by the Zhengdao Meng. He was disheartened, for the revelation had come too swiftly. Had he known the enchanting woman's discretion was lacking, he should never have admitted to being Yi Chen. The Zhengdao Meng knows your identity? The enchanting woman was momentarily taken aback. Only I am aware of your identity, and I have not disclosed it. So how could the Zhengdao Meng possibly know? Yi Chen fell silent. His name, age, and the connection to the bounty from years past were surely sufficient to provoke action from the Zhengdao Meng. Better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than let a single one escape. Those hypocrites would certainly act without hesitation. Recalling the individual who had stealthily approached him the night before and returned early the next morning to deliver news, Yi Chen had already pieced together the situation in his mind. However, he was reluctant to speak of it. After all, they were fellow disciples of the Hehuan Sect, while he was merely a wild child rescued from a desolate village by the enchanting woman. Regardless of who disclosed the information, as long as this fairy does not learn of it, they shall be doomed. The enchanting woman gritted her teeth and then looked at the kneeling Bing Air on the floor, addressing Yi Chen. This perilous encounter was ultimately caused by Bing Air's foolishness. She is now kneeling before you. I leave her to your judgment. Deal with her as you see fit. Yi Chen continued to smile bitterly. Linghan, Bing Air was only acting out of concern for your safety. Her mind was clouded in that moment. Furthermore, she fought fiercely against that mid-stage foundation establishment to share my burden and sustained grave injuries. How could I possibly hold it against her? Bing Air, rise. I am hungry. Please prepare me a bowl of congee. I am uncertain if your injuries permit you to do so. Seizing the moment while Bing Air prepared the congee, Yi Chen swiftly harnessed the powers of wood to mend his wounds, the healing process visibly rapid. By the time Bing Air entered the room with the thin porridge, Yi Chen's injuries had completely healed, concluding his recuperation and ready to remove the bandages. Young Master Yi, the congee is ready. Please eat. I will feed you, Bing Air said. Noticing Yi Chen had already sat up, she promptly brought the bowl and perched herself on the edge of the bed, eager to offer him the porridge. 26. Healing spell. I'll manage it myself. Yi Chen smiled and said, my wounds have completely healed. Not even a scar remains, so there is no need for your assistance. What nonsense are you speaking? Bing Air retorted. With such severe injuries, your entire upper body was stripped of flesh. It's a miracle you survived. How can you possibly have healed in just one day, with no scars to show? Who would believe that? Don't believe it? Yi Chen laughed and asked, whoever believes it is a fool. Of course I don't. Bing Air pouted, scooping a spoonful of thin porridge and bringing it to Yi Chen's lips, her own mouth instinctively opening, as if expecting him to follow suit. Then let me show you. Instead of opening his mouth to accept the porridge, Yi Chen used both hands to peel away the bandages wrapped around his hands and arms. Bing Air's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yi Chen's hands and arms, growing ever wider. How is this possible? The wounds on your hands and arms were treated with the medicine I prepared, wrapped in bandages. I know exactly how severe the injuries were. How could they have healed so quickly, and with such remarkable recovery? My little brother possesses healing skills, Yi Chen replied with a smile. If you like, I could help treat your wounds as well, to prevent any scarring. I'm not in a hurry about my injuries. You should drink your porridge first. Seeing Yi Chen completely healed, Bing Air handed him the bowl and stood up to leave. Once outside, she leaned against the wall, tears streaming down her face. Yet she stifled her sobs, refusing to make a sound. Yi Chen devoured the porridge in a few gulps, then eagerly removed all the bandages wrapped around him. After donning a gray robe from his storage ring, he exited the bedroom with the empty bowl, immediately spotting Bing Air crying against the wall, prompting him to ask in surprise, Sister Bing Air, why are you crying? Who is crying? I just got some sand in my eyes. Bing Air refused to admit her tears, taking the empty bowl and wiping her eyes as she headed into the kitchen. Sister Bing Air, after washing the bowl, come to my room. I will treat your wounds to ensure there are no scars, Chen called after her. Okay. Bing Er did not refuse. Only a fool would turn down such an offer. Her injuries were considerable, and while she could endure the pain, the thought of unsightly scars, especially on her chest, was unbearable. If Chen could truly heal her without leaving scars, it would be wonderful. How could she possibly refuse? Bing Er soon returned, asking Chen if she needed to remove her clothes to take off the bandages. No need, Chen replied. I will use spiritual power to heal you, no medicine required. Upon hearing that clothes could remain on, Bing Er felt a twinge of disappointment instead of relief. The idea of not being able to show her injuries to the one she cared for left her inexplicably saddened. After all, she had been injured for him. Following Chen's earlier advice, she could have escaped but chose to stay, unable to disregard his well-being. Chen instructed Bing Er to sit cross-legged on the bed and describe the locations of her wounds. He then summoned the power of wood, continuously channeling it into her body, guided by his consciousness and aided by his ability to see through, gradually repairing her injuries. As he worked on the wounds on her chest, Chen felt an unusual stirring in his heart, nearly losing focus and having to pause. Why did you stop? Is it over? Bing Er asked, confused. No, not yet. I need to use the restroom, Chen stammered, leaping from the bed and rushing out of the room. After passing the restroom and regaining his composure, Chen returned to the bedroom to continue treating Bing Er's wounds. This time, he maintained his focus and completed the healing without further incident. However, after finishing, he did not immediately announce the end of the treatment, but instead lingered his gaze on the areas he had just healed, unwilling to withdraw his sight. He understood that his once pure disposition had been altered by the bewitching woman, becoming more brazen and infatuated with beauty. What are you two doing just sitting on the bed? Chen was jolted from his thoughts by a voice, nearly jumping from the bed in surprise. Young master is healing my wounds. His healing technique is miraculous. Not only does it work quickly, but it also leaves no scars, Bing Er replied hastily upon seeing her master return. A lone man and a woman sitting on the bed. This cannot be misunderstood by the young lady, or life would become difficult for her. Chen, he is the young lady's cherished one, untouchable. Is she telling the truth? The enchanting woman turned her gaze toward Chen, skeptical. Just take a look and you'll know. Chen laughed, unbuttoning his upper garment to reveal his torso completely. Healed? And not a scar in sight? The enchanting woman was taken aback. With her knowledge, she had only heard of legendary cultivators who healed without scarring after becoming immortal. The notion of a mere mortal doing so was unheard of. How about it? Am I impressive? Chen declared proudly. Yes, quite impressive. How could the dual cultivation partner chosen by me, Linghan, not be impressive? The enchanting woman smiled, her joy evident. Chen's rapid healing and remarkable recovery were a source of happiness for her. This predicament was my fault. Tell me, how should I compensate you? The enchanting woman instinctively moved to embrace Chen's waist. Compensation. Chen did not resist her embrace, having accepted her in his heart, yet his thoughts remained fixated on the notion of compensation. Compensation? The enchanting woman paused again. Why does this guy always think about being taken advantage of? She mused. Compensation is delightful, but to the point of suffering, that is a form of anguish, is it not? Do you agree? Chen pressed for her confirmation. I agree. How could I not? The enchanting woman replied with a seductive smile, squeezing his waist playfully, and gritting her teeth, added, but let us be clear, it's only physical pleasure, not other forms of intimacy. Are you accepting? I accept. Chen, who had always resisted such ideas, surprisingly showed no hesitation this time. Really accepting? The enchanting woman was taken aback again. Isn't it customary to refuse? Accepting? How am I to respond to this? She thought, bemused. Really accepting. Chen declared with seriousness, his eyes ablaze with fervor, whether from yearning for the act or from a desire to break through his limits remained unknown. Ha ha ha, what a dreamer. The enchanting woman suddenly burst into laughter, playfully slapping Chen's forehead. You little rascal, do you think of nothing but wanting to share a bed with me all day? Sister would never fall for your tricks. But sister, wasn't it you who brought this up? Chen was taken aback. The saying holds true. Indeed, a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean, and it can change in the blink of an eye. Who can truly comprehend it? I was merely teasing you. The enchantress laughed. As for the matter of gathering, how shall it be done? Chen no longer cared. His focus lay on breaking through and advancing to a higher level. In a moment of profound reflection, The protagonist faced a challenge against two formidable opponents in the mid to late stages of foundation building. He found himself distinctly outmatched in the manipulation of spiritual energy. Though he possessed a myriad of techniques passed down from the Coveted lineage, he lamented the inadequacy of his meridians, which were too narrow and lacked resilience. He was burdened with an abundance of spiritual energy, yet unable to mobilize it on a grand scale. This predicament can be summed up as having strength without the means to exert it. To broaden the width of his meridians and enhance their resilience, he recognized the necessity of rigorous training. However, this process was too slow, contradicting his desire for rapid advancement. The only viable method he could conceive for swift enhancement was through a process of absorption. By inundating his body with a vast amount of spiritual energy and recklessly purging his meridians and acupoints, he sought to expand them, even at the risk of a destructive withdrawal of primordial yang. This method had been validated through experience as safe and effective, yet the reluctance of the enchanting female figure, who fretted over potential consequences, was exasperating. Very well. If such a beneficial endeavor is to be undertaken, you must be involved, she exclaimed with a playful laugh, pinching Yi Chen's waist. Let us hasten to the training chamber. Yi Chen, brimming with excitement, embraced the enchanting woman, and together they made their way outside. Binger, you shall perform the absorption while I observe closely, ready to intervene should any mishap occur. The enchanting woman harbored concerns about personally engaging in the process, fearing that a momentary lapse could lead to the demise of her dual cultivation partner. The dual cultivation partner was meant for mutual cultivation, not for one-sided absorption. Upon hearing of this favorable opportunity, Binger was overjoyed and quickly agreed to follow. As Yi Chen stepped into the absorption array and Binger commenced the process, events unfolded at Linghan Pavilion. In Ling Zhao's chamber, he shattered a porcelain cup upon the floor, startling the nearby Shan Xiongwei. What kind of foolishness is this from the Zhengdao Alliance? They dispatch mere novices from Hehuan Sect to capture such a critical fugitive? Have they lost their minds? Ling Xiao seethed, his ire directed at the Zhengdao Alliance. Perhaps they have not yet recognized the true significance of Yi Chen, which explains their choice of inept personnel, Shan Xiongwei speculated. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement, drumming his fingers on the table. It appears we cannot place all our hopes in the incompetence of the Zhengdao Alliance. The airship returning to the sect headquarters will not depart for another 10 days. Xiongwei, I must rely on you to closely monitor that wild child during this time. As soon as he steps outside the protection of Linghan, you are to take action. Understood. Shan Xiongwei replied with a bow. Take this bottle of elixirs to enhance your cultivation, Ling Xiao instructed, handing him another vial. Meanwhile, in the cultivation room of the plum garden, Yi Chen had entered a realm of enchanting illusions. Within this realm, Binger and Yi Chen entwined like two serpents, their bodies bare, whispering sweet nothings as they indulged in a passionate embrace. Outside the array, the enchanting woman observed Yi Chen's body fluctuating between gaunt and robust, her heart racing with anxiety. She was uncertain whether the repeated extraction of his primordial yang would harm his body or affect his future cultivation. 2 arduous hours passed, and the absorption finally concluded. Binger, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, I have broken through. Yi Chen, equally elated, declared, Sister, I have reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. With this advancement, his meridian space expanded, resilience strengthened, and his dantian grew larger, allowing for greater storage of spiritual energy. Let me have a good look at you. The enchanting woman insisted, examining Yi Chen thoroughly before sighing in relief, having confirmed his well-being. I was truly worried that a single mistake could lead to disaster. Fear not, dear sister. I will never come to harm. Yi Chen assured her with a light-hearted tone. Now that you have broken through, it's time to consolidate your gains. Binger, you too, she advised. Yi Chen and Binger nodded in agreement and returned to their respective rooms to meditate and solidify their progress. In truth, Yi Chen felt no need for consolidation. Not only had he advanced to the 3rd level of qi refinement, but he had also reached its pinnacle. With just a bit more cultivation, he could touch upon the 4th level's barrier. Nonetheless, he obediently returned to his room to practice. He was eager to breach the 4th level barrier swiftly, for he longed to continue his absorption endeavors, which had become an obsession, fueled by the exquisite pleasures of the illusions and the sense of accomplishment that accompanied his power increase. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Yi Chen did not immediately begin his cultivation. Instead, he opened his consciousness to assess the improvement in his spiritual probing range. At the 2nd level of qi refinement, His consciousness could cover a distance of 20 zhang. Now, he was astonished to find that his consciousness could extend to a radius of 40 zhang. This was a doubling of his capabilities. The individual hiding within that radius of 40 zhang was none other than Shan Xiongwei, cleverly concealed, yet ultimately discovered by Yi Chen. He contemplated reporting this to the enchanting woman but decided against it, recognizing that she was his fellow disciple and he was merely a servant. It was prudent to maintain a respectful distance. Besides, a mere late-stage foundation cultivator was unlikely to pose a genuine threat to him. Time to cultivate, he resolved, prioritizing the enhancement of his strength, for countless absorption opportunities awaited him. He remained diligent, focusing on refining his qi, spirit, and body while simultaneously comprehending martial techniques. He had reviewed all martial skills and grasped their essence. Now, he directed his energy toward organizing his sword techniques. He meticulously analyzed and synthesized the sword techniques from the coveted lineage, discovering that among the approximately 100 sword techniques, there were 18 foundational moves, surpassing the 13 introductory moves from the Yi family by 5. These 5 techniques were ones he had never practiced before and would require diligent study going forward. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Only through countless repetitions of swordplay could one achieve the ability to manifest 9 shadows with a single sword strike, even at the first level of qi refinement. Additionally, he discovered that each of these 18 foundational moves had 108 variations in execution. Each thrust, point, strike, sweep, and slash had 108 distinct methods. To fully unleash the power of the spiritual sword and to select the appropriate techniques and methods, one must engage in extensive practice. Immersed in this understanding, Yi Chen felt a surge of joy. Meanwhile, in the guest hall, the enchanting woman Linghan was engaged in a conversation via a communication jade slip with her master, who was situated 100,000 li away. Master, have you made a decision regarding Yi Chen, whom I mentioned to you last time? Will you accept him as your direct disciple? Linghan inquired. I have decided. A deep voice responded from the jade slip. Wonderful. I shall inform him immediately. Linghan exclaimed with delight. What are you so pleased about? My decision is not to accept him. The master does not accept, nor do the other elders of the Elder Council. Even those who are not part of the Elder Council are equally excluded, a deep, cold female voice stated. The enchantress was taken aback. Master, he possesses a pure yang spiritual body. His physique is by no means inferior to that of the disciple. He is an extraordinary talent for cultivation. I am speaking of you. Linghan, the deep voice remained cold. Do you desire the position of the Saintess? Or do you wish for your so-called dual cultivation partner? Choose one. Master, the enchantress grew anxious. Why must the disciple choose between the two? The disciple wishes for both. There is no contradiction in this. Why can't I have them both? Zhongzhuzian spoke in a deep, resonant voice. From this day forth, our sect's Saintess shall only select the holy son of our sect as her dual cultivation partner. Whoever is designated as the holy son, you shall choose as your partner. Master, why have you implemented this decision? Is it specifically aimed at me? I refuse to accept it. The young woman, feeling wronged, nearly bit her lip in frustration. Pray tell, whom will you choose? The position of Saintess, or that little brat named Yi Chen? The voice grew colder. Master, please. I cannot bear this. The young woman, on the verge of tears, choked on her words. Do not weep before me. The deep voice admonished. Rather than lamenting, you should advise that little brat to participate in our sect's annual entrance examination. He must start from the outer disciples and prove himself worthy of being your holy son. In due course, you shall naturally be a pair. But master, he has only reached the 3rd stage of qi refinement. How could he possibly meet the requirements of forming a dan before turning 20? That is not my concern. It is a matter of choice. Deliberate carefully, for I do not compel you. I shall not choose. I absolutely refuse. The young woman, in tears, abruptly severed the communication. In the southeastern region of Zhenma, at Dine Mountain, the headquarters of Hehuan Sect, the Elder Council convened in the discussion hall, where dozens of elders had gathered. Zhongzhuzian, putting away the jade slip, shook her head with a faint smile. This girl has become increasingly stubborn. Ziyun, a stately middle-aged woman of ample figure, sat on her throne like an empress, exuding an air of authority. The Grand Elder, Ziyun, remarked, Sister, do you not think this approach may backfire? That girl Linghan is quite obstinate. What if she chooses that Yi Chen and forsakes her position as Saintess? If she relinquishes it, so be it, Ziyun replied dismissively. A disciple who would abandon her position for a man she has known for only a few days does not deserve to be our Saintess, does she? This is her final test. If she cannot pass it, she is not fit to be our Saintess. Understood. Ziyu nodded in comprehension. However, among the Ling disciples of our elder council, she is the only one with extraordinary talent, truly deserving of the title of Saintess. If we let her go, who knows when we may find another? Lamented another elder. If what Linghan says is true, we may have already encountered the next one. Ziyan chuckled. Are you suggesting that Yi Chun has the potential to be the Holy Son? Inquired the concerned elder. If Linghan's words are not false, he should be capable, Ziyun affirmed. Then why not take him as a direct disciple or allow any of us to do so, pouring resources into his focused cultivation? Would that not be more beneficial for his growth? Not at all, Ziyun shook her head. While we may nurture strong individuals, we cannot forge true powerhouses. A genuine powerhouse must rise from humble beginnings, enduring trials of blood and battle to ascend to greatness. However, should he begin as an outer disciple, he may face scarce resources and frequent conflicts, which could lead to his premature demise. If that were to happen, we would be left mourning. Another elder jested. If that boy were to perish, would we not be devastated? Ziyun retorted with a cold smile. That would only signify he is not a true powerhouse and unworthy of being the holy son of Hehuan Sect. Now, let us conclude our discussion on the appointment of the saint. All elders may disperse. As the elders began to rise and exit the discussion hall, Ziyun murmured to herself, Little one, I am curious to see just how extraordinary you are to make Linghan reluctant to let you go. I hope you are indeed remarkable. Otherwise, well. 2 days later, in the plum garden, Yi Chun concluded his meditation upon encountering a barrier, exhaling deeply as he exited his chamber. Have you solidified your realm? The young woman, seated in the garden sipping tea, inquired upon seeing Yi Chun emerge. Yes, I have touched upon the 4th barrier but cannot advance further, Yi Chun replied as he took a seat opposite her, pouring himself a cup of spiritual tea. Uft! The young woman, startled, spat out her tea. You have encountered the barrier again? Sister, shall we gather some resources? Yi Chun grinned. Go find Binger. I am not in the mood. The young woman retorted. All right. Yi Chun acquiesced, heading toward the kitchen, where the sounds of pots and pans indicated Binger was busy. Yi Chun quickly returned from the kitchen, a look of despair on his face. What happened? Did Binger refuse? The young woman asked curiously. That shouldn't be the case. Binger is eager to elevate her level, longing for the chance to cultivate the pure yang spirit body. How could she turn down such a splendid opportunity? Binger said, Yi Chun, you are too weak, and mentioned that the yuan yang energy gained from this round was too immense to refine completely in a short time. She fears that frequent gathering might overwhelm her dantian, Yi Chun explained. In that case, let us go to the training room, the young woman suggested, sensing Yi Chun's lack of vitality and inexplicably feeling a pang of sympathy. Sure. Yi Chun brightened up, taking her hand as they headed toward the training room. Upon entering the training room, the young woman casually waved her hand to close the door. With another wave, several formation flags flew out, inscribing intricate patterns that activated the formation, creating a hum that isolated the training room from the outside world. Yi Chun observed the flowing patterns, recognizing them as a second-tier isolation formation, one only cultivators of the Golden Core stage could establish. At that moment, the young woman wrapped her arms around Yi Chun's waist and led him into the resource-gathering spirit formation, conjuring a grand bed within the array. Seeing the bed, Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. Sister Linghan, what is this? Body gathering. I want to gather your essence. The young woman declared with a serious expression. What? Is that not? Yi Chun stammered, feeling apprehensive. Are you unwilling? She asked, visibly displeased. I am willing. I am very willing. Yi Chun hastily replied, sensing the shift in her demeanor and fearing she might retract her offer. Then let us begin. The young woman waved her jade hand again, igniting the formation flags with brilliant lights, activating the resource-gathering spirit formation. Within the spirit formation, the young woman gracefully unfastened her garments, her movements alluring and enchanting. Yi Chun, on the other hand, acted rather bluntly, quickly shedding his own attire and lunging toward her. This time, it was a true gathering, devoid of any illusions, focused solely on reality. The gathering lasted for a full 2 hours. The enchanting woman was astounded to discover that she had successfully transcended the first level of the Jin Dan, attaining the second level, and moreover, she had reached the latter stages of this level, a mere step away from the pinnacle. The speed of her cultivation was astonishing. She marveled inwardly. Yet she pondered why her esteemed master would require her, his most cherished disciple, to choose between himself and the holy maiden. Setting aside the heights he might eventually reach, the mere assistance he offered was a rare treasure in the realm of cultivation. It left her utterly perplexed. Miss Zhao's fall from grace was evident as she observed Yi Chen's transformation from breathless to invigorated, from despair to a beaming smile. The enchantress held him even tighter. The two, entwined in their naked embrace, lingered in that moment, reluctant to part, as if still lost in the exquisite intimacy and swift ascension they had just experienced. Xiao Chen, I initially intended to request our master to accept you as a personal disciple and become my dual cultivation partner. The enchanting woman murmured, planting a kiss on Yi Chen's cheek, her voice tinged with guilt. Sister Linghan, I do not aspire to be a personal disciple, nor do I seek to be your dual cultivation partner. I only wish to serve as a menial disciple, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, a faint smile gracing his lips. The title of personal disciple held little significance for him. It merely implied greater resources and a more formidable background. He saw no necessity for such advantages in his cultivation. He needed only someone willing to absorb his essence. Moreover, he had no desire to be a dual cultivation partner to the enchantress, forever bound to her. What if he wished to seek another woman for nourishment? Menial disciple, huh? The enchantress chuckled softly. What? Are you saying even being a menial disciple is not permitted? Yi Chen was taken aback. The elders suggest that you, like others aspiring to join Hehuan Sect, participate in the sect's entrance examination held once every 5 years, starting as an outer disciple. The enchantress explained with a hint of resignation. When is the entrance examination? Is it difficult? Yi Chen furrowed his brow in inquiry. In 10 months, she replied, her mood lifting slightly at the mention of the entrance examination. For most, it is a daunting challenge, but for you, it will pose no difficulty. The minimum requirements are an age under 20, a talent of at least 6 grades, a cultivation level of Qi refinement 5th layer, and possession of an acceptance token. You possess a pure yang spiritual body, so the talent test will pose no problem. As for your cultivation level, given your pace, you will undoubtedly reach the 5th layer by the examination day. I happen to have an acceptance token here. As she spoke, a palm-sized purple token appeared in her hand, adorned with exquisite designs, and the words acceptance token inscribed in a powerful script, emanating a faint aura of unique energy. Yi Chen took the token, twirling it in his hand with a smile. As long as you are willing to absorb me, I could advance a level every 2 to 3 days. I have just reached the pinnacle of the 4th layer, with a bit of effort. I could touch the barrier of the 5th layer. One more absorption would suffice for me to reach the 5th layer. Xiao Chen, I fear that Sister Binger and I may not be able to frequently absorb from you, the enchantress said with a bittersweet smile. Why? Yi Chen asked, puzzled. Your primal yang energy is too abundant and dense. We must take time to refine it. While you can withstand frequent absorptions, we cannot, or we may risk explosion. She explained, involuntarily extending her consciousness to glance at her dantian, where a swirling mass of potent spiritual energy, derived from Yi Chen, floated within. Then is it a bit precarious for me to aim for the 5th layer? Yi Chen felt anxious. Joining Hehuan Sect, the sworn enemy of the Zhengdao Alliance, was his predetermined goal, one that he needed to fulfill promptly. Firstly, it was for self-preservation. Joining Hehuan Sect would allow him to evade the Alliance's pursuit. Secondly, it was to avenge his father's death and conclude a karmic cycle, preventing entanglement during his cultivation journey. Naturally, it was also for the sake of finding his sister Kur. He firmly believed that with successful cultivation, he would eventually find her. Do not worry. I cannot guarantee much, but I can assure you that I will help you break through to the 5th layer, the enchantress declared, patting her chest, causing her ample bosom to tremble enticingly. Stirring Yi Chen's heart. Now, let us consolidate our realms, she suggested. Releasing Yi Chen, she began to dress. He, too, did not linger, leaving the training room and returning to his own chamber. At the kitchen door, Binger peeked out, regarding Yi Chen with curiosity and whispering, Young Master Yi, did Miss absorb you? Yi Chen's face flushed crimson, and he nodded awkwardly before hastily entering his room. Blushing? Could it be a physical absorption? Did Miss lose her virtue? Binger murmured to herself, her mind involuntarily conjuring images of their intimate encounter, leaving her feelings in disarray. Once in his chamber, Yi Chen sat cross-legged on his bed, delaying his cultivation to first check the changes in his spiritual perception range. 60 yards? An increase of only 20 yards, not double? Yi Chen pondered, feeling a tinge of disappointment at not detecting the presence of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator during the daytime. He proceeded with his usual multitasking approach to cultivation. However, this time, aside from refining his qi, soul, and body, he refrained from comprehending martial skills and minor spells, instead delving into the Shunwen Dakian. The enchantress effortlessly set up a barrier formation, which filled him with envy. He felt it essential to learn this skill, as his ability to multitask would allow him to study it without hindering his cultivation. He turned directly to the section on formation patterns. Mastering formation patterns is foundational to setting up formations. Excelling in this art is as crucial to forming arrays as mastering entry-level sword techniques is to achieving complete swordsmanship. There are two primary methods for arranging formations. The first involves inscribing patterns onto formation flags and discs, utilizing these tools for arrangement. The second is to directly condense the formation patterns without relying on any external objects. The enchantress employed the former method, relying on formation flags and discs to complete her arrangements. Formation levels are classified into 4 categories: spiritual arrays, magical arrays, immortal arrays, and divine arrays. The distinctions between them are straightforward. Aside from variations in the patterns themselves, the energy required to activate the formations differs. Spiritual arrays are powered by spiritual energy, whereas the other 3 utilize magical, immortal, and divine energy, respectively. In the Jinma domain, cultivators cannot cultivate magical or immortal energy, let alone divine energy. Thus, formation masters can only arrange spiritual arrays. Spiritual arrays are further divided into 3 tiers: beginner, intermediate, and advanced, with each tier containing 3 grades, totaling 9 grades. The driving force for advanced formations derives from the power of heaven and earth, wielding immense might. The driving forces for beginner and intermediate formations can stem from the energy within spirit stones and demon cores, or from the spiritual energy of the formation controller, which is relatively weaker. The absorption formations, barrier formations, and protective formations set by the enchantress all belong to the second-tier formations, exerting a formidable suppressive effect on cultivators at the golden core stage and below. Yi Chen did not expend his energy on the intricate study of formation arrays, whether they be Xian formations or divine formations, as these were beyond his current capabilities. He even refrained from delving into the complexities of mid to high-level array patterns, for such efforts would be futile given his insufficient strength to deploy them. Instead, he concentrated his efforts on the exploration of elementary array patterns. These patterns are categorized into 3 types, one primarily for offense, one for defense, and one for connection. The offensive array patterns are further divided into those for physical attacks and those for spiritual assaults. Similarly, the defensive array patterns are classified into physical and spiritual defenses. The connection array pattern stands as an exception. It does not pertain to offense or defense, but rather serves the purpose of linking energies. Yi Chen harbored a particular fascination for these connection array patterns. While the manipulation of one's spiritual energy and resources such as spiritual stones and monster cores was manageable, the ability to connect with the forces of heaven and earth was profoundly enigmatic and immensely powerful. If one could freely harness the strength of nature for both offensive and defensive purposes, would it not grant an inexhaustible source of spiritual energy? This warranted deep contemplation. As the last moments approached, Yi Chen became completely absorbed in his cultivation, losing track of time. He swiftly broke through the barrier of the 5th level of qi refinement, yet his exploration of the array patterns continued unabated. With an additional 3 hearts, he devoted them to the comprehension of various divine patterns. Among the choices of weapon patterns, talisman patterns, pill patterns, and beast mastery patterns, he opted for the talisman patterns. His storage ring contained several talismans, and from a young age, he understood their formidable power in battle. Mastering talisman crafting was indispensable for his survival and future endeavors of seeking revenge and reuniting with family. For several consecutive days, Yi Chen remained indoors. As the day of departure approached, the absence of any signs of awakening from him caused great concern for both the demoness and Bing Air. This was particularly true for the demoness, Linghan, having chosen the position of the Saintess. She could no longer offer protection to Yi Chen. Her master had issued a stern command for her to return to the headquarters on the flying vessel the following day to participate in the grand ceremony celebrating her elevation as Saintess. However, she was strictly forbidden from bringing Yi Chen along. Her master further warned her against attempting to assist him, for failure to comply would not only jeopardize her position as Saintess, but also render Chen's admission into the Hehuan Sect impossible. The demoness understood all too well the gravity of her master's words and recognized that she could not afford to harbor any illusions. The intelligence-gathering capabilities of the Shadow Pavilion of the Hehuan Sect were formidable. It seemed that Chen could only rely on his own feet to reach Deyin Mountain, for he was yet unable to fly with a sword and, without guidance, might struggle even to leave the Pimdikiation. A sense of despair filled the demoness' heart. Had she known that choosing the Saintess position would come with such conditions, she would have made a different choice. "Miss, wake him up and tell him the truth," Bing-Er suggested, seeing her mistress anxiously pacing in the garden. "It must be done," the demoness resolved, gritting her teeth. "Bing-Er, go awaken him, and then assist him with his cultivation. You go first, and I'll follow, striving to help him break through to the 6th level of Qi refinement. Before we leave, he must possess the ability to fly with a sword." "Understood, miss." Bing-Er had fully refined the yuan-yang energy she had collected over the past few days, and her cultivation had swiftly ascended to the peak of the 2nd level of foundation establishment. After another session, she might even break through to the 3rd level. Chen was roused from his fervent comprehension, and Bing-Er chattered excitedly, recounting the stringent regulations of the sect and explaining her mistress's intention to help him break through to the 6th level of Qi refinement. Upon hearing that the demoness would no longer be able to protect him, Chen felt a pang of sadness. However, he quickly accepted the reality, as this was not the first such occurrence in his brief life. When he learned of the master-servant duo's efforts to assist him in enhancing his cultivation, all unpleasant thoughts faded from his mind. Strength was paramount. Enhancing his abilities took precedence over everything else. In the interest of time, the three of them immediately entered the training room. After Bing-Er's session, both successfully broke through, and while Bing-Er returned to her room to consolidate her realm, the demoness awaited Chen's recovery before continuing the cultivation process. Their efforts bore fruit, not only allowing Chen to break through to the later stage of the 6th level of Qi refinement, mere steps from its pinnacle, but also enabling the demoness to achieve the 3rd level of golden core formation. The 3rd level of golden core, indeed. She had only been in the golden core stage for a little over 10 days, and yet she had reached this speed of advancement. The demoness caressed Chen's chiseled face, filled with regret. Such a treasure of cultivation was far more effective than consuming any heavenly materials or miraculous elixirs. She should not have easily forsaken it for the sake of a mere Saintess title. "Xiao Qiao Qiao, did you resent me for choosing the position of Saintess over you?" she murmured, holding Chen close. "How could I?" Chen shook his head with a gentle smile. "We have already engaged in mutual cultivation. We are, in essence, dual cultivation partners. No matter your choices, I hold no grievances." "Indeed, we are dual cultivation partners in truth," the demoness said, passionately kissing Chen's face, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Do not cry, sister." Chen wiped away her tears, his heart stirred. "Rest assured, I will arrive at the Deyin Mountain headquarters on time and successfully enter the Hehuan Sect for cultivation, just like you did, establishing my golden core and becoming a saint before the age of 20. Then, no one shall separate us." The demoness' spirits lifted slightly, and she playfully pushed Chen onto the bed, laughing, "You ungrateful little one, with all my care for you, have you never thought of dual cultivation with me? Not the kind that requires assistance." "Huh, what do you mean? The dawn is approaching, let us proceed." The demoness giggled, pinning Chen beneath her. An hour later, Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that the effects of dual cultivation were similarly beneficial for his cultivation. He had transitioned from the later stage of the 6th level of Qi refinement to its pinnacle, nearing the threshold of the 7th level. Unfortunately, dawn had arrived. Bing-Er had already tidied up and was ready for departure. Chen had little to prepare, merely gathering the clothing, shoes, and bedding that Bing-Er had previously purchased for him into his storage ring. As the demoness departed from the Hehuan Sect's Dekyuching branch, he could no longer remain there. However, he had no immediate plans to leave Dekyuching, intending to procure supplies for his long journey before setting out. The number of people returning to the headquarters from the Hehuan Sect's Dekyuching branch on the flying vessel was few. Aside from the demoness and Bing-Er, only Elder Ziyue and her disciple Ling Xiao accompanied them, while the sycophantic Xin Xiong Wei did not join their ranks. The group gathered at the entrance and boarded the beast cart, which took them through the northern city gate, where the flying vessel awaited at a large square outside. With the departure of the demoness golden core admirer, Chen felt considerably reassured. However, upon noticing the absence of the corner-sitting San Xiongwei, his heart began to race again. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure. The elder council of the Hehuan Sect had forcibly separated him from the demoness and forbade her from providing any protection, so it was likely that the admirer would no longer view him as a rival. As for the corner-sitting individual not leaving with them, it was probably due to his identity constraints. In any case, he should be relatively safe now. His primary concerns for safety likely stemmed from the Zhengdao alliance. While they might not be certain that he was the Yi Chen in possession of the divine artifact, they would prefer to err on the side of caution, ensuring that no one escaped their grasp. Alas, the struggle for survival is indeed a formidable challenge. After parting ways with Yi Chen and the enchanting Yao Nu, Bing Er began to meander through the city. This leisurely stroll was not merely for enjoyment. His true intention was to acquire essential provisions while remaining vigilant for any potential threats to his well-being. He procured various supplies necessary for wilderness survival, particularly those required for shelter, sustenance, and clothing. With the convenience of a storage ring, he was untroubled by the burden of carrying them. During his wanderings, he casually expanded his spiritual awareness and effortlessly detected two individuals shadowing him. Easily disguised, there was one individual, the burly Dan Xiongwei, lurking in the corner, and another whom I did not recognize, yet he appeared to be in the late stages of foundation establishment. Within the city, they dared not take action. However, beyond its walls, the situation became uncertain. One must possess foolproof means of self-preservation or robust capabilities to consider venturing outside. As for participating in the entry assessment for Hehuan Zone, there were still 10 months remaining, so there was no need to rush. After all, in the grand scheme of survival, what significance did joining Hehuan Zone hold? If one loses their life, what good is it to join? My sole means of safeguarding my life at present is that modest art of disguise, which can barely conceal my identity. Thus, my next step is to delve into the intricacies of this art. After wandering for 2 hours, Chen finally reached a momentous decision. He sought out an inn, rented a room, and temporarily settled in. Upon paying for his stay, he realized just how arduous life in this wretched Dichio city was. Excluding food costs, the daily lodging fee alone amounted to 100 low-grade spirit stones. Fortunately, he had stashed away 100,000 spirit stones in his storage ring. Otherwise, he would have been left to wander the streets. Following this, Chen resided in the inn while studying the modest art of disguise. Although referred to as modest, the technique was indeed remarkably sophisticated. It not only allowed one to alter their appearance, height, weight, voice, and other physical characteristics, but also to modify their cultivation aura in accordance with these changes. Once one assumes a new visage, even an old monster in the nascent soul stage would find it challenging to recognize them. The only drawback was that this art of disguise could not be sustained for more than 12 hours, preventing one from perpetually presenting a different face to the world. Nonetheless, it was quite impressive. Truly, the inheritance of coveted is extraordinary. Even a trivial technique is so wondrous. Chen was filled with elation and began to study it earnestly. 10 days later, Chen finally emerged from his room. However, upon exiting, he had transformed into a robust, dark-skinned man, radiating an aura characteristic of late foundation establishment. "Innkeeper, I am checking out from room Sanhao," Chen announced at the counter. The innkeeper stared at him in astonishment. "Young friend, where is the person from room Sanhao?" "He has left," Chen retorted, glaring with fierce eyes, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his hairy arms, and brusquely inquired, "How many spirit stones do I owe?" "Spare me the chatter." The innkeeper, merely at the late stage of qi refinement, recognized Chen's superior cultivation level and, seeing his rough demeanor, dared not press further, hastily calculating the costs. Chen settled the bill with an air of indifference and stepped outside the inn. As he exited, Dan Xiongwei, who had been sipping wine in the hall, immediately approached the counter and asked the innkeeper, "Qiu, was that person who just checked out from room Sanhao?" "No, but the bill was indeed for room Sanhao," the innkeeper replied. "Thank you." Dan Xiongwei expressed his gratitude, paid for his drink, and promptly followed suit. "The art of disguise almost deceived me. However, you, young man, lack experience. That wooden sword is rather conspicuous, isn't it?" "Ha." Dan Xiongwei felt a surge of pride as he trailed Chen from a distance, heading towards the northern city gate. The moment Chen passed through the gate, he noticed Dan Xiongwei tailing him, causing his brow to furrow. "How did that fellow lurking in the corner see through my disguise? This is troubling. I must flee." Just as Yi Chun pondered how his flaw had been discovered, Dan Xiongwei quickened his pace, closing in on him. Thinking of escape? Is that even possible? Hee. Realizing Yi Chun had uncovered his intentions, Dan Xiongwei unleashed his flying sword, soaring into the air in pursuit of Yi Chun. No matter how swiftly one runs on the ground, they cannot outpace one who flies. The distance between them was already only about 100 zhong, and in less than 5 breaths, Dan Xiongwei caught up with Yi Chun, landing before him and blocking his path. Pointing his sword at Yi Chun, Dan Xiongwei wore a smug grin. Kid, prepare to die peacefully. Do not attempt to flee, or it will be quite a sight to behold as you perish. Big brother, we are strangers, with no grievances or enmities between us. Why must you kill me? Yi Chun instinctively grasped the hilt of his wooden sword, preparing to fight back. In that instant, he understood why his art of disguise had been exposed by the lurking Dan Xiongwei. He had altered his appearance, aura, and even changed his clothes and footwear, yet he had foolishly forgotten to stow away the wooden sword. It still dangled conspicuously at his waist. Fortunately, it was only this fellow who had spotted him. The other late Foundation establishment cultivator had likely lost track of him. That individual was probably affiliated with Zheng Dao Meng, which held far greater influence than this lurking fellow. At present, my priority is to shake off this persistent Dan Xiongwei. Kid, Dan Xiongwei chuckled. You and I are indeed strangers, with no grievances or enmities. However, you have offended someone you ought not to have. That person claims that as long as I eliminate you, my future will be bright. Hee. Yi Chun dispelled his disguise, reverting to his true aura, sword in hand, with an expression of disdain and mockery. That person is merely a sycophant of Linghan Xianzi, a mere second-tier golden core cultivator, is he not? Sycophant. Dan Xiongwei momentarily froze, then laughed heartily. Kid, just for that remark, you deserve a short life. Hee. With that, he thrust his spirit sword towards Yi Chun. Do not be hasty. Yi Chun casually parried with his sword, deflecting Dan Xiongwei's strike, and insisted, tell me your name. I do not wish to die without knowing why. Stop your prattling. Dan Xiongwei retracted his sword and swept it horizontally. Considering you are about to meet your end, it would not hurt to share. I am the personal disciple of Elder Ziyue from Hehuan Sect, the third young master of the He family in Banyu City, known as Ling Xiaozi. How does that sound? Are you filled with despair? Hee. Despair, my foot. Yi Chun parried again, blocking Dan Xiongwei's sweeping strike at its weak point, and retorted, I have never encountered someone as despicable as you in my life. You are a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Why not do something worthwhile instead of willingly playing the lapdog? You dare insult me, kid? You must be tired of living. Allow me to assist you in shortening your lifespan. Dan Xiongwei, confident of his victory, remained unperturbed, instead laughing with a casual demeanor. Yet, beneath his calm exterior, he channeled his spiritual energy, steadily infusing it into his sword, thereby augmenting the force behind his strike. Yi Chun activated his void-breaking divine ability, maintaining his composure as he utilized his ability to see through the flaws and weaknesses in his opponent's swordplay, capitalizing on the speed advantage to counter each of Dan Xiongwei's strikes at their vulnerable points. Occasionally, one might encounter significant flaws, yet it is still possible to transform a defensive stance into an offensive one, and the pressure does not seem as daunting as initially perceived. The intense pressure has, in fact, morphed into a singular valor. He never anticipated that Yi Chun, a mere novice in the Qi refinement stage, would possess such exquisite swordsmanship. There were no elaborate techniques. It was merely the casual wielding of a sword, yet each strike precisely targeted his vulnerabilities. With nothing but a wooden sword, she effortlessly nullified his fierce onslaught, leaving one to ponder the very nature of humanity in such a scenario. In the midst of their fierce confrontation, the true pressure on Dan Xiongwei was not merely from the battle itself, but rather the astonishing spiritual energy output of Yi Chun, which seemed to rival his own. How could a mere cultivator at the Qi refining stage, especially one still in its mid-phase, possess spiritual energy that could match that of a late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner? What an extraordinary anomaly this fellow was. As Yi Chun engaged Dan Xiongwei in over 30 exchanges, he appeared remarkably at ease, deftly maneuvering through the fight, while Dan Xiongwei found himself increasingly fatigued, his strength waning with each passing moment, revealing more vulnerabilities. The intensity of their duel attracted the attention of nearby cultivators from the North City Gate, who rushed forth, astonished to witness a mid-stage Qi refiner pitted against a late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner. What madness is this? A mid-stage Qi refiner battling a late-stage foundation establishment? Surely, I am not mistaken. The late-stage foundation establishment appears utterly exhausted, while the mid-stage Qi refiner remains unfazed. Who truly belongs to the foundation establishment stage? It feels as though that Qi refining 6th level cultivator embodies the true essence of foundation establishment. The onlookers, caught up in their discussions, inadvertently awaken Chen to the reality of his situation. He recognized the predicament faced by Dan Xiongwei and mused. It seems my spiritual energy output is not inferior to his. With newfound courage, he seized an opening and unleashed a flurry of 5 consecutive sword strikes. These strikes, seemingly inconsequential, were merely a reflection of the myriad sword techniques derived from the Hehuan legacy. Yet, each thrust astonished even Chen himself. When did I become so formidable? One stroke produced 54 sword shadows, exhibiting 54 distinct thrusting techniques. With 5 strikes, he conjured 270 sword shadows, a sight so densely packed, it was truly fearsome. A gasp of disbelief arose from the crowd. Am I imagining things? So many overlapping sword shadows. Another spectator retorted, that was 36 sword shadows. I counted them myself. 36, you say? Clearly, there are 54. To manifest 54 sword shadows from a mere Qi refining stage cultivator? Unbelievable. The onlookers continued their banter, leaving Chen pondering. Could it be that each minor advancement in cultivation truly grants an increase of 9 sword shadows? This was indeed a novel revelation. The Hehuan legacy, with its intricate sword techniques, overwhelmed Dan Xiongwei, who felt as though he were besieged by a torrent of wooden swords infused with the might of thunder and wind, relentlessly assailing him. Though the swords were merely wooden, their impact felt significant. He could not afford to underestimate them. For a single strike would undoubtedly be unpleasant. He dared not rely solely on his formidable physical defense to absorb those sword shadows, nor could he attempt to block such an overwhelming barrage. Dan Xiongwei was forced to retreat 5 zhong, his complexion paling, as he gasped. What sort of sword technique is this? It's astonishing. Curious to know? Chen, emboldened by his ability to repel a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner, replied with a chuckle. There's a place where you can learn more, seek it out. Where? Dan Xiongwei, though not lacking in intellect, was momentarily bewildered, taking Chen's words to heart. The underworld. Chen laughed, stepping forward with the Hehuan footwork, launching another strike. Once again, 54 sword shadows erupted forth. The spectators erupted in astonishment and laughter. You seek death. Dan Xiongwei, feeling insulted, was both shocked and furious, retreating 10 zhong while swiftly ascending on his sword. No longer wishing to engage Chen on the ground, Chen cursed under his breath, helplessly watching Dan Xiongwei hovering above. Having focused intently on mastering his disguise technique, he had neglected to practice sword flight, leaving him unable to ascend and confront his opponent directly. Come down and fight. Is it fair to soar above while I remain grounded? The onlookers jeered at Dan Xiongwei. You are mistaken. I believe it is only fair for him to take to the skies. Another spectator countered. Explain yourself. If you cannot, you are my subordinate. Hey, old man, have you not seen him struggle on the ground? Do you not think it unfair for him to fight a foundation establishment practitioner down here? Laughter erupted among the crowd, as Dan Xiongwei's face flushed crimson, infuriated by their taunts. However, his priority was to eliminate this insufferable Qi refining stage brat first. With a resolute mind, he began to gather his power, his fingers crackling with energy, preparing for a devastating strike. Curse you. Seeing Dan Xiongwei readying his ultimate technique, Chen felt a surge of urgency. In close combat, he may have been on par with Dan Xiongwei, but when it came to spells, as a mere Qi refining stage cultivator, his spiritual energy could only be channeled into his weapon. What could he possibly do? In the air, Dan Xiongwei, charged with energy, pointed his finger, unleashing a brilliant sword light that shot toward Chen like lightning. Now that looks far more impressive. A spectator remarked, this is the essence of a foundation establishment practitioner, unlike what we witnessed before, utterly insignificant. Using spells against a Qi refining stage novice should become a proud tradition among us foundation establishment cultivators. Let us make note of this. Alas, that Qi refining stage cultivator is doomed. Even a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner would likely fall to the sword light technique. Is it truly over? Chen's initial instinct mirrored that of the onlookers. This sword light had locked onto him, and no matter how he tried to evade, it would be futile. He realized that should he be struck, it would spell his demise, a fate from which even the Coatian divine disc could not save him. Unable to escape, he resolved to counter. Without hesitation, Yi Chen unleashed 10 swift sword strikes, each as rapid as lightning, each delivering 54 sword shadows, each shadow imbued with a faint aura of sword intent. Boom, boom, boom. The sword light was met by 540 sword shadows, erupting in a dazzling display of brilliance, scattering into countless fragments of energy, vanishing into the void. The resounding explosions echoed one after another, so densely packed that it seemed as if only one tremendous roar had occurred. The sound reverberated like thunder through the air, leaving the onlookers stunned, their ears ringing in astonishment. He, astonishingly, managed to deflect that radiant sword. Furthermore, he did so with a mere wooden sword, not a spiritual one. How outrageous! When did a wooden sword acquire the capacity to channel spiritual energy? How did it succeed in blocking the radiant sword? The onlookers, whose cultivation levels peaked only at the foundation establishment stage, naturally failed to perceive the subtle sword intent enveloping the wooden sword, mistakenly believing it to be merely an external manifestation of spiritual energy. Yi Chen felt a subtle numbness in his arm, secretly astonished. Indeed, the energy sword was a formidable technique. However, it was not invincible, it was conquerable. Yi Chen, soaring through the skies with his sword, effortlessly shattered 540 sword shadows with the strike of his blade. His confidence surged. He was acutely aware that while he could not ascend to eliminate a foundational stage cultivator, it would not be an easy feat for them to dispatch him either. Standing still, he gazed coldly at Dan Xiongwei, who hovered in the air, and remarked, "What other grand moves do you possess? Come forth." To his surprise, Dan Xiongwei glanced at the growing crowd of onlookers and chose not to engage further, turning instead to fly towards the northern city gate. Has he fled? Yi Chen was taken aback. This corner-dwelling fellow certainly displayed a rather lackluster demeanor. "Young lad, what is your name?" Defeating a late foundational stage cultivator at the mid-chi refining level must mean you are an elite disciple of Hehuan Sect, correct? Or perhaps a scion of a prominent family. Yi Chen disregarded the spectators, employing the Qi Tian body technique to soar northward. Want to know who I am? You wishful thinkers of the Righteous Path Alliance are equally curious. He darted ahead and soon entered a narrow valley. This valley served as the official road to the north, the safest path amidst the vast Pimu Dichio Mountains. Beyond this valley lay treacherous terrain, teeming with demonic beasts, including formidable third and fourth-tier beasts equivalent to human cultivators at the golden core and nascent soul stages. After racing northward for 100 miles, Yi Chen finally halted. Observing the desolate surroundings, he activated his divine sense to scan within a 100-foot radius, finding no one. He then concealed himself behind a boulder, employing a transformation technique to assume the guise of a slender, lovely maiden. This time, he learned from his previous misstep, not only changing his attire, but also stowing away his wooden sword in his spatial ring. Just as he completed his transformation, 3 gray figures swooped down from the sky. Noticing Yi Chen alone, hiding behind the boulder and adjusting his attire with the appearance of having just relieved himself, they immediately grew intrigued, sheathing their swords and blocking his path. "Miss, we seek information about a certain individual. If you know anything, kindly inform us," the leader, a short and stout middle-aged man, said with a warm demeanor. This middle-aged man possessed considerable strength, being at the peak of the foundational stage, and his amiable expression made him seem quite personable, resembling a good-hearted individual. "Who is it?" Yi Chen inquired. "Ah, it is him." The short man revealed a portrait, unfolding it for Yi Chen to see. Yi Chen squinted at the image that depicted him handsomely. This artist possesses skill. "They have portrayed me like a wealthy gentleman," he thought, chuckling inwardly. "Have you seen him?" the short man asked. "I have indeed, though I hesitate to speak," Yi Chen replied. "Hesitate about what?" the short man pressed. "Nothing much." Yi Chen paused, biting his crimson lip before pointing towards a fork in the road. He ran a distance ahead, and then turned east at that fork. He also warned that if anyone spoke of it, he would kill the girl. "Fear not, young lady," the short man reassured him. "We are righteous cultivators of the Righteous Path Alliance, pursuing this evil entity, and he shall have no chance to harm you. Then you must hurry and pursue. Do not let him know it was I who revealed his whereabouts," Yi Chen urged. "That is assured." The short man promptly took to the skies, calling to the others as they flew eastward. "Brother Dongfang," inquired Han Yu, the mid-foundational stage cultivator flying to the right of the short man. Do you find the girl's words credible? Absolutely credible. The short man replied amiably. As long as one is not foolish, that Chen will undoubtedly know to continue north along the official road, likely to be pursued by his enemies. Altering his course midway is his only viable option. However, leaving this safe valley leads to perilous beasts and various practitioners. As a mere chi-refining cultivator, he would find it exceedingly difficult to proceed. What courage would he have to venture into the wilderness? The mid-foundational stage cultivator countered. Yet Hanyu held a different perspective. Have you forgotten? He just defeated that Dan Xiongwei from Hehuan Sect. As long as he does not encounter third-tier beasts or golden core experts, he need not worry for his safety. The short man, however, had his own interpretation. Hanyu, you can trust Brother Dongfang's insight. Even if that girl deceived him, he can always return and turn the tables. She possesses good looks and figure. Had I not been in haste to pursue Chen, I would have endeavored to charm her myself. Indeed, Brother Linghan, your reasoning is astute. Hanyu guffawed, his laughter rather lewd. The short man joined in the laughter, even his usually kind eyes gleaming with an indescribable light. After leading the three gray figures eastward, Chen did not continue north, but instead transformed himself into a frail middle-aged man and returned southward to Dichio City. He aimed to ensure that no one could fathom that he would return to Dichio City. Upon entering the city, he sought a tavern near the northern gate and settled in comfortably. By day, he presented himself as a despised, sickly middle-aged man, coughing and sputtering. By night, he secured his doors and restored his youthful, handsome visage. During the day, he would venture outside the city, claiming to hunt demonic beasts in the forest. At night, he remained indoors, refusing visitors and dedicating himself to meditation. In truth, when he left the city, he did not delve into the forest, but rather sought a secluded hollow in the mountains to practice sword flight. Among the minor techniques within the Qi Tian inheritance was one known as the sword flight technique, which spoke of soaring with the sword. Unity of body and sword, harmony of heart and intent, convergence of spirit and qi. Chen recited the incantation, discovering that this so-called sword flight technique resonated with his sword intent, making comprehension seem effortless. Within just 5 days, he grasped the essence of sword flight, standing upon his wooden sword, gliding through the winds with unparalleled grace. Never did he imagine that he would one day soar through the skies on his sword, surpassing even the experience of flying in an airplane, far exceeding the prowess of those who indulged in wingsuit flying. Achieving his dream of flight, Chen laughed with uncontainable joy. How short-sighted! A voice intruded upon his elation, mocking him from within his mind. This voice belonged to none other than Chen himself. This speed, how much faster is it than your Qi Tian body technique on the ground? Is it truly worthy of pride? This sword technique, this incantation, do you believe it is merely about flight? A splendid sword technique has been reduced to mere flight technique by your folly. The Qi Tian immortal emperor would be livid with your incompetence. In the profound realm of martial arts, the concept of unity between man and sword is encapsulated in an ancient mantra. Chen, momentarily lost in contemplation, found himself reciting the incantation involuntarily, feeling the synergy of body and sword, mind and intent, spirit and energy merging into one. As he silently repeated the mantra, a sudden realization struck him. He had mistakenly interpreted the art of sword control as mere aerial flight. Amused at his folly, he promptly seated himself cross-legged to delve deeper into the essence of the technique. The union of man and sword, the harmony of heart and intent, the synchronization of spirit and energy, this was the true path. When in such a state of oneness, the vital energy from the Dantian could be effortlessly invoked, flowing between the body and the sword, guided by one's consciousness, allowing for flight, defense, and devastating attacks, each capable of unleashing formidable power. This was not merely the art of sword flight, it was a magnificent mastery of sword control. With newfound clarity, Chen grasped the wooden sword resting upon his lap, and, guided by his understanding of unity, summoned the Dantian's energy into the sword, and then back into his own being, creating a cycle of energy flow. Suddenly, he sprang up, sword in hand, and with a swift motion, both he and the sword vanished from the valley. A thunderous crash echoed as a stout oak tree, 100 paces away, was shattered by a fierce beam of sword light, producing a cacophony that resonated through the air. As the brilliance faded, Chen reappeared, his complexion pale and beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Staring at the wooden sword in his grasp, He murmured in astonishment at his newfound speed and strength, questioning if this technique could indeed be his signature move. The seamless fusion of man and sword, striking with lightning speed, all within the confines of his consciousness, made him confident that he could easily confront any lurking adversary. However, he recognized the toll it took on his soul and spiritual energy. While the depletion of spiritual energy was manageable, the drain on his soul power left him dizzy and nearly faint. Accelerating his body to such extreme velocities was indeed a formidable strain. Determined to exercise caution, Chen resolved to only employ this technique in dire situations or when assured of his safety. He contemplated refining the technique to create variations with slower speeds, thus reducing soul power consumption and increasing the frequency of usage. This would expand his arsenal for flight, defense, and offense significantly. He knew he needed to practice diligently, repeatedly honing his skills, but today was not conducive to further attempts due to the considerable drain on his soul power. Settling down, he focused on refining his energy, soul, and body, while also contemplating the art of sword control until darkness enveloped the sky, prompting his return to the city. Once back at the inn, Chen hastily consumed some food to satisfy his hunger before resuming his training. However, he refrained from activating the qi observation technique within the city, knowing that its considerable disturbance could attract unwanted attention from any lurking foes. He was acutely aware that such a figure would likely be keen on his distinctive training patterns. Despite the necessity to replenish his Dantian's energy, Chen resorted to consuming recovery elixirs from his spatial ring, chewing them like candy. Yet, he found their effects insufficient for his needs. After exhausting all suitable recovery elixirs, he realized that activating the qi observation technique would be far more efficient for absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. He recalled a pearl nestled within his ring, suspected to harbor an immense reservoir of spiritual energy, and decided to investigate further. Holding it in his palm, he pondered its contents, wary of inadvertently absorbing something hazardous. With a mutter, he activated his perception ability, peering into the pearl's interior. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary pearl, devoid of any distinct characteristics. Yet, the source of its vibrant energy puzzled him. Once more, he focused his sight on the pearl, this time tracing the origin of the energy. To his astonishment, he discovered a minuscule, nearly imperceptible grain within the pearl's core, from which the powerful energy emanated. Intrigued yet perplexed, he wondered how such a tiny grain could release such immense spiritual energy. Delving deeper, he entered the grain itself, only to be met with a staggering wave of dizziness that forced him to retreat. The moment he gazed upon it, a resounding hum filled his mind, inducing a terrifying vertigo. Yet, he had glimpsed something extraordinary, a miniature world. Within the annals of his family's ancient texts, Chen recalled references to such small worlds, believed to be the transformation of a practitioner's Dantian upon ascension. These worlds could mirror the external universe, complete with celestial bodies, landscapes, and living beings, or they could be grand palatial realms. The more advanced the practitioner, the greater the world they could manifest. He never imagined that what he had stumbled upon was not merely a pearl, but an entire realm, a hidden treasure trove of boundless potential. What is the concept of acquiring a small world? In the realm of Zhenma, all prominent sects, powerful forces, and illustrious families have, without exception, experienced their rise only after obtaining a small world. Take Hehuan Sect, for instance. It was the first generation of its founder who secured a small world. And with the assistance of boundless treasures, the sect rapidly flourished, emerging as a formidable entity, which ultimately led to the establishment of Hehuan Sect. The headquarters of Hehuan Sect is situated within that very small world, and the endless treasures contained therein continue to illuminate the path for disciples of Hehuan Sect to this day. Among the myriad of prominent sects, powerful forces, and illustrious families in Zhenma, any name that carries even a modicum of renown follows this pattern. Thus, the question arises, where do so many small worlds in Zhenma originate? The answer lies in the ancient battle between the celestial beings and demonic entities that transpired eons ago within the Zhen Mou. In that fierce confrontation, countless immortals and heavenly demons perished, leaving many of their internal miniature worlds unclaimed and untouched, scattered throughout Zhen Mou. Chen cradled a pearl the size of an egg, his heart brimming with excitement. With this miniature world, could he perhaps establish a sect of his own? Even if founding a sect proved impossible, could he not take several wives and create a grand family instead? Sister Kuer would be the matriarch, followed by Linghan and Binger as the second and third, respectively. He eagerly anticipated what treasures lay within. Chen could hardly contain his enthusiasm as he activated his clairvoyant ability, directing his gaze toward a single grain of sand. This time, his mind was devoid of the usual buzzing or terrifying dizziness. It revealed an expanse of unknown magnitude. The entrance to this space was a magnificent palace, with a vast plaza before it, capable of accommodating 100,000 people without feeling crowded. Behind the palace sprawled hundreds of acres of medicinal gardens, filled with extraordinary flora, each specimen boasting millennia of age, their collective worth incalculable. Beyond the gardens lay endless mountains and dense forests, teeming with rare fruits and peculiar creatures, many of which were unknown to Jean Mou. After calculating the potential, Chen withdrew his gaze, contemplating whether to venture inside and retrieve some treasures to aid his cultivation. Surely, among the hundreds of rooms within the palace, there must be countless treasures for cultivation. Just one item could elevate him by 1 or 2 ranks. However, how could he gain entry? And once inside, how would he exit? Chen found himself at an impasse. His family's ancestral texts contained no guidance on this matter, and they had never acquired a miniature world. He attempted numerous unorthodox methods he believed might work to enter the miniature world, each ending in failure. Perhaps he should visit Hehuan Sect. Their library might hold the knowledge he sought. After all, they possessed a miniature world. Chen decided against further experimentation and chose to absorb the spiritual energy from the pearl to fill his dantian. As he absorbed the abundant spiritual energy, it flowed into his dantian effortlessly, untransformed, pure in its essence. With such a formidable surge of energy, he pondered whether he might attempt to challenge the barrier of the 7th rank on his own. Surely, he could not rely on others for sustenance every time. What if someone took advantage of his vulnerability? He spoke to himself, circulating his dantian's energy, and launched an assault on the 7th barrier. 2 days later, at the North Gate Inn, Chen exhaled a long breath, his face alight with joy. He had reached the 7th rank, achieving a breakthrough without external assistance. However, upon glancing at the pearl that had crumbled to dust in his hand, a tinge of regret crossed his face. Such a large pearl, capable of containing spiritual energy, its destruction was indeed lamentable. Yet, regret aside, finding that grain of sand imbued with a miniature world was paramount, for it held the promise of a future with many wives and the foundation of a great family. For an ordinary person to locate that minuscule grain of sand, smaller than a needle's tip, would be impossible. Fortunately, with his clairvoyant ability, Chen easily detected the faintest fluctuations of spiritual energy, pinpointing the elusive grain. He delicately picked up the almost imperceptible grain of sand, afraid to deactivate his clairvoyant ability, scarcely daring to breathe, lest even a whisper of air whisk it away forever. It was imperative to find a safe place to conceal it. Chen mused that the safest location would be within the coveted champagne. Indeed, hiding it within the vast spaces of the coveted champagne would pose no problem. He could conceal not only the grain of sand but all his treasures within it. Most importantly, since it resided within his dantian, its aura would be entirely concealed, impervious to prying eyes, ensuring absolute safety. With this thought, Chen promptly transferred all his possessions from his storage ring into the coveted champagne, including the wooden sword gifted by Sister Kur. He then confined the grain of sand using a wisp of soul energy, securing it to a strand of his severed hair, which he placed inside a porcelain vial meant for elixirs. Now, it was time to practice his sword control techniques outside the city. Chen leapt from his bed and exited his room. 10 days later, he embarked once more on the northern route. As he left the city, a dozen individuals clad in standard attire, each bearing a 10,000 insignia on their left chest, accompanied a beast cart drawn by a lightning leopard, marching forth with great authority. Chen noted that the lean elder leading the group was at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, while most others were at the 8th or 9th rank of chi refinement, leading him to believe that traveling with them would ensure his safety. Consequently, he quickened his pace, closely following the beast cart, mirroring its speed. When the beast cart accelerated, he did as well. When it slowed, he matched its pace. When it halted to rest, he too took a break. His actions naturally aroused the vigilance of the group, and the gaunt elder at the forefront, accompanied by a 9th rank chi refiner, approached Chen as the beast cart paused for the evening, while he prepared to set up his tent. "Youngster, you've been trailing us for a day, covering 1,000 miles. Speak your intentions. What do you seek?" The elder's gaunt face was darker than the evening sky, his expression frigid, with an undercurrent of menace brewing. Ah, Yi Chen, undeterred by the elder's hostility, replied cheerfully, "Uncle, your group is numerous and powerful. I am but a lowly cultivator, traveling alone, seeking safety in your company. I've heard tales of bandits along this route. Surely, you wouldn't mind if I sought a bit of security from you?" The elder paused, frowning as he retorted, "Youngster, I care not for the truth of your words, but I warn you. Keep your distance from our caravan. Otherwise, humph." Yi Chen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded, "Uncle, I merely wish to enjoy a bit of safety. Perhaps we can come to an understanding?" "Understanding? Nonsense." The ninth-rank Qi refiner snapped back, "Set up your tent 50 paces away, or face dire consequences." Although the words were harsh, Yi Chen felt displeasure rise within him, yet he refrained from retaliating, knowing he was the one seeking protection. "Uncle Gu, Brother Kai, what is happening?" As Yi Chen was preparing to retreat 50 zhang to set up a tent, a maiden's voice emerged from within the beast cart. "It's nothing," exclaimed a gaunt elder in a loud voice. "A little brat has already been chased away. Keep him at a distance. We cannot allow him to be implicated with us." The maiden's voice replied. "Indeed." The gaunt elder responded to the maiden and addressed Yi Chen. "Did you hear that? My family's young master has commanded you to stay away from us." Yi Chen intended to negotiate further, but the cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement suddenly flipped his hand, producing a fearsome ghost-headed blade, and bellowed, "Why are you not scramming? Do you believe I won't kill you? This is not Dichio City. Here, killing is not against the rules." The bandits struck, their ominous blades glinting in the dim light, instilling a deep sense of trepidation. Yi Chen, feeling helpless, shook his head and retreated, setting up a tent approximately 60 zhang away from the beast cart convoy as dusk descended. He kindled a fire, retrieved his cookware, and prepared a meal with oil, salt, vinegar, and the flesh of a lightning night wolf. Meanwhile, the convoy also lit a fire but opted for a simple meal of dry rations, while the elder at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage casually consumed a few pills that allowed him to fast for days. "Uncle Gu, leave 4 to keep watch. The others can rest. We must set off early tomorrow," the young girl instructed the gaunt elder in the beast cart. "Yes, young master," he replied respectfully before dispatching 4 individuals to stand guard at the 4 cardinal points, while the rest gathered around the beast cart, even in meditation, maintaining a heightened state of vigilance. "Kai-san, stay closer to that little fellow. If he makes any moves against us, we need to be alert," the girl directed towards the 9th level of Qi refinement guard. "Understood," Kai-san responded, wielding his ominous blade as he stepped 20 zhang towards Yi Chen, taking a seat on a stone by the roadside to keep watch. Yi Chen, aware of the scrutiny, remained indifferent to the brutish figure. As the wolf meat cooked, he savored the broth and meat with great enthusiasm. Once satisfied, he retreated into his tent to meditate and cultivate. In this wilderness, far from Dichio City, he felt no concern about making noise during his practice, allowing him to cultivate without reservation. The gathering spiritual energy created a considerable commotion, awakening the cultivators of the beast cart convoy, who turned their gazes towards him. They were astonished to discover the little fellow behind them was in the midst of cultivation. How can a Qi refinement cultivator create such a ruckus during their training? What method is he employing? How rapid could his advancement be? As curiosity piqued, one among them, Kai-san, who was closest to Yi Chen, entertained a more sinister thought. If they captured the boy and forced him to divulge his cultivation method, rising with his blade, he hesitated momentarily before striding towards Yi Chen's tent. Although Yi Chen was focused on his cultivation, his ability to multitask allowed him to maintain a watchful awareness of his surroundings. When Kai-san approached, he detected the 9th level of Qi refinement guard immediately, yet he remained unfazed. A smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. How laughable it was for one whose own survival was in jeopardy to seek trouble with him. Kai-san soon arrived at Yi Chen's tent, slicing through it with a single swing of his blade. Yi Chen halted his cultivation, rising to confront Kai-san with restrained fury. "What do you want, brother? I have set up my tent at a respectful distance of 60 zhang. As per your instructions. How have I disturbed you?" Kai-san pointed his blade at Yi Chen, barking, "Stop pretending, boy. Hand over your cultivation method, and I may consider sparing your life. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to search your soul before ending you." Realizing Kai-san's true motive was the envy of his cultivation technique, Yi Chen scoffed. "How foolish. You are on the verge of total annihilation and yet dare to covet my method. Look at your companions. Are they not already encircled by bandits? At Yi Chen's pointed remark, Kai Sen instinctively glanced behind him, only to be struck with terror. At least 30 masked figures had stealthily dispatched 3 of his guards and were now surrounding the beast cart from all directions. Everyone, be cautious. We are under attack by bandits. Protect the young master. Kai Sen shouted, abandoning Yi Chen to rush back to the beast cart. Serves you right. Yi Chen muttered, kicking over the half-sliced tent and gathering his cookware and remaining wolf meat. With no chance to cultivate tonight, he decided to procure a stool, crack some seeds, and enjoy the unfolding chaos. He retrieved a stool and settled in the spot where Kai San had been keeping watch, nonchalantly taking out a packet of seeds to munch on as he observed the bandits wreak havoc. The bandits, numbering over 30, were clad in black, and their leaders were all at the foundation establishment stage, 2 at mid-level and 1 at the peak. With a force double that of the beast cart convoy, they surrounded the 10 or so members of the convoy, advancing steadily. Guyu, you traitor! How could you betray the Wan family? The gaunt elder shouted at a figure among the bandits who had once been a companion, his white beard trembling in anger. Old Gu, the likes of the Wan family are mercenary and ungrateful, destined for demise. I have merely chosen a new master, Guyu replied coldly. Out of respect for how you treated me, I advise you to surrender and leave the Wan family. We will spare your life, otherwise. Huh, the gaunt elder scoffed. You think you can make me surrender? What a joke. With that, he lunged at Guyu with his blade. Kill. Guyu's companion. A peak foundation establishment cultivator charged in response. The two, both at the same cultivation level, clashed fiercely, their blades and swords illuminating the dark night sky. Brothers, seeing that they are evenly matched, let us strike together, shouted another bandit with a spear, rallying the others to attack in pairs towards the beast cart crew. 2 other masked figures dashed directly towards the beast cart, their target clear, the girl inside. The beast cart convoy was at a dire disadvantage, and barring a miracle, their complete annihilation seemed inevitable. However, the members of the beast carriage squad had no intention of submitting to their fate. Each one resembled a feral beast that had been provoked, launching a frenzied counterattack upon contact, their eyes instantly clouded with the fervor of battle, their combat prowess truly formidable. Upon witnessing such a reckless approach, Yi Chen was reminded of the wild beasts he encountered during his hunting escapades. This was a desperate tactic, one that could lead to mutual destruction, with the losing side facing complete annihilation while the victors would undoubtedly suffer grievous losses. As Yi Chen observed the unfolding spectacle, he leisurely munched on sunflower seeds, contemplating the scene in his mind. The young girl within the beast carriage had already emerged at the first opportunity, having unfastened the lightning leopard and swiftly mounted it. Although she possessed the combat strength of an initial foundation establishment cultivator, she appeared ready to flee at any moment. Yet her grip on a gleaming curved blade and her unwavering gaze fixed upon the battlefield suggested she was poised to intervene in the fray. In the midst of a chaotic battle, the beauty of the fallen lay stark against the brutality of the scene, her youthful visage marred by the impending doom of her fate. Yi Chen shook his head, engaged in a monologue as he munched on seeds, seemingly unfazed by the slaughter surrounding him. The tumultuous clash of nearly 50 cultivators should have instilled dread in a mere chi refining stage novice, yet Yi Chen remained astonishingly composed, a testament to his superior grasp of survival techniques. Having mastered the art of sword control, his confidence swelled, transforming into an audacious spirit. A mere 10 days of practice allowed him to deftly navigate the skies at speeds twice that of an average chi refining cultivator, sustaining this frantic pace for at least 2 hours. At 3 times the speed, he could endure for an hour, while at 4 times, he barely managed half an hour. Any attempt to exceed 5 times would lead to a swift demise, rendering such endeavors futile in the face of escape. Thus, he ingeniously repurposed his sword techniques into an art of survival, driven by the relentless pursuit of life amidst overwhelming adversity. As bandits and beast conveyance teams clashed with blades drawn, a fierce contest ensued, with casualties mounting on both sides. 2 masked cultivators, at the foundation establishment stage, sought to eliminate a lone girl from a beast team obstructing their path. The disparity in their ranks was glaring. With the girl being merely at the initial stage, the outcome seemed inevitable. Their spears, akin to bolts of black lightning, lunged towards her with alarming speed. Yet, the girl, unperturbed and with an icy demeanor, struck the belly of the lightning leopard beneath her, propelling herself forward with a ferocious roar from the creature. With her curved blade swirling like a crescent moon, she deftly evaded the spear's tip and aimed for the neck of one of the masked assailants. The metallic clash resonated through the air as the bandit staggered back, narrowly escaping a lethal blow thanks to his protective artifact. Unwilling to linger in the fray, the girl pivoted and launched her blade at another foe with remarkable swiftness. The confrontation grew more intense, and despite being outnumbered, she demonstrated a commendable resilience, countering their attacks with agility and finesse, leaving no clear victor in sight. Chen watched with keen interest, mentally analyzing her movements, pondering how a slight increase in her speed or a change in her target might have altered the course of her strikes. The cacophony of metal clashing and anguished cries filled the air, painting a grim tableau of carnage that even he, accustomed to the hunt, found unsettling. In the midst of the fray, the girl unexpectedly retreated towards Chen's position, calling out in desperation, imploring him to assist her. Her boldness took him aback. The audacity of a Foundation establishment cultivator beseeching a mere chi-refining novice for salvation was not lost on him. Yet the girl remained resolute, asserting that she recognized his superior skills. Chen scoffed at her proposition, questioning the rationale behind her plea. She countered with a promise of reciprocation, offering herself in gratitude. Amused, Chen quipped, dismissing her advances as he prepared to distance himself from the escalating violence. To his surprise, she dashed to his side just as two masked figures pursued her relentlessly, thrusting their spears indiscriminately. Fortunately, the combatants had yet to unleash their true powers, and he knew that mere blades could not easily claim his life. "Hey, I'm not your enemy," Chen shouted, employing his agility to evade their assault. One assailant redirected his attention to the girl while the other pressed the attack on Chen, who could hardly contain his frustration. "Have you lost your senses? I am not affiliated with them," he exclaimed, but his protests fell on deaf ears. The masked figure coldly retorted that the very act of witnessing their deeds warranted his demise. Kill to silence? Chen was bewildered, narrowly dodging another thrust. "Isn't robbery a common occupation for you? Why fear being seen? What harm could come from mere observation? Young master, they are not mere bandits, but lackeys of the Chen family from Qinglianwei City," the girl interjected amidst her combat. Qinglianwei City? Chen family. Chen was oblivious to these names, but the girl's explanation only served to deepen his disdain. He mocked them for their foolishness, lamenting the undue mental burden their ignorance imposed upon him. "Do you not realize the psychological strain you impose? Such stress is detrimental to growth," he retorted, earning a scoff from the masked assailant, who lunged at him with renewed fervor, aiming for his heart. The surging spiritual energy coalesced at the tip of the spear, forming a sharp lance of light half a foot long, seemingly capable of piercing through any defense. "Huh, excellent. Let me show you the power of the chi refinement stage." Chen executed the coveted body technique, deftly dodging once more, yet he moved toward the young lady, chuckling. "My lady, may I inquire about your worth? Might you consider trading your hand in marriage for spirit stones or treasures?" The young lady retorted. "Sir, do you find me lacking in beauty?" "Not at all," Chen replied playfully while evading. As the saying goes, a well-fed man thinks of lustful desires. At present, I have yet to resolve my basic needs and require spirit stones far more than a beautiful maiden. "Very well," the young lady pouted playfully. "If you can assist me in escaping this predicament, I shall gladly offer you a reward of 100,000 spirit stones." In the midst of a fierce battle, Chen chuckled. "So, your worth is merely 10,000 spiritual stones. Very well, it is settled." 10,000 spiritual stones were not a trifling sum. A year ago, the entire wealth of the Yi family amounted to no more than that. After negotiating the price, Chen flipped his palm and summoned a wooden sword, charging at the masked man who had been relentlessly entangled with him. "My lord, could it be that you are truly destitute, lacking even a spiritual sword? A wooden sword will shatter upon contact. How can you hope to fight?" The girl observed Chen brandishing a decrepit wooden sword, a mixture of amusement and exasperation on her face. "My lady, if you hold no disdain for the chi refinement stage, why then scorn the wooden sword?" Chen retorted with a smile, deftly maneuvering the wooden sword to deflect the incoming spear and then sweeping it horizontally towards the opponent's neck. With a single strike, he unleashed 63 sword shadows. Having broken through to the 7th level of chi refinement, he produced an additional 9 sword shadows. The layers of sword shadows, imbued with a delicate aura, transformed the otherwise unremarkable wooden sword into an instrument of remarkable sharpness. The masked man was taken aback and attempted to evade. But it was too late. The speed of the strike was simply astonishing. However, relying on his protective spiritual artifact to shield his neck, he chose not to dodge, elongating his neck and channeling spiritual energy into his artifact, prepared to withstand the wooden sword. After all, how could a mere chi refinement cultivator wielding a wooden sword pose a threat to him, a mid-stage foundation establishment expert? The masked man scoffed inwardly. Crack! A peculiar sound resonated as the well-protected masked man found his head unexpectedly severed from his body, blood spraying into the air like a torrential downpour. A mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator had been decapitated by a mere late chi refinement novice wielding a wooden sword. Both the girl and the masked adversary were rendered speechless in shock, as was Chen, who stood in disbelief. By the heavens, when did I become so formidable? He pondered. Isn't my greatest strength supposed to be my speed in fleeing? How can I also kill with such swiftness? Chen stared at the wooden sword in his hand, momentarily lost in thought. My lord, do not dawdle. Come and assist me. The girl's urgent voice snapped him back to reality. Upon turning, Chen observed her relentlessly pressing the attack against her opponent. You are on the verge of defeating him. Do you truly require my assistance? Chen hesitated, opting instead to search the fallen opponent's storage ring. Indeed, you must. Quickly eliminate this foe and come to aid my Uncle Gu. He is on the brink of defeat, she implored, all the while overpowering her adversary. Upon hearing this, Chen glanced towards the battlefield ahead. The conflict was nearing its conclusion. The beast convoy members had been largely vanquished, and even the imposing 9th-level chi refinement cultivator lay dead, leaving only a gaunt elder struggling to endure. The masked faction had also suffered heavy losses, with only 13 or 14 remaining, scavenging the battlefield for the fallen storage bags. Hold on for a moment. I shall go directly to rescue your Uncle Gu, Chen declared, employing his stealthy techniques to dart towards the main battlefield. Given his newfound strength, capable of dispatching a mid-stage foundation establishment expert with a single strike, why not leverage his power to reap further rewards and gather more storage bags? Besides, the girl was clearly in control of her duel. Did she truly need his help? Chen moved with the swiftness of lightning, transforming into a flurry of sword shadows as he swept toward the masked enemies scavenging the battlefield. Ugh, ack! The anguished cries echoed as the masked men, caught unawares, were swiftly dispatched, their bodies crumpling to the ground. It was only after the 5th masked opponent fell that the remaining assailants finally comprehended the peril they faced, shouting in rage as they converged on him. Chen executed his techniques with such rapidity that only fleeting afterimages remained visible. The masked men wielded their spears and javelins in a frenzied assault, yet none could touch the hem of his garments. Meanwhile, their ranks continued to thin amidst cries of despair as he stealthily collected their storage bags. My lord, you are truly impressive, the girl exclaimed, having joined the fray, her admiration evident as she fought alongside him. Is it not impressive? I can endure 2 hours against a seductive demoness. Chen did not respond, lost in the exhilarating thrill of slaughter and the acquisition of treasures. Retreat. Quickly. The masked leader, witnessing the demise of several comrades, issued a withdrawal command. Those engaged in battle with Chen began to disengage, attempting to escape the battlefield. Thinking of fleeing? That is permissible, but leave your storage bags behind. Chen laughed, his speed and swordplay doubling as he swiftly dispatched those who had encircled him. Even a mid-stage foundation establishment opponent fell easily to a single strike, while these late chi refinement foes posed no challenge at all. How? The leader of the masked men let out a wretched scream. Abandoning the fight against the gaunt elder and fleeing into the sky with the last surviving traitor from the Wan clan, Gu Yu, as they retreated northward. From behind, a menacing threat echoed through the vast sky. Brat, I will remember you. The Chen clan vows to hunt you down. By the heavens, have I once again provoked someone I should not have? Chen reveled in the hunt against the masked men, immersed in a bloodthirsty ecstasy, failing to contemplate the consequences. Yet, upon reflecting calmly, a tinge of regret washed over him. Having crossed the line, worrying was futile. The priority was to collect more storage bags. Amassing enough would quell any feelings of regret. Finding his psychological balance, Chen, while the girl tended to the gaunt elder's wounds and neglected the battlefield, hurriedly searched each corpse for storage bags, indifferent to the Chen and Wan clans. My lord, thank you for saving us. After collecting the storage bags, Chen approached the girl, intending to settle accounts with her when the elder expressed his gratitude with utmost respect. No need for thanks. Chen replied with a smile. I have made an agreement with your young master for 10,000 spiritual stones to assist in her rescue. My lady, now let us settle the bill. Dear sir, might you reconsider? I could offer myself in service, which would equate to bestowing my entire Yuan family's fortune upon you, far exceeding 10,000 spiritual stones. The girl playfully chided. Enough, enough. Chen waved his hands. I have no interest in becoming a son-in-law of the Yuan clan. Simply provide the spiritual stones. What a jest. Being a son-in-law, not only do I receive no spiritual stones, but I am also bound to labor for the Yuan family without compensation, devoid of any social or familial standing. Humph. The young maiden cast an exasperated glance at Chen, then reluctantly produced a spatial ring. Very well, this is the entirety of my earnings from my recent venture to Dichio City, amounting to 100,000 spiritual stones. However, you must tell me your name and your destination, young sir. Chen Hehuan Sect. In light of the 100,000 spiritual stones, Chen did not conceal his objective, but fabricated a name. I am Wan Yin. Pleased to meet you, young Master Chen. The maiden performed a courteous bow and handed over the spatial ring. Young Master Chen, you do not appear to be a disciple of the Hehuan Sect. May I inquire about your purpose for going there? Of course, I intend to participate in the entrance examination of the Hehuan Sect scheduled for October. Chen replied with a proud demeanor. I see. May I ask if you possess an invitation token? Wan Yin inquired. Upon hearing the term invitation token, Chen was momentarily taken aback and instantly became alert, as such tokens are not ordinary items. Only those specially chosen could acquire them. Could it be that the young master of the Wan family harbors ulterior motives? He pondered inwardly, then shook his head with a smile. No, but I will certainly have one when the time comes. Wan Yin contemplated for a moment, then suggested, in that case, why not accompany me to the Wan family? I will find a way to procure one for you, and later, I can accompany you to Dine Mountain. You too wish to join the Hehuan Sect? The young master of the Wan family is a disciple of the inner sect, returning home for personal matters, but will be heading back to Dine Mountain in half a year. The thin old man, Elder Gu, spoke with pride. A disciple of the inner sect of the Hehuan Sect? Chen was greatly astonished, but he quickly declined. Thank you for your kindness, but my main goal is to participate in the entrance examination of the Hehuan Sect. My primary task is to undergo trials along the way, so I shall not travel with you, young lady. In the quest to eradicate evil, Chen fabricated a flimsy excuse to decline Wan Yin's so-called goodwill. What a jest! To return to the Wan family as a son-in-law and become embroiled in the enmity between the Wan and Qin families would be akin to courting death. Does one think that a former web novelist, now reborn, is unaware of the lowly status of a son-in-law? Chen did not pause for rest, wielding a wooden sword. He activated his sword control technique, and, with a swift whoosh, soared northward at 3 times the speed typical of the Qi refinement stage. Is he truly at the Qi refinement stage? The gaunt elder gasped in disbelief. As Chen ascended, it was not by stepping upon a flying sword. Rather, he held the wooden sword aloft, giving the impression that he was directly manipulating the air to propel himself forward. He is indeed a prodigy. Wan Yin remarked with a hint of envy. I once fancied myself a genius in cultivation, not inferior to any peer within the Hehuan Sect. Yet, in comparison to him, I feel like a mere joke. Young master, the gaunt elder advised, you must make an effort to befriend this Chen Yi within the Hehuan Sect. Forming a dual cultivation partnership with him would be most beneficial. Uncle Gu, what are you suggesting? Who would want to form a dual cultivation partnership with him? Wan Yin retorted playfully, her voice tinged with an insincere tone. It was hardly surprising that a spirited female disciple of the Hehuan Sect would wish to cultivate with such an extraordinary youth. Whether or not you become dual cultivation partners is of little consequence. Being ordinary friends suffices. Just remember, under no circumstances should you become his enemy. The gaunt elder cautioned. Of course, Wan Yin replied. Me an enemy? What a laugh. I would be more inclined to protect him. Half an hour later, having traversed over 600 miles from the scene of the incident, Chen finally spotted his intended targets, the 2 black-clad, masked figures who had previously fled. They were evidently exhausted from their extensive use of spiritual power and had to land to replenish their energy. Concealed within a dense grove, they were quietly consuming recovery pills to restore their strength. However, with a spiritual sense that extended over 140 zhang and the ability to see through obstacles, Chen noticed them without difficulty. Hovering in the air, He contemplated briefly before making a decision. Pointing his sword toward the great tree, he commanded, "Go." In that moment, he and the sword became one, streaking through the night sky like a meteor, crashing into the forest with a thunderous boom, striking the tree with tremendous force. The tree trunk shattered under Yi Chen's powerful blow, exploding into splinters that scattered in all directions. The massive crown of the tree swayed precariously before collapsing, startling the beasts wandering several miles away into a frantic retreat. Yi Chen had unleashed his strongest attack, the fusion of man and sword, at 6 times the speed typical of the Qi refinement stage. At such velocity, even an unsuspecting foundation establishment practitioner would find themselves at a disadvantage. The two figures were engrossed in channeling their energy, focused on healing and recovering their strength. They had not anticipated that a meteor would suddenly descend from the sky upon them, and had no chance to react before being reduced to mere fragments. As Yi Chen dodged the falling debris of the tree crown, he observed a storage ring and a pouch in his palm. With a smile, he addressed the remnants. "Do not blame me for being ruthless. Blame yourselves instead. After all, you left me with a threat, claiming that the Qin family would not spare me. Was that not a reminder that I could not allow you to return to Qinglianwei City alive? Thus, it was imperative that I eliminate you." He continued, "In the future, if you wish to escape with your lives, do so without making threats. Moreover, one must truly eradicate evil without mercy, or else the repercussions will be endless." After this soliloquy, Yi Chen exited the grove and continued onward. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and he needed to find a secluded location to recuperate. In the Dia Mountain, at the Hehuan Sect's headquarters, the sect leader, Ziyun, sat solemnly, listening to a report from a shadowy figure. "Sister, Linghan was not mistaken. That young lad is indeed a prodigy." The night before she parted ways with him, both she and her servant broke through to new realms due to their connection with him. That young man has advanced 2 stages, reaching the 6th level of Qi refinement. On his first journey north from the Dichio city, he held his own against a late Foundation establishment practitioner with his 6th level cultivation. On his second expedition north, he single-handedly slew over a dozen late Qi refinement practitioners and 2 Foundation establishment practitioners. The final strike he delivered to the last 2 was so formidable that even a nascent golden core practitioner would find it challenging to withstand. "Oh, is that so? That young man possesses such ferocity?" Ziyin chuckled. The shadowy figure continued, "Indeed, he possesses a pure yang spirit body, making him an exceptional dual cultivation candidate. His talent for cultivation is astonishing, his decisiveness in battle is remarkable, and he displays considerable intelligence. He is undoubtedly a candidate for the position of Holy Son. Linghan's judgment is indeed commendable." Ziyin responded with a smile. But did he not fear that news of his slaying the Qin family's masked individuals would leak? Let us act contrary to his expectations. Transmit the message to the Qin family, informing them of who was responsible for the death of their kin. I am eager to see how he will respond. "Sister, the Qin family has a mid-golden core practitioner stationed there. Should that young man unfortunately perish, it would be quite the loss," the shadowy figure expressed, displaying a hint of reluctance. "If he were to perish, it would signify that he is not a worthy candidate for our sect's Holy Son and thus not deserving of cultivation," Ziyun replied nonchalantly. "Very well," the shadowy figure conceded with a sigh. "Go forth, and keep me informed of any developments regarding him." After giving her orders, Ziyun perused the documents laid out on the table. "Ziyin," she muttered to herself, "do you not see? My cultivation of that young man began the moment Linghan departed from him." 5 days later, Yi Chen emerged from the Dichio mountain, taking on the guise of a handsome young man at the Foundation establishment stage, and arrived at the southern gate of Qinglianwei City. Qinglianwei City is one of the 12 Wei cities of Yunzhou, not particularly large, with a population of about 1 million. The entire southeastern region of the demon suppression is under the purview of the Hehuan Sect, which administers over 108 large cities, each of which governs 12 Wei cities. The city lords are predominantly disciples of the Hehuan Sect, and even the various sects within the jurisdiction are largely founded by Hehuan Sect disciples. The presence of Hehuan Sect disciples can be observed in numerous enterprises, including families, trade guilds, workshops, taverns, inns, and pleasure houses. In the southeastern region of the demon suppression, the Hehuan Sect's influence is pervasive, establishing itself as the undisputed regional overlord. Much like the Zhengdao Alliance of the southern demon suppression region and the Zhaixing Pavilion of the eastern demon suppression region, They serve as the supreme authority among all sections. Chen arrived at the southern gate of Qinglianwei City, poised to enter, when he noticed a portrait affixed within the gate, which drew a crowd to pause and discuss. Who is this Chen? He single-handedly slaughtered over a dozen members of the Qin family. Is it not written above? He is at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Nonsense. How can someone at the 7th level of Qi refinement defeat a peak foundation establishment practitioner? The bounty notice states it clearly. Indeed, this individual is quite elusive. He possesses the art of disguise, which can last for 12 hours. If we cannot identify him, how can we capture him? Upon hearing his name, Chen was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly approached for a closer look. To his astonishment, the portrait depicted a small child who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. At the age of 40, once again under a bounty, Chen could not help but curse inwardly. How on earth did the Qin family ascertain that it was he who had slain their kin? Disguised as Chun Yi, even if the news reached his family, they should not have recognized him. Furthermore, even if they had seen through his transformation, how could they possibly know the duration of its efficacy? Fortunately, Chen had the foresight to adopt a disguise. Otherwise, he would have long been targeted by the Qin family and those envious of the bounty. Additionally, it appeared that the Qin family was exceptionally wealthy, offering such a staggering reward for his capture. 100,000 spirit stones, an extravagant sum indeed. Fearing recognition, Chen did not linger at the city gates, but hastily entered the city, making his way towards the northern gate. His journey required traversing the city and crossing a forest inhabited by demonic beasts before reaching Yinzhou. Upon arriving in Yinzhou, he faced two choices: continue northward on foot or take a flying vessel directly to the grand city of Mingzhou at the foot of Dian Mountain. As he progressed, the bustling streets held no allure for him. Rather, they exacerbated his anxiety, for the city was plastered with wanted posters bearing his likeness. In tea houses and taverns, anywhere cultivators congregated, discussions revolved around how to capture Chen and claim the bounty from the Qin family. It seemed that the entire populace was devising plans to apprehend him. I must leave this wretched place at once. Uneasy, Chen hurried along the streets, fearing that a moment's lapse could reveal his identity and lead to his capture. However, his stomach betrayed him, grumbling incessantly, especially as he passed a tavern and caught the aroma of food. Reluctantly, he chose a small establishment to appease his hunger. As was typical in gatherings of cultivators, patrons quickly consumed their drinks and began to speculate on methods to capture Chen for the reward. I believe that if we were to detain all the cultivators at the 7th level of Qi refinement for 12 hours, they would surely reveal who Chen is. Someone, having had a couple of drinks, began to speak more freely. In a city of 1 million inhabitants, there are not merely tens of thousands at the 7th level of Qi refinement. At least 10 or 20,000 are scattered throughout. How do we capture them all? I think the best strategy would be to search the major inns at midnight using our spiritual senses. No. How many inns are there in the city? How can we possibly cover them all? As Chen filled his belly, he listened to the patrons' chatter, his eyes inadvertently scanning each person in the tavern. Just a fleeting glance made his heart skip a beat. What luck! Dan Xiongwei. How did that fellow, who typically lurked in corners, end up in Qinglianwei City as well? What an incredible coincidence. As Chen's gaze met Dan Xiongwei's, the latter's expression shifted momentarily as he recognized Chen. This person looks so familiar. Where have I seen him before? Dan Xiongwei mused. Chen, fearing that he had overlooked some detail and might be recognized by that wretched Dan Xiongwei, quickly finished his meal, settled his bill, and exited the tavern, continuing northward. Dan Xiongwei savored his drink, his gaze instinctively scanning the room. When he spotted Chen leaving the tavern, a name suddenly surfaced in his mind. Chen. Though Chen had altered his appearance and addressed nearly every detail, even modifying his aura to that of a 5th-level foundation establishment cultivator, he was confident that even Linghan and Bing Air would not recognize him. However, he had overlooked one aspect: his eyes. With a gaze that was both resilient and resolute, as clear as water, he could not alter the essence of his eyes, regardless of how he changed his physique or visage. Fortune favors me. My initial intention was merely to eliminate this brat and secure the favor of the powerful figure I am clinging to. Unexpectedly, I can also use him to claim the bounty of 100,000 spirit stones. Dan Xiongwei's heart swelled with glee as he beckoned to the server to settle his tab, hastily leaving behind a few spirit stones without awaiting change, and followed after Chen. As Chen exited the tavern and continued north, He soon became aware of the tale he had acquired. Truly absurd. Has that corner-dwelling fellow recognized me again? How did he manage to do so? Dan Xiongwei trailed him from about 100 paces behind, at a leisurely pace, the maximum distance his spiritual sense could cover in the late stages of foundation establishment. He assumed Yi Chun, being merely at the qi refinement stage, would not detect his pursuit. Unaware that Yi Chun's spiritual power far exceeded that of an ordinary qi refinement cultivator, even surpassing that of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He had long since perceived the following presence. Eluding that corner dweller would not be overly difficult. Yet, that scoundrel was as irritating as a fly, constantly buzzing around him. Perhaps it would be best to devise a plan to eliminate him once and for all. Yi Chun contemplated. However, formulating a strategy was not simple. This was within the territory of the Hehuan Sect. Openly slaying a disciple of the Hehuan Sect would undoubtedly incur severe consequences. Most critically, the corner dweller seemed to be summoning reinforcements with a communication jade talisman. No. Upon noticing Dan Xiongwei's actions, Yi Chun promptly altered his course of action. He must shake off that scoundrel immediately. Otherwise, should he summon his companions or expose Yi Chun's identity, it would spell disaster for him. Resolving to act, Yi Chun quickly summoned the wind spiritual energy from the coveted divine disc, channeling it into his legs. With a few swift movements, he distanced himself from Dan Xiongwei. Observing Yi Chun's intent to flee, Dan Xiongwei realized he had been discovered and hastened his pace to pursue, while simultaneously sending a message to his companions to intercept. Yi Chun executed the coveted movement technique at great speed. Yet, Dan Xiongwei's companions arrived on flying swords, their speed surpassing his own. Within a mere 10 miles, he found himself confronted by a group of over a dozen foundation establishment disciples at the entrance of a grand building. All of them were disciples of the Hehuan Sect. Seeing them clad in the sect's distinctive white robes with a character embroidered on their left chests, Yi Chun could not help but lament. With his current prowess, it would not be overly challenging for him to contend with these dozen or so practitioners at the foundation establishment stage, perhaps even slaying a few. The true difficulty lies in managing the aftermath and determining how to depart from Qinglianwei City once his identity is revealed. He could opt to employ the sword control technique, fleeing at a speed surpassing 4 times that of the qi refinement stage. However, such an action would inevitably unveil his identity and hinder his ability to breach the city's protective barrier and ascend into the skies. In the midst of his hesitation, Yi Chun instinctively cast a glance at the towering edifice nearby. The library pavilion? A spark of inspiration ignited within Yi Chun's mind. The Shaoyan Daki Kangshuj is an establishment owned by the Hehuan Zone, with branches in every city within its sphere of influence, akin to public libraries. It is said that the purpose behind the construction of the Kangshuj by the Hehuan Zone is to ensure that every aspiring cultivator among its subjects can acquire essential cultivation resources at a minimal cost. The Kangshuj offers various cultivation techniques, martial skills, spells, secondary professions, and an array of general knowledge books for a fee. By paying a certain amount of spirit stones, anyone can enter and read. The collection within the Kangshuj consists of widely accessible cultivation texts, primarily intended for novice cultivators, sufficient to help them reach the peak of qi refinement or the initial stages of foundation establishment. For those with exceptional talents seeking higher aspirations, joining one of the many sects for systematic learning becomes imperative, with the Hehuan Zone being the preferred choice among them. In this manner, the Hehuan Zone cultivates and selects a vast pool of talents under the guise of benefiting the general populace. Within the Kangshuj, loud noises are strictly prohibited, and fighting is absolutely forbidden, making it a safe haven from calamity. Yi Chun did not hesitate to rush inside. "Elder, I wish to enter the Kangshuj to read books. What are the requirements?" Yi Chun inquired as he stepped into the library, noticing an elderly man with a white beard dozing at the management desk. After rapping on the table, he asked again. "Payment is by the hour, 10 spirit stones for each hour. Once you pay your spirit stones, you may select your books and read. Just remember to take care of the books and refrain from making noise," the elderly man replied, still half asleep. "Elder, here are 1,200 spirit stones. I wish to read for 120 hours, Yi Chun stated, placing the spirit stones on the management desk. 120 hours? The elder's spirit was instantly invigorated upon hearing this number. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Yi Chun with a perplexed smile. "Yes, I intend to read all the books in this library. If the time is insufficient, I will come back to extend my payment," Yi Chun nodded in response. 120 hours equates to 10 days and nights. Let that fellow huddled in the corner, and his companions wait outside. I have plenty of spirit stones. If time runs out, I can simply pay to extend it and see who outlasts whom. Young lad, quite the scholar, are you? Reading for such a long duration. Do you need any bigudon? The elder remarked, producing a porcelain vial from his robe and placing it on the management desk, eyeing Chen eagerly. Chen's eyes brightened at this. A single bigudon can sustain a chi refinement stage cultivator for at least a day without food. It is indeed a miraculous sustenance. How many are in this vial, and what is the price? I will take them all. You are quite straightforward. The elder replied joyfully. This vial contains 51 pills, totaling 510 spirit stones. I will give you a discount. Just pay me 500 spirit stones. Excellent. Chen generously retrieved 500 spirit stones and placed them on the desk. With a total of over 220,000 spirit stones, including his previous holdings and those acquired from nearly 50 deceased individuals, he was hardly concerned about the expenditure. Such a generous youth. The elder pushed the porcelain vial towards Chen and handed him a timer. Once your time is up, if you do not renew your payment, you must exit. Otherwise, any time exceeding the limit will count as an additional hour. Understood. Chen accepted the vial and the timer, entering the reading area. The Kangshuj was vast, with the first floor alone covering at least 100 zhang, filled with towering bookshelves and an abundance of texts. There were 3 such expansive levels. The first floor primarily housed books on various professions such as agriculture, animal husbandry, witchcraft, and medicine, as well as general knowledge relevant to the Hehuan Sect's territory, offering a wealth of information. Chen's purpose in entering the Kangshuj was primarily to evade danger rather than to seek knowledge. Thus, he paid little heed to the titles of the books and began reading the first book on the first shelf as soon as he entered. He read with remarkable speed, glancing at a page only briefly before turning to the next, scarcely pausing his gaze. The ancient saying describes rapid reading as 1 glance for 10 lines, but his method surpassed even that, achieving a pace of 1 glance per page, astonishingly swift. With an innate ability to replicate and an extraordinary external advantage, he not only read rapidly, but also retained the information with absolute precision. The elder continued to doze, yet his consciousness enveloped the entire Kangshuj. Suddenly alert, he noticed Chen and furrowed his brow. This lad spends such a considerable amount of spirit stones. Surely he is not merely here to browse aimlessly? Muttering to himself, he cast a glance outside the Kangshuj, where several Foundation establishment cultivators in Hehuan Sect robes were gathered, whispering and casting furtive glances at the entrance. Is this lad hiding from trouble after spending so much? The elder pondered. Could he be that little rascal wanted by the Chen family? This disguise is so flawless that even I cannot discern any flaws. How did they recognize him? Though curious, the elder chose not to intervene, smiling lightly before returning to his slumber. Outside the Kangshuj, the group of Foundation establishment cultivators surrounded Shan Xiongwei, discussing their predicament. Shan Shixiao, that fellow has taken refuge in the Kangshuj and paid for 10 days up front. What shall we do? Are we to wait here for 10 days? No need. Shan Xiongwei shook his head. One person can enter and force him out. Force him out? How? Someone queried. Just watch. A young man with a mole on his cheek volunteered. You wait outside and see how I will coax him out. Having said this, the mole-faced youth approached the Kangshuj, tossed 10 spirit stones to the elder, and took a timer before entering the reading area. Chen was reading quietly when he suddenly heard a voice coldly scoff. Boy, is this how you read? Flipping through the pages haphazardly not only disturbs our reading, but also damages the books. Chen, engrossed in replicating the contents of the book, glanced up at the source of the interruption and felt a sense of foreboding. The one with the mole? Isn't he from the same group as that fellow in the corner? It seems they intend to force me out. Chen chose to ignore the mole-faced youth, continuing to read in silence. Infuriated by Chen's disregard, the youth seized his collar and shouted, Hey, I'm talking to you. Your reckless page flipping is affecting us. His loud voice immediately drew the ire of nearby readers. However, upon casting a glance towards the individual adorned in the standard long robe of Hehuan Sect, they all promptly averted their gazes, returning to their own books with a sense of decorum. Each of them had invested their precious spirit stones to gain entry and had no time to indulge in the frivolities of others. Chen cast a disdainful glance at the pockmarked individual, remaining silent as she continued to peruse her tome. Ignored once more by Chen, the pockmarked individual grew increasingly incensed and contemplated making a move, only to be met with the cold huff of an elderly voice. Huff. Youngster, Do you presume that I, an old man, am invisible? How dare you make such a commotion in the library of scrolls? 42. Copy Shintong, elder. Wazi cast aside Yi-chun and respectfully bowed to the elderly man with a white beard who had appeared behind him without notice. He complained, "This boy neglects his studies, carelessly flipping through the books and causing a ruckus that disturbs our reading. I warned him, yet he ignored me." The white-bearded elder, with a knowing smile, turned his gaze to the composed Yi-chun and inquired, "Is what he said true?" Yi-chun replied with a faint smile, "Elder, your keen observation is appreciated. I read swiftly, so my page turning is naturally quick, but it is not haphazard. While there is noise from turning pages, it is not significantly louder than that made by others, thus it should not disturb anyone. If you doubt this, please listen." As Yi-chun spoke, he began to flip through the book with astonishing speed, the beast skin pages quivering lightly, producing barely audible sounds. The white-bearded elder nodded slightly. The noise could not possibly disturb other readers. Just as he was about to reach a conclusion, Wazi sneered, "Elder, watch closely. This boy has been flipping through the book like this all along, claiming it is not careless. He is deliberately damaging the books. I suggest expelling him from the library as a warning." The white-bearded elder seemed to find Wazi's argument reasonable, murmuring in agreement, "Young man, why would you wish to damage the books?" Yi-chun remained unfazed and replied, "Elder, you have my respect. My fast reading leads to quick page turning, but there is no intention to damage the books." "Nonsense," Wazi retorted with a scoff. "Who reads that quickly? Such page turning clearly indicates an intent to destroy the books." Yi-chun cast a dismissive glance at Wazi and coldly remarked, "Why do you assume others cannot accomplish what you cannot? Your ignorance does not necessitate that others share it." "Huh, as if you could do it," Wazi exclaimed. "Here, take this book and let Elder test you after you finish. I want to see how you manage it." He handed Yi-chun a map atlas from the shelf. Yi-chun glanced at the white-bearded elder, his eyes filled with inquiry. "Young man, please proceed. I am eager to observe." The elder nodded with a gleeful expression. "With the elder's permission." Wazi smiled triumphantly. Yi-chun, however, remained calm and swiftly began flipping through the book. The quiet library resonated with the subtle sound of Yi-chun's page-turning. In just half a stick of incense, he completed the review of the atlas, handing it to the white-bearded elder with respect. "Elder, please feel free to pose any questions." "Very well." The white-bearded elder nodded, casually opening the book and asking, "Tell me, what city is depicted on page 247? Yi-chun smiled gently and replied, "Page 247 shows the map of Linghan Weicheng, one of the 12 guard cities of Danzhou, with a scale of 1 to 1 million. The elder nodded slightly and turned to another page, asking, "And what about page 315? Yi-chun answered, "Page 315 illustrates the Hehuan Weicheng, one of the 12 guard cities of Mingzhou, with a scale of 1 to 1,500,000. This page contains a detailed map of Hehuan Weicheng, as well as a map of a mysterious place called Chisha. The white-bearded elder glanced at the book in his hands, then looked at Yi-chun without speaking. "Did I guess right?" Wazi questioned, leaning in to check. The elder ignored Wazi and handed the book directly to him. He then extended his hand into the void, summoning a book that floated down from the upper floor, hovering before Yi-chun. "Finish this, and I shall examine you once more," the elder instructed. "Yes," Wazi chimed in, "complete this book first." The earlier one was surely just a stroke of luck, as he must have read it before. Yi-chun disregarded the buzzing Wazi and focused on the white-bearded elder. From the elder's clouded eyes, he discerned skepticism. And without further ado, he accepted the book and began to flip through it rapidly. In yet another half a stick of incense, Yi-chun returned the book to the elder, respectfully stating, "Elder, may I present my performance?" The elder took the book, glanced at the cover, and without flipping through it, said, "This is the Qishan 7 Styles palm technique. I do not wish to hear you recite what is written on that page. Simply demonstrate the 7 styles for me." Yi-chun was taken aback. "This is rather unfair, is it not? I have practiced swordsmanship since childhood and know nothing of palm techniques. How can I demonstrate them?" "What? You cannot?" the white-bearded elder queried. "Elder, I have practiced swordplay since childhood, and I am utterly ignorant of palm techniques. Forcing me to demonstrate would result in mere form without essence," Yi-chun responded, feeling troubled. "No matter," the elder replied. "Simply perform as best as you can." "Indeed, just demonstrate. What excuses are you making? Afraid of revealing your shortcomings? If so, you ought to leave the library," Wazi chimed in from the side. Chen ignored him and began to demonstrate with his bare hands. His movements were somewhat awkward, lacking precision, slow and clumsy. The majestic Qishan 7 styles appeared distorted under his execution, causing discomfort among the knowledgeable observers. Upon completing the 7 styles, Chen looked to the white-bearded elder, awaiting his judgment. The elder, however, asked, "Young man, you claim to have practiced swordsmanship since childhood, correct?" "Indeed," Chen replied. "Then demonstrate this book for me," the elder commanded, summoning yet another book from the upper floor to hover before Chen. Without further ado, Chen accepted the book and began to peruse its contents. It was a sword manual titled Wuju. The book was not thick, containing only a few dozen pages, which Chen swiftly completed. As he returned the book to the white-bearded elder, he inquired, "Elder, shall this also require a demonstration?" "Indeed," the elder affirmed. "Show me the Wuju swordplay." "Very well," Chen agreed, using his fingers as a sword to perform the techniques on the spot. First style, slay the sky. Second style, sever the river. Third style, divide the heavens and earth. Fourth style, break the yin and yang. Fifth style, determine life and death. As Chen executed the sword techniques, he softly uttered their names. "Huh." Upon completing his demonstration, before the white-bearded elder could respond, Wazi burst into laughter. "You didn't even have a sword. Is this what you call the Wuju swordplay? Are you trying to fool us?" "Elder, this cannot count." The white-bearded elder ignored Wazi and turned to Chen, asking, "Young man, what do you think of the power of this Wuju sword manual?" Chen furrowed her brow, contemplating before she spoke. "It depends on who wields it, as well as the type and quantity of spiritual energy employed. If it were you, what do you believe the impact would be?" The elder with the white beard pressed further. "With a single strike, I could eliminate that insufferable mole." Chen remarked with a smile directed at the mole. "Indeed. I trust you, my dear. Rest assured, no one shall disturb you again." The elder with the white beard nodded slightly. Then with a wave of his hand, a surge of formidable spiritual energy surged forth, instantly enveloping the mole and transforming it into a shooting star, casting it beyond the confines of the library. In the vast expanse of the reading hall, Sen Xiongwei and a group of Hehuan Sect disciples eagerly awaited the expulsion of Chen from the library. Suddenly, a dark figure shot out from the library's entrance like a shooting star. With a resounding crash, the figure struck the ground, shattering the stone floor into fragments and creating a massive pit amidst a cloud of dust. The crowd stood in astonishment, and silence enveloped the plaza outside the library. A gentle breeze stirred, revealing an almost inaudible moan emanating from the depths of the pit. "Ha ha ha, that lad has indeed been expelled from the library." One perceptive disciple of the Hehuan Sect, realizing what had transpired, let out a joyous laugh. The others soon followed suit, their laughter echoing wildly as onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle. However, as the dust settled, astonishment transformed into disbelief. The bloodied figure lying at the bottom of the pit bore a conspicuous mole at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the very Chen they spoke of was still engrossed in his reading within the library. Initially, Chen had sought refuge in the library to evade trouble, not intending to immerse himself in study. Yet, as he delved into the texts, he absorbed a wealth of specialized knowledge and social insights, broadening his horizons and instilling within him a profound sense of accomplishment. Indeed, the mere act of being cast out by the elder with the white beard was a testament to his excellence. Chen had transformed his approach to reading. No longer did he peruse each book in sequence. Instead, he activated his copying and clairvoyant abilities, extracting each tome with a gentle touch, effortlessly transferring the contents into his mind. This method of reading exponentially increased his speed, allowing him to swiftly traverse the rows of bookshelves. The elder with the white beard, unable to comprehend Chen's extraordinary technique, pondered to himself, "What is this boy up to? Surely, he cannot be memorizing everything merely by touch." Chen, capable of multitasking with remarkable proficiency, deemed it a waste to spend his precious time solely on reading. Thus, alongside his literary pursuits, he also engaged in cultivation, refining his qi, soul, and body simultaneously. He refrained from practicing the qi refining technique from the Kuei Tian Shinju, fearing its notoriety might attract unwanted attention. Instead, he resorted to the family's less impressive heart method, which, though subpar, was better than nothing. Outside the library, the mole had been unearthed from the pit, his body mangled and bloodied. San Xiongwei, seeing that he had neither forced Chen out nor achieved his goal, felt a surge of frustration. Yet, one failed plot led to another scheme. He loudly proclaimed to the gathering crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you splendid news. The infamous Yi Chen, wanted by the Qin family, is currently within the library. You must seize him and claim your reward at the Qin household. Hurry to the library." What? Yi Chen is in the library? How can that be? The crowd was incredulous. How can it not be? Our brothers discovered him. Leaving him with no escape but to hide within the library, Sin Xiongwei insisted. But even if he is inside, what can we do? With Elder Ting guarding the library, who dares to go in and capture him? We certainly do not wish to end up like the mole. The crowd shook their heads in resigned amusement. Then we shall wait for him to emerge. Someone excitedly suggested. Yes, we shall wait. I refuse to believe he can remain in the library for a lifetime. The chorus of voices crescendoed as they resolved to patiently await Yi Chen's exit, settling down to meditate and cultivate in the meantime. Daylight swiftly faded. Other readers had long dispersed, leaving Yi Chen to continue his exploration of the texts. At that moment, a familiar voice broke the silence. "Young man, night has fallen. I must close the doors and rest. However, feel free to continue your reading, and I assure you no one shall disturb you." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen turned towards the direction of the management desk, smiling and nodding in gratitude. The elder with the white beard returned his smile, waved his long sleeves, and with a thunderous clatter, the doors closed, and he vanished from sight. Yi Chen did not pause for rest. He continued to peruse the books, simultaneously cultivating his physical, soul, and spiritual energies. Undeterred by exhaustion, as the night deepened, he cautiously reverted to his original appearance. His disguise had altered his form significantly. Prolonged use could harm his body, necessitating restoration for several hours. 10 days swiftly passed. Yi Chen had perused the entire collection of over 100,000 tomes, transforming from an ignorant youth into a learned scholar. While he may not have mastered every subject, his knowledge was undeniably vast. The immense wealth of information now resided in his mind, rendering him exceptionally knowledgeable. The timer had sounded, signaling the end of his reading period. It was time to leave the library. Approaching the management desk, he intended to return the timer. "Would you like to extend your time?" The elder with the white beard inquired, glancing at the throng of people awaiting outside. Yi Chen looked out and shook his head with a wry smile. "No need to extend. I must face them sooner or later, don't you think?" Resolved to confront those who sought to turn him in for a reward, Yi Chen prepared to exit the library. Having absorbed so much knowledge, he understood that within the territory of the Hehuan Sect, as well as in the realm of the Zhengdao Alliance, strength dictated respect and authority. Even if he were to slay a disciple of the Hehuan Sect, they would not protect their own, choosing instead to avoid any trouble in the name of their sect. For the Hehuan Sect has long believed that within their domain, both disciples and non-disciples alike were their subjects, where only the strong held sway and kinship mattered little. Thus, it was time to confront those greedy individuals and end the matter decisively. "Young man, after reading over 100,000 volumes, do you not need time to digest and absorb what you have learned?" The elder with the white beard chuckled. The elder's implication was clear. Did Yi Chen possess a place to assimilate this knowledge? Yi Chen surmised the elder's intention. Of course. The elder continued, stroking his long beard. There exists a venue that is also a part of the Hehuan Sect, specifically designed for cultivators to practice. Is it Hehuan Valley? Yi Chen, having truly grasped the significance of the knowledge he had acquired, understood precisely what the elder referred to. Like the library, Hehuan Valley was another establishment created by the Hehuan Sect for those aspiring to cultivate, found in nearly every city, large and small. The valley was equipped with extensive spirit-gathering formations, rich in spiritual energy, making cultivation extraordinarily effective, especially for breaking through bottlenecks. Anyone, provided they offer a sufficient amount of spirit stones, may enter to cultivate. Furthermore, within lies the towering tower, where one can pay spirit stones to engage in challenges, battling against ethereal figures, which greatly aids in enhancing combat strength, accumulating battle experience, and testing one's own capabilities. Young man, it seems all those books were not read in vain. Would you care to venture forth? The elder with a white beard inquired with a smile. The youth indeed wished to, yet as you have observed, it is likely that the moment I leave this repository of books, I would be cleaved into 8 pieces by those fellows. Yi Chen remarked with self-deprecation. Young man, in this world, there is nothing that spirit stones cannot resolve. Do you understand? The elder with a white beard chuckled with great amusement. In the enchanting realm of Hehuan Valley, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled at the mention of the price. How much? He inquired. 1,000 spirit stones, replied the elder with a beard, extending a finger that resembled a gnarled branch. Deal. Yi Chen, valuing his own life, promptly presented the elder with the requested sum. If one could purchase safety with spirit stones, he would gladly part with 10,000, if necessary. After all, what were a mere 1,000 stones compared to the wealth of Wang Yin, the young master of the Wan family, who would willingly spend 100,000? Youth, you possess a grand spirit, the elder remarked with a grin as he accepted the stones. I shall escort you there. He continued, Hehuan Valley has rules akin to those of the library pavilion. Fighting is strictly prohibited within its confines, ensuring a high degree of safety. However, Yi Chen retorted, you mentioned it's only prohibited outside of challenges. Indeed, Hehuan Valley is safe, but the elder's claim of prohibiting combat does not encompass the potential for Yi Chen to disguise himself and emerge as a different persona. Do you understand what a challenge entails? The elder inquired with a playful smile. Naturally, it involves a lower realm practitioner issuing a combat invitation to a higher realm one. Then what is there to fear? The elder pressed. Yi Chen fell silent, realizing the truth in the elder's words. In his current strength, he had nothing to fear even from those several realms above him, having already vanquished formidable foes at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. His true fear lay in the possibility of his identity being exposed, leading to a siege by countless adversaries. Prepare yourself. I shall send you forth, the elder commanded, waving his hand casually. Yi Chen was suddenly enveloped by a surge of force that gently lifted him from the ground, propelling him through the air like a shooting star. Old man, what are you doing? I have a fear of heights. Yi Chen cried out, his voice fading as he vanished from sight. Youth, upon landing, you shall assume a new visage. After that, you will no longer be Yi Chen. Was this expenditure of 1,000 spirit stones not worthwhile? The elder's voice echoed faintly in the air. Filled with joy at the prospect, Yi Chen swiftly employed his transformation technique, reshaping himself into a handsome youth exuding the aura of a foundation establishment novice, clad in a flowing pale moon robe. In less than half a stick of incense, the force whisked him to the entrance of Hehuan Valley. At the entrance stood a towering structure, the Celestial Tower, a magnificent edifice crafted from white jade. Soaring 5 stories high, it guarded the entrance to Hehuan Valley, which was a paradise of bubbling springs, harmonious birdsong, and blooming exotic flora, resembling a world untouched by time. The surrounding mountains formed a layered backdrop, concealing countless cultivation caves. As Yi Chen descended from the sky, appearing to glide gracefully, his foundation establishment aura drew the attention of the entering and exiting cultivators. Who is this person? A foundation establishment novice flying through the air. Impressive. Some murmured. Yet, others speculated. No, it seems he was propelled here by someone else's strength. Who possesses such power to send someone flying? They wondered, suspecting only a Yuaning ancestor could possess such capabilities. Yi Chen, feeling the weight of their gazes, cursed inwardly and hastily entered the Celestial Tower, which resembled a bustling city at its base, vibrant with lights and diverse functional areas. He wandered about, procuring essential supplies for his upcoming life. And during a moment in the restroom, he changed his appearance once more, donning new attire. A young boy at the 5th level of Qi refinement would surely go unnoticed. Having completed his preparations, he approached the rental counter for cultivation caves, addressing a diligent young woman with a beauty mark. Miss, how does one rent a cultivation cave? The girl, warm and welcoming, pointed to a distribution map of the caves. Young sir, our cultivation caves are categorized into 3 tiers, A, B, and C. Which tier do you wish to rent? C tier, Yi Chen replied, exuding the confidence of an experienced patron. The girl continued with her enthusiastic explanation. C-tier caves are located at the foot of the mountain, with a spirit energy concentration 5 times that of the outside world, priced at 100 spirit stones per hour. However, I advise you to consider B-tier. Situated halfway up the mountain, offering double the spirit energy concentration at just 1.8 times the cost of C-tier. She added, if your finances allow, a tier is the best option, located at the summit with 4 times the spirit energy concentration for 350 spirit stones per hour. Yi Chen smiled slightly and replied, no need, I will rent a C-tier cave. The girl's demeanor shifted, her surprise evident as she asked, how many hours would you like to rent it for? Let us start with 1,200 hours, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. 1,200 hours? Very well, I shall assist you with that, she exclaimed, her surprise turning into a radiant smile. Yi Chun handed over a spatial ring containing 120,000 spirit stones, and she presented him with a token, cheerfully stating, "This is the entrance badge for C-tier cave number 1008, and I will personally guide you there." As they walked, the girl animatedly shared details about Hehuan Valley, highlighting the abundance of living facilities, the option to bring or rent a partner for dual cultivation, and how no commotion would reach the outside world. Her graceful movements and charming demeanor made for a delightful sight. Yi Chun had previously perused relevant introductions within the library, her mind preoccupied and indifferent to the words spoken by others. She found herself utterly captivated by the ethereal beauty of the enchanting scenery and the mesmerizing figure before her. Seizing a moment, Yi Chun activated her clairvoyance, perceiving the entirety of the valley. She discerned countless formations and intricate patterns pulsating with energy, continuously gathering spiritual essence from the atmosphere, while drawing power from the earth below, transforming it into ethereal energy released into the air. What an impressive high-level gathering array. Recognizing those patterns, Yi Chun silently praised their sophistication. In the realm of cultivation, Yi Chun arrived at the mystical cave numbered 1008. The enchanting maiden, Mei Rinji, beckoned him to present his token and, with a delicate stroke upon the door's barrier, it swung open. She remarked, "Young sir, for the next 100 days, this cave shall serve as your sanctuary for cultivation." It was a quaint abode, comprising a single room, a living area, a kitchen, and a bathroom, fully equipped with all necessary amenities. "Consider it your home, dear brother. I have matters to attend to and shall not intrude further." With a polite acknowledgement, Yi Chun eagerly stepped inside. As Mei Rinji had indicated, the cave resembled a small suite, complete with kitchen and bathroom facilities. Yi Chun closed the door and collapsed onto the sofa in the living room, his body sprawled out like a lifeless paper figure. "Ah, this is simply divine," he murmured, reveling in the comfort. How long had it been since he felt such relaxation? The very thought of relaxation jolted him awake, and he sprang up, suddenly reminded of the vendetta against his clan, the search for his sister Kur, and the bounty hunters lurking in the city, all eager to claim his head. Each moment of idleness cost him 100 spirit stones, a price greater than indulging in the pleasures of a brothel. His own reproach echoed in his mind. Filled with admonition, resolutely, Yi Chun forced himself to rise and entered the cultivation chamber, sitting cross-legged upon the bed, calming his spirit and initiating his cultivation mode. Yet, he did not commence his practice immediately. Instead, he retrieved a small wooden box, opened it, and delicately picked up a strand of severed hair. Attached to this hair was a grain of sand, which contained a miniature world. After poring over countless tomes, Yi Chun had discovered the method to unlock and enter this small world. The process of refinement, as delineated in the Kuwaitian legacy, was merely a minor technique, quietly residing in his mind. He cradled the grain of sand in his palm, summoned the refinement technique, and began to comprehend and practice it. Although the refinement technique was considered minor, Yi Chun found it manageable. However, refining a miniature world was no trivial endeavor, especially given that he was only at the Qi refinement stage. The small worlds discovered and refined throughout the demon town were the masterpieces of ancient beings at the nascent soul stage, who had toiled for decades or even centuries to achieve such feats. Logically, for a mere Qi refinement cultivator like Yi Chun to refine a miniature world seemed akin to reaching for the heavens, an utterly fanciful notion. Yet, Yi Chun remained undeterred, stubbornly embarking on the refinement process. The essence of refining the miniature world lay in using soul power rather than mere spiritual energy to unlock the array's seal at its entrance. The process required a constant flow of soul power and formidable array-breaking talent, both of which Yi Chun possessed in abundance. Armed with the Shunwen Dakian, he had gathered nearly all types of array patterns and formations, including those for breaking arrays. As long as he could condense the array-breaking divine pattern and construct the corresponding array, he stood a chance at dismantling the seal. His next endeavor was to concentrate fully on condensing the array-breaking divine pattern. Condensing divine patterns involved using soul power to form hollow patterns, subsequently infusing them with spiritual energy and sealing them away. Thousands of divine patterns arranged according to the array diagram could create a unique energy extraction and release mechanism, yielding remarkable array effects. Yi Chun had the ability to multitask, cultivating qi, refining his soul, honing his body, and condensing array patterns, all at once, without the fear of overexerting his soul or spiritual energy. This was the foundation of his confidence. Previously, he had attempted to condense array patterns, but his successes had been few, largely due to the limited time. He was convinced that given sufficient time, he could undoubtedly condense the array-breaking divine pattern and unravel the entrance seal of the miniature world. After all, it was merely a high-level spiritual array, not a law array or celestial array. Consequently, Chen activated his multitasking cultivation mode, engaging in qi cultivation, soul refinement, body training, and array pattern condensation, leaving no aspect unattended. Such an exquisite environment for cultivation and concentrated time must not be squandered in the slightest. Meanwhile, outside the towering celestial tower, a throng of Foundation establishment cultivators clamored together. They had traced the direction in which Chen had departed, gathering information as they soared through the skies on their swords. They soon learned of Chen's whereabouts. A fledgling Foundation establishment cultivator had entered the celestial tower's lower levels and had mysteriously vanished. It was presumed he had employed a disguise. Whether he had ventured into Huanhe Valley for cultivation or departed the celestial tower for another destination remained uncertain. Alas, the cooked duck has flown away, lamented a burly middle-aged man. Humph, a delicate voice from the crowd retorted. Perhaps it's your own neck that has managed to escape. What did you say? The middle-aged man glared at the girl who had squeezed through the crowd, his eyes filled with ire. The girl was Wanya, the young master of the Huan family and an inner disciple of the Hehuan Sect, dressed in a pink gown. She exuded an ethereal grace as she approached, looking disdainfully at the mid-level Foundation establishment man. I said, perhaps it is not the cooked duck that has flown, but rather the creature that feeds you has been spared. What? Are you dissatisfied? Wanya sneered, her tone laced with provocation. Impudent. A mere Foundation establishment novice dares to disrespect me. Enraged by being reprimanded by a girl, the middle-aged man unsheathed his spirit sword with a clang, preparing to defend his honor. However, Wanya merely smiled condescendingly, and with a casual wave, a surge of power erupted from within her, crashing into the middle-aged man. He stumbled back, momentarily disoriented and embarrassed. You cannot even withstand a single strike from a girl, yet you dare claim that young Master Yi is a cooked duck? How utterly ridiculous! Wanya declared with derision. You, seeking death. The man, incensed, lunged at Wanya with his sword. Seeking death is you. Just as the man's sword was thrust forward, a resounding clash echoed as another sword struck his, sending it flying from his grasp, causing him to stagger backward several paces. It is Lord Gu. Someone recognized the newcomer, a guest elder from the Huan family, at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage. Lord Gu. Has Lord Gu intervened? Could this girl be the prodigious young talent of the Huan family? An inner disciple of the Hehuan Sect? At that moment, Wanya stepped forward again, taunting the middle-aged man. Do you now comprehend who is truly seeking death? Let me tell you, even my esteemed Uncle Gu, when faced with young Master Yi, would not dare to claim certain victory. Young Master Yi, despite being only at the 7th level of Qi refinement, has single-handedly vanquished over a dozen members of the Qin clan, including those at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Do you still wish to capture him and claim the reward from the Qin clan? Do you possess the fortune to collect it? Humph. You should consider yourself fortunate for not having encountered him. After saying this, Wan Yin turned to the group of avaricious Foundation establishment cultivators and said, Esteemed ones, although the bounty from the Qin clan is indeed substantial, you must first ensure that you live to claim it. Now disperse. Yi Chen, young Master Yi, is not someone you can recklessly meddle with. The meaning of leasing a dual cultivation partner, Wan Yin, is quite straightforward. It is intended to dissuade these individuals. Although Yi Chen is formidable, possessing the strength to slay those at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, a lone warrior cannot contend against many foes. No matter how powerful he may be as an individual, he cannot possibly take on dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of Foundation establishment practitioners. Miss One, your argument seems reasonable at first glance. Yet it lacks coherence. There is only one person with the surname Yi, while we number in the dozens, or even hundreds. I refuse to believe he can eliminate us all. An elderly man with sparse, white hair expressed his dissent. Huh. Wan Yin coldly chuckled. You are correct, senior. He indeed cannot kill all of you. However, it is certainly feasible for him to slay a dozen or so, and I have witnessed this with my own eyes. What if, among those unfortunate souls, one of them is you? The old man fell silent. Ladies and gentlemen, Wan Yin continued, Who among you can guarantee that you will be among those who receive a reward rather than among those who meet their demise? It bears repeating. While spirit stones are invaluable, one must be alive to claim them. Furthermore, while 100,000 spirit stones may appear substantial, when divided among dozens, hundreds, or even thousands, each share is indeed minimal. Given each of your capabilities, what endeavor could not yield a similar profit? Is it worth risking your life for a few hundred or 1,000 spirit stones? The greedy Foundation establishment practitioners began to waver, engaging in quiet discussions. Noticing their hesitation, Wang Yin chose not to linger and entered the towering pagoda to challenge the trials within. After some deliberation, the Foundation establishment practitioners came to the consensus that the young master of the Wan family spoke wisely and began to disperse. However, a few remained resolute, including Shan Xiongwei and his 10 or so companions. Shan Xiongwei's refusal to depart stemmed not only from his disbelief that a mere qi refining stage novice could turn the tables on him, but also due to a mysterious voice whispering in his ear. This voice informed him that Yi Chun had entered Cave 1008 of Hehuan Valley, possibly to cultivate or merely to evade pursuers, and could emerge at any moment. The voice further assured him that as long as he remained outside the towering pagoda, he would be the first to know whenever Yi Chun appeared. Inside Hehuan Valley, in Cave 1008, Yi Chun swiftly approached the barrier of the 8th level of qi refining within just 3 days. He pondered whether to expend his own time and energy to break through the barrier or to lease a dual cultivation partner to assist him. Ultimately, he decided to opt for the latter, swift and pleasurable. Despite seemingly spending more spirit stones, it ultimately conserved his wealth. After careful consideration, Yi Chun resolved to head to the dual cultivation partner leasing office located on the bottom floor of the towering pagoda. In the lavishly decorated establishment, several alluring women, all at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, engaged in light-hearted banter. The receptionist, however, was merely at the 7th level of qi refining and dressed quite plainly. Yi Chun approached her and inquired, "How do you lease your dual cultivation partners?" The receptionist looked at Yi Chun, seemingly incredulous at his youth, and replied, "Young man, do you wish to lease a dual cultivation partner?" "Ah, how does one go about it?" Yi Chun asked. "Wait, you are so young, and you wish to engage in dual cultivation already?" The receptionist expressed her astonishment. "Is my youthful appearance a problem?" Yi Chun replied with displeasure. "Of course not," the receptionist hastily assured, sensing his irritation. "Here, qi refining stage partners are 100 spirit stones per hour. Foundation establishment stage partners are 200 spirit stones per hour. As for golden core stage partners, well, they probably won't accompany you. I choose her for 2 hours," Yi Chun declared, placing 200 spirit stones on the counter and pointing at a red-clad woman at mid-stage Foundation establishment who possessed the features and physique he favored. The receptionist glanced at the woman, momentarily stunned, before calling out cheerfully, "Sister Yu, we have an order." "Me? An order for me?" The woman approached the counter, her expression one of disbelief. "Indeed, the guest is here. Let us depart," Yi Chun said, eager not to waste time, as every moment was precious to him. "Come with you? A mere qi refining 5th stage child wishes to engage in dual cultivation?" "Sister Yu scoffed, have you even matured?" Yi Chun felt a surge of indignation at her condescension and turned to the other mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioners, asking, "If this esteemed lady refuses the order, who among you would be willing?" The others exchanged glances, shaking their heads vigorously in unison. "No, no. If Sister Yu won't take the order, neither will we." Yi Chun's expression darkened, and he shot a hostile glare at the receptionist, who quickly offered a conciliatory smile, saying, "How about I take your order, young man, and you can reclaim your 200? Yi Chun assessed the receptionist. Her features were average, her face slightly broad. While her complexion was fair and her figure ample, it lacked the desired curves. Remembering that he merely sought someone for supplemental cultivation rather than a spouse, he decided that as long as she was capable, it sufficed. With a grand gesture, he declared, "No need for that. The extra 200 is a tip for you. Now let us go." "Wait a moment. Let me hand over the details." The receptionist, realizing Yi Chun was about to leave, quickly delegated her duties to the red-clad woman and followed Yi Chun into the valley. The journey was silent. Yi Chun was annoyed and did not wish to converse, while the receptionist was wary of provoking his ire. Upon entering the cave, Yi Chun asked the receptionist, "What is your name? Do you know the art of supplemental cultivation?" The receptionist replied, "You can call me Xiaohong." The art of supplemental cultivation is something every leased dual cultivation partner knows. Yi Chun nodded, So we shall engage in supplemental cultivation. You have no objections. I trust. Xiao Hong was taken aback by his words, exclaiming, "Why you wish to supplement me? I warn you, this is Hehuan Valley. If you act recklessly, the consequences will be dire." Yi Chen chuckled, "You have it backward. It is not I who will supplement you, but rather you who will supplement me." What? Xiao Hong was momentarily stunned, but quickly shook her head in refusal. "Young man, this is a legitimate business. We do not engage in actions that invite the wrath of heaven or the ire of deities. I will allow you to supplement me willingly," Yi Chen said patiently. "That is still unacceptable. You would perish." Xiao Hong continued to shake her head. "You will not perish because of me." Ye Chen elucidated, "My constitution is unique. Not only can you not harm me, but you can also assist me in breaking through to the next realm. Of course, you can similarly advance. Is that truly the case?" Xiao Hong was skeptical. "It must be true, and the benefits surpass those of dual cultivation by a factor of 10, Ye Chen replied with a smile. "Then, in the event of any mishap, who bears the responsibility?" Xiao Hong wavered, fully aware that the effects of supplementing were indeed tenfold superior to those of dual cultivation. "Shall we draft a written agreement?" To assuage Xiao Hong's concerns, Ye Chen produced a piece of beast skin and, using soul energy as ink, penned a disclaimer, signing it with the designation guest of cave number 1008. With this assurance, Xiao Hong's heart soared with joy. This was a lucrative venture in supplementing, a rare opportunity that could not be purchased even with spirit stones, let alone the prospect of earning an additional 400 spirit stones. In the realm of cultivation, amidst the fervor of 2 hours of tumultuous energy, Xiao Hong successfully transcended to the initial stage of the 8th level of qi refinement, while Yi Chen, having significantly strengthened, ascended to the late stage of the 8th level, though he deliberately displayed only the 6th level. The words of the young master proved true. Not only did they engage in mutual enhancement without harm, but they also broke through to new realms. "Congratulations, young master." They both rejoiced in each other's achievements. Xiao Hong, eager to express her delight, promptly offered her congratulations. "We celebrate together," Yi Chen said with a playful pinch of her soft cheek. Only after their intimate exchange did he truly observe her features, realizing her delicate features, fair and tender skin, and well-proportioned physique. "Young master, having tasted the sweetness of success, I wish to cast a longer line to catch a bigger fish. When shall we engage in our next session?" Xiao Hong proposed, offering to contribute her spirit stones to assist Yi Chen in his advancement, even waiving the 400 spirit stones from today. Yi Chen pondered briefly before replying, "Perhaps in 2 days. If you are willing, let us forego the spirit stones and focus solely on mutual support. Request a 98-day leave from your superior, and come to accompany me in cultivation. As for how many sessions you may engage in during this time, it depends on how quickly you can refine the pure yang energy I impart." Xiao Hong's eyes sparkled with joy. "Wonderful. I shall resign immediately and move here to cultivate alongside you. Wouldn't that leave you unemployed? Is that truly wise?" Yi Chen inquired. "As long as you do not disdain me, I am willing to serve you faithfully for life, to assist you in your breakthroughs," she declared, her intentions clear. Yi Chen had no thoughts of taking on a servant, for he himself was navigating turbulent waters and had no desire to burden another. "Very well. I shall return to resign and complete my departure procedures before coming back to serve you," Xiao Hong said, donning her attire with enthusiasm as she prepared to leave. Yi Chen devoted his time to cultivation, solidifying his realm. By the time Xiao Hong returned after her resignation, he had stabilized at the late stage of the 8th level and was striving for the peak. Xiao Hong arrived with her belongings, carrying them as if moving house. Yi Chen frowned and asked, "Do you not possess a storage bag? Must you carry such a small amount of belongings manually?" Laughing to ease the tension, she explained, "I was originally a solitary cultivator, having joined Hehuan Valley only recently. My role at the front desk offered no commissions, and my salary was low. I could only afford one storage bag, but alas, it was too small to hold everything, hence I must carry these." "Oh." Yi Chen understood and presented her with a spatial ring, saying, "Here, take this as a gift. This, young master, is too precious. How could I accept such generosity?" Xiao Hong recoiled in surprise, refusing to take it. Yi Chen, seeing her reluctance, grasped her hand firmly and insisted, "Accept it without hesitation." "Thank you, young master," she exclaimed, receiving the ring. Peering within, she found the space vast like a hall and discovered several bottles of nourishing pills, her eyes glistening with tears of gratitude. Having never received such a grand gift, she quickly knelt to express her profound appreciation. Arise, arise. Spare me the formalities and tend to your belongings. Focus on consolidating your realm and refining the energy you have absorbed, Chen urged. Knowing the value of every moment in his cultivation journey, Xiaohong was quick to act. In such an opportune environment, abundant with quintupled spiritual energy and frequent opportunities for enhancement, she could not afford to waste a moment. After storing her belongings in the ring, she commenced her cultivation. Born of humble origins and possessing average aptitude, her cultivation speed had been slow. At 36, she had only reached the peak of the 7th level and had remained stagnant for 2 years. Without Chen's assistance, she might never have broken through to the 8th level. 2 days later, Chen encountered the barrier of the 9th level and, unable to progress further, emerged into the living area. Upon seeing him, Xiaohong promptly ceased her cultivation and stood ready to assist. Young master, is there anything you require of me? Chen, having checked her dantian and finding no remnants of his pure yang energy, handed her 10 spirit stones. Go procure some cooked food. We shall feast and then engage in our next session. Joyfully, Xiaohong accepted the spirit stones and left. Soon, she returned with a selection of delicacies, including marinated dishes, chilled vegetables, fruits, and rice. They shared a modest meal before washing up and preparing for their second session of enhancement. After several rounds of enhancement, Chen had gradually acclimated to the sensations of energy depletion and the fleeting feeling of life ebbing away. He began to relish the ecstasy of pure yang energy flowing into him and the strength that came from expanding his meridians. He found this sensation more profound than dual cultivation, a juxtaposition of death and rebirth, despair and delight, exhaustion and power, an experience only he could comprehend. As the enhancement commenced, he freed himself from illusions and appreciated the immersive experience of Xiaohong, who, though aging, still possessed an alluring charm. Her spirited enthusiasm and vivacity created an exhilarating atmosphere. During this session, Chen broke through to the late stage of the 9th level, while Xiaohong remained at the peak of the 8th level, unable to advance further. Her abilities paled in comparison to those of the more gifted. Chen felt a pang of regret for her, but she responded with a radiant smile. Young master, do not lament. I am already quite satisfied. Do you know? It took me 8 years to progress from the initial to the peak of the 7th level. And now, with just one session, I have achieved this. How could I possibly be unsatisfied? Reflecting on her words, Chen found joy in her progress. Sister Hong, you need not refer to yourself as a servant. You are not anyone's servant. Do refrain from such titles. Little did he know that Hong, with a playful grin, produced a piece of parchment from her ring and presented it to Chen, saying, My lord, Xiaohong is your humble servant. Behold, this is my contract of servitude entrusted to you. What contract of servitude? Chen inquired, taking the parchment and casting a fleeting glance at it. Upon seeing the words inscribed, Song Xiaohong, in exchange for sustenance, willingly dedicates her life as a servant, he promptly returned it, exclaiming, Sister Hong, our relationship is one of mutual benefit, where both parties fulfill their needs, and neither is indebted to the other. Such notions are not necessary. In the year of foundation, Xiaohong, having been rejected, immediately resorted to a charming demeanor, pressing herself against Chen, playfully pleading, Young master, grant me but a single opportunity. You must have noticed my poor talent for cultivation. Without your guidance, I might remain forever stagnant at the 7th level of qi refinement. However, by your side, there lies the possibility that I could one day reach foundation establishment, or even achieve the golden core stage. Wouldn't you agree? That is not entirely implausible, Chen replied candidly. Then why do you refuse? Do you find my service inadequate? Xiaohong's soft whispers, reminiscent of a gentle sigh, caressed Chen's skin. Overwhelmed by her kisses, Chen felt a buzzing in his mind, on the verge of surrender. Yet he quickly regained his composure and firmly replied, Sister Hong, you are unaware of the multitude and strength of my enemies. While following me may grant you limitless potential, it could also lead to your untimely demise at the hands of my foes, should they take their ire out on you. Is death not merely an occurrence? I fear not. Xiaohong believed Chen was trying to intimidate her and hastily declared her loyalty. But I do fear, Chen stated seriously. My loved ones have perished or gone missing because of me. I cannot allow you to suffer the consequences of my actions. Xiaohong hesitated. She had come to seek resources, not to court death. Our bond is confined to these 97 days. Beyond that, it would not be favorable for you. Focus on your cultivation. Chen gently pushed Xiaohong off him, donned his attire, and seated himself for meditation. After a brief moment of contemplation, during which she wiped her tears, Xiaohong dressed and exited to the living room to practice. Chan's rejection left her disheartened, yet if he had accepted her, she might have been even more sorrowful. 3 days later, during the third resource gathering, Chen successfully broke through to the pinnacle of qi refinement, standing merely a step away from foundation establishment. Xiaohong also experienced a breakthrough, ascending to the early 9th level. They shared a hearty meal before resuming their training. One prepared for foundation establishment, while the other aimed for the peak of the 9th level. Time swiftly passed, and another 3 days elapsed. Chen once more encountered the barrier to advancement. However, he sensed that this barrier was unlike any he had read about in books. It was evidently not the barrier for foundation establishment that would typically show signs of liquidification in the Dantian's spiritual energy, with the meridians and Dantian expanding significantly. Instead, he found himself facing a familiar barrier, with no signs of liquidification and the meridians and Dantian not exhibiting any signs of expansion. It seemed he was not to establish a foundation, but to break through to the 11th level of qi refinement. How absurd! Chen could not help but curse inwardly. He was shattering the age-old traditions of cultivation within the demon suppression domain, while others at the peak of qi refinement sought to advance to foundation establishment. He was instead heading toward the 11th level of qi refinement. To whom could he voice his grievances? If this continued, when would he ever achieve foundation establishment? Cursing aside, he focused on his cultivation and the intricate formations he needed to gather. Chen dared not slacken his efforts. After all, he was deeply invested in the 12,000 spirit stones, and every wasted hour cost him 100 spirit stones. At the Yin Mountain, the headquarters of the Hehuan Sect, Sect Master Yun sat quietly and solemnly, listening to a slender shadow report. The young man had been within Hehuan Valley for a full 100 days. He had only exited the valley on the 3rd day to rent a companion, who was named Song Xiaohong. After one rental, she resigned and became his maid. Since then, he had not stepped outside again. Only Song Xiaohong had been seen leaving. As for the young man's cultivation progress, it was uncertain, but Song Xiaohong had indeed improved significantly. By how much? Ziyin inquired. From the 7th level of qi refinement to the 3rd level of foundation establishment, the shadow replied. Such a leap? Ziyin expressed clear astonishment. Are you surprised? The shadow's tone carried a hint of mockery. Sister, if I were to tell you that Song Xiaohong possessed mediocre talent, and without encountering that young man, she might never have broken through to the 8th level of qi refinement, would you be even more astonished? Indeed, that is quite incredible. Ziyin nodded in agreement. Sister, if Linghan had remained with that young man, do you think she would have already achieved the golden core stage? Ziyin, do you think a rapid breakthrough in realms would be beneficial for Linghan? Ziyin asked with a smile. I cannot say, the shadow chuckled, but for Song Xiaohong, it is undoubtedly a boon. And for that young man, would you consider it a blessing or a curse? Ziyin posed another question. That depends on what realm he ultimately attains, the shadow remarked. What realm do you anticipate? Ziyin challenged further. I suspect he will not be lower than Song Xiaohong, perhaps achieving mid-foundation establishment, the shadow speculated. Or even the peak of foundation establishment, or possibly even the golden core stage. Ziyun's conjecture grew bolder. Hold on, I have received news about that young man, the shadow said with a smirk, producing a communication jade slip. What news? Ziyun leaned in eagerly as the shadow examined the jade slip. Curiously, the shadow remarked in an unusual tone, although he appears to have reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment, just like Song Xiaohong, his actual cultivation is only at the pinnacle of qi refinement. How can that be? Could the intelligence be erroneous? Ziyun was incredulous. The head of Hehuan Valley, at the 8th level of nascent soul, would not make such a mistake. The shadow shook his head. But this is inexplicable. With his aptitude, it should be impossible for him not to establish a foundation. Who knows what that young man is up to? Continue to observe him. I find myself increasingly intrigued. Ziyun declared with anticipation. In Qinglianwei City, within the Hehuan Valley's cave dwelling number 1008. After concluding the final gathering, Chen did not linger on the enchanting memories of his intimate moments with Xiaohong, nor did he indulge in the exquisite sensations that caused his entire being to tremble with rapture. He had grown weary of such aesthetic pleasures. Lying in Xiaohong's embrace, He meticulously sensed the transformations brought about by his breakthrough in cultivation. To Xiaohong, the aura he currently exuded suggested that he had reached the third level of foundation establishment. However, unbeknownst to her, his true essence was that of a quintessential peak in qi refinement, on the verge of breaching the barriers of foundation establishment. Yet, he was aware that he had defied the conventional norms of cultivation in this world. Not remaining at the pinnacle of qi refinement in anticipation of foundation establishment, but rather achieving the astonishing level of 35 in qi refinement. The passage of time breeds affection, and the refinement of qi has reached a remarkable 35 layers. This world has never witnessed such a phenomenon. Presently, his dantian and the spatial configurations of the coveted divine disk have expanded to the size of 35 basins, with significant alterations in the width and flexibility of his meridians. What does it mean for the dantian to be the size of 35 basins? A typical golden core at the second layer would only be about 30 basins in size. His dantian surpasses that of a standard golden core at the third layer by a considerable margin. Moreover, when accounting for the 10 spatial configurations, he possesses a staggering spiritual energy storage capacity equivalent to 385 basins. Even though his spiritual energy remains in a gaseous state and the density pales in comparison to that of a golden core at the second layer, the total volume of his spiritual energy is undeniably on par with it. This is merely a reflection of the changes in his dantian and meridians. His Lihor refining the soul and Qinshui refining the body have also undergone tremendous transformations, both reaching the 35th tier. At this moment, the might of his soul power could easily allow him to achieve a six-fold increase in the speed of qi refinement several times over. As for the strength of his physical body, it is likely that standing still, he could withstand attacks from ordinary cultivators at the late stage of qi refinement without sustaining injury. The expenditure of spirit stones has proven to be genuinely worthwhile. Chen is quite pleased with the enhancement of his cultivation, yet he soon finds himself dissatisfied. Regrettably, the condensation of array patterns has been somewhat slow. After 100 days, he has only managed to condense 90 divine patterns, averaging less than one per day. This quantity is still far from the number required to dismantle the barrier at the entrance to the small world. However, he remains unhurried. After all, his experience with array patterns is still relatively brief, and it is entirely normal for him to struggle with forming a complete array pattern, especially when starting with advanced ones. If he were to attempt condensing basic array patterns now, he is confident he could succeed in a short time. As he senses the changes within his body, Chen finally remembers the woman resting her head on his shoulder. He affectionately nuzzles against her voluptuous form and whispers, "Sister Hong, I truly cannot bear to let you go. However, you must leave, as must I." Yet, Xiaohong cradles his chiseled face in her hands, gazing at him with profound affection. "If you go, I shall follow you wherever you lead." "No," Chen gently removes her hands, shaking his head. "My enemies are far too powerful. If you accompany me, your life could be at risk at any moment." "I am not afraid." Xiaohong again lifts Chen's face, her determination unwavering. She has experienced fear and hesitated about whether to remain by his side, but as time has passed, her feelings for this younger man, who is 20 years her junior, have blossomed into an attachment that she cannot bear to sever. In the depths of her affection, she no longer knows what fear is. "But I am afraid." Chen once more removes Xiaohong's hands, adopting a cold demeanor. "I possess transformation skills that allow me to disguise myself and evade my enemies. However, your presence may inadvertently expose my identity. Is that to say I would become a burden to you?" Xiaohong inquires. "Precisely." Chen rises, donning his attire, shaking off the remnants of his clothing, turning away from Xiaohong, his tone indifferent. He is indeed enamored with Xiaohong's nurturing, much like his infatuation with the enchanting Linghan. He wishes for her to remain by his side. Their relationship, rather than being merely one of nurturing, has evolved into a form of dual cultivation. They are, in essence, partners in this practice. Yet he cannot let his desire for her lead them both into an abyss from which there is no return. Upon hearing his words, Xiaohong refrains from further protest, silently rising to dress, wiping away her tears. Once she is properly attired, she smiles through her tears and opens her arms, resembling tender lotus roots. "Young master, may I have one last embrace?" Yet Chen continues to face away from her, coldly stating, "The time has come, let us depart." With that, he strides toward the living room and opens the door. Xiaohong's arms, along with the smile on her face, freeze in the air, a poignant yet beautiful sight. Chen does not look back, walking alone toward the valley's entrance. Upon reaching the base of the towering tower, Chen returns the cave-dwelling token but does not leave immediately. Instead, he hands over 3,000 spirit stones, intending to challenge the tower. The towering edifice comprises 5 levels, with the ground floor designated for ordinary commerce, catering to the needs of cultivators for leisure and shopping, while the 2nd through 5th floors serve as challenge levels corresponding to the Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul stages. As long as the requisite spirit stones are provided, anyone may attempt the challenges on the respective tower levels. The 2nd level requires 1,000 spirit stones, the 3rd 2,000, and the 4th and 5th levels 3,000 and 4,000, respectively. Chen submits 3,000, aiming to confront the 4th level corresponding to the golden core stage. Feeling somewhat overconfident, he believes that, even at the 7th level of Qi refinement, he could vanquish those at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Naturally, he should not lower himself to challenge the 2nd or 3rd levels. He must face the 4th level instead. I shall conquer this level and terrify those out there who wish to capture me for rewards. This was Chen's mindset. Outside the tower, news of Chen's departure from Hehuan Valley to challenge the 4th level of the towering edifice swiftly reached the ears of Dan Xiongwei, who had been vigilantly stationed outside. A mere Qi refinement novice dares to challenge the 4th level? What audacity does he possess? That level corresponds to the golden core stage. Could it be that he possesses the combat prowess of a golden core cultivator? Dan Xiongwei's mind is filled with questions, yet he remains highly alert. If that novice truly possesses the strength of a golden core, then the dozen or so foundation establishment cultivators here would not stand a chance against him. I must seek additional assistance. Dan Xiongwei scans the surroundings, noticing that aside from his fellow brothers, no one else seems to have come for Chen. I must inform the Qin family and the Zhengdao alliance. Dan Xiongwei resolves this in his mind and calls upon a comrade, instructing him accordingly before the man departs on a flying sword. Inside the tower, on the 4th level, Chen steps through the doorway resembling an entrance to a secret realm and finds himself in a vast chamber. The room is empty, devoid of any furnishings. Chen patiently awaits, fully aware of the challenges that lie ahead. Soon, he observes a violent surge of energy in the center of the room, followed by the gradual manifestation of an energy figure with the cultivation of a golden core at the 1st layer. It appears that the texts were accurate. The challenge entails battling this energy-formed figure. Chen does not hesitate. He flips his palm and draws forth a wooden sword, charging at the energy silhouette. The figure, seemingly possessing human-like awareness, raises a hand to strike at Chen as he approaches. Before he can reach the energy figure, he feels an overwhelming force surge forth with that motion. Is this what a golden core at the 1st layer is like? Chen, filled with confusion, pondered whether this was truly formidable. As a practitioner at the 35th level of Qi refinement, she discovered that the 1st level of Jindan was hardly impressive. She could not even be bothered to activate her void technique, opting instead to thrust her wooden sword directly against that surge of power. The sword struck with lightning speed, its blade seemingly enveloped in an ethereal essence. Though it was merely a wooden sword, it emanated an extraordinary sharpness. With a resounding crash, 315 sword shadows pierced the void, executing a strike that soared through the heavens, colliding violently with that surge of palm energy and producing an immense reverberation. The immense power shattered like glass at the mere touch of the wooden sword, vanishing without a trace. Goodness, am I truly this formidable? Chen's heart swelled with joy, his spirits soaring as he burst into laughter. It seems I am destined to unleash a bloody massacre. Without waiting for the energy apparition to launch another assault, Chen leapt into the air, bringing the wooden sword down in a fierce strike. Executing the move known as breaking the river. Boom. Another resounding crash echoed as the golden core 1st level apparition was struck by the 315 sword shadows emitted from the wooden sword, splitting into countless fragments before dissipating into nothingness. 2 strikes to annihilate a golden core 1st level foe. What in the world? Can one be this powerful in the Qi refining stage? Chen pondered to himself, sensing another surge of energy in the center of the room. To his astonishment, the energy coalesced once more, forming 2 identical golden core 1st level apparitions. Kill. Upon witnessing the formation of the energy apparitions, Chen immediately launched an attack. This time, he unleashed the 3rd move of the 5 absolute swords, dividing heaven and earth, sweeping horizontally towards the two energy apparitions. The two energy apparitions were quick to react, retreating swiftly to evade Chen's relentless sword shadows. Seizing the opportunity, they flanked him from both sides, attempting to overwhelm him. Outside the towering edifice, the lights on the fourth floor of the tower illuminated, drawing a multitude of spectators. Someone has breached the fourth floor? Who could it be? A voice inquired. A black barbarian of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, came the reply. A mere initial stage of Foundation Establishment. Another chimed in. When Chen rented the cultivation cave, he had masked his aura to match that of Song Xiaohong. At the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment, the news of someone at the initial stage of Foundation Establishment challenging the 4th floor spread like wildfire, as it was nothing short of madness. Do you take me for a fool? The black barbarian scoffed, displeased. Why would a beginner venture into the 4th floor? Is he seeking punishment? Why not consider him a mere shrimp from the qi refining stage? He retorted. Humph. San Xiongwei seized the moment and interjected. My friend, do not dismiss this lightly. I have reliable information that the challenger of the 4th floor is indeed a beginner in Foundation Establishment. Impossible. The black barbarian exclaimed, incredulous. Hee. San Xiongwei chuckled. Have you heard of Chen? Of course, everyone knows of him. The bounty from the Qin family is plastered all over the city. He continued. Let me enlighten you. He is Chen. Reports indicate that he single-handedly slaughtered over a dozen members of the Qin family, including those at the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment, with only his cultivation at the 7th level of qi refining. After 100 days of training, he has now advanced to the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment. With his talents, ascending to the 4th floor is not beyond his capabilities. Uft. The black barbarian scoffed. I've gathered information too. Chen's ability to slay those from the Qin family was not due to his prowess. They were severely wounded from a prior battle, their spiritual energy depleted, allowing him to seize an opportunity. Do you truly believe he is that formidable? Furthermore, how could he possibly elevate his cultivation from the 7th level of qi refining to the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment in just 100 days? Hee. San Xiongwei smirked. If the individual atop the tower is indeed Chen at the initial stage of Foundation Establishment, would you dare to challenge him? If he truly is at the initial stage of Foundation Establishment, what do I have to fear? Replied the black barbarian. Very well. I shall remember this. San Xiongwei's scheme had succeeded, and he felt a surge of satisfaction. He wasted no time in spreading the news among the onlookers that the challenger was none other than the wanted Chen. The black barbarian boldly declared that he would challenge Chen to a duel once he emerged from the tower. It is he, the one challenging the tower. A voice exclaimed, and on the other side, Song Xiaohong exited the tower, gazing at the 4th floor shimmering with starlight, murmuring to herself. Aren't you the receptionist from the rental office? Do you know the challenger? Someone asked, intrigued by her musings. Yes, he is my lord. Song Xiaohong replied proudly. Your lord? What is his name? Song Xiaohong found herself at a loss for words. Yes, what is his name? It was truly lamentable that she did not even know her lord's name. As this realization struck her, tears streamed down her cheeks. Uft. Forget it. It is just Chen. Why the tears? The onlooker, witnessing her sudden sorrow, hastily departed. Your lord is Chen? The one wanted by the Qin family? No wonder he claimed his enemies were formidable. Song Xiaohong finally comprehended. 1 star and 1 level. He has conquered the first challenge of the Golden Core 1st level. As Song Xiaohong's thoughts swirled, the starlight on the 4th floor of the tower began to change. In the bottom row of 10 stars, a yellow star lit up, eliciting screams from the crowd. Step aside, everyone, make way. As the spectators shouted in excitement, an inappropriate voice of reprimand suddenly broke through the commotion. The crowd stirred restlessly. Damn it! The Qin family is too domineering, pushing their way in. They deserve to have suffered so many casualties at the hands of that Chen. Look, at least 30 members of the Qin family have arrived, led by the Grand Elder Qin Mo, a formidable figure at the 2nd level of the Golden Core. What are they here for? They seem furious. Could it be that the challenger is truly Chen? He has not left yet? It seemed highly likely. This was bound to be a spectacle, and one wondered how Chen would escape. How will he escape? Forgotten that he can disguise himself? His means of disguise can fool even those at the nascent soul stage. Look, the 2nd star of the 1st level has also lit up. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Goodness, it took less than 10 breaths to go from the 1st star to the 2nd. Incredible. Defeating 2 Golden Core 1st level foes in 10 breaths showcases remarkable strength. Outside the towering edifice, the crowd was densely packed, buzzing with excitement. The lights of the fourth floor of the tower illuminated a star at intervals, prompting gasps of awe among the crowd. The expressions of Grand Elder Chen Mo of the Chen family and San Xiongwei, who lurked in the shadows, grew increasingly grim with each star that lit up. In contrast, Song Xiaohong wore a radiant smile. That was her lord. The more extraordinary he was, the prouder she felt. She resolved that as long as her lord did not abandon her, she would never relinquish her devotion. At this moment, in the Wan family, Patriarch Wan Qingmu paced anxiously in the discussion hall, tugging at his goat-like beard, several strands plucked from his chin. Father, do not hesitate any longer. This is the best opportunity to retaliate against the Qin family and resolve the enmity between the Wan and Qin families that has persisted for a century. If we miss this chance, it will never come again. Young Master Wan Yin stood beside him, anxiously urging. However, Wan Qingmu's footsteps faltered as he sighed deeply. The formidable figure of He Mandahan stood firm, as Wan Yin earnestly expressed. During the Qin dynasty's decline, they took away 30 members of the Qin family who had reached the foundational stage to hunt down Yi Chun. Those left guarding the Qin family number merely over 50 foundational fighters. Conversely, we possess nearly 100 foundational warriors, granting us a significant numerical advantage. In terms of elite combatants, the Qin family has only 2 remaining, while we boast 3, thus holding an undeniable superiority. If we fail to seize this opportunity, it may be a long time before we encounter such a chance again. Wan Qingmu, in deep contemplation and absent-mindedly plucking at his beard, mused, but what if a conflict does not arise at Hehuan Gu? The Qin family is merely a dozen miles away. Should a battle ensue, they could provide reinforcements in mere moments. Dad, Wan Yin implored with a tone of earnestness, please trust my judgment. I, along with Uncle Gu, have witnessed young Master Ye's prowess firsthand. 3 months ago, he was capable of slaying a mid-foundational member of the Qin family with a single strike and single-handedly dispatched over a dozen of their kin. How much weaker could he have become in 3 months? As long as the Qin family does not overlook him, and with my support, he will surely unleash a massacre, keeping their 30 foundational fighters occupied. How confident are you? Wan Qingmu still hesitated. An 80% certainty, Wan Yin declared with conviction. 80%, you say? That leaves a 20% chance we may not succeed. Dad, do not waver any longer. When I say 80%, I intentionally leave room for caution. The real assurance is at least 99%. 99%? Truly? Wan Qingmu's previously somber gaze suddenly brightened, his expression clearing like a fog lifting. Make a decision swiftly, otherwise, we shall be too late. Wan Yin was exasperated, pondering how her father, who had always been so cautious, had come to hold the position of clan leader instead of her uncle Wan Qingshan, the elder of the Wan family, who, despite his slightly lower realm, was far more decisive and commanding. At that moment, within the towering tower, Yi Chun had already breached 8 gates. The energy within the central chamber surged, coalescing into 9 figures of foundational strength. Yi Chun observed the 9 energy apparitions but chose not to attack. Instead, he turned and made his way towards the exit. Having surpassed the 8th gate of the foundational stage, the intended intimidation should have taken effect, and those aspiring to capture him for rewards would think twice before pursuing him again. Thus, there was no need to confront the 9th gate. In the realm of cultivation, where power reigns supreme, it is prudent to exhibit strength to deter those who might wish him harm. Yet one must also know when to refrain, lest one become vulnerable to unforeseen peril. Yi Chen opted to abandon further challenges and exited the towering structure. Congratulations, young master, for surpassing the 8th gate of the foundational stage with a cultivation of the 3rd foundational level. As Yi Chen stepped through the grand 4th gate, a lady dressed elegantly approached him with a smile. Thank you, he replied courteously, following her as they descended the tower together. Now, on the surface, he had demonstrated the strength of the 8th gate of the foundational stage. He was eager to see if any foundational fighters would dare to capture him for rewards. With an air of satisfaction, Yi Chun strode confidently out of the tower. Indeed, it's him. Song Xiaohong immediately spotted Yi Chun's emergence, her heart racing. After 97 days and nearly 30 sessions of gathering resources, this handsome young man had left her with countless fond memories. There he is, just at the foundational initial stage. Upon seeing Yi Chun, some exclaimed with excitement, recognizing his worth. A foundational 3rd level can breach the 8th gate of the foundational stage? I wonder how many moves he could hold against the Qin family's elder, Chen Mo? Some began to contemplate the might of Chen Mo, the highest fighter present. One fears he may not last 10 moves. The difference between the foundational and golden core realms is vast. Crossing that boundary is akin to an insurmountable challenge. The transformation of that brat-esque disguise is truly remarkable. Had it not been for that elusive figure's message, I would never have recognized him. Dan Xiongwei, having received the message, chuckled and inquired of the black, burly man. Brother, do you see it clearly? Is he indeed at the foundational initial stage? The burly man awkwardly replied, yes. And what of it? What of it? Then let us proceed. Do you intend to back out of our wager? Dan Xiongwei sneered, pulling a companion close to whisper a few words. The companion, upon hearing, dashed towards the Chen family members. The burly man, believing Dan Xiongwei had sent him to gather support, felt a surge of embarrassment. His face flushed crimson as he withdrew a mighty axe from his storage ring, proclaiming, I, Hehuan Sect, never back down from a bet. With his axe in hand, the burly man swaggered towards Yi Chen. Hehuan Sect. Seeing the burly man approach Yi Chen, Song Xiaohong's heart tightened. Dazhuang was at the pinnacle of the foundational stage, and she feared that Yi Chen, being only at the 3rd foundational level, might not withstand him. As Yi Chen stepped out of the tower, he had already extended his senses to probe the surroundings. He was astonished to find over 100 foundational fighters gathered outside the tower, creating an overwhelming scene. Do these people lack other means of earning a living? Why pursue me for a reward? Resolute in his decision, Yi Chen strode forth from the tower. No longer was he the boy who hid in a remote village, but a formidable cultivator at the 35th level of Qi refinement, equipped with myriad means of self-preservation. Young man, was it you who breached the 8th gate of the foundational stage? The burly man, wielding his axe, stood imposing before Yi Chen, inquiring with a booming voice. Yi Chen raised his gaze to assess the imposing black-skinned giant and remarked with a smile, Brother, since you are already aware, why must you inquire further? However, I remain unconvinced. The black-skinned giant lowered the mountain axe from his shoulder, positioning it across his chest, displaying an unmistakable readiness for confrontation. Whether you believe it or not is of no concern to me. Yi Chen, wishing to avoid conflict, attempted to sidestep. Yet, the black-skinned giant thrust the mountain axe forward, effectively blocking Yi Chen's path, and declared, Young lad, I wish to challenge you. If you can surpass me, then I shall believe. The imposing figure of the black barbarian man boasted, What makes you think you can compare with Yin-Si Xiongwei? Do you think your opinion matters? Yi Chen was left speechless, bewildered by such arrogance. The black barbarian continued, Whether you believe it or not is of no concern to me. Best step aside, or else. Or else what? You think you can take me on in a fight? He laughed heartily, brandishing his mountain cleaver as he swung it down toward Yi Chen. Young master, be careful. Song Xiaohong screamed in alarm, having witnessed the sudden attack. Yi Chen furrowed his brow at her outburst. What a foolish woman. Did she not realize the danger of revealing our connection? Did she not fear the repercussions? Young master, be careful. Song Xiaohong cried out again, seeing Yi Chen momentarily distracted. With a heavy sigh, Yi Chen lifted his gaze to meet the descending axe. The black barbarian had not infused the strike with spiritual energy. It was purely a display of brute strength. Even so, the attack felt perilously close, driven by suddenness and substantial force. Seeing this brute recklessly charging toward his demise, Yi Chen's anger flared. He initially contemplated striking back with lethal force, but ultimately refrained, opting instead to twist his body in an unorthodox maneuver to evade the fierce blow. He did not retaliate. His intuition warned him that a single strike could eliminate the barbarian. Such an act would undoubtedly startle the elusive Yin-Si Xiongwei hiding among the onlookers. He had no intention of allowing that wretch to escape again, lest he re-emerge to torment him in the future. The black barbarian, astonished by Yi Chen's evasive agility, felt a wave of dread. Yet, having already engaged in battle, there was no turning back. He channeled his spiritual energy into the axe, unleashing a torrent of violent strikes toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen continued to evade, utilizing his agile footwork, intentionally appearing somewhat disheveled with each dodge. Remarkably, this tactic proved effective. Initially cautious, Yin-Si Xiongwei began to reconsider his strategy, contemplating a hasty retreat. However, as he observed Yi Chen's apparent struggle, he relaxed, content to watch the clash unfold. Yi Chen, pressured by the relentless assault of the black barbarian, found himself retreating toward the crowd where Yin-Si Xiongwei was concealed. The onlookers, fearing being caught in the crossfire, quickly moved aside, inadvertently revealing Yin-Si Xiongwei to Yi Chen's line of sight. This time, let us see how you escape. Yi Chen's heart soared with anticipation as his plan neared fruition. Yin-Si Xiongwei, oblivious to his exposure, was thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding spectacle, completely unaware of the imminent danger. Just then, Yi Chen was struck by the black barbarian's axe, sending him careening like a projectile toward Yin-Si Xiongwei. "Young master," Song Xiaohong cried out in anguish, fearing for her master's life, and turned to rush to his aid. But as she moved, she discovered 2 women had seized her arms, rendering her immobile. "Who are you?" Song Xiaohong gasped, astonished to find that both women exuded the aura of late-stage foundation establishment. And she did not recognize either. "Silence. If you wish to live, come with us," one woman commanded sharply. Seeing the murderous intent in her eyes, Song Xiaohong dared not protest and complied as they led her away from the crowd into a narrow alley. As Yi Chen landed, he deftly pointed behind him, striking Yin-Si Xiongwei's wrist. The moment the pressure was applied, Yin-Si Xiongwei felt his meridians seize up, rendering him incapable of channeling spiritual energy, and his spirits plummeted. "I cannot move," he thought in panic, cursing his own negligence. How foolish he had been, having spent his days hunting, only to be blindsided. The black barbarian, elated at having finally struck Yi Chen, seized the moment and leapt forward, swinging his axe once more. "Ha ha ha, perish boy," he bellowed, his eyes glinting with malice. This blow, infused with at least 50% of the barbarian's spiritual energy, radiated a formidable force. Yi Chen keenly felt the weight of the impending strike and inwardly rejoiced, though his expression was one of exaggerated terror. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly escaping the axe's lethal arc just as it was about to cleave him. However, Yin-Si Xiongwei remained paralyzed, frozen in fear as the axe descended toward him. "Brother C, move," his companions shouted in desperation. But their cries went unheard. Both Yin-Si Xiongwei and the black barbarian were unable to respond. The former was bound by the restrictions placed upon him, while the latter had no time to withdraw his strike. With a resounding crack, the axe cleaved through Yin-Si Xiongwei's skull, continuing its path and severing his body in twain. "You've landed yourself in quite the predicament, my friend," Yi Chen gleefully remarked, reveling in the demise of Yin-Si Xiongwei. The satisfaction of outsmarting such a clever adversary filled him with exhilaration. "No, it wasn't me, it was you. You did this," the black barbarian stammered, his face pale with shock. "Do you truly believe anyone will accept your words?" Yi Chen chuckled, enjoying the spectacle. With no retort left, the black barbarian sheathed his axe and prepared to flee. "Think you can escape?" Yi Chen pointed at the approaching group of Foundation establishment cultivators, mocking him. Many among them were allies of Yin-Si Xiongwei. "Is that you, young Master Chen Yi?" "I am Wan Yi. Be cautious. There are members of the Qin clan among them. They have recognized you and intend to surround you." Just as Yi Chen contemplated remaining a bystander, Wan Yi's familiar voice echoed in his ears. Yi Chen had long since sensed her presence. She stood not far from the gathering of Qin clan disciples. Yi Chen did not cast his gaze upon the encroaching cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage. Instead, he turned his attention towards the direction of Wan Yin, contemplating silently that the legacy of the Kuei Tian contained such minor techniques. "Once today's affairs are concluded, I must seek to learn them. Brothers, let us unite. He is Yi Chen, let us slay him," shouted a middle-aged cultivator from the Qin family, brandishing his spear and lunging towards Yi Chen. Hearing this, over 30 disciples from the Qin family hastily drew their weapons and charged towards Yi Chen. Meanwhile, the brothers of Shan Xiongwei, instead of seeking vengeance against the towering black barbarian, also converged upon Yi Chen for the kill. The combined forces amounted to no fewer than 50 cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage, forming a dense and formidable circle. Killing to establish authority. It seems that without revealing some of his prowess, he would not be able to overcome this hurdle today. As he gazed at the dozens of blades and weapons exuding immense pressure, converging upon him, Yi Chen's heart harbored a cold smirk. If his only intention were to flee for his life, a single sword would allow him to soar into the sky in an instant. However, he had no desire to do so. For today, he sought to assert his dominance. He intended to transform those who wished to treat him as a pushover into the very embodiment of vulnerability through a bloody massacre. With a mere thought, a wooden sword manifested in his hand. This sword, crafted from an unknown type of wood and soaked in beast blood for years, appeared dark and emitted a faint scent of iron. As he pointed the wooden sword to the ground, A surge of peak chi emanated from him, and his appearance morphed back to that of a 16-year-old youth. Peak chi cultivation? He is merely at peak chi, gasped onlookers. What of it? Just 3 months ago, he was at the 7th level of chi cultivation. Within 3 months, he ascended 3 small realms. This is a prodigy. Indeed, that was not my intention. My implication is that he is merely at peak chi, yet managed to surpass the 8th stage of the 1st level of Jindan. He transcended 2 major realms to challenge his foes. Oh, is that so? I forgive you then, haha. Amidst the banter of the spectators, the weapons, imbued with spiritual energy, swiftly attacked Yi Chun from all directions. Come at me. I shall break through. Yi Chun bellowed furiously, his wooden sword shimmering with spiritual light as he executed a sweeping strike that divided the heavens and earth. 315 sword shadows surged forth, slicing through the approaching weapons, resulting in a cacophony of clashing sounds. The assailing weapons faced at least 6 sword shadows each, becoming disarrayed. Some were hurled into the air, tracing graceful arcs, while others were severed midway, their broken blades clattering to the ground. There were also those that remained in hand, yet trembled violently, their blades glinting ominously. The collective disbelief was palpable among the crowd. How could this be real? The youth, who appeared to be a novice in foundational cultivation, had transformed into a 16 or 17-year-old at peak chi in the blink of an eye. How could someone at merely peak chi unleash such terrifying speed and power? Impossible. Yi Chun had no intention of sparing the rabble surrounding him. He wielded the wooden sword and employed the coveted movement technique, charging towards the more than 50 foundational cultivators. Like a ferocious beast descending from the mountains, he furiously plunged into the feeble flock, slaughtering and tearing apart his prey. His speed was unmatched, and his strength was insurmountable. Wherever the wooden sword struck, spiritual light erupted, leaving behind either severed limbs or lifeless bodies. In an instant, limbs flew, blood splattered, anguished wails tore through the air, and curses echoed in the towers. The scene was a gruesome chaos. In less than 10 breaths, over a dozen foundational cultivators lay in pools of blood, while several others, missing arms, cried out in pain as they retreated from the fray. Stop! Just as Yi Chun was immersed in his rampage, venting the rage accumulated from being hunted for so long, a thunderous voice rang out. An elderly man with a white beard appeared before him in a flash, striking his wooden sword aimed at a mid-foundational cultivator. The wooden sword, propelled at lightning speed with tremendous force, was met head-on by the elder's palm, which effortlessly neutralized the ferocity of the strike. Yi Chun recognized the arrival of a formidable opponent and retreated a step, sheathing his sword, casting a cold gaze at the newcomer. The elder returned his icy stare. Having failed to shatter Yi Chun's wooden sword with a single palm strike, he was visibly astonished. Was this truly a sword carved from wood? Even a low-grade spiritual sword might struggle to withstand his might, yet this mere wooden sword did so without faltering. Young Master Chen Yi, this is Qin family's elder, Qin Mo, at the 2nd level of Jindan. You may not be his match. Prioritize your safety and flee. Wang Yan's sweet voice resonated once more in Yi Chen's ear, laced with concern. Flee. Yi Chen glanced towards Wang Yan's direction, a cold smile creeping upon his face. What he sought today was to establish authority through bloodshed. What prestige could he gain by merely slaying a few foundational cultivators? It was the perfect opportunity to challenge this Jindan elder. You insolent brat. You have killed 8 of my Qin family members, injured 4, and dispatched 5 from Hehuan Sect. You are truly deserving of death. The elder's expression was one of anguish as he beheld the fallen Qin family disciples. In just a brief span, nearly half of those he brought had perished here. As the elder, his heart felt as though it were being carved with knives, his face contorted with pain. It was over. The elder of the Qin family had intervened, and the young man was surely doomed. Some among the crowd began to worry for Yi Chun as they witnessed Qin Mo joining the fray. Not necessarily, others countered. This lad has passed the 4th stage of Jindan. He won't be easily defeated by the elder. Let us wait and see. Meanwhile, Yi Chun mocked. Is it my fault that I provoked you the moment I stepped out of the towering pagoda? You little insect, seeking your own demise. Qin Mo's face turned ashen with fury. With a wave of his hand, he directed his attack towards Yi Chun. Qin Mo was incensed, and his strike was lethal. When did even a mere chi cultivator dare to act so arrogantly before a Jindan expert? It was utterly intolerable. Yi Chun felt an overwhelming force surge toward him, causing his breath to hitch. This was the might exclusive to Jindan, with spiritual energy extending its reach beyond 10 feet. Was this merely intimidation? Yi Chen scoffed, seeing through Chen Mo's technique. He positioned the wooden sword horizontally and pushed forward with both hands. Boom! The elder's torrent-like palm force collided with the wooden sword, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy that resounded with a deafening roar. Second level of Jindan. Is that all you've got? Yi Chen taunted, having effortlessly withstood the elder's full-force strike. Indeed, he is truly worthy of having passed the 8th stage of Jindan, managing to endure the full might of the Qin family's elder. Remarkable. Regrettably, the elder lamented, I have already found dual cultivation partners for my dozens of granddaughters. Otherwise, I would have certainly taken him as my Su family son-in-law. Su, old man, what nonsense are you spouting? He is a paragon of talent and grace. Why would he ever consider your Su family? Do not speak of your Su family. Even my Shen family dares not entertain such foolish notions. Old man Shen, you speak as though your family is superior to mine. Ha! Old man Su, it seems in our humble town, we ought not to aspire to attract such extraordinary youths. They are the favored ones of the Hehuan Sect. Indeed, only a prodigious maiden like the holy maiden of the Hehuan Sect is deserving of such a remarkable young man. With a formidable presence from the Golden Core stage, a multitude of figures appeared in the sky, their long robes billowing, exuding a potent aura of Golden Core energy, all standing aloft, gazing down upon the world like celestial beings. In a realm distant from the battleground, a stunning maiden clad in a pink gauze dress, Wan Yin, finally retrieved the communication jade talisman she carried. Father, it's time to act. The battle has already commenced. As her words echoed, the talisman emitted a wave of energy that silently surged into the distance. Within the fray, Qin Mo, the elder of the Qin clan, was unable to slay Yi Chen with a single palm strike, prompting him to unleash a series of powerful blows. Each strike was mightier than the last, sending relentless waves of energy crashing towards Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen remained unfazed, wielding his sword with a freedom that belied the chaos. This seemingly haphazard slashing methodically targeted the weakest points of the energy attacks, effortlessly dissipating the formidable force of Qin Mo's palm strikes. Qin Mo's expression darkened. He was incredulous that such a seemingly insignificant cultivator could possess such prowess. You have some skill to withstand my 5 strikes, but it is your ability to endure what comes next that will truly define your strength. With his initial attempts thwarted, Qin Mo, disregarding all caution, prepared to employ a spell against a mere Qi refinement stage opponent. Countless readings had informed Yi Chen that offensive spells possessed a locking mechanism. Once cast, they would unerringly obliterate their target. Absent the power to counter such magical attacks, survival was impossible. Upon arriving in this world, Yi Chen had developed a deep aversion to being subjected to magical assaults. The audacity of those who exploited the vulnerabilities of Qi refinement cultivators was truly despicable. Previous encounters with Yan Buyu, Huang Daguan, and Dan Xiongwei had all posed significant threats to him through their use of spells. Casting spells in the Foundation establishment stage required considerable time to accumulate power, a luxury not afforded to those in the Golden Core stage. Just as Qin Mo's words fell, he flicked his fingers, and a beam of light, resembling a sword, shot forth towards Yi Chen's brow. Light sword technique. Someone gasped in astonishment. The suddenness of the attack, combined with the speed of the light sword, left Yi Chen with almost no time to react at such close range. That boy is finished. The onlookers were convinced of Yi Chen's impending demise, including the hovering Golden Core elders above. Wan Yin gazed in despair at Yi Chen amidst the melee, nearly in tears. Young Master Chen Yi, you cannot perish like this. The Qin disciples rejoiced, exclaiming, well struck. The elder is magnificent. Even Dan Xiongwei's companions joined in the applause, shouting praises for Elder Qin Mo. Yet, to their astonishment, Yi Chen stood his ground and erupted in expletive-laden defiance. How is this possible? How could I evade the light sword's lethal strike? All were dumbfounded. They failed to perceive how Yi Chen had evaded the light sword. They only witnessed it piercing through his heart. However, not everyone was blind to the truth. There was one seated on the 5th level of the towering structure, the venerable leader of Hehuan Valley, a formidable figure at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. Only he discerned how Yi Chen had sidestepped the attack and returned to his original position. The speed displayed was something he believed even he would struggle to replicate. Yi Chen's ability to dodge the first light sword left Qin Mo astonished. Yet he showed no signs of mercy and launched another light sword at Yi Chen. This time, Yi Chen was prepared. He did not evade but instead bellowed in defiance, swinging his sword with ferocity. With a single strike, he unleashed 315 sword shadows, shattering the incoming light sword with a resounding clang. Yet, Chen Mo unleashed a third and then a fourth light sword without hesitation. Infuriatingly, the initial light sword circled back to strike him once more. With no choice left, Yi Chen executed a sweeping motion, creating a curtain of sword shadows that obliterated all three light swords. However, such passive defense could not continue indefinitely. While he defended against the onslaught of light swords, Yi Chen contemplated the necessity of altering this one-sided predicament. The number of light swords was increasing, their power intensifying, and merely surviving the barrage was becoming increasingly difficult. How could he counterattack while maintaining his defense? Yi Chen pondered deeply. Standing 10 paces from Yi Chen, Chen Mo continued flicking his fingers, unleashing light swords like lasers, each one posing a tremendous threat to Yi Chen. He realized he must close the distance to the elder, drawing him within range for a counterattack. Otherwise, he would have no opportunity to retaliate. Determined, Yi Chen seized his stationary defense and began advancing towards Chen Mo while fending off the light swords. However, Chen Mo quickly discerned his intentions. With every step Yi Chen took forward, Chen Mo retreated, maintaining a distance of roughly 10 paces. It was time to reveal his trump card. Yi Chen felt a profound reluctance to unveil the 6th-tier sword control technique, which granted him a speed 6 times that of the Qi refinement stage. Though his soul power had grown, alleviating his concerns of depletion, revealing this secret would expose him completely. Yet, victory was unattainable without it. Prolonging the battle was decidedly disadvantageous. With this resolve, Yi Chen unleashed his full potential, shattering one light sword, evading another, and suddenly accelerating to 6 times the speed of a Qi refinement cultivator, driving his sword towards Chen Mo. It was a simple thrust, but exceptionally intricate. The speed was so swift that even the term lightning fast seemed inadequate. Onlookers beheld over 300 sword shadows converging into a radiant river of blades, cascading towards Chen Mo. The torrent of sword light surged with overwhelming might. It was not a spell, yet it surpassed one in ferocity. Chen Mo found himself engulfed by the blinding light, his heart racing in terror. He could not discern which strikes were real and which were illusions, unsure of which to defend against. In his confusion, he chose not to block any of them, opting instead to retreat at the utmost speed, covering nearly 100 paces in an instant. But for every step he took, Yi Chen surged forward even faster. Upon noticing Chen Mo's retreat, Yi Chen activated his sword control technique, propelling himself towards him at 6 times the speed of a Qi refinement cultivator. This was his ultimate gambit. With a thunderous crash, Chen Mo, in his retreat, was struck by Yi Chen's sword control technique. His flesh and blood were obliterated into a mist, showering the surroundings in a crimson haze. What just happened? The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. They had witnessed a flash of sword light followed by a plume of blood mist, culminating in a thunderous roar reminiscent of thunder. The rapidity of the event left them all in a daze. Those hovering in the air, observing from above, had a clearer perspective and were equally astounded. "Old Su, can you withstand this move?" The Jindan period cultivator surnamed Chen inquired, still shaken with trepidation. "Old Chen, do not question me. Rather, reflect upon yourself." The Jindan period cultivator, surnamed Su, retorted, his tone laced with disdain. "It is utterly impossible for me. Perhaps only that individual within the pagoda could endure it." Meanwhile, the figure seated within the pagoda murmured to himself, "What a remarkable young man. Should this strike land upon me, even if I were to survive, I would surely expel at least 2 large bowls of black blood." At this moment, Yi Chen emerged slowly from the blood mist, gripping not the terrifying wooden sword, but a spatial ring. The spatial ring of the Qin family's elder was indeed opulent. The spoils from the recent slaughter of a dozen or so foundation establishment cultivators barely amounted to a fraction of its worth. A total of 360,000 spirit stones. My goodness, enough for me to cultivate in Hehuan Valley for an entire year. Yi Chen marveled inwardly. Had he not been in haste to reach the Hehuan Sect's headquarters, he would have relished the thought of quietly cultivating in Hehuan Valley for a year. As he stowed away the spatial ring, his gaze fell upon the Qin family disciples who stood frozen in place. The moment they felt Yi Chen's piercing gaze, they instinctively recoiled several steps back, though none dared to flee. They must have understood that, given Yi Chen's speed, attempting to escape would only hasten their demise. Fortunately, Yi Chen merely cast a glance at them without unleashing further carnage. Such Foundation establishment trash no longer piqued his interest. He sneered at them, then turned to glance once more at Wang Yan, who was adorned in a pink gauze dress, nodding in her direction before striding towards a narrow alley. Young Master Qinyi, please hold. Wang Yan, seeing Yi Chen about to leave, summoned her sword and pursued him. Is there something you require? Yi Chen halted, awaiting her descent to the ground. Young Master Qinyi, where are you in such a hurry to go? Wang Yan countered with a question. Yinzhou, Yi Chen replied, and then taking a flying vessel to Mingzhou, before proceeding to Dian Mountain, the headquarters of the Hehuan Sect. Indeed, Yi Chen did not deny it. Calculating the time, he realized there were less than 6 months until the Hehuan Sect's entrance examination. Embarking on foot would be nearly impossible, making the flying vessel from the state city the only viable option. Since that is the case, why not stay at my one family residence for a month? Allow me to extend my hospitality, and then I can accompany you to Dian Mountain. Wang Yan reiterated her invitation. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Wan. I have matters to attend to, and will not be visiting your home. Yi Chen firmly rejected Wang Yan. Though he was already entangled in the feud between the Qin and Wan families, he did not wish to delve any deeper. Alas, young Master Qinyi, why must you always keep people at arm's length? I believe my figure, appearance, and cultivation talent are quite commendable. Wang Yan attempted to present herself once more. However, upon noticing a sudden change in Yi Chen's expression, she heard him bark, "You seek death." He then pivoted and leapt into the air, heading back towards the previous alley. What madness is this? Wang Yan was bewildered, unable to comprehend Yi Chen's reaction. Surely, even if he wished to decline her, there was no need to resort to such theatrics. After being turned down repeatedly, was her beauty and talent truly that lacking? Why did those sycophantic senior brothers in the sect vie for her attention? No, I must follow him. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Clenching her teeth, Wang Yan took to her sword, chasing after Yi Chen's departing figure. Dian Mountain, headquarters of the Hehuan Sect. Linghan Peak, the cave dwelling of Elder Ziyue, the Peak Master. Elder Ziyue, with her brows knitted tightly, reclined on a beast-skin chaise, observing her most cherished disciple, Ling Xiao, pacing like a caged beast within her cave, a look of exasperation upon her face. At this moment, Ling Xiao resembled a wild animal, roaring and circling with such fervor that the very walls of the cave seemed ready to crumble. Since returning from the sacred rite, he had been in this frenzied state. The Elder Council's new rule, stating that the Saintess could only form a dual cultivation partnership with the future Saint's son, had utterly severed his chance of pairing with Linghan, driving him to madness. Seeing her most favored disciple in such distress, Elder Ziyue sighed deeply. Ling Xiao, I can no longer watch you like this. The sect's new regulations cannot be defied. You must abandon any hope of forming a dual cultivation partnership with Linghan. Among our inner disciples at the Pill Peak, there are many female cultivators of high talent and beauty. Lower your standards and seek another. For instance, that Wang Yan from Qinglianwei City is quite commendable. I plan to accept her as my direct disciple and pair her with you for dual cultivation. What do you think? Upon hearing his master's words, Ling Xiao abruptly halted, ceasing his roars, and coldly responded, I want Wang Yan, and I also want Linghan. Child, why are you so stubborn? It is impossible for you to be recognized as the Saint's son. How could you possibly have her? Elder Ziyue replied with displeasure. Even if I cannot have her, no one else shall. Have you lost your mind? On what grounds do you intend to stop this? With your golden core second-level cultivation, or your title as a second-tier alchemist? Humph. I have my methods. Ling Xiao roared, suddenly pausing, hastily pulling out a communication jade talisman from his robe. Upon glancing at it, his face contorted. Dan Xiongwei is dead, and it was that little wildling who caused his downfall. The fate of a single Dan Xiongwei was of little concern to him. He had plenty of subordinates. However, the fact that one of his own had perished due to that little wildling's scheming was utterly unacceptable. Yi Chen, I swear I shall kill you. You shall not enter Mingzhou City, nor shall you reach Dian Mountain. Linghan's features twisted, veins bulging on his neck, his entire demeanor becoming exceedingly sinister. This child, it is my own indulgence that has twisted his temperament. Alas, how could he not be the sole grandson of my elder brother? Once Wang Yan returns to the sect, I shall resolve the matter of his dual cultivation partner promptly to avoid any prolonged complications. Elder Ziyue mused. Having even decided on Wang Yan's Dao name, Linghan. Among the disciples of the Hehuan Sect, only the direct descendants of the sect master are entitled to a Dao name. Elder Ziyue, being a disciple of the previous sect master, possesses a Dao name, and her disciples may also have one. However, her grand disciples do not receive such honor. At this moment, Chen had arrived at the front gate of a courtyard. Noticing the intricate formations on the large door that formed a second-tier protective array, Chen wasted no words and swung his sword down. Boom! The wooden sword struck the protective array, producing a tremendous shock that seemed to tremble the very earth. However, this strike did not breach the protective barrier. It merely caused a significant disturbance. Chen had no intention of breaking the protective array. He merely wished to announce his arrival to those within. Insignificant rodents. I have arrived. Come forth to receive your guest. Chen's consciousness and penetrating vision had already infiltrated the courtyard, revealing the presence of 2 golden core cultivators, a dozen foundation establishment disciples, and numerous qi refinement practitioners hidden within. The person he sought was also concealed inside. She was the one who intended to sell herself to him, Song Xiaohong. Moments ago, while he was engaged in conversation with Wang Yan, he received a transmission informing him that his beloved was in their custody. If he wished to rescue her, he was to come to this secluded courtyard. Now, he had arrived, seething with fury. Although Song Xiaohong might not hold immense significance for him, she was certainly not a pawn to be wielded as a threat against him. Those who dared to threaten him would meet their demise. He gritted his teeth in silence. In the city of Qinglian, within the grand hall of the city lord's mansion, the esteemed city lord Dongfang Changkong sat imposingly, listening to a report from a guard. The elder of the Qin family, Qin Mo, had led 30 disciples of the Qin clan to ambush Chen, only to be met with a counterattack resulting in numerous casualties, including his own demise. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Qin family's weakened defenses, the Wan family had launched a full-scale assault, swiftly obliterating the Qin clan, and now they were engaged in a citywide purge of its remnants. Dongfang Changkong remained impassive, acknowledging the report with a slight nod. I am aware of this matter. What of that young rascal Chen? Has he left Qinglian? Not yet, the guard replied. Oh, where is he headed? Dongfang Changkong inquired. To the Silk Alley. Silk Alley? What business does he have there? A group has taken Song Xiaohong captive. And who is Song Xiaohong? An ordinary rental companion from Hehuan Valley, with whom he shares a dual cultivation history. Are they truly so foolish? To threaten Chen with a woman of no significance to him? He will, for he is already gone. Ah, I see. Very well, you may leave. As the guard bowed and exited the hall, Dongfang Changkong's expression shifted from neutrality to a sudden intensity. He sprang to his feet and vanished like a streak of light. In the Silk Alley, a narrow passage lined with silk workshops, Chen awaited calmly after effortlessly dispatching an adversary. He assessed the situation before him. The opponent's foundational and qi cultivation levels were insufficient to warrant concern. However, the presence of 2 golden core cultivators, one at the 2nd level and the other at the 3rd, demanded his full attention. In a direct confrontation, he might stand a chance. But if they attempted to overwhelm him with numbers, retreat would be his only option. Though he had once been enamored with Song Xiaohong's physical charms, their connection lacked emotional depth, and he would never jeopardize himself for her. Resolute in his decision, he noticed the protective formation of the courtyard ripple as a group emerged. Clad in dark robes, the assembly comprised women of various ages and appearances, with one, a middle-aged beauty at the forefront, possessing a commanding presence. Though the others were at the foundational stage, they appeared visibly anxious, particularly the 2 tasked with restraining Song Xiaohong, whose cheeks flushed with tension. Gagged and bound, Song Xiaohong was rendered voiceless and helpless, tears streaming down her face. Unmoved by her plight, Chen addressed the leading woman coldly. If I surmise correctly, you seek me. I have arrived, so release her. The woman, maintaining a facade of kindness, responded, Chen. It is simple. Surrender and accompany us, and we shall let her go. I said, release her. Chen's voice remained icy, unyielding to her facade. Chen, you seem to misinterpret the gravity of the situation, the woman warned, but before she could finish, a sudden commotion erupted behind her. The 2 women controlling Song Xiaohong had collapsed, lifeless in a pool of blood, their expressions frozen in horror. Chen, now cradling Song Xiaohong and wiping her tears away, evoked a scene of warmth amidst the chaos. You wretched child, you have killed my sisters. The woman shrieked, her composure shattered, brandishing a dark club as she lunged at Chen. As her companions followed suit, Chen merely smirked, activating his sword technique at fourfold speed, whisking Song Xiaohong away to safety. Quickly, leave and do not return, he urged as he set her down, then instantly reappeared in the fray. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the attackers bewildered, as if he had never moved at all. The opponents, now mere shadows of their former selves, fell like leaves before the wind as Chen unleashed his formidable prowess, evading the strikes of the Golden Core woman while mercilessly dispatching the foundational cultivators. The cries of the defeated echoed through the alley, yet the leading woman, frantic and desperate, could only scream for her remaining companions to retreat, but it was too late. Chen exhibited no mercy, cutting down his foes with unrelenting precision, even as the most beautiful among them met their fates at his hands. In the midst of the carnage, Dongfang Changkong, observing from a distance, lamented the loss of such beauty, contemplating the absurdity of Chen's ruthless efficiency. As the battle drew to a close, only Chen and the leading woman remained, surrounded by the lifeless forms of her companions. Her face pale and eyes aflame with rage, she gathered her remaining strength, conjuring a blue orb of energy between her palms, ready to unleash her wrath. Suddenly, a resounding shout echoed, and the water orb slipped from control, hurtling towards Chen with the swiftness of lightning. Water orb technique? This pales in comparison to the fiery prowess of the fireball technique. Chen scoffed inwardly as he observed the approaching water orb, its menacing force compelling him to swing his sword downward towards it. Alas, the moment the wooden sword made contact with the water orb, Chen's instincts screamed danger. In a mere instant, he deftly withdrew his sword and retreated, soaring back a distance of over 10 zhang. His reflexes were astonishingly swift, reminiscent of light itself, earning silent admiration from Dongfang Changkong, who watched from above. He was utterly perplexed as to how a mere nascent qi practitioner could achieve such remarkable agility. In the realm of Jindan, Chen engaged in combat, his foremost consideration never being the demise of his adversary, but rather the preservation of his own life. This mindset stemmed from his long-standing frailty, fostering a habit of caution. When the wooden sword struck the water sphere, he sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying energy, a force potent enough to catapult him to the heavens upon detonation. Yet, he felt no tangible resistance. As if he had struck nothing at all. The water sphere, however, split into two and continued its relentless assault towards him. Realizing the imminent danger, his mind swiftly initiated a self-preservation protocol. He retreated rapidly, but the water sphere pursued him with equal speed, remaining within a mere 3 feet of him. He was compelled to retreat again and again, evading the onslaught. The water sphere resembled a radar-guided mine, cutting through the waves with ferocity. He contemplated employing his sword mastery to escape with greater velocity, but the water sphere offered him no opportunity to gather momentum, relentlessly fixating on him and maintaining a dangerously close distance. Any hesitation in his defense would result in an unmerciful blow. Chen sighed in resignation, lamenting his own weakness. The qi refinement stage was indeed a qi refinement stage. Although his dantian was vast and his spiritual power surged robustly, rivaling that of a second-tier Jindan, it remained in a gaseous state, lacking liquefaction, let alone solidification as in the Jindan stage. His abundant spiritual energy, despite its magnitude, proved inferior in quality, preventing him from learning offensive spells or projecting his spiritual power for long-range attacks like those in the Foundation establishment and Jindan stages. Thus, he lacked effective defensive measures against the offensive spells of the Jindan stage. After several breaths, Chen continued his retreat, ever vigilant of the shifting distance between himself and the water sphere. To his dismay, he noticed that the water sphere was inexorably closing in on him. Though subtle, its approach was undeniable. Behind the water sphere, the leading woman manipulated her gestures single-handedly, driving the water sphere forward. Such manipulation of spells demanded both spiritual and soul energy, and the woman's wan complexion suggested significant expenditure of her soul energy. As Chen calculated whether to prolong this evasion, he observed the woman grimacing in pain, seemingly biting her own tongue. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Was she biting her tongue to maintain focus? Chen was taken aback. Before he could comprehend the situation, the water sphere, as if suddenly invigorated, surged forward at an alarming rate, closing the distance to his chest in the blink of an eye. Instinctively, Chen raised his wooden sword. pushing forward with both hands in a desperate attempt to deflect the water sphere. To his astonishment, the water sphere passed through the wooden sword effortlessly, colliding with his chest. The impact was akin to a water mine striking the hull of a ship, triggering a violent explosion. Yi Chun emitted a muffled grunt, his body propelled skyward like a boulder flung by a catapult. "Young master." A woman's piercing cry echoed as a plump figure soared towards the airborne Yi Chun on her sword. Song Xiaohong. Seeking death. The Jin Dan woman, enraged by the audacity of the Foundation establishment Song Xiaohong to intervene in her battle, twisted her body and pursued. In the instant Yi Chun was blasted away by the water sphere. A question involuntarily arose in his mind. Was it worth it for a woman with whom he shared only a superficial connection? Before he could answer, a wave of dizziness engulfed him, accompanied by excruciating pain, propelling him further into the air. Song Xiaohong, reacting swiftly, soared from the side and caught the plummeting Yi Chun, fleeing on her sword. At that moment, Yi Chun was battered by the explosion, his clothes tattered, flesh mangled. And even his once resilient face bore multiple gashes, a gruesome sight. Song Xiaohong, oblivious to Yi Chun's fate, focused solely on escaping the Jin Dan woman's wrath, intent on first evading her pursuit before assessing Yi Chun's condition. However, as a Foundation establishment cultivator of mediocre talent, her escape speed paled in comparison to that of the Jin Dan woman. In less than 5 breaths, the Jin Dan woman intercepted Song Xiaohong. With a countenance exuding authority, she commanded, "Wretched girl, release him, or I shall slay you both." Clutching Yi Chun tightly, Song Xiaohong pleaded, "He is already dead. Please, let me take him outside the city to bury him. Whether he is dead or not is not for you to decide. I will inspect him myself." The Jin Dan woman sneered, appearing before Song Xiaohong in an instant, reaching for Yi Chun's battered body. "No." Song Xiaohong screamed in terror, attempting to retreat, but it was too late. As the Jin Dan woman's hands closed around Yi Chun's bloodied form, another scream pierced the air. No. This time, it was the Jin Dan woman who cried out. She clutched her left rib, retreating in shock for at least 30 feet, her expression a mixture of fear and disbelief as she gazed at Yi Chun, who was emerging from Song Xiaohong's embrace. You did not perish in the explosion. The Jin Dan woman's pallor deepened. Blood seeped through her fingers as she pressed against her wound. Fortunately, Yi Chun grinned, his mouth stained with blood. "My body is resilient. Otherwise, that vengeful which would have truly obliterated me. How was that strike for you?" He twisted his neck and examined the wooden sword in his hand. Remarkably, the dark wooden sword remained intact despite the ferocity of the previous explosion. He found himself astonished. "Like you, it seems quite fine." The Jin Dan woman removed her hand from her wound, feigning nonchalance. "Let us continue our battle." Yi Chun flicked his wooden sword, unleashing a half-foot-long sword light that surged towards the Jin Dan woman. Naive. The Jin Dan woman clearly had no intention of engaging Yi Chun in close combat. She swiftly retreated while conjuring a water sword, hurling it at him. Water sword technique? Yi Chun stared in astonishment, hastily shifting from offense to defense, swinging his sword to intercept the water sword. Yet, it proved futile. The wooden sword met the water sword with no discernible impact, much like striking the water sphere before. The water sword remained unaffected, its momentum unabated as it continued its advance toward Yi Chun. "I must retreat." Yi Chun had no choice but to retreat frantically, just as he had before. "Die." The woman of Jin Dan suddenly erupted into a grotesque laughter, blood spewing from her mouth as the speed of her water sword surged dramatically. With a swift motion, a blue water sword pierced through Yi Chun's defenses in the blink of an eye, embedding itself within her body and propelling her backward nearly 100 zhang. Standing 100 zhang away, Song Xiaohong once again summoned her sword, catching Yi Chun, and, after securing her, chose to flee in a frenzied escape. Did she still harbor hopes of escaping? The woman of Jin Dan, with a sinister grin, twisted her body, preparing to pursue them through the air. In a desperate attempt to flee from the Wei Chong, the woman of the Golden Core found herself immobilized by an unseen force, her body no longer obeying her commands. Fear gripped her heart as she glanced around, only to behold a white-haired elder, holding another woman aloft in the air. To her shock, that woman was her companion, the elusive Sin Zhong of the Golden Core, who had remained hidden in the small courtyard. The elder, as it turned out, was Dongfang Chong Kong, the lord of Qing Lian Wei Chong, who had been merely observing until now. "Ha ha. Dongfang Chong Kong laughed heartily. The Zheng Dao alliance truly possesses audacity. How dare you send 2 golden cores, 13 foundation establishment cultivators, and 9 Qi refinement practitioners into my Qing Lian Wei Cheng, without fearing utter annihilation. You. The woman coughed up blood, her body swaying as she nearly collapsed. What do you mean by you? Dongfang Chong Kong replied with a chuckle. You have been lurking in the Shaoxi alley for 50 years. Did you truly believe I was oblivious to your identities? If you had merely gathered intelligence, I might have turned a blind eye, but your involvement in abduction and murder is where you went astray. Do you not comprehend the consequences of escalating matters that may lead to exposure? Come with me to the Lord's Manor. Allow me to enlighten you on the shadows of this world. Ha! With a wave of his sleeve, Dongfang Chong Kong enveloped the golden core woman and vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Chen was struck in the left chest by a water sword, resulting in fractured ribs, and the blade had penetrated deep into his thoracic cavity, piercing his left lung. A torrent of energy wreaked havoc within his lungs, spreading wildly as blood gushed from both the wound and his mouth, painting a woeful picture of despair. It seemed certain that he would meet his demise. Yet Chen, despite his grim fate, refused to succumb. With Song Xiaohong aiding his escape, he hastily summoned the power of Zhenmu, activating his healing technique to mend his internal and external injuries. With tears brimming in her eyes, Song Xiaohong fled frantically with Chen. Like a headless fly, lacking direction or purpose. In the midst of their flight, she suddenly felt her head jar as she collided with the protective barrier of the city. Upon lowering her gaze, she realized they had reached the northern city gate. Lacking the strength to breach the barrier, she quickly descended, sheathing her flying sword and exiting the city on foot. Once outside, she wasted no time, continuing to soar northward on her sword. However, after flying less than 10 miles, she veered eastward, heading towards Dongshan. She remained vigilant, apprehensive that the golden core woman might pursue them. Continuing northward would likely lead to their capture. Eventually, she arrived at a valley not far from the eastern city gate, where she discovered a cave and decided to take refuge. She gently laid Chen down inside before assessing his injuries. While she was relieved to find he had not succumbed, she sensed he was perilously close to death. This poor child, she lamented, I can no longer draw from his essence. However, upon closer inspection, her heart sank. She vividly recalled the immense wound caused by the water sword that had pierced Chen's left chest, leaving him bleeding profusely. Yet, miraculously, the injuries before her eyes were nowhere to be seen. The gaping hole in his robe remained, the bloodstains still evident. But the wounds on Chen's body had astonishingly vanished. Not only had the sword wound disappeared, but most of the injuries from the explosion were also gone. Most remarkably, his facial injuries, which had once featured 3 or 4 ghastly gashes, were now entirely absent, leaving no trace of scars, only remnants of blood. This was truly astonishing. Young master, how do you fare? Song Xiaohong inquired anxiously, caressing Chen's resolute visage. Do not worry. I am fine. Chen replied, adeptly multitasking as he focused on his healing while conversing with Song Xiaohong. Are you truly unscathed? She pressed, still unconvinced. Indeed, he assured her. I am currently channeling my energy to heal. It will not be long now. Please guard me, as that woman may send a warning when she approaches. Understood. With her concern alleviated, Song Xiaohong agreed and took her position outside the cave. Chen's external injuries swiftly healed, but the damage to his lung was severe and required more time. While he continued to heal, he reflected on the lessons learned from this harrowing experience. The first lesson was profound. After slaying the esteemed elder of the Qin family, who possessed the cultivation of the second level of the golden core, he mistakenly believed he could eliminate all of the same level, nearly losing his life to another golden core woman from the Zheng Dao alliance. Thus, he understood that one must never become complacent. Secondly, despite the significant enhancement of his combat prowess, he still lacked effective countermeasures against the magical attacks of golden core practitioners. He urgently needed to learn corresponding offensive spells. However, he pondered whether he could defy the norm that prohibited Qi refinement practitioners from mastering offensive spells. If he were to break this limitation, where could he acquire such knowledge? His experience also revealed that his healing arts were indeed remarkable. As long as he remained conscious, he could summon the power of Zhenmu to mend his internal and external injuries at an astonishing speed. While Chen was deep in thought, Song Xiaohong rushed back in, her expression fraught with urgency. Young master, we have a problem. A woman has entered the valley. Is it the golden core woman? Yi Chen asked, rising to his feet, alert and ready. No, Song Xiaohong shook her head. She arrived on a flying sword, and she appears quite young, likely only at the foundation establishment stage. Oh, let us investigate. Yi Chen exclaimed, taking Song Xiaohong's hand as they moved towards the cave entrance. With his internal injuries no longer life-threatening, he felt confident in his ability to handle a mere foundation establishment cultivator. As they emerged from the cave, hiding amidst the dense forest, they gazed toward the valley entrance. They soon beheld a graceful silhouette approaching on a flying sword, clad in a flowing red robe, her long hair dancing in the wind, a vision of unparalleled beauty. It is her. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief, releasing Song Xiaohong's hand. Do you know her? Song Xiaohong inquired. Indeed, Yi Chen nodded. She is Wanya, the young master of the Wan family and an inner disciple of the Hehuan Sect. Oh, is that so? Song Xiaohong seemed familiar with Wanya. Do you know her well? Yes, Yi Chen replied with a smile. When she was returning to Qing Lian Wei Cheng from Diqiu Cheng, she was ambushed by the Qin family, leaving only her and a man named Gu alive. I happened to encounter them, and she offered me 100,000 spirit stones for my assistance. Oh, was that when you became embroiled with the Qin family? Precisely. However, Song Xiaohong, perplexed, inquired, Young master, have you ever contemplated how the Qin family came to possess such intricate details about you, especially considering that you were using an alias during the time of their complete annihilation? It is a lengthy tale. Yi Chen suspected that it was the lurking Dan Xiongwei who was secretly orchestrating matters, for only he would have the motive to surveil him and provide information to the Qin family. In the second-tier spirit formation, Yi Chen noticed that Song Xiaohong did not elaborate on the meaning of her inquiry and chose not to press the matter. Instead, she shifted the topic, wondering if the lady might be seeking an old acquaintance in the young master. Should the young master go out to meet her? No need. As long as she does not discover us, there is no reason for us to meet her, Yi Chen replied. He grasped Song Xiaohong's hand once more and retreated into the cave. Upon entering, his spiritual consciousness swept through the captured storage ring and, to his surprise, he found the item he sought, a formation flag. With a moment's focus, he channeled a substantial amount of spiritual power into the flag, then waved his hand to position a dozen or so flags in accordance with a protective formation diagram he was familiar with at the cave's entrance. He turned to Song Xiaohong and instructed, Sister Hong, release your spiritual power to activate the formation. Young master, Song Xiaohong exclaimed in astonishment, you can arrange formations but cannot activate them? Yi Chen chuckled wryly. This is a second-tier protective formation. Only someone at the foundation establishment stage can activate it. I am merely at the Qi refining stage, unable to project my spiritual power to activate it. Then teach me how, and I will activate it. Song Xiaohong said, extending her index and middle fingers, channeling her spiritual power to cast the spell. Simply release your spiritual power and infuse it into the main formation flag. Yi Chen pointed to a purple flag, guiding her. Nodding, Song Xiaohong promptly complied. A beam of golden spiritual power shot forth from her fingertips, directly merging with the main formation flag. Instantly, the flag emitted a low hum, radiating waves of energy before vanishing from their sight. The other flags followed suit, dissipating after releasing their energy waves. Subsequently, an energy barrier rose, sealing the cave's entrance. We did it. Young master, you are truly remarkable, Song Xiaohong exclaimed, joyfully grasping Yi Chen's hand. It is not my prowess, but yours, Yi Chen replied with a smile. I know nothing of formations. Had you not set it up, my infusing spiritual power into the flags would have been futile, she retorted. Then it seems we are both impressive, Yi Chen chuckled, pulling Song Xiaohong closer and gazing at her with longing. Song Xiaohong, with her well-defined features, fair skin, and slightly plump figure, was the type that stirred strong physiological reactions within him. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, her heart fluttered, and her voice trembled. Do you wish to partake? Yi Chen inquired with a gentle smile. No, I do not. Song Xiaohong swiftly shook her head in refusal. Why not? Yi Chen asked, perplexed. Young master, have you forgotten? We already partook today, and I have yet to fully refine your Yuan Yang energy, she reminded him. Ah, how could I be so forgetful? Yi Chen exclaimed, realizing that the day's events had felt extraordinarily lengthy, making him believe several days had passed. Though I cannot partake, I can serve you, should you desire, Song Xiaohong said. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue and her voice soft as a whisper. At 36, she was as alluring as a ripe peach, effortlessly captivating Yi Chun with her every smile and frown. Without hesitation, Yi Chun laid her upon a large bed that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. In turn, she drew him onto her, and they shared a passionate kiss. Outside the cave, Wang Yin arrived on his sword, circling the valley several times, but failing to discover the concealed cave where Yi Chun and Song Xiaohong hid. He pondered the extent of young master Ye's injuries and the identity of the woman taken by the lord of Dongfang City. Moreover, he was baffled by the identity of the plump woman who had rescued him. Alas, Wang Yin, you have truly failed as a person. Look at you, the esteemed heir of the Wan family. Yet you cannot even pursue someone without being outpaced by an older woman. Wang Yin lamented, feeling despondent and ultimately departing in frustration. Little did he know, Yi Chen's first attempt at arranging a formation had resulted in one that possessed the qualities of illusion, protection, and concealment. Not only did it successfully obscure the cave's entrance, but it also effectively severed the spiritual energy fluctuations between him and Song Xiaohong. Even if Wang Yin had discovered the entrance, breaking through the formation would have been nearly impossible without a considerable amount of time. Under the cover of the formidable formation, Yi Chun and Song Xiaohong practiced diligently within the cave. He refrained from absorbing spiritual energy, instead utilizing the spiritual power from his dantian and the divination space to circulate through his body, thereby expanding his dantian and refining his meridians. Thanks to the abundant spiritual energy, he could repeatedly temper his meridians and expand his dantian, yielding remarkably evident results. This was perhaps the benefit of having a solid foundation. With a strong base, subsequent cultivation would progress much more smoothly. Yi Chen mused. Practice diligently. The purpose of cultivation is to survive in this cruel world, to avenge my clan, and to seek out Sister Kur. Of course, it is also for a better life, so I must eat well, play well, and even indulge in the mundane when necessary. The thought of attaining immortality or exploring the stars is simply overwhelming. As he closed his eyes and sat in meditation, deeply engrossed in his cultivation, Song Xiaohong felt a surge of maternal warmth within her. She longed to embrace him, caress his face, kiss his forehead, lull him to sleep, and sing him the songs of her homeland. After this encounter, she realized that Yi Chen no longer rejected her, and she was likely to accompany him. As long as she could follow the young master, even if it meant only sharing the remnants of his meals, she could still cultivate and perhaps even reach the infant stage. With this delightful thought, she gently laid Yi Chen down and sat up to meditate, refining the residual yuan-yang energy in her dantian. Although her refinement speed was not swift due to her mediocre talent, she noticed significant improvement with each attempt. What once required 4 days to complete was now achievable in 3 days, allowing her to fully refine the yuan-yang energy she had absorbed. Most crucially, the elevation in her realm was now markedly more pronounced. She attributed all of this to the enhancement of her talent and the transformation of her physique, both of which were gifts from her young master. Henceforth, she vowed to follow him faithfully, even if it meant sacrificing herself for him. As the week drew to a close and nightfall approached, Yi Chen found solace in the sight of Song Xiaohong meditating in earnest. Her diligence allows her to keep pace with his relentless pursuit, ultimately benefiting him even further. The universe rewards hard work, and she is destined to achieve remarkable success in the future. Yi Chen has resolved to embrace this woman who is 20 years his senior. A woman 3 years older may cradle a golden brick. One 20 years older, a spiritual stone. Crafting a catchy rhyme brought a momentary smile to Yi Chen's face. Yet, her joy was fleeting, as the smile on her face quickly faded. As the ethereal energy emanated from Yeqing, he retracted his smile. Someone had arrived outside the cave, and to his dismay, there were 2 individuals. Bao Xuan, a voice resonated excitedly at the cave entrance. Look, isn't there an array here? Let me see. The voice belonging to Bao Xuan was somewhat hoarse. Indeed, this is an illusion array, disguised to resemble a rocky formation, but it is likely a cave. It is well concealed, but it cannot escape my discerning eye. Bao Xuan, do you think Yeqing is hiding inside? The deep voice inquired. It matters not whether Yeqing is within, Bao Xuan replied with a smile. What do you mean? I mean, even if Yeqing is not inside, there must be treasures within. Otherwise, who would set up an illusion array in this desolate valley? The deep voice concurred. Bao Xuan is right. Regardless of Yeqing's presence, we can still make a tidy profit, haha. However, Bao Xuan pondered, I do hope Yeqing is concealed within. It was now nearly certain that the individual who had caused them so much distress was none other than the Ye family's outcast, wanted by the Zhengdao Alliance a year ago. Should they capture him? Not only could they uncover the secrets that allowed him to slay a Golden Core Level 2 practitioner at the peak of his own realm, but they could also seize his wealth and gain substantial rewards from the Zhengdao Alliance, thereby elevating their sect's status and glory, a veritable windfall. Yes, a windfall. Let us hasten to break this illusion array and unearth that scoundrel. The deep voice exclaimed with excitement. But, Da Chuan, neither of us understands arrays. How shall we break it? Bao Xuan doused the enthusiasm of the one named Da Chuan with a splash of cold water. We can force our way through. This array does not seem particularly strong. At worst, it is merely a second-tier array, easily dealt with by us brothers, Da Chuan replied dismissively. That will not do. Bao Xuan immediately countered. Forcing the array open would create too much noise, undoubtedly attracting unwanted attention. If merely curious practitioners from the vicinity gather to watch, our skills may suffice. However, should we draw the attention of the Yuaning elders from the Qinglianwei city, we would be in dire straits. Imagine the fate that would befall us at the hands of Elder Yun Shuang and Elder Kuang Jia. What shall we do then? Da Chuan asked, deflated. We must contact Elder Wu Feishan of Fu Rongwei City and enlist his assistance. The benefits shall be divided among the three of us, and the credit will be attributed to us all. Bao Xuan spoke through gritted teeth. Wouldn't that merely benefit that old fellow? Da Chuan clearly felt resentful. If we do not involve him, do you have a better plan? After all, he is knowledgeable in arrays. I will have him come at once. The sooner, the better. Delays may lead to unforeseen complications, and a cooked duck may take flight. Bao Xuan asserted. Even so, it will take at least 5 hours. I fear the opportunity will have passed by then, Da Chuan expressed concern. Ye Cheng, hidden behind the array, could clearly hear the conversation between the two outside and discern their cultivations. Both were in the mid-golden core stage, one at the 6th level and the other at the 5th, far surpassing the golden core woman who had previously caused him so much trouble. A chill ran down Ye Cheng's spine, and he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He needed to devise a plan to escape before this Wu Feishan arrived. Ye Cheng remained composed yet anxious, contemplating his escape strategies. With at least 5 hours remaining, he was certain he could formulate a solution. Surprisingly, as his mind raced, he came up with several ideas. The first was to awaken Song Xiaohong for another round of energy absorption to enhance his cultivation and combat strength, then utilize his sword technique to swiftly strike and flee. However, he quickly dismissed this approach, realizing that a single round of energy absorption would yield limited benefits. The outcome would be the same whether he absorbed energy or not. The second idea was to learn to project his ethereal energy temporarily, allowing him both offense and defense. Yet, the prerequisite for projecting ethereal energy was foundation establishment, which required the energy density to reach a liquefied state. While he had an abundance of ethereal energy, the density of the energy in his dantian was still far from liquefaction. Could he perhaps achieve partial liquefaction through pressure, thus enabling energy projection? Ye Cheng's mind was alive with possibilities. Whether it works or not, I shall find out by trying. Ye Cheng's strength lay in his impulsiveness, and he immediately began to channel the energy from his dantian into the acupoints on his right index finger and middle finger. He disregarded the potential strain on his meridians and acupoints, focusing solely on the immense influx of ethereal energy that surged into the 2 points. The limited space of the acupoints meant that the more energy he infused, the greater the impact and pressure exerted. Yet, he felt no significant discomfort. It seemed that reaching the 35th level in both qi refinement and kan shui had rendered his acupoints and meridians incredibly resilient. With that realization, he abandoned any concern for the consequences of the pressure and pressed on. An unceasing flow of ethereal energy poured from his dantian into the 2 constricted acupoints, exerting tremendous pressure. Soon, both acupoints were filled to capacity, and as the pressure intensified, the energy rapidly began to materialize. With a muffled sound emanating from his fingertips, the ethereal energy underwent the very transformation Ye Cheng had longed to witness. It liquefied. Ye Cheng could not contain his joy. Partial liquefaction of ethereal energy was indeed feasible. A mere qi refinement practitioner, provided he had sufficient ethereal energy, could defy convention and achieve energy projection. Fire. Ye Cheng pointed his fingers towards the cave's depths, and with a mere thought, he suddenly opened the gates for the projection from the 2 acupoints. Boom. A golden beam of sword light erupted from his fingertips, vanishing in an instant, and upon striking the bottom of the cave, it set off a tremendous explosion. Amidst the deafening roar, shock waves surged forth, sending stones of all sizes flying and dust billowing, quickly enveloping the entire cavern. Chen was taken aback and hurriedly retreated to shield Song Xiaohong with his wooden sword, attempting to protect her from the debris. Yet, the immense shock wave could not be thwarted and sent Song Xiaohong, who was in the midst of refining the Yuan-Yang power, crashing into the protective barrier at the cave's entrance. Ugh! Song Xiaohong gasped in pain, quickly spitting out a mouthful of blood, staining her clothing crimson. Chen rushed to her side, helping her up with concern etched on his face. "Sister Hong, are you all right?" Song Xiaohong felt a tumultuous sensation within her, having sustained significant internal injuries. However, she valiantly suppressed her pain, shaking her head with a smile as she inquired, "I am fine, my lord. What has transpired? Has anyone intruded?" "No one has entered. I was merely practicing my skills." "Sister Hong, I have wonderful news to share with you. I can now project my spiritual energy, just like you." Chen activated his vision to examine Song Xiaohong's injuries and excitedly revealed his remarkable breakthrough. "2 flies, really? Congratulations, my lord. Best wishes, my lord." Song Xiaohong was also very pleased, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "I will carry you back to bed and tend to your wounds." Chen, seeing that Song Xiaohong was gravely injured, did not dare to delay and hurriedly took her, still bare, back to the bedside. He brushed away the rubble and dust from the bed, laid her down gently, and covered her with her garments, beginning to treat her injuries. Chen was adept at multitasking. While healing Song Xiaohong, he also examined her meridians and acupoints. He quickly discovered the issue. It turned out that Song Xiaohong's cultivation talent was mediocre, and her meridians and acupoints were narrow and fragile. Compared to him, they were far too constricted and weak, resembling not a foundation-building cultivator, but rather a mere chi-refining novice. Could he use Qinshui to refine her body and help her strengthen her meridians and acupoints? Chen pondered. Since he intended to embrace her, he must assist her in improving. Let's give it a try. With a dual focus, Chen began healing her while channeling the power of Qinshui to cleanse and refine Song Xiaohong's meridians and acupoints. "My lord, are you helping me refine my meridians and acupoints?" Song Xiaohong immediately noticed Chen's actions. "Let's see if it works. Your meridians and acupoints are too narrow and too weak," Chen replied. "It won't work. My meridians and acupoints are inherently like this," Song Xiaohong began to say, but suddenly fell silent. She felt the changes occurring within her refined meridians and acupoints. "How is it? Do you feel the change?" Chen asked with a smile. "Yes," Song Xiaohong blinked. "In the future, I will help you refine all your meridians and acupoints, improving your physique and enhancing your cultivation limits. Is that all right?" Chen inquired playfully. "That sounds good, but..." Song Xiaohong hesitated. "But what?" Chen asked, puzzled. "Will you not chase me away, my lord?" Song Xiaohong looked at Chen with hopeful eyes. "As long as you don't refer to yourself as my servant, I won't chase you away." "Really?" A smile blossomed on Song Xiaohong's face, akin to 2 blooming lotus flowers. At that moment, she was truly overjoyed. Indeed, Chen planted a kiss on her flower-like cheek, providing her with the most affirmative response. An hour later, the healing concluded. "Sister Hong, put on your clothes. We are ready to leave." Chen gathered his techniques and handed Song Xiaohong her garments. "Where are we going next, my lord?" "Back to Qinglianwei City?" Song Xiaohong asked while dressing. "No, we are heading to Yunzhou City," Chen replied. "All right, I will accompany you." Song Xiaohong no longer referred to herself as a servant, her demeanor radiating newfound confidence and charm. Once Song Xiaohong was fully dressed, Chen tidied up the bedding, glanced around, and said, "There are 2 bothersome flies outside the cave. I must first deal with them. You stay inside the cave and do not rush out." 2 flies? Are they formidable? Song Xiaohong certainly understood what flies meant. Just flies, how formidable could they be? "Do not be afraid." Chen had already devised a strategy to ambush the 2 flies, appearing quite relaxed. "Why don't I go out with you to help?" Song Xiaohong suggested, feeling uneasy. "You want to help me?" Chen chuckled. "Of course." Song Xiaohong nodded without hesitation. "Then stay inside the cave and do not come out." Chen leaned in, whispering playfully in her ear, "Wait for me to squish those 2 flies. And then I will return for our dual cultivation." "Okay." Song Xiaohong's cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly nodded. After ensuring Song Xiaohong was settled, Chen strode directly toward the cave entrance. Upon reaching the formation's barrier, he drew his wooden sword, concentrated briefly, activated his clairvoyance, and aimed the wooden sword at the sixth-layer Jin Dan cultivator. Whoosh! In Song Xiaohong's eyes, Chen's somewhat youthful and diminutive silhouette suddenly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing within the barrier. Then a tremendous explosion echoed, resembling the detonation of a colossal beast. The explosion sent bones and flesh flying, violently colliding with the formation's barrier, creating a cacophony that shook the entire cave. My lord, Song Xiaohong, believing Chen had encountered trouble, was overwhelmed with tears and knelt to the ground. Outside the cave, Chen, moving at 6 times the speed of a chi-refining cultivator, wielded his sword and shot through the barrier, uniting with his weapon to ambush the Jin Dan 6th-layer cultivator, Xie Baoyuan. Xie Baoyuan was casually chatting with a companion named Dachuan, and although he was monitoring the fluctuations of the formation's spiritual energy, he was unprepared for Chen's sudden and terrifying speed, charging out without any prior indication of abnormal energy fluctuations. Chen melded man and sword, akin to a cannonball being fired, his speed astonishingly swift. Xie Baoyuan had no time to react and was struck, his Jin Dan body shattered into pieces. Even Dachuan, merely 5 feet away, was caught in the aftermath, injured by several broken bones. The most critical aspect was that he could not comprehend what had transpired. Chen's surprise attack was a resounding success, and elated, he did not wait for Dachuan to gather himself before organizing a new assault, lunging forward with his sword. With a swift thrust, Chen aimed directly at Dachuan's chest, but Dachuan managed to turn just in time, panic-stricken, avoiding a direct hit to his chest, though a gash was left on his shoulder. What a pity! Chen silently lamented, yet his wooden sword showed no signs of hesitation, executing a flurry of attacks, stabs, slashes, cuts, and thrusts, all in rapid succession. Dachuan was caught off guard and, compounded by his injuries, found himself in a state of disarray. However, a 5th-layer Jin Dan cultivator was still vastly superior to a 2nd-layer righteous sect woman, leagues beyond the likes of Chen Mo, the Chen family's elder. Dachuan swiftly regained his composure, leveraging his superior martial skills and the strength of his 5th-layer Jin Dan cultivation to withstand Chen's onslaught. In the valley, a tense standoff ensued, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Dachuan grew increasingly alarmed, no matter how he reasoned. He could not fathom how this chi-refining novice could contend evenly with him, a 5th-layer Jin Dan cultivator. Despite sustaining some injuries, his combat prowess remained intact. How could it be that a mere chi-refining novice was able to match him? Conversely, Chen's confidence swelled with each exchange. It seemed that at the peak of chi-refining, in the absence of his opponent utilizing spells, he could undoubtedly hold his ground. This might very well be his current limit. Fortunately, I managed to eliminate that formidable opponent at the 6th level of Jin Dan upon emerging from the cave. Had I instead faced one at the 5th level, it remains uncertain whether I could have matched the prowess of a 6th-level adversary. The tremendous commotion created during my exit from the cave, coupled with the ongoing clash with Dachuan, had already captured the attention of nearby cultivators who were wandering in the mountains, drawing them toward this valley. Even the practitioners from Qinglian City were stirred, taking to the skies in droves, heading toward the valley. The scene was lively as numerous onlookers gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Chen remained unfazed, for it is human nature to seek excitement. However, Dachuan was far from composed. Firstly, the crowd mocked him for being a mere Jin Dan 5th-layer cultivator, struggling to contend with a peak chi-refining practitioner, such a disgrace to his ancestors. Secondly, among the spectators, a few exuded a formidable aura that made even him tremble, indicating they were not mere Jin Dan cultivators, but beings of a higher caliber. In Qinglian Wei Cheng, the only individuals of greater cultivation were the Yuaning elders of the Hehuan Zone, whose influence permeated the region. It was perplexing how many Yuaning elders the Hehuan Zone possessed. In this small town, there seemed to be not 1 or 2, but an astonishing 10 or more. What irked him most was their unfriendly demeanor towards him, a covert agent of the righteous path. He realized he must retreat swiftly. If captured by those Yuaning elders, his fate would be dire. Dachuan resolved to flee, unleashing a burst of energy that forced Chen back nearly 10 zhang. With a swift leap, he retreated beyond that distance. Chen anticipated that Dachuan, fearing defeat, would resort to spells against him. So he quickly switched his sword to his left hand, secretly gathering power to channel into his fingers, Shangyang and Zhongcheng. However, before Chen could complete his preparation, Dachuan twisted his body and shot into the sky like a shooting star, disappearing in an instant. Goodness! A Jindan 5th layer cultivator actually fled. Could it be he fears this peak Qi refining practitioner? One spectator exclaimed in astonishment. He is not afraid of the peak Qi refining practitioner. He fears us. Another responded. But we are not even fighting him. Why should he fear us? The speaker's incredulity was evident. Isn't it simple? He fears losing face in front of so many people. Indeed, a Jindan 5th layer cultivator unable to handle a peak Qi refining practitioner is indeed quite embarrassing. Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared a repeat of the previous encounter, where he could not withstand Dachuan's spell attacks. While he had the ability to project his spiritual energy and counteract spells from Jindan practitioners or rely on defensive magic, the preparation required too much time and lacked the swift execution of a Jindan cultivator. He dispersed the energy he had gathered and returned to the cave entrance, where he found Xie Baosu's storage ring. In a flash, he slipped inside the cave before the eyes of the crowd. "Young master, are you all right?" Song Xiaohong remained kneeling on the ground, her face streaked with tears of anguish. "Of course, I am fine. Why are you still kneeling?" Chen hurriedly assisted her to her feet, brushing the dust from her long skirt. "I thought you. How could that be?" Chen chuckled, revealing the storage ring in his hand. "I dealt with 2 pesky flies. One was crushed instantly, and the other fled upon realizing the danger. Look, this is the storage ring of that crushed fly, filled with treasures, just for you." "I don't want it," Song Xiaohong replied through her tears, smiling. "Having you here is enough." "All right, I shall keep it for the time being and give it to you when you need it," Chen said, not pressing the matter further. The storage ring contained nearly 300,000 spiritual stones, which would be essential for their upcoming journey to Yunzhou. As for various pills, spiritual herbs, talismans, weapons, and crafting materials, those could be addressed later in Yunzhou. It must be said, a mid-Jindan storage ring was akin to a treasure vault. Chen dismantled the formation, collected the flags, and took Song Xiaohong's hand as they exited the cave. Outside, most of the spectators had dispersed, leaving only a handful. Upon emerging from the cave, Chen spotted the person leading the remaining crowd. "Wani, young Master Wan, what brings you here?" Chen inquired, puzzled. "I have heard of your deeds, young Master Ye." Wani responded with a radiant smile, bowing respectfully. "I have been waiting for you. There is something I wish to discuss." "Wan Xiao, our previous interaction was purely a business transaction. That has concluded. Is there anything further you wish to say? Do you intend to backtrack on our agreement?" Chen remarked. "Oh, come now. What are you saying?" Wani playfully pouted, stepping closer with a captivating grace. "I sincerely invite you to visit my family, so that I may extend my hospitality. There is no need for such formality." Chen politely declined. "You must have realized that my enemies are not merely formidable. If I were to visit your family, would it not bring disaster upon you?" "I am not afraid," Wani declared, though her conviction wavered. "But I am." Chen's expression turned serious as he clasped his hands in respect. "Wan Xiao, I am in haste to reach Yunzhou. I must take my leave." With that, he wrapped his left arm around Song Xiaohong's waist, and, with his right hand guiding his wooden sword skyward, soared into the heavens, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "That fellow." Wani gazed after Chen's departing figure, her expression a mix of annoyance and intrigue. Why would he choose to accompany a middle-aged woman of questionable reputation instead of her, a refined lady? Truly an oddity. "Young master, as you observed, Ye Gongzi's enemies are indeed formidable." Guer Yi comforted her, noticing her melancholy. "His choice to avoid our family is in our best interest." "What kind of enemies does he have?" Wani inquired, her brow furrowing. "It is difficult to say," Guer Yi replied, "but we can infer some details, especially since the city lord's manor is involved." "You mean those beyond the mountain?" Wani's countenance darkened. "That possibility cannot be ruled out," Guer Yi nodded. "Ha!" Wani chuckled. "Then I, as the young master of the Wan family, must repay this favor. I cannot simply ignore him." "He must have sensed your goodwill," Guer Yi smiled. "I must return home immediately to my sect." Wani resolved, determination set in her eyes. "If he does not come to the Wan family, shall I not follow him?" Chen, accompanied by Song Xiaohong, employed the sword flight technique, soaring northward at 4 times the speed of a Qi refining practitioner for an hour. To conserve his spiritual energy, he advised Song Xiaohong, "Sister Hong, we have distanced ourselves from Qing Lian Wei Qing, likely evading my enemy's surveillance. We may slow our pace and switch to sword flight." Of course, I will follow your lead. Song Xiaohong agreed with a nod. Chen grinned. Then please take me along. I could use a moment of rest. But be cautious. My sword flight technique is not the best. Be careful not to fall. Song Xiaohong warned as she retrieved her flying sword and stood upon it. Without hesitation, Chen stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, resting his chin on her shoulder, and contentedly remarked, "Having you by my side is truly delightful." As Song Xiaohong soared through the skies on her sword, she soon felt an overwhelming drain on her soul power and spiritual energy, struggling to maintain her flight. Young master, my soul power and spiritual energy are depleting too rapidly. I can hardly endure it any longer. Let us descend and rest for a while, she proposed to Chen. Below them lay an expansive forest, the trees swaying like a verdant ocean, with the haunting roars of beasts and sharp cries of birds echoing through the air. Is this the beastly forest beneath us? Chen inquired. It appears so, Song Xiaohong replied. Then let us land and take a break, Chen cheerfully suggested. However, Song Xiaohong hesitated, her apprehension surfacing. Young master, I believe it would be wiser to persist a little longer. Descending now could be perilous with so many second and third-tier beasts nearby. As long as I am here, we shall be safe. Chen laughed, wrapping his left arm around Song Xiaohong's waist while extending his right hand, fingers poised like a sword. He executed the sword flight technique, gently guiding them down to a patch of grass. Rainbow Sister, you rest first. I shall set up a protective array to shield us from any disturbances by the beasts, Chen assured her as they touched down. All right. Song Xiaohong, too fatigued, sat cross-legged, focusing her mind and channeling the yuan yang energy stored within her dantian to begin her refinement. Chen took out several array flags, infusing them with spiritual energy before stepping into formation and planting them firmly into the ground. After gathering his energy, he pointed his finger, sending a beam of sword light from his fingertip to activate the main array flag. Instantly, a second-tier protective barrier rose, enveloping both of them. With a sigh of relief, Chen settled beside Song Xiaohong. He chose not to meditate for recovery, as his energy depletion was manageable. Instead, he toyed with the remaining array flags, scrutinizing and studying them with great interest. The flags, in essence, were tools for arranging formations, inscribed with intricate patterns that varied in attributes and levels. The flags in Chen's possession were all defensive second-tier patterns, capable of establishing a second-tier protective array. How about I condense some second-tier offensive patterns and set up an attack formation around the protective array? He mused, eager to occupy his time. With experience in condensing advanced array patterns, Chen found no technical difficulty in forming the basic ones, and the speed was significantly faster compared to advanced patterns. Sitting on the ground, he closed his eyes slightly, breathing steadily while simultaneously condensing 4 array patterns in his hands. Within the span of a single incense stick's burning time, he suddenly opened his eyes and slowly extended his hands. In his palms, bizarrely shaped golden array patterns wriggled and danced as if they possessed life. Go. After admiring the array patterns he had condensed, Chen swiftly released them into the air, sending the golden patterns soaring 5 zhang away from the protective array, disappearing into the grass. I wonder how powerful they are, Chen thought, filled with anticipation, hoping for a beast or a demon to attack, so he could test the might of the second-tier formation he had personally arranged. This was a formation only cultivators at the Golden Core stage could set up. Thus began a period of quiet anticipation. While Song Xiaohong was absorbed in refining the yuan yang energy, Chen, feeling rather idle, continued to delve into the study of array patterns and formations. His curiosity about these mysterious tools, which harnessed spiritual energy, spirit stone energy, and the power of nature for defense and offense, remained insatiable. The attack formation he had just set up, for instance, utilized limited natural energies for offensive capabilities, making it worthy of exploration. As the heir of the coveted divine disc, Chen possessed a strong curiosity, yearning to understand the principles behind these formations. This research consumed 3 days. On the 3rd day, Song Xiaohong was the first to awaken from her meditative state. Having refined the yuan yang energy obtained from Chen, her cultivation had progressed, and her spiritual and soul energy had been sufficiently replenished, leaving her feeling invigorated. The young master is still meditating, so it would be impolite to disturb him. I shall venture into the deeper grass for a moment. I have not relieved myself in 3 days and feel extremely uncomfortable, she thought. glancing at Yi Chun and then at her surroundings before walking towards the edge of the protective array. The second-tier protective array set by Yi Chun had an aura recognition feature, allowing Song Xiaohong to enter and exit freely without triggering it. As long as she did not activate the protective array, the second-tier offensive formation he had arranged would remain dormant. In haste, Song Xiaohong slipped into the tall grass, and after a moment of relief, she felt considerably better. Just as she stood up and adjusted her skirt to return to the formation, she suddenly froze in shock. A beast. A third-tier beast. Only a zhang away, a fire lion. Its body of vivid crimson and measuring 3 zhang in length and a zhang in height, was staring intently at her. With a single move, the beast could pounce and tear her apart with its razor-sharp claws and fangs. What terrible luck I have. Even while relieving myself, I encounter a third-tier beast. Song Xiaohong stood frozen, too frightened to move or cry out, fearing that her voice might provoke the giant creature. Yet, she quietly drew her spirit sword, gripping it tightly as she prepared for a desperate struggle. With a loud roar, the fire lion, having assessed her weakness, leaped towards her after a brief moment of contemplation. "Young master, save me." Song Xiaohong raised her spirit sword defensively above her head. Crying out in despair, she fully expected to meet her demise, closing her eyes and bracing herself for the inevitable pain as the fire lion prepared to crush her skull and rend her body. However, after what felt like an eternity, she felt neither pain nor tearing. Apart from the thunderous roar of the beast, nothing occurred. When she finally opened her eyes, she saw a youthful figure, slightly frail but resolute, standing protectively before her. Brandishing a wooden sword and fiercely admonishing the ferocious lion, "You audacious red-haired beast! How dare you lay your eyes on my woman? Do you wish to perish? Young master." A wave of warmth surged through Song Xiaohong's heart. So, he did not regard her merely as a servant, but as his woman. How fortunate she felt. "Return to the formation. I shall deal with this beast," Yi Chen declared calmly. "Yes, young master, be careful," Song Xiaohong urged. Retreating hastily back into the protective array, Yi Chen was fully confident in his ability to slay the flame lion. However, instead of launching an attack on the beast, he merely smiled and took a few steps backward. The flame lion, perceiving Yi Chen's retreat as a sign of weakness, advanced toward him, believing he would flee. As it lunged at Song Xiaohong, it was met with a sword strike from Yi Chen, which, while not overly forceful, thwarted the lion's charge without inflicting any damage. Thus, the creature assumed Yi Chen was not particularly formidable and decided not to relent. Soon, Yi Chen retreated back into the protective formation and turned to Song Xiaohong, saying, "Sister Hong, that was quite perilous. I was merely loosening up. Why did you have to venture so far away from me? Were you afraid I might see? It's not as if I haven't seen it before, haha." In the realm of purification, the young master exclaimed, "Oh dear, how embarrassing." As Song Xiaohong's charming face flushed a deep crimson, her hands instinctively covering her face in shyness. "What is there to be ashamed of?" Yi Chen remarked, playfully brushing her hands aside, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Once we vanquish this flame lion, we shall indulge once more, and let us see if you remain bashful. Be careful, young master. It is approaching." Song Xiaohong quickly redirected the conversation, pointing towards the flame lion, eager to escape the previous topic that made her feel so self-conscious. While she felt no psychological burden during their intimate moments, his flirtations weighed heavily upon her, rendering her breathless. The disparity in their ages was stark. Although their bodies were attuned, their words failed to synchronize. "Fear not, for once it triggers the protective array, it will be met with a barrage of my secondary thunderfire array." Yi Chen remained unperturbed, wrapping his arms around Song Xiaohong as they settled on the grass, ready to witness the lion's antics. Outside the array, the flame lion fixated its gaze upon them, its robust legs moving slowly, rustling the grass beneath. Feeling the lion's piercing stare, Song Xiaohong trembled uncontrollably, instinctively seeking refuge in Yi Chen's embrace. Noticing her distress, he gently patted her waist, reassuringly saying, "Do not be afraid. The array provides protection. Besides, even without it, you have me, and this flame lion is merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. It would be trivial for me to dispatch it." Indeed, Song Xiaohong nestled against Yi Chen, embodying the essence of a delicate woman, her eyes filled with admiration as she declared, "My young master is the most formidable." At that moment, the flame lion arrived at the forefront of the protective array. Perhaps sensing that it was close enough to pounce, the creature let out a thunderous roar, crouched low, and then leapt toward the array. Boom! The flame lion collided with the protective array, akin to a massive boulder crashing against a glass dome, producing a resounding echo. The protective barrier trembled violently, reminiscent of a fragile glass house struck by a bomb, yet it showed no signs of damage. Conversely, the attacking flame lion appeared disoriented, landing awkwardly and emitting pained roars. Seeing the protective array withstand the assault, Song Xiaohong sighed in relief, her heart finally at ease. Before the flame lion could launch a second attack, the thunderfire array had already been activated. A brilliant flame shot forth from the main array's intricate patterns, ascending to a height of 10 zhang above the flame lion. The fire coalesced, forming a towering inferno cloud that spun rapidly, flickering with hints of lightning. Sensing the impending threat, the flame lion let out an enraged roar and attempted to retreat, but within 5 zhang, it found an invisible force blocking its path, leaving it no avenue for escape. It was ensnared by the thunderfire array, forced to endure the onslaught. Suddenly, the fiery cloud emitted a series of hissing sounds as it unleashed torrents of flames upon the flame lion. Recognizing the peril, the beast attempted to evade the incoming flames. However, its massive size hindered its agility, and with limited space to maneuver, the flames relentlessly pursued it. After a few futile dodges, the flame lion was struck by the flames. Though the impact was not overwhelmingly strong, the heat was intense. Upon contact, the flames erupted, igniting large patches of the lion's fur, causing it to writhe in agony on the ground while letting out anguished roars. The grass beneath it caught fire, crackling violently, as the inferno continued to rain down upon the lion, fueling the blaze that consumed its body. In the face of the thunderfire array, this third-tier beast, which typically instilled fear in those below the Golden Core realm, found itself utterly defenseless. Despite their tough skin and formidable defensive capabilities, third-tier beasts lacked the ability to cast spells or attack from a distance. Their only means of offense lay in their ferocity. Their status among beasts was primarily due to their nearly insurmountable defenses, making it difficult for Golden Core cultivators to bring them down, even when their spiritual energy was depleted. In contrast, the Thunderfire Array functioned like a Golden Core cultivator, continually unleashing magical attacks from afar. While its strikes may have been singular in nature and moderate in power, the energy it drew from the earth allowed for relentless assaults. As long as the spiritual energy within the array remained intact, the onslaught would not cease, rendering it even more formidable than typical Golden Core cultivators. The relentless barrage of flames battered the flame lion, igniting its fur until it was left charred and battered. Observing the effectiveness of the secondary Thunderfire Array, Yi Chun deemed the lion nearly cooked and led Song Xiaohong out of the protective barrier. The flame lion, now resembling a pile of charred flesh, emitted a mournful howl, glaring at Yi Chun and Song Xiaohong with fierce intensity, as if still intent on exacting vengeance. Yi Chun, indifferent to the creature's threats, gathered his energy and with a flick of his finger, shot forth a beam of sword light, piercing directly into the lion's brow. The flame lion let out a final wail before collapsing into a heap of ashes. "You are truly remarkable, young master," Song Xiaohong exclaimed with excitement, praising Yi Chen's effortless defeat of the flame lion. "Could I be anything less? I can endure 2 hours during each harvest," Yi Chun replied with a chuckle, brandishing his wooden sword which he plunged into the lion's head. With a swift motion, he extracted a blood-red demon core, a prized possession from a third-tier beast. Such a pure third-tier demon core. Song Xiaohong gasped in astonishment. Its value is equivalent to at least 100,000 spirit stones. Even unrefined, it would fetch no less than 50,000. "Here, it is a gift for you," Yi Chen offered, handing the core to Song Xiaohong. "Young master, this is far too precious," she protested, shaking her head in refusal. "Oh, I had forgotten. The demon core must not be absorbed until purified." With that, he reclaimed the core, and Song Xiaohong felt a pang of disappointment as she watched him take it back, feeling unworthy of such a valuable gift. However, when Yi Chen retracted it, her heart felt quite heavy. Yet, she was overthinking. Yi Chen did not intend to take back the Yao Dan and withhold it from her. Rather, he sought to purify it before bestowing it again. With a focused mind, he summoned his soul power, and as he opened his palm, a peculiar divine pattern gradually took shape. "What is this?" Song Xiaohong inquired in astonishment. "This is the purification divine pattern. It can cleanse all impurities, including the demonic energy within the Yao Dan," Yi Chen explained, channeling the purification divine pattern and infusing it into the Yao Dan. As if stimulated, the Yao Dan began to shimmer with a crimson light, radiating an extraordinary brilliance, simultaneously absorbing spiritual essence from the surrounding heavens and earth while emitting an intensely discomforting demonic aura. This is astonishing, Song Xiaohong gasped in disbelief. Purifying the Yao Dan. Yi Chen chuckled. A mere purification divine pattern can absorb spiritual essence from two realms, expelling the demonic energy within the Yao Dan and purifying it. Truly remarkable. The process lasted only a brief moment. Within a few breaths, the crimson light began to fade, gradually diminishing until it vanished entirely. Upon observing the Yao Dan again, it appeared pure and transparent, resembling an immaculate, flawless pearl. In the realm of cultivation, the remarkable young master, Yi Chen, astounded Song Xiaohong, who stood there with her mouth agape, stammering in disbelief. This can be absorbed directly. Sister Hong, please accept it, Yi Chen urged as he presented the demon core to her once more. Really, truly for me. Song Xiaohong could hardly believe her ears. Of course. However, the price is a single cultivation session. Yi Chen winked playfully. All right. Song Xiaohong joyfully accepted the demon core, her fingers caressing the pristine, lustrous orb, its energy visibly pulsating, akin to the finest spirit stone. Yi Chen then turned to return, waving his hand to retract the formation flag, as he grasped Song Xiaohong's small hand and soared into the sky. Sister Hong, once we fly out of the beast forest, we will reach the Yunzhou territory. We shall take a flying vessel to Mingzhou, though the journey may delay us for 2 months. Upon our arrival in Mingzhou, we shall find an inn to settle down and devote ourselves to cultivation. When the annual recruitment assessment of the Hehuan Sect approaches, we will ascend Dia Mountain. As they flew through the air, Yi Chen shared his plans, while Song Xiaohong nestled against him, nodding in agreement. Young master, whatever you say goes. In life, I am yours. In death, I shall be your ghost. I shall unconditionally follow your lead. This is what you said. You are mine, Yi Chen replied with a laugh. Upon our arrival in Yunzhou, the first order of business is to find an inn and cultivate diligently. Ha! With a hearty laugh, Yi Chen accelerated to 4 times the speed of the Qi refinement stage, akin to a nascent soul elder soaring through the sky, covering dozens of miles in the blink of an eye. Yunzhou, the grand city closest to the realm of the Zhengdao Alliance within the southeastern domain of the demon suppression, stationed a formidable force of 100,000 Hehuan troops throughout the year. The commander of this military might was Zifeng, the city lord of Yunzhou, a peak nascent soul cultivator. By his title alone, one could discern his esteemed lineage, whether as a direct disciple of the former sect master or a direct disciple of the sect master's peers. Regardless of allegiance, all were brothers in arms with the current sect master, wielding immense power, status, and strength. At this moment, Zifeng sat upon the Lord's seat in the council hall, listening to the elders deliberating. Lord, recently the Zhengdao Alliance has been stirring restlessly, engaging in clandestine activities within our Hehuan Sect's domain. In my view, we should cleanse the riffraff lurking in our territory to prevent unnecessary chaos, an elder with a grizzled beard proposed. I have heard of the Zhengdao Alliance's movements as well, but they have not caused significant disorder. Rather, they have suffered heavy losses themselves. The Qinglian Guard took advantage of the situation to eliminate one of their strongholds, annihilating 2 early-stage golden elixir cultivators and over a dozen foundation establishment cultivators. As for the spies from the Zhengdao Alliance infiltrating our ranks, we should utilize them instead of hastily exterminating them, Zifeng replied nonchalantly. Your foresight is commendable. Another elder clad in black robes interjected. However, it is my understanding that the unusual actions of the Zhengdao spies stem from their identification of a child named Yi Chen as a remnant of the Yi family they sought a year ago. My lord, I propose that we offer this child some assistance to help him grow and become an asset against the Zhengdao Alliance. The elder with the white beard vehemently opposed. I disagree. This Yi Chen is merely a fledgling in the Qi refinement stage. What impact could he possibly have? Moreover, since when has our Hehuan Sect needed to rely on others to confront the Zhengdao Alliance? The elder in black retorted sharply, Lu Changfeng, must you always argue with me? When have you ever seen a Qi refinement cultivator slay one in the golden elixir stage? Yi Chen is a prodigy of cultivation. Whoever nurtures him will reap the rewards. Do you not understand this? The white-bearded elder scoffed. Even if we were to nurture him, it should be under the headquarters' guidance, not by you, Han Wubing, you old rascal. Enough, Zifeng interjected, visibly exasperated by their bickering. Let us focus our attention on the matter at hand regarding the demon suppression abyss. We shall leave the Chen issue to the headquarters and allow it to unfold naturally. I sense he will attract their attention. We need not interfere. Exactly. The elder in black proclaimed triumphantly. Such talent is not something the headquarters would overlook. Humph. The white-bearded elder scoffed. If the headquarters wishes to recruit him, why let things develop naturally? Shouldn't they hurry to bring him under the wing of the sect master or one of the elder's disciples before he meets an untimely end? Huh. The term you seek is evaluation, Lu Laotu. You cannot possibly be unaware of that. The black-clad elder countered with a smirk. You. Lu Changfeng was momentarily speechless, his sleeve brushing the ground as he took his seat. You too. Zifeng shook his head in exasperation. Focus on the situation in the demon suppression abyss and spare me your squabbles. Lord, regarding the demon suppression abyss, there have been some unusual movements. A red-bearded elder stood up, clasping his hands. Oh, what sort of movements? Speak. Zifeng inquired, furrowing his brow. Recently, many demonized cultivators have appeared in the dark marshes of the demon suppression abyss, the red-bearded elder reported. How many is many? Zifeng pressed, his frown deepening. About 3,000, the red-bearded elder replied. Could it be that the secret realm of the demon clan has been discovered once more? Zifeng pondered aloud. This possibility cannot be dismissed, the red-bearded elder responded. Deploy all efforts to eradicate them. We cannot allow those demonized cultivators to breach our southeastern domain and harm our common folk, Zifeng commanded. After much discussion, we finally returned to the main topic. Zifeng remarked, rest assured, I will issue orders immediately to expedite the supply of materials for the 1st and 3rd battalions stationed at the western bank of the demon suppression abyss. Thank you, Lord. The red-bearded elder expressed his gratitude. Elders Lu and Han, you shall personally travel to the demon suppression abyss to ascertain the situation firsthand, Zifeng instructed, addressing the white-bearded Lu Changfeng and the black-clad Han Wubing. Understood. This time, both elders nodded in agreement, their demeanor serious. Elder son, Zifeng turned to a short, stout elder. I am here. The stout elder quickly rose, clasping his hands. Zifeng smiled and nodded. Please keep an eye on the one named Chen. Do not let him perish within our Yunzhou borders. Otherwise, I shall have difficulty reporting to my sect master upon my return to headquarters. Rest assured, my lord, I have already made arrangements. Once the boy enters the city, he will undoubtedly fall under our surveillance, the stout elder assured. Very well. Let us conclude today's meeting. Zifeng waved his hand dismissively. As fate would have it, in Yunzhou, at the Yunzhong Inn, Chen commenced his preparations upon entering room Tianzi number 3. He first set up an array of protective and isolation formations using array flags, complemented by a spirit-gathering formation. The protective formation was designed to avert disturbances, while the spirit-gathering formation aimed to concentrate more spiritual energy. The isolation formation served to prevent any probing of divine consciousness. The fluctuations caused by the gathering of spiritual energy were exceedingly pronounced, easily attracting unwarranted attention. Chen wished to avoid a scenario where he and Song Xiaohong were caught in a compromising position, akin to a sensational film. After completing these 3 formations, he felt uneasy and proceeded to condense a secondary-level offensive array pattern, establishing a lethal formation named 4 symbols. Now, as long as no Yuaning cultivators sought him out, he and Song Xiaohong would be entirely secure. Once all was in place, he clapped his hands in delight and grinned at Song Xiaohong, urging her to hasten to bed for their cultivation session. How mischievous you are. Song Xiaohong playfully tapped Chen on the forehead, chiding him for turning the serious act of cultivation into a festive affair. Nay, Chen retorted, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and planting a kiss on her cheek, exclaiming, this is not mere festivity. It is far more joyous and entertaining. You're incorrigible. Come, let me assist you in disrobing. Before long, a torrent of spiritual energy surged from all directions above the Yunzhong Inn, coalescing into a colossal vortex. It resembled a spiritual tornado, plunging into room Tianzi number 3. Unlike a typical tornado that siphons energy from the ground, this phenomenon infused the room with spiritual energy from the atmosphere. Such a grand occurrence swiftly alerted the tenants of the inn and the nearby cultivators. The cultivators within the inn activated their divine senses to investigate who was engaged in cultivation within Chen's room, while those outside gathered to inquire about the audacity of someone daring to cultivate openly in broad daylight. This was Yunzhou, a substantial city within the influence of the Hehuan Sect, not a small town like Qinglian or a lawless region like Dichio City. In the Hehuan Sect's domain, female cultivators could engage in cultivation, provided they adhered to a critical stipulation. They must not cultivate with mortals or cultivators within the sect's territory, lest they face dire consequences. However, should the target be a cultivator from the Zhengdao Alliance, it would be a different matter altogether. Among the throng of cultivators converging to discern the cause of the disturbance was a lithe figure clad in a flowing red gauze robe, with cascading hair and an ethereal beauty. She was Wan Yi, the young master of the Wan family from Qinglianwei City, newly arrived in town. Upon witnessing the vortex of spiritual energy, her thoughts drifted not to the act of cultivation, but to the dashing youth she had encountered that fateful night in the Pim Dichio Mountains. The boy, charismatic and unrestrained, had left an indelible impression on her. He was the one who could stir such chaotic spiritual fluctuations with mere meditation, and she had vowed to follow him. Unlike the other cultivators who immediately began to speculate about the identity of the cultivators inside, she refrained from prying. Recognizing that such a conspicuous display of energy would likely be protected by isolation measures, she merely ordered a jug of wine and a few dishes, content to wait for the fluctuations to subside. The significant spiritual disturbance also caught the attention of the city patrol. A squad of 5 Golden Core patrol cultivators, exuding an imposing presence, arrived at the inn. 4 members stationed themselves at the corners of the lobby while the captain warned the onlookers against causing a ruckus, then approached the innkeeper. Innkeeper Niu, who occupies room Tianzi number 3. The innkeeper, already shaken, stammered in response. Why yes, esteemed sir, it is a man and a woman. The woman is in her mid-30s, at the 3rd level of foundation establishment. The man appears to be around 15 or 16, at the peak of chi refinement. Are they locals? Inquired the Golden Core cultivator of the 5th level. The innkeeper replied, from their accents. The woman seems to have come from Qinglianwei City. As for the man, his accent suggests he is not a local, but rather hails from the Pim Dichio Mountains. The captain nodded. It is quite clear. A foundation establishment cultivator from our region must have captured a chi refinement cultivator from the mountains to engage in cultivation here. Many in the crowd nodded in agreement with the captain's reasoning. Let us disperse, so as not to disrupt innkeeper Niu's business, he commanded, his tone both civil and authoritative. Indeed, let us disperse. Several echoed, promptly making their way out of the lobby. Wan Yi remained seated, a mere spectator rather than a bystander. The innkeeper's description of Yi Chun and his companion only solidified her belief that the cause of such a commotion was indeed Yi Chun and Song Xiaohong. She found herself envious of Song Xiaohong for being able to cultivate alongside Yi Chun, not fully grasping that Song Xiaohong was repeatedly drawing upon Yi Chun's yang energy, resulting in her rapid ascension in cultivation and unrestrained delight. Soon, the onlookers had cleared out, and the inn's guests returned to their rooms. Only a few diners remained in the lobby. After 2 hours, the fluctuations subsided. Wan Yi promptly settled her bill and headed straight for room Tianzi number 3. Knock, knock, knock. Wan Yi, feeling quite at home, rapped on the door of room Tianzi number 3. Who dares disturb my peace? Yi Chun, nestled in Song Xiaohong's embrace, was irritated by the interruption. Why not simply use your divine sense to ascertain? Song Xiaohong suggested. How clever you are, my dear sister. Yi Chun chuckled, indeed extending his divine sense towards the door. To his astonishment, he exclaimed, It's her. Do you know her? Song Xiaohong asked, hastily donning her attire as Yi Chun moved away. In the light of day, their clandestine activities could not be left unaddressed. The young master of the Wan family, truly a persistent spirit, Yi Chun sighed with a wry smile. Is it really her? Song Xiaohong jestingly remarked, What perfect timing. Ye Chen, puzzled, inquired about her meaning. Song Xiaohong responded with a smile. Can you not discern, my lord? The young master of the Wan family harbors feelings for you. And you, are you not in need of a woman to fill the void left by my solitary efforts in cultivation? Her arrival would indeed be fortuitous. Ye Chen recognized that he did indeed require a woman to supplement the inadequacies of Song Xiaohong's singular contributions. Each of Song Xiaohong's cultivation sessions took 3 to 4 days, while Ye Chen aspired to cultivate every 2 days. After each session, he needed merely a day and a half to elevate his prowess to its zenith, approaching the threshold of ascension. If he were to recruit Wan Yan, his training pace would potentially double. 67. Hu Wan Yan, are you not jealous? Yi Chen asked with a teasing smile. Jealous. Song Xiaohong kissed Yi Chen gently and said warmly, but I hope that the young master can quickly establish his foundation. Thank you. Yi Chen embraced Song Xiaohong, holding her for a moment before dismantling the formation and collecting the formation flags, finally heading towards the door. Wang Yin had already grown impatient and was about to knock again when her raised hand was grasped by a powerful hand. Wan Xiao Jiazhu, are you here to do business with me again? What business? Wang Yin retorted, realizing it was indeed Yi Chen, retracting her hand with irritation. I came to offer myself. Is that not acceptable? You jest, Wan Xiao Jiazhu. Yi Chen laughed awkwardly. As the saying goes, no merit, no reward. You come bearing such a grand gift. How could I accept it? Hey, Wang Yin was at a loss for words and retorted, you really know how to climb the ladder. There are those who are even better at it. Song Xiaohong interjected. Since Miss Wan has expressed her intentions, the young master cannot remain indifferent. I shall accept this grand gift on behalf of my family, young master. You two truly are not a family. Yet you so easily accept my offer? Wang Yin was momentarily stunned by Song Xiaohong's boldness. Miss Wan, there is something I wish to discuss with you, may I? Song Xiaohong inquired. Wang Yin glanced at Yi Chen and frowned. She had come seeking a personal relationship with Yi Chen, intending to journey together to Dayan Mountain, and had not considered entanglements with Song Xiaohong. What is it? Wang Yin asked. It concerns my family's young master, Song Xiaohong replied. Very well, since it pertains to Yi Chen, I shall oblige. Young master, how about you step out for a moment? Go enjoy some tea in the hall. Song Xiaohong smiled, ushering Yi Chen away. No problem. Yi Chen shrugged with a smile and exited. Once Yi Chen was far enough away, Song Xiaohong turned to Wang Yin and said, Miss Wan, please have a seat. No need for formality. Wang Yin sat at the table. Song Xiaohong poured her a cup of tea and handed it to her. Miss Wan, I have a story to share. Would you care to listen? Is it about young Master Yi? Wang Yin asked with a smile. It is about both my young master and myself, Song Xiaohong replied. Oh, then I must listen closely. Song Xiaohong began her tale. In her story, there was a girl of illegitimate birth, of mediocre talent and ordinary appearance, who lost her mother at a young age. This girl was marginalized within her family, enduring bullying and disdain. Due to her slow progress in cultivation, she had yet to become a pawn in the family's schemes for advantageous marriages, remaining unmarried at over 30. At the age of 35, she joined Hehuan Gu, aspiring to become a rented partner, hoping to earn money and enhance her cultivation through dual practice. Yet, her lack of beauty and talent rendered her unfit even for that role, relegated to the front desk for reception duties. Until 3 months ago, she met young Master Yi. Within a mere 3 months, she transformed from a minor figure stuck at the 7th level of Qi refining for 8 years, achieving breakthroughs and establishing her foundation, finally stabilizing her cultivation at the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Just recently, she broke through again, successfully crossing into the threshold of the 4th level of foundation establishment. Wang Yin discerned that the girl of illegitimate birth referred to herself. She had inquired about Song Xiaohong's past life and present, knowing that her remarkable transformation indeed occurred after she became Yi Chen's rented partner. Sister Song, what do you wish to convey through this story? Wang Yin suppressed her racing heart, awaiting Song Xiaohong's revelation. To become the dual cultivation partner of the young master alongside me. To achieve him is to achieve oneself. I can see that you have feelings for him. Song Xiaohong stated. Is this truly young Master Ye's intention? Wang Yin felt a surge of joy, but restrained herself from expressing it outwardly. The young master desires a woman to fill the void left by me in our dual cultivation, Song Xiaohong explained. What does that mean? Wang Yin was confused. Here's how it is. Song Xiaohong elaborated on Yi Chen's peculiar cultivation method requiring replenishment for his progress, then continued, due to my limited ability to absorb the young master's yuan-yang energy, I can only partake every 3 to 4 days. However, the young master cultivates rapidly, requiring replenishment every 2 days. Therefore, if you are willing, please join us in rotating the replenishment. With your talents, your progress would surely soar. What if I cannot endure the physical aspect? Wang Yin inquired. You may engage in formation replenishment. Even if you lack experience, the young master can arrange the replenishing formation without direct contact, ensuring your virtue remains intact. Song Xiaohong was indeed adept at this, seamlessly persuading Wang Yin. Does he truly possess the ability to replenish without harm? What if he suffers from it? I cannot afford to regret this. Wang Yin mused inwardly, yet replied, if that is the case, I shall join you both for now. If it proves as remarkable as you say, I shall continue. Otherwise, I shall take my leave. Good sister, I fear you might not want to leave when the time comes. Song Xiaohong chuckled, recounting her own experiences with Yi Chun, the benefits gained, and the transformation she underwent. Wang Yan, while unconcerned about her own cultivation speed, was particularly interested in the details and experiences of the replenishment, having only studied the methods without practical experience or the pleasure of rapid advancement. Sister, would it be dangerous to engage in such activities for 2 hours? Wang Yan expressed her concerns. Not at all, Song Xiaohong assured her. If it were dangerous, I would have perished long ago. The energy obtained is the young master's Yuan Yang power, which not only ensures survival, but also rapidly expands the dantian, refining the meridians and acupoints. Wang Yin remained apprehensive, but if the young master's Yuan Yang energy is depleted, why does he not perish? Before we practiced the art of gathering and supplementing energy, we were forewarned that once one is supplemented, the recipient is doomed to perish. Yi Chun is the partner she has chosen for dual cultivation, the man she envisions as her future husband. Should he perish during the process, she would surely weep inconsolably in the restroom. He has declared that his constitution is unique. Song Xiaohong retrieved the disclaimer that Yi Chun had penned at the time when he first invited her to supplement him from her storage ring, presenting it to Wang Yan. This was the disclaimer he had requested her to sign. Take a look, she urged. Oh dear sister, fret not, for he is as robust as an ox. You cannot possibly harm him. What you should worry about is not his demise, but rather your own. Do not succumb to ecstasy, huh? Although Wang Yan possessed a wild and untamed nature, the mention of succumbing to ecstasy conjured vivid images of supplementing Yi Chun in her mind, causing her heart to flutter and her entire being to heat up, rendering her delicate face a deep shade of crimson. In the midst of gathering resources, Yi Chun took the opportunity while Song Xiaohong was attempting to persuade Wan Yi to join the ranks of the resource gatherers, to inquire about traveling via flying boat at the shopkeeper's place. The shopkeeper informed him that within the entire scope of Hehuan Sect's influence, all forms of long-distance flight were monopolized by the sect, with no other branches available. The journey from Yunzhou to Mingzhou spanned over 300,000 miles, passing through 12 major cities, with frequent stops, taking nearly 2 months to complete. How much does it cost? Yi Chun inquired, genuinely concerned that the price would be exorbitant, potentially exhausting his several 100,000 spirit stones. Indeed, it is quite steep, the shopkeeper replied. From Yunzhou to Mingzhou, the fare starts at 100,000 spirit stones per person. 100,000 spirit stones to begin with? Yi Chun was taken aback, realizing that the cabins on the flying boat must vary greatly in quality. He wondered just how much the most expensive first-class cabin would cost per person. For 100,000, the shopkeeper answered. Uffed. Upon hearing this figure, Yi Chun sprayed the spirit tea he had just sipped all over the shopkeeper, hastily apologizing. I'm so sorry. Why is it so expensive? It's quite all right. The shopkeeper wiped his face, still maintaining a broad smile, seemingly unfazed. He couldn't afford to be concerned. A mere 15 or 16-year-old child, who had endured violent resource gathering yet remained unaffected, was not someone to be trifled with. Could you explain why the first-class cabin is so costly? Yi Chun pressed on without receiving an answer. There is indeed a rationale for the high price, the shopkeeper elaborated. The first-class cabin is equipped with powerful gathering arrays for spirit energy, protective arrays, and isolation arrays. Safety is guaranteed, and one can cultivate at 20 times the deck speed. What does 20 times deck speed mean? Yi Chun was perplexed. It's quite simple, the shopkeeper chuckled while stroking his beard. For 100,000 spirit stones, you can only rent a chair on the deck. The cultivation speed is no different from that on the ground. However, if you pay 200,000, you can rent a third-class cabin, where the cultivation speed is equivalent to 5 times that of the deck. Yi Chun understood immediately. As a person from Earth, he grasped the concept quickly. If he spent 300,000 spirit stones, he could occupy a second-class cabin, with a cultivation speed 10 times that of the deck. If he were to be more extravagant and spend 400,000 spirit stones, he could secure a first-class cabin, where the cultivation speed would double that of the second class, reaching 20 times that of the deck. The shopkeeper remarked, "Young master, you are truly remarkable, drawing inferences from a single instance. Thank you, shopkeeper. Here is a token for your tea service." Yi Chun paid for the tea, set down his cup, and made his way toward the exit of the grand hall. Yunzhou, Hehuan Mall, a city within a city. Its vast scale made every cultivator within feel acutely insignificant, especially when compared to the wealth of the merchant association, which rendered one's own resources trivial. Chen wandered through this city within a city for a full 2 hours, yet he could not complete his exploration of the entire mall. Within this grand establishment, an abundance of goods was available, particularly those related to cultivation, which were as numerous as the stars in the sky. For instance, there were techniques suitable for cultivation from the foundation establishment to the nascent soul stage, martial skills, spells, elixirs, talismans, weapons, medicinal materials, various heavenly treasures, refining materials, and array materials, among others. After 2 hours of browsing, Chen's eyes were dazzled and his mind was in disarray. There were many items he wished to purchase, particularly the spells he urgently needed to cultivate, as well as the materials required for setting up a third-tier array. However, after counting his spirit stones, he found himself unable to afford any of them. With his 30-odd thousand spirit stones, he could only afford 3 deck chairs. Shopping was out of the question. His intention in coming here was not to shop, but rather to sell some items he no longer needed, in order to gather enough spirit stones to rent a third-class cabin for his journey to Mingzhou. After considerable effort, he finally located a shop on a street that would buy various treasures. Inside sat a thin old man, exuding a shrewd and capable demeanor. He was engrossed in a spell book, flipping through its pages while gesturing, as if comprehending a profound knowledge. Chen entered the shop, his gaze not falling on the old man, but rather on a large price list affixed to the wall. It was densely packed with items that could be purchased and their respective prices, clear and straightforward. Chen activated his copying ability, memorizing the price list, and quickly assessed his own wealth, arriving at a total valuation. "My young friend, what do you wish to sell?" The thin old man finally shifted his attention from the spellbook to Chen. "Everything is here," Chen replied, turning back and placing a spatial ring on the counter. "Please, assess its value." The shopkeeper looked at Chen with curiosity, picked up the spatial ring, and probed its contents with his consciousness. Chen silently observed as the old man explored the ring while calculating. Once the last abacus bead settled, Chen nodded. 34,000 spirit stones matched precisely with his own calculations. "A total of 34,000 spirit stones, young friend," the old man said with a smile. "Can you take all of it?" Chen inquired. "Of course. This is only a small amount. I can accept much more." The thin old man replied dismissively. "All right, please place the spirit stones in the spatial ring," Chen instructed. "Very well," the old man nodded, waving his hand to collect the items. With another wave, he filled the spatial ring with spirit stones and returned it to Chen. 34,000 spirit stones. In order to gather funds for his journey to Mingzhou, Chen sold everything he could, including his family's medicinal materials, weapons, elixirs, refining materials, and various spoils of war. Anything that could be converted to cash was liquidated. As it stood, he had only about 60,000 spirit stones left, along with a wooden sword, several array flags, and a few items that could not be sold, such as books, furniture, food, and ingredients. Chen took the spatial ring and proceeded to the flying boat terminal, purchasing 3 tickets for a third-class cabin to Mingzhou for the following day. He intentionally bought 3 tickets for the same cabin. He anticipated that Wan Yi would eagerly pursue him, easily swayed by Song Xiaohong, to join his resource-gathering group. It would be foolish not to join. This was resource-gathering, not ordinary dual cultivation. One could engage in array gathering without losing their chastity. It was a risk-free, profitable endeavor. Since Wan Yi intended to join his resource-gathering team, the 3 of them naturally needed to share a cabin. "Safe travels, young friend. Should you have more goods to sell, do remember to seek out this old man again." As Chen departed from the shop, the shopkeeper beamed with a radiant smile, bidding him farewell. "What goods will you have next time?" A sudden buzz filled Chen's mind. What could possibly be available next time? Talisman, formation flags, elixirs, weapons, techniques? It seemed that all could be within reach. Contemplating his future avenues for wealth, Chen was particularly drawn to the idea of upgrading the formation flags. Currently, the only items in his possession worth 2 spirit stones were the formation flags, totaling around 60. Half of them were first-tier flags, while the other half were second-tier, collectively valued at less than 5,000 spirit stones. However, should he manage to elevate their tiers, their worth could skyrocket tenfold or even 100-fold. While strolling through the shopping mall, Chen meticulously observed that the price of the third-tier formation flags was exorbitant, at least 100 times that of the second-tier flags, each valued at 10,000 spirit stones. One might wonder why third-tier formation flags are so costly. The reason lies in their ability to establish a third-tier killing array, which even the most formidable Hehuan period monsters find troublesome. Should one manage to elevate these flags to the fourth tier, they would become objects of immense rarity, worth fighting over, even among Hehuan period creatures. Chen was uncertain whether her flags could be upgraded, but she would know after attempting it in the future. However, if successful, it would unveil a lucrative avenue for her, ensuring that she and Song Xiaohong would no longer worry about their sustenance and could devote themselves to gathering resources and cultivation. Upon returning to her guest room, Chen found that Song Xiaohong had already persuaded Wan Yi to join their resource-gathering team, and the two were diligently practicing. Song Xiaohong was refining the Yuan Yang energy they had gathered, while Wan Yi prepared for the task at hand. Having reached the late stage of the Foundation Establishment third level, she hoped to achieve a breakthrough to the peak of the third level through resource gathering. Chen chose not to awaken them, but joined them instead, setting up a protective formation, a barrier formation, and a spirit-gathering formation before beginning her own practice. The next day, Chen took Song Xiaohong and Wan Yi to the air harbor early in the morning, boarding a flying vessel bound for Mingzhou. They purchased tickets for the same cramped cabin, which measured roughly 10 feet in length and 6 feet in width. Inside, there was merely a 3-tiered bed, 3 feet wide, and nothing else. 200,000 spirit stones for such a confined space? Upon opening the cabin door, Chen was taken aback. How could it be so narrow and crowded? In the flying vessel, space is as precious as gold. Having a place to lie down is already a blessing. I'll take the top bunk, and you two can make yourselves comfortable. Wan Yi, well-versed in traveling by flying vessels, was unfazed by the cramped conditions. Previously, she had either sat on deck chairs or walked back and forth, never daring to hope for a cabin. Young master, you should sleep below. It's more convenient, she suggested, while Song Xiaohong opted for the middle bunk. Chen sighed, shaking his head in disbelief. The cabin was so cramped that if Wan Yi wanted to set up a gathering formation, there wouldn't be enough space. If she declined the resource gathering, wouldn't the 200,000 spirit stones he spent be wasted? However, one thing was certain. The concentration of spiritual energy in the cabin was indeed 5 times denser than outside. Additionally, the protective and barrier formations not only shielded the occupants from disturbances, but also prevented external probing. Even if there were significant commotion inside, those outside would remain oblivious. This arrangement would facilitate Chen's cultivation and gathering, as both activities tended to create considerable noise. Yi Gongzi, make the most of your cultivation time. I am eagerly awaiting to gather from you. Wan Yi giggled from her perch on the upper bunk. Give me a day? Chen replied. All right, a day it is. Wan Yi was not in a hurry. It can only be flesh gathering. This cabin is too cramped for a proper gathering formation. Chen remarked. I would be delighted. Wan Yi unexpectedly beamed. That is wonderful. At this time tomorrow, we won't disperse until we gather. Chen chuckled. Even if we gather, we won't disperse. I've got you under my thumb. Wan Yi laughed. Hey, you too. Can you refrain from flirting? It's unsettling my heart. Song Xiaohong interjected, feeling flustered by their banter. If a few flirtatious remarks can unsettle you, how will you manage during the gathering tomorrow? Wan Yi teased. I'll be cheering you on from the sidelines, providing technical guidance. Song Xiaohong replied playfully. That is a good plan. I happen to lack experience and need guidance. I just hope that certain young masters don't end up in an awkward position. Wan Yi shot a glance at Chen, her smile growing more vibrant. Indeed, it was Chen who felt awkward, as two fierce women openly debated the technical aspects of resource gathering in his presence. He could hardly imagine the scenario where he and Wan Yi were engaged in gathering, while Song Xiaohong stood beside them, offering pointers on their techniques. Listening to the women's lively discussion, Chen remained silent, hesitant to interject, instead retrieving his formation flags and reinforcing the existing protective and barrier formations. This way, it could be said that unless a Yuaning entered, no one could intrude upon the cabin, and even if a Yuaning did arrive, they would be unable to discern the events occurring within. The following day, Chen elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 36th level of qi refinement and concluded his practice. He leaped from the bed, casting an expectant glance at Wan Yi, clearly indicating, "Come, gather from me." Wan Yi slowly opened her eyes and smiled at him seductively. Her typically free-spirited demeanor suddenly tinged with shyness. Chen extended his arms, prepared to catch her as she descended from the bed. However, Wan Yi hesitated, refusing to come down. In a moment of desperation, Chen sprang up, enveloping her in his embrace as they landed, inadvertently disrobing her in the process. Wan Yi remained bashful, closing her eyes in anticipation of his next move. Yet, Chen leaned in and whispered, "My dear Wan Xiaozhu, in this passive state, are you the one gathering from me, or am I gathering from you? Should I gather from you? It might cost you your life." Only then did Wan Yi come to her senses, hastily activating her gathering technique and taking the initiative. Suddenly, a torrent of spiritual energy surged into the cabin, flooding into Chen's body, traveling through his meridians and into his dantian, expelling his yuan-yang energy, which cascaded into Wan Yi's form. Meanwhile, on the middle bunk, Song Xiaohong sensed the shift in spiritual energy as she refined Chen's yuan-yang energy and sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of envy. However, she quickly reconciled with the situation. Her young master possessed this unique ability. It was evident he could not be satisfied with just one woman, and she alone could not fulfill his cultivation needs. As a devoted woman following him, as long as he did not disdain her, she would be content. Her current task was simply to accelerate the refinement of the yuan-yang energy. The quicker she refined it, the more effectively she could assist him, while also enhancing her own cultivation at a faster pace. With this thought, her heart calmed, and she continued her refining work. The whispers, moans, kisses, and caresses of the young lovers faded into the ether around her. 2 hours later, Wan Yi joyfully discovered that her cultivation had unexpectedly advanced from the late stage of the foundation establishment 3rd level to the mid-stage of the 4th level. The pace of advancement is akin to soaring through the skies. Nay, it surpasses even that. It is worth noting that as a disciple of extraordinary talent from the Hehuan Sect's inner sect, Wan Yin took a full 3 years to ascend from the 1st to the 2nd layer of the foundation establishment stage, and subsequently from the 2nd to the 3rd layer, ultimately reaching the late stage of the 3rd layer prior to the Caibu phase. Such a 3-layer enhancement over 3 years is already a rarity, second only to the prodigious disciples personally taught by Linghan, and is exceptionally rapid. Yet now, in merely 2 short hours, a monumental leap has been achieved. She clutches the boy in her arms tightly, unwilling to let go. In the heart of Wan Yi, Chen was regarded as an unparalleled treasure, far superior to any Dan medicine, spiritual liquid, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, or demon pills by an immeasurable margin. Do not delay, hasten to refine it. Do not merely cling to me. I assure you, I will not flee. Once Chen regained her composure, she playfully flicked Wan Yi on the nose and jested. Understood. Wan Yi nodded in agreement, swiftly preparing to return to the upper deck to refine the excess yuan-yang energy. After Chen donned her attire, she chose not to ascend to her bed, but instead sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling her Tian technique to solidify her cultivation level. The immense spiritual fluctuations resulting from Chen and Wan Yi's cultivation efforts went largely unnoticed by the passengers aboard the flying vessel, thanks to the protective array that obscured their senses. However, the elder responsible for maintaining the operational integrity of the flying vessel, a breathtakingly beautiful woman named Cao Jingfang, who was at the 7th level of yuanying, detected the disturbance immediately. As the grand elder of the vessel, her duties included overseeing the array's function and ensuring the vessel's safety. While the violent spiritual fluctuations did not threaten the vessel's normal flight, they nonetheless raised her suspicions. She expanded her divine sense to envelop the entire ship, quickly tracing the source of the spiritual disturbance. Room 105 in the 3rd-class cabin. I must see who has the audacity to engage in such activities aboard the vessel, Cao Jingfang thought angrily as her divine sense decisively penetrated the isolation array to investigate the situation within the cabin. The protective and isolation arrays of the cabin were not designed to guard against the management, allowing Cao Jingfang to breach the isolation array with relative ease. However, upon attempting to delve deeper and examine the interior conditions, she discovered an additional layer of both protective and isolation arrays. The protective array posed no challenge. With a mere gesture, she could dismantle it effortlessly. The isolation array, however, seemed more sophisticated, resisting her divine sense's intrusion. After several fruitless attempts to breach it, her frustration escalated. Since when did array masters disregard the rules of the Hehuan Sect and engage in such activities without consequence? I must witness this firsthand. With a decisive clap of her hands, Cao Jingfang transformed into a streak of light, appearing instantaneously outside room 105. Without the courtesy of knocking, she waved her hand to dismantle the protective array and pushed the door open. Inside, Chen had set up her own protective array. Yet, a standard 2nd-level protective array held no significance to a yuanying cultivator, and with another wave, it was obliterated. Who are you? Chen, interrupted mid-cultivation, hastily rose to her feet upon encountering a stunning Yuanying cultivator. Wan Yi and Song Xiaohong quickly descended from their beds, astonished by Cao Jingfang's presence. The isolation array only obstructed divine sense detection, not visual perception, allowing them to see the newcomer clearly and discern her profound cultivation level. Do not concern yourself with my identity. Cao Jingfang retorted sharply. You must answer me. Who are you? Feeling agitated by the unexpected interruption, Chen responded curtly. We are passengers aboard this vessel. Surely, you can see that. I am aware you are passengers, Cao Jingfang replied. What I seek is your true identities. Do not attempt to conceal anything from me, or you shall suffer the consequences. Her tone brimmed with menace. Why should I tell you who I am? Chen countered, her irritation palpable. You barged in uninvited and are shouting at us. What gives you the right to demand our identities? Humph. Cao Jingfang scoffed. Do you know who I am? I am the Grand Elder of this flying vessel. The Grand Elder? Chen remained unfazed. And what authority does that grant you to intrude upon passengers' quarters? Have you considered that I might have been engaged in a dual cultivation with them? Would you not be intruding upon such a private matter? Moreover, your abrupt interruption of our cultivation could lead to unforeseen consequences. Hey, Cao Jingfang, momentarily taken aback by Chen's boldness, chuckled at the audacity of the young cultivator. You have a point. But tell me, what exactly were you doing to provoke such a significant spiritual disturbance? What were we doing? We were cultivating. Chen clarified, realizing that this Yuanying elder was concerned about the spiritual fluctuations. Cultivating? Such a commotion cannot merely arise from cultivation. Cao Jingfang expressed her disbelief. Disbelieve if you wish. Just watch. Chen retorted with a cold smile, promptly sitting down again and focusing her energy to activate her Kuei Tian technique. As soon as she began to channel the technique, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, leaving Cao Jingfang momentarily stunned. What kind of technique is this? She marveled, astonished that a mere qi refinement cultivator could summon more spiritual energy than even she could at her Yuanying level. Yet, after a brief moment of shock, she regained her composure. No, something is amiss. The spiritual fluctuations were at least 10 times stronger earlier. You were clearly engaging in some form of cultivation. Wani turned pale at this revelation, preparing to confess when Chen boldly declared, Indeed, we were cultivating, but what of it? What of it? Cao Jingfang's cold laughter filled the air. Are you not aware of the rules of the Hehuan Sect? No one is permitted to engage in cultivation activities with the citizens within the sect's domain. Otherwise, they shall face death. Huh? Chen retorted with equal mockery. I willingly participated in this cultivation with them. Is that not permissible? Furthermore, I am not a citizen of the Hehuan Sect, but hail from the vicinity of Pimu Diqiushan. I do not believe your nonsense. Cao Jingfang's anger flared once more. You willingly engaged in this. If that were the case, you would not be standing here speaking to me. You would have long since turned to a dried corpse. Do not believe me? Then why not try to cultivate with me and see for yourself? Chen challenged, her tone defiant. You wish to seek death? Cao Jingfang found herself perplexed. There is no one in the world who would gamble on having someone cultivate with them. That would be tantamount to courting death. Since you do not believe me, Chen said dismissively, you may take your leave. Do not further delay our cultivation. We have paid 600,000 spirit stones and owe you nothing. You. Cao Jingfang stomped her foot in frustration. Since you are courting death, then cultivate away. Will it be array cultivation or physical cultivation? Chen teased. I fear you might feel embarrassed with physical cultivation. However, array cultivation might be too cramped here. Do you think that, given my status, I would stoop to physical cultivation with you? Cao Jingfang retorted. If the room is too cramped, we can simply remove the bed. With a wave of her jade hand, she stored the large 3-tiered bed into her spatial ring. Wan Yi and Song Xiaohong exchanged glances, while Chen remained composed, retrieving an array flag and infusing it with spiritual energy before casting it out. You two come over here. Chen instructed Wan Yi and Song Xiaohong. Upon the departure of the two maidens, Elder Chen finally stepped into the formation, gracefully settling into a cross-legged posture. Great Elder, the activation of the main formation flag is entrusted to you. Please proceed. Cao Jingfang furrowed her delicate brows, her expression grave as she grappled with indecision, torn between the prospect of supplementing and her duties as a Yuanying-level elder of the Hehuan Sect. Great Elder, Wan Yin interjected. Perceiving Cao Jingfang's hesitation and eager to resolve the matter, I am Wan Yin, an inner disciple of the Dan Peak of the Hehuan Sect. The commotion just now was due to my actions. Fear not, for his unique constitution will not only withstand the supplement, but will also aid in enhancing his cultivation. Is that truly the case? Although skeptical, Qiao Jingfang felt a wave of relief wash over her. If any part of this is untrue, I shall willingly forsake my cultivation. Excellent. Finally reassured, Qiao Jingfang lifted her skirts and seated herself upon the ground. In that case, I shall ascertain the truth. As she spoke, her jade-like fingers flicked, sending a radiant surge of spiritual energy towards the main formation flag, which resonated with a hum as it activated the supplementing array. The spiritual energy surged once more, fervently converging upon Yi Chun and flooding into his body. This time, under the control of a Yuanying elder, the intensity of the energy influx was even more pronounced, striking his meridians, acupoints, and dantian with ferocious force, causing them to expand wildly. The primal yang energy was also being voraciously drawn away, continuously flowing into Qiao Jingfang. Yi Chun meticulously regulated the output of pure yang energy from the Kuei Tian Shin Pan, sustaining his life force and maintaining his vitality. The intensity with which the Yuanying elder extracted the primal yang energy was nothing short of frenzied, and if not for the ample reserves within the Kuei Tian Shin Pan and Yi Chen's ability to control the flow, he might have been reduced to a desiccated husk in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. In less than an hour. I have finally broken through after being stuck at the 7th level of Yuanying for 20 years. I never thought a mere supplement would lead to such success. Qiao Jingfang exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Now do you believe? Yi Chen asked nonchalantly as Qiao Jingfang paused. I believe. Qiao Jingfang replied, satisfaction radiating from her. You, my boy, I underestimated you. It turns out you possess a pure yang spirit body and can withstand the supplement. Truly a prodigy. Now, can you take your leave? We must focus on our cultivation, Yi Chun retorted with mild annoyance. No. To my surprise, Qiao Jingfang shook her head, insisting, we shall depart together. Depart together? Yi Chun replied with irritation. Are you suggesting that I become your kept man? That is out of the question. I, Yi Chun, am not that type. Qiao Jingfang chuckled. Do you not find this cabin somewhat cramped? I shall grant you a larger one, a first-class cabin. How does that sound? Not at all. Yi Chun declined. I do not possess such a wealth of spirit stones. Besides, as long as there is one person of sufficient stature in a closed space, it suffices for the supplement. There is no need for extravagance, nor for an abundance of spiritual energy. You little rascal, I am offering you a complimentary upgrade. Will you accept or not? Qiao Jingfang retorted playfully. Truly no extra spirit stones? Yi Chun, wary of a trick, hesitated to agree. He genuinely lacked the spirit stones to afford the cabin upgrade, and he feared that this woman might later claim he owed her 60,000 spirit stones, thus ensnaring him aboard the flying vessel as her captive. Rest assured, Qiao Jingfang declared earnestly, you have rendered this elder a significant service. I am more than willing to offer this token of gratitude. Now, let us proceed to avoid delaying your cultivation. Very well, then let us depart. Yi Chen announced to Wan Yin and Song Xiaohong. Wan Yin and Song Xiaohong, in alignment with Yi Chen's decision, expressed no objections. Upon receiving their consent, Qiao Jingfang waved her hand to restore the bedding and, with another flourish, enveloped the three in a streak of light, transporting them to a guest room atop the flying vessel. This chamber boasted ample natural light, twice the length and width of a third-class cabin. The interior was exquisitely adorned, furnished with all essentials, and most delightfully, it featured a private restroom and a spacious 6-foot-wide bed. This is a first-class cabin, with a spiritual energy concentration 20 times that of the deck cabins. It will undoubtedly enhance your cultivation speed significantly. You shall reside here from now on. Apart from this elder, no one shall disturb you. Qiao Jingfang beamed. Thank you, great elder. Wan Yin quickly expressed her gratitude, to which Song Xiaohong followed suit. Only Yi Chun remained silent, surveying his surroundings. Indeed, this first-class cabin surpassed the third class in both protective and isolation formations, each a third-tier array capable of withstanding attacks and probes from Yuanying-level practitioners. Even the formidable Great Elder before him would find it challenging to breach. By the way, young man, where are you headed? Qiao Jingfang suddenly remembered to inquire. She is an inner disciple of the Hehuan Sect, returning to the sect headquarters. I am unaffiliated, here to participate in the Hehuan Sect's entrance examination in 6 months. This young lady is my dual cultivation partner, Yi Chun proclaimed, wrapping an arm around Song Xiaohong's waist, keen to convey her esteemed status. A sweet warmth filled Song Xiaohong's heart at Yi Chen's introduction, reminiscent of a young girl experiencing the first blush of love. However, Wang Yin felt a pang of jealousy. This insufferable boy, a fellow member of the supplementing team, was clearly playing favorites. Participating in our Hehuan Sect's examination? How delightful! Chao Jingfang exclaimed. Such talent as yours should have joined our sect long ago. Allow me to pen a letter for you, ensuring that the chief examiner takes special note of your performance. No need. Yi Chen replied coolly. I appreciate the great elder's goodwill, but I understand. If I am indeed talented, I have no fear of failing the examination. Should I falter, it would not be my loss, but rather the sect's. Chao Jingfang was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Indeed, indeed. Should you fail the examination, do seek me out, and I shall take care of you. Huh. Should I fail, I shall certainly come to you for a soft living. Yi Chun bantered back, and the exchange devolved into light-hearted jest. Chao Jingfang did not linger long, returning to her duties overseeing the formation. Yi Chun then settled down with Wang Yin and Song Xiaohong to cultivate. The outcome of Chao Jingfang's supplementing had exceeded all expectations, allowing him to break through 2 minor realms, leaping from the late stage of the 37th level of Qi refinement to the late stage of the 39th level. What an unexpected turn of events! Yi Chun felt a profound sense of reflection. Seeking the guidance of formidable beings in the Yuaning stage could yield a remarkable enhancement of one's realm with only a quarter of the time invested. This is indeed an exemplary case of achieving twice the results with half the effort. In the future, should she not seek to engage more frequently with those ancient entities of the Yuaning stage? However, there is no need for haste. These venerable beings, having lived for an extensive duration, often possess eccentric temperaments and formidable abilities. Should one inadvertently provoke their displeasure, the consequences could be dire. It is wiser to maintain a respectful distance and focus on gradual development. With Wang Yin and Song Xiaohong by her side, that companionship is more than sufficient. 72. Nearly perishing from the ordeal. Yi Chen's mind was in disarray, but after much effort, he managed to calm himself, following the meridians and circulating his energy to commence his cultivation. Time flew by, and 2 months swiftly passed. After nearly 30 instances of energy absorption over these 2 months, Yi Chen's cultivation had surged to the 70 levels of Qi refinement. His dantian and the Kuwaitian Shindan had expanded to the size of 70 wash basins each. What does the size of 70 wash basins imply? Each basin has a diameter of approximately 1 foot and 2 inches, amounting to a massive pond with a diameter of 8 zhang and 4 qi. Furthermore, the spiritual power Yi Chen could wield filled a staggering 11 such ponds. The abundance, vastness, and might of his spiritual energy rivaled that of a late-stage golden core practitioner. Yet, the aura he projected remained merely that of a peak Qi refinement stage, with no discernible enhancement. The most apparent advancements were seen in Wang Yin and Song Xiaohong. After 15 instances of energy absorption, Wang Yin had broken through to the 2nd level of golden core. According to the standards of Hehuan Sect, she was undoubtedly a candidate for the holy woman. Song Xiaohong, with slightly lesser talent, was stuck at the peak of foundation establishment, needing numerous additional absorptions to ascend to golden core. However, she felt content. Previously, she would have been permanently trapped at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Her greatest aspiration was to establish her foundation. Now, not only had she established her foundation, but she had also reached the pinnacle of it. What more could she desire? Moreover, she was now acknowledged by Yi Chun as his dual cultivation partner, and with his presence, her breakthrough to the golden core stage was merely a matter of time. As the flying boat approached Mingzhou, Yi Chun, in meditation, received a familiar transmission from the elder Chao Jingfang. She conveyed that after 2 months, she had finally stabilized her new realm and wished to discuss the possibility of another energy absorption with Yi Chun. Discuss? Yi Chun muttered irritably. What difference did it make whether she was asking or issuing a command? Refusing would be tantamount to courting death. Without hesitation, Yi Chun nodded in agreement. He relaxed, allowing Chao Jingfang to draw him through the air, transforming him into a streak of light that whisked him directly from first class to the elder's chamber. Upon seeing Yi Chun, Chao Jingfang's eyes sparkled, her smile radiant as she approached him, grasping his hand affectionately. Little darling, I've missed you dearly. Please, let me absorb your energy once more. Perhaps with this, I shall break through to the 9th level. Yi Chun activated his aura perception technique and noted that Chao Jingfang had only just reached the early stage of the 8th level of yuanying. He chuckled, "Elder, I may not possess the abundant yuan-yang energy required to assist you in breaking through to the 9th level. It might prove somewhat challenging. That's all right. Reaching the mid-8th level would suffice." Chao Jingfang pulled Yi Chun closer, cradling his chin with her delicate, fair fingers, her gaze burning with intensity. Yi Chun discerned the meaning behind her fiery look and playfully inquired, "Elder, are you hoping for a physical absorption today? My little darling, as long as you do not resist, I would be more than willing." Chao Jingfang replied, her sheer garment slipping from her shoulder to reveal skin as white as snow and a magnificent physique. "Let us begin." Yi Chun had no intention of resisting. He eagerly anticipated the physical absorption. It was not only efficient and pleasurable, but also served to strengthen the bond between them, laying a firm foundation for future interactions. Yi Chun's thoughts mirrored those of Chao Jingfang, who had maintained her integrity for 300 years. In surrendering herself to this young lad, her intent was clear: to utilize his strength to facilitate her rapid breakthrough to the pinnacle of yuanying. Reaching the pinnacle of yuanying represented the zenith attainable by practitioners in the demon suppression domain. Once she touched that peak, she would no longer remain confined to this small flying boat, but would command a grand city or a mountain at the sect's headquarters. This session of energy absorption lasted a full 4 hours. In her fervor to break through to the 9th level of yuanying, Chao Jingfang drained Yi Chun's yuan-yang energy to the point where the pure yang energy within the Coatian Shindan was nearly exhausted, almost leading to Yi Chun's demise. Ultimately, Chao Jingfang achieved her goal, breaking through to the 9th level of yuanying. Meanwhile, Yi Chun was left on the verge of collapse, lacking even the strength to descend from Chao Jingfang's snow-white belly. It was only upon the flying boat's arrival at Mingzhou Airport that he began to recover, meditating for an hour to fully restore his vitality. Once Chao Jingfang was assured of his recovery, she escorted him and his 2 female companions off the flying boat. As they parted, Chao Jingfang waved goodbye, saying, "Darling, remember my name, Chao Jingfang. In the future, when you send me a message, refer to me as Jingfang Jia or Fang Jia." "Very well. Jingfang Jia, do not hesitate to contact me if you need anything." Yi Chun was reluctant to engage further with this fervent woman who had nearly drained him to death in her pursuit of breaking through to the 9th level of yuanying. Yet, he felt compelled to play along. After all, Chao Jingfang was a formidable 9th level yuanying practitioner, a top-tier force within the Hehuan Sect, and he might find himself in need of her assistance in the future. As Yi Chun and his companions exited the airport, they were confronted by a group of individuals. One was at the Golden Core stage, flanked by 4 at the Foundation Establishment stage, all clad in the sect's standard robes, exuding an air of arrogance. They seemed to believe that achieving Golden Core and Foundation Establishment at their relatively young age was quite impressive. Yi Chun recognized the Golden Core practitioner, Ling Xiao, who had once thrown stones at him, nearly causing his demise. "Wan Shimi," Ling Xiao exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he approached Wan Yan, taking her hand in his. "You have finally returned. Our master has long awaited your return to take you as her personal disciple. Come, follow your senior brother up the mountain." Wan Yan, however, remained aloof, pulling her hand away and coldly asserting, "Senior brother Ling Xiao, please conduct yourself with dignity." Wan Yan was merely an ordinary inner disciple of Ling Dan Peak, having entered the inner sect for 3 years without ever having met the Peak Master, and even encountering senior brother Ling Xiao had proven difficult. How could she possibly be accepted as a personal disciple? "This is the truth." Ling Xiao, agitated, grasped Wan Yan's hand again and declared, "Our master told me herself that she not only wishes to take you as her personal disciple, but also intends to betroth you to me as a dual cultivation partner." "What did you say? Repeat that." Wan Yan stood frozen, as though struck by lightning. "Our master said she wants to take you as her personal disciple and betroth you to me as a dual cultivation partner," Ling Xiao reiterated. "Ha!" Wan Yan finally regained her composure, a cold smile gracing her lips as she effortlessly shook off Ling Xiao's grasp, disdain evident on her face. "To become the favored disciple of the Peak Master, sacrificing my lifelong happiness? I, Wan Yan, am not so wretched." With that, she declared, "Young master, let us depart." At the tender age of 17, she had successfully formed her Golden Core and had ascended to the 2nd tier of the Golden Core realm, brimming with confidence. Once she collected herself, she no longer regarded Ling Xiao, whom she once had to look up to, with any reverence. Both were in the golden core realm, yet she was merely 17. Who truly looked up to whom was now abundantly clear. Turning, she grasped Yi Chen's hand and prepared to leave. As the confrontation unfolded, Ling Xiao found himself publicly humiliated, his face reddened like a monkey's rear. Unable to withstand the embarrassment, he swiftly moved to block Wan Yi's path once more, his anger boiling over. Wan Yi, have you been given too much respect? How dare you, an inner sect disciple, show disrespect to a direct disciple? Do you even understand the rules of our sect? Yi Chen, unable to tolerate the scene, pulled Wan Yi to his side and disdainfully retorted, Ling Xiao, why not just give up? Open your eyes and take a good look. Can Wan Yi be someone you aspire to? At just 17, she has already reached the second level of the Golden Core stage, chosen as a candidate for the Sacred Woman. Only the sacred sons of the sect are worthy of marrying her. And you, at over 30, have barely reached the initial stage of the Golden Core. Do you really think you can covet such a heavenly beauty? Ling Xiao recognized Yi Chen but had intended to deal with Wan Yi first before addressing him. However, Yi Chen's outburst took him by surprise. Ignoring Wan Yi, he glowered at Yi Chen. You, how dare you tell me to roll? I know who you are, merely a stray dog adopted by the sacred maiden Linghan. Barking here without restraint. This is an internal matter of our Hehuan Sect's Dan Peak, and it has nothing to do with you. Considering your ignorance, I shall not hold this against you. But if you dare meddle further, you might just lose your life. With a laugh, Yi Chen embraced Wan Yi and declared, why not just open your eyes and see who Wan Yi's dual cultivation partner is? Her affairs are my affairs. A good dog should not obstruct the path. Kindly roll away, or I shall not hesitate to break your legs. The standoff drew the attention of onlookers, who paused to witness the spectacle. In every corner of the world, there are always spectators. Ling Xiao, a direct disciple of the esteemed Ziyu, the peak master of Hehuan Sect, was well known, prompting discussions among the crowd. Who is that lad? A mere Qi refining stage disciple daring to provoke Ling Xiao? Does he not wish to live? Did you not see the golden core cultivator behind him? A prodigy under 20. According to the Hehuan Sect standards for the sacred woman, she is undoubtedly a candidate. Could she possibly be the one from the sanctification ceremony held 3 months ago? No, I have seen the one called Linghan. This girl. Did that lad not just call her Wan Yi? Not a sacred maiden. Then she must be a dual sacred maiden. The Hehuan Sect is certainly on the rise. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao began to roar. You dare to tell me to roll? Having already been humiliated by Wan Yi, he bore it, especially considering her beauty and talent rivaled that of Linghan. However, the disrespect from a mere Qi refining stage disciple was intolerable. Forgoing further words, he unleashed a powerful punch imbued with wind and thunder towards Yi Chen's face, eager for confrontation. Yi Chen, smiling, did not draw his sword but instead extended his fingers directly towards Ling Xiao's fist. Seeking death, Ling Xiao, incensed by Yi Chen's blatant disregard, unleashed a surge of golden energy, transforming his punch into a massive spiritual force aimed at Yi Chen. Yi Chen reacted swiftly, retreating 10 paces with Wan Yi and Song Xiaohong, increasing the distance between them and Ling Xiao. Is this so-called pioneering fist truly formidable? Years of reading had granted Yi Chen insight into its origin, and he scoffed, continuing to point his finger towards it. The immense punch's wind whipped Yi Chen's robe and hair, yet he stood firm, directing his finger and commanding, break. 2 streams of golden energy converged at his fingertip, striking down towards the incoming fist. Gasps erupted from the crowd as they witnessed a Qi refining stage disciple unleash spiritual force. When did Qi refining stage cultivators gain the ability to manifest spiritual attacks? Has the world truly changed? Isn't it absurd for a Qi refining stage to contest a golden core stage for a woman? Surely, there are plenty of women to choose from. As the spectators debated, the moment of impact arrived, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom. The golden fingers struck the golden fist, which had been swirling with wind and thunder. It shattered into fragments of energy, vanishing into the void, while the golden fingers remained, pointing menacingly at Ling Xiao, proclaiming, "Get lost." My heavens! A Qi refining stage has defeated a golden core stage. Has the world truly transformed? The onlookers were left in awe. Ling Xiao, his domineering pioneering fist shattered by Yi Chen's simple gesture, coughed up blood, his face paling to a ghostly white. He realized that the Yi Chen who had once been unable to withstand even his casual blow had now become a force he could not contend with. How laughable, how tragic, how infuriating. Yet, maintaining some semblance of rationality, He gritted his teeth and instructed his companions, "We leave." Wani watched as Ling Xiao and his companions retreated in disgrace, turning to Yi Chun with an odd expression. "What was it you said earlier? Only the sacred sons of the sect are qualified to marry me? When was that rule instituted? I never heard of it." 6 months ago, when Linghan was established as the sacred maiden. It was a fresh decree from the Council of Elders. The sacred maiden of Hehuan Sect can only choose a sacred son from the sect as her dual cultivation partner, Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. Had it not been for this decree, he might have already joined the Hehuan Sect, and with Linghan's talent, she would likely have achieved the nascent soul stage by now. Even her maid, Bing Heir, might have reached the golden core stage. If that's the case, Wani declared resolutely, I would rather not be a sacred maiden than be forced to marry some so-called sacred son. You just said that you were already my dual cultivation partner. Yi Chun replied with a relaxed chuckle. Even if you were declared a sacred maiden, you would still only be my type. Why is that? Wani asked, perplexed. Because that so-called sacred son is merely a trifle to me, easily within my grasp. Yi Chun exclaimed, pulling Wani into his embrace before beckoning Song Xiaohong to join them, declaring grandly, as long as I am here. The Hehuan Sect can cultivate as many sacred maidens as it desires, provided that each one must be my partner. Bah, Wani retorted, playfully tugging at Yi Chen's ear. You unfaithful scoundrel, is having me and Sister Hong not enough? You wish to cultivate even more sacred maidens. Be honest, have you already had an affair with that Linghan? 74, the upgrade elixir. I said no, do you believe me? Yi Chen chuckled mischievously. I believe you not at all. Then that settles it. Yi Chun removed Wan Yi's small hand and laughed, declaring herself the first woman to receive the favor of this noble son, thus establishing her as your superior. From now on, when you encounter her, show her the appropriate respect and do not provoke her displeasure. Wani remained unconvinced, asserting that in the realm of Jin Dan, status is determined through competition. Song Xiaohong, however, nodded earnestly, her face filled with infatuation. Noble son, the holy maiden Linghan must be as beautiful as Sister Wani, right? Quite so, Yi Chen replied with a smile. The noble son truly has remarkable fortune. To have found two extraordinary beauties like Sister Wan Yi is quite the feat. Hongjia, you are not lacking either. There is no need to elevate others at your own expense. Wan Yi patted Song Xiaohong, urging her not to solely praise others. I am far inferior to you. I am not good-looking and am getting old. Thankfully, the noble son does not mind. Song Xiaohong not only possessed self-awareness, but also a grateful heart. Where shall we head next? Wan Yi, wishing to divert the conversation from Song Xiaohong's despondency, inquired. We shall find an inn to continue our cultivation and return to Deyin Mountain in 4 months, Yi Chen replied. Find an inn. Wan Yi, familiar with Ming Zhou, immediately took on the role of a guide. Then follow me. I know where the nearest inn is. The three soon discovered a fine establishment and rented the Tianzi No. 9 guest room. The room was spacious and bright, adorned with opulent decorations, featuring a large bed ample enough for 3 to frolic upon. Yi Chun habitually set up protective arrays in the guest room, including a barrier array and a spirit-gathering array, both of which were second-tier formations. As soon as Wan Yi and Song Xiaohong entered, they were eager to enter cultivation mode. Yi Chun told them, You may cultivate first. I will step outside for a stroll and procure some supplies. What do you wish to buy? Wan Yi asked. I intend to purchase some array flags to upgrade them and see if I can find a profitable venture. Yi Chun responded. You can upgrade array flags? Wan Yi asked, astonished. I am unsure. I merely want to give it a try, Yi Chun admitted, uncertain. Whether it is possible to upgrade from first-tier to second-tier array flags can only be determined through experimentation. Do you have spirit stones? If not, I have some. Wan Yi had not spent the spirit stones from her journey on the flying vessel, retaining over 100,000. No rush. I will first buy a few for testing, without spending too many spirit stones. After paying 4 months' rent, he still possessed over 50,000 spirit stones and was not short on funds. Then make haste and return quickly. I feel that within an hour, I shall refine all the Yuan Yang energy, Wan Yi declared. Just thinking about the arrival of the joyful 2 hours after 1 hour, when she would ascend a realm, made her feel a surge of warmth. Yi Chen nodded and exited the room. In his mind, he had long memorized the map of Mingzhou City while in Qinglianwei City. After confirming his location upon stepping outside, he easily found the nearest trading association. He purchased several first-tier and second-tier array flags, as well as a few large bottles of food-repelling pills. Seeing that first-tier spirit-gathering pills were inexpensive, he also bought dozens. Upon returning to the guest room, he did not immediately engage in cultivation, but instead focused on experimentation. Months of diligent cultivation had not only resulted in significant progress in refining chi, soul, and body, but had also honed his ability to condense array patterns. Previously, it took him an entire day to condense a high-level array pattern. Now, he only required the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. As for condensing lower-level array patterns, that was merely a thought away. Even for mid-level patterns, such as 4th tier, he could complete them within 10 breaths. He first took out a 1st-tier array flag, activated his perception ability, and examined its materials, structure, and the arrangement of array patterns. The patterns were hollow lines condensed from soul power, etched into the flagpole and banner during the crafting of the array flag. The materials were rather low-grade. The banner was merely the hide of a 1st-tier demonic beast, while the flagpole was composed of bones from a 1st-tier demonic beast mixed with common metals in a specific ratio. The structure was also relatively simple, consisting of nearly 100 protective array patterns forming a small protective array, along with several connecting patterns linked to a spirit stone storage. The spirit stone storage was small, capable of holding 2 spirit stones at a time. This array flag's formation relied entirely on spirit stones for activation, resulting in minimal power and a short duration. Upgrading such an array flag to a 2nd or 3rd tier was nearly impossible. First, the materials were too low-grade to withstand the impact of 2nd or 3rd tier patterns. Second, the patterns were incorrect, and there was insufficient space for arrangement. Chen had no choice but to abandon the effort. Upon examining the 2nd-tier array flag, he discovered the same issues and reluctantly gave up. Darn it! Why is it so difficult to engage in legitimate business and make money? Must one resort to murder and treasure hunting to achieve wealth? Chen mused, casually pulling out the spirit-gathering pills he had purchased. What was the original intention behind buying spirit-gathering pills? Upgrading the medicinal pills? Was the eldest of the Yi family out of his mind? Chen humorously mocked himself and began to study the pills. This was a 1st-tier inferior spirit-gathering pill, poorly crafted. It was dark and pockmarked, resembling something riddled with blemishes. Moreover, it contained excessive impurities, affecting the absorption of medicinal power and the release of spiritual energy. However, the medicinal power was still present. If it were to be re-refined, removing the impurities and etching one or even multiple pill patterns to elevate it to a superior grade, it was not impossible. Transitioning from inferior to superior grade, though still classified as a spirit-gathering pill, could significantly increase its value. If accomplished, it would truly be a lucrative endeavor. Let us get to work. Chen thought and promptly focused his mind, rapidly condensing multiple purification patterns to infuse into the spirit-gathering pill. He observed as spiritual energy swiftly flowed into the pill, miraculously separating the impurities, which fell away like dust. Indeed, it can be done. Chen rejoiced in his heart, once more condensing numerous purification patterns and injecting them into the spirit-gathering pill. Only when no more impurities fell away did he cease his efforts. Upon inspecting the spirit-gathering pill, he noted it had shrunk significantly, now golden and much more visually appealing, at least qualifying as a superior grade. He proceeded to etch another pill pattern, testing its capacity to endure. Chen aimed for an upgrade to the pinnacle grade, so he could not stop at superior. Superior grade could only fetch 3 times the price of inferior, while pinnacle grade could command at least 5 times that of inferior. Chen calmed his mind, channeling his soul power, and began etching the pattern onto the pill. All done. I have refined it, dear husband. Come and cherish me. Just as Chen was engrossed in etching the pill pattern, Wani mistakenly thought he was daydreaming. Upon completing the refinement, she leaped into his embrace, playfully making advances. Bang! Chen's mind was disturbed, and with a loss of control, the elixir shattered. Chen stared blankly at the powdery remnants of the elixir, feeling a mix of amusement and despair. Master Wan, are you aware that your actions have obliterated the painstaking efforts of your husband, who was halfway through a significant experiment? She exclaimed. Have I inadvertently ruined your plans, dear husband? Wan Yi felt a twinge of guilt. Indeed, she had disrupted her husband's endeavor. What shall we do now? Well, we shall make amends by turning this mishap into a fortunate opportunity. Chen declared as she embraced Wan Yi and gently laid her down upon the bed, beginning to remove the delicate veil from her form. 75. Ziyue's heart is stirred, yet the young lady shall take matters into her own hands, for she has committed a grave error. Wan Yi, with a playful demeanor, deftly turned the tables and pinned Chen beneath her, voluntarily assuming the responsibility of collecting energy. Song Xiaohong, engrossed in a pivotal moment of her refining process, cursed Wan Yi for her shamelessness, not realizing she could have descended to the floor. Instead, choosing to gather energy right before her eyes, inciting a sense of restlessness that affected her cultivation. She vowed that once she completed her refining, she too would gather energy right under Wan Yi's nose and would tease her thoroughly, igniting her desires, and see if she would dare to act recklessly again. 2 hours later, Wan Yi finally settled down. Chen assessed his elevation in cultivation and resumed enhancing his medicinal pills. His level had ascended to the 73rd layer of qi refinement, a feat that left him nearly numb. However, the thrill of upgrading the quality of his pills was exhilarating, a refreshing experience born from success. He retrieved a first-tier gathering spirit pill, purified it, inscribed the pill patterns, and locked in the spiritual energy, all in one smooth motion. It was accomplished. Chen gazed at the exquisite gathering spirit pill between his fingers, his heart swelling with joy. Purchasing these inferior gathering spirit pills cost 50 spirit stones each. Now, upgraded to exquisite quality, they could fetch at least 250 spirit stones each. A profit of 200 per pill was undeniably lucrative. This was merely a first-tier pill. The profits from second-tier, third-tier, or even the coveted fourth-tier pills would be astronomical. With renewed vigor, Chen upgraded all 34 inferior gathering spirit pills to exquisite quality, then returned to the merchant association from which he had initially purchased the pills and array flags, selling them there. This transaction netted him a staggering 6,800 spirit stones. He then purchased 50 second-tier inferior recovery pills at 500 each and arranged with the merchant to buy back exquisite recovery pills at 1,000 each. Chen had finally discovered a path to wealth, alleviating any concerns for his family's livelihood in Mingzhou City, allowing him to settle down and focus on gathering energy and cultivating day by day. At the headquarters of the Hehuan Sect on Diyan Mountain, at Dan Peak, the Peak Master Ziyue exclaimed, "What did you say? That inner disciple named Wan Yi has already advanced to the 2nd level of Golden Core? How is that even possible?" She gazed incredulously at her nephew Ling Xiao, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. She simply could not fathom that a Wan Yi with 7th grade aptitude could, in just a few months, leap from the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment to the 2nd level of Golden Core. Even the Saintess Linghan, endowed with 9th grade cultivation aptitude and an unparalleled pure Yin spirit body, had not experienced such rapid advancement. Before returning to the headquarters, Linghan's cultivation had surged, reaching the 3rd level of Golden Core within days. Yet upon her return, her progress had slowed to a snail's pace, still stuck at the 3rd level of Golden Core with no advancement. How could an inner disciple of lesser aptitude than Linghan possibly surpass her in progress? The disciples have witnessed it with their own eyes. It cannot be false. Ling Xiao, unable to retrieve Wan Yi, felt a swell of resentment. He not only wished to evade responsibility, but also hoped to enlist his master's support to take revenge on that wild dog named Chen. "You mean to say Wan Yi is with that Chen?" Ziyue regarded Ling Xiao, her tone grave. "Indeed." Ling Xiao seethed. "That wretched Wan Yi has become the Dao partner of that wild dog. Chen. That Chen, with 2 Dao partners already by his side. Yet I, a direct disciple of the esteemed Dan Peak, do not even have a single Dao partner." Ziyue cast a cold glance at Ling Xiao, ignoring her disciple but pondering. When Linghan was with that Chen, both their realms progressed rapidly. Once separated from him, their cultivation stagnated. Now that Wan Yi is with Chen, her cultivation is soaring like a boat on the waves. Could it be that Chen possesses some secret to enhancing cultivation? Indeed, he seems to be a pure yang spirit body, an excellent cauldron or dual cultivation partner. However, even if he is a pure yang spirit body, it is unlikely that dual cultivation would yield such significant benefits. As a cauldron, the enhancement might temporarily elevate one's cultivation, but after a single session, he would perish, leaving no chance for further vitality. What could possibly be the truth? I must personally journey to Mingzhou to investigate. With this thought, Ziyue commanded Ling Xiao, "I am aware of this matter. Since Wan Yi has formed her core and is under 20, she is a candidate for the next Saintess. You should abandon any designs on her. As for Chen, I am keen to discern what capabilities he possesses that have led both Linghan and Wan Yi, 2 extraordinary prodigies, to willingly protect him. You may leave now. Do not act foolishly, or no one will be able to save you." Having received no favor from his esteemed aunt and master, Ling Xiao returned to his cave dwelling, simmering with anger. He immediately sent out messages, summoning a few sycophants, all late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, instructing them to incite discord among his senior brothers, to sow enmity against Yi Chun, ensuring that he would be slain during the sect's assessment in the Wanyao forest. Unbeknownst to Yi Chun, having discovered a path to wealth, he focused intently on his cultivation after earning a substantial sum of spirit stones. He yearned to establish his foundation, unwilling to remain stagnant in the qi refinement stage, despite his current strength. A month later, his cultivation reached the 88th layer of qi refinement, with both his soul and body refining also advancing to the same level. His spiritual perception extended to a range of 1,760 zhang, approximately 5,860 meters. His soul's power was approaching that of the nascent soul stage. On a particular day, having just gathered energy with Song Xiaohong and reinforcing his realm, he suddenly heard a middle-aged woman's voice resonating in his mind. "Youngster, come forth. I have matters to discuss with you." The voice seemed somewhat familiar, yet Yi Chun could not instantly recall who it was. Naturally, he would not heed a summons to appear without hesitation. Instead, he opened his spiritual perception to investigate the source of the voice. 10 miles away, high in the sky, a stunning middle-aged woman stood aloft, her garments billowing, hair cascading like a waterfall, her beauty transcending the mundane, resembling an immortal. "Elder Ziyue, may I inquire what guidance you seek?" Yi Chun did not emerge and replied through sound transmission, maintaining a tone of neither subservience nor arrogance. He had been threatened by Ziyue previously, and the memory still irked him. "You can transmit sound to me from 10 miles away?" Ziyue was utterly astonished. She never anticipated that Yi Chun, a mere cultivator at the qi refinement stage, could transmit his voice to her over a distance of 10 miles. The art of voice transmission is not an advanced spell. As long as one's spiritual power is sufficiently robust, it can be cultivated. However, the range of voice transmission is directly proportional to the strength of one's soul. For Yi Chun to communicate across such a distance indicates that his spiritual power has far surpassed that of a late-stage Jindan, approaching the realm of Yuaning. How could a cultivator at the qi refinement stage possess such formidable spiritual strength? 76. Demon King's Secret Realm. It's just a message transmission. How could it possibly catch the attention of Elder Ziyue? Yi Chun spoke modestly, yet his tone carried a hint of indifference. "Elder, if you have any questions, please go ahead and ask. This junior is currently in seclusion for cultivation and isn't very convenient to come out to meet your esteemed presence. I can only separate a strand of divine sense to communicate with you, Elder. I hope you can forgive this rudeness." Since that's the case, Ziyue had no choice but to compromise and said, "Then I shall ask you. Linghan and her servant, Wan Yan, and that Song Xiaohong by your side, their rapid increase in cultivation, is it related to you? So that's what this is about." Yi Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought Ziyue was being protective and intended to snatch Wan Yan away from him. That's right. Their improvement in cultivation is indeed related to this junior. Yi Chun did not hide the truth. Instead, he secretly laughed to himself. "If you, old hag, want to improve as well, you can come and try to absorb energy from me. Let me taste the flavor of an old monster at the nascent soul stage again. Huh? What method is it? Are you willing to share it? Tell me, I'm listening." Ziyue was so excited that even her voice transmission trembled involuntarily. Dual cultivation. Yi Chun did not tell the truth. How could he pass up such a perfect opportunity to annoy Ziyue? Dual cultivation? Ziyue was clearly very surprised and unwilling to believe it. Dual cultivation can indeed speed up cultivation, but not to such an exaggerated extent, right? Especially Wan Yan. As an inner disciple of the Dan Peak, I am quite familiar with her aptitude. Half a year ago, she was only at the 3rd level of Foundation establishment, but now she has actually reached the 2nd level of Golden Core. How could dual cultivation possibly lead to such rapid improvement? Yi Chun replied coolly, "Elder Ziyue, I'm afraid you are not yet aware of the current cultivation level of your Dan Peak inner disciple, Wan Yan. She is not at the 2nd level of Golden Core, but at the peak of Golden Core." "What did you say?" "Wan Yan? Peak of Golden Core?" Ziyue was completely baffled. Didn't Ling Xiao say she was only at the 2nd level of Golden Core? How could she have advanced to the peak of Golden Core in just 1 month? How is that possible? So, are you still planning to betroth her to that so-called Ling Xiaozi? She is my dual cultivation partner. Yi Chun's tone turned cold, making it clear to Ziyue that if she was smart, she should not ruin others' lives. Betrothing Wan Yan to Ling Xiao would be no different from destroying a genius. No. Ziyue quickly expressed her stance, I did indeed intend to take her as a personal disciple and betroth her to Ling Xiao some time ago. But now, I have changed my mind. Since she is already your cultivation partner, how could I possibly break you two apart, like separating Mandarin ducks? In that case, this junior Yichun thanks Elder Ziyue for your leniency. Yichun, could I discuss something with you? Ziyue's tone was pleasant, carrying a strong sense of pleading. What is it? Elder, please feel free to give your orders. You are the peak master of Dan Peak, where Wan Yin belongs. If there is anything this junior can do to help, I will certainly not refuse. Yi Chun sneered inwardly. Could it be that she wants to engage in dual cultivation with me? Let's see how I torment you then, and see if you still dare to threaten me. It's like this, Ziyue stammered. I have been stuck at the 9th level of nascent soul for 100 years, utterly unable to take that final step. Since you have the ability to help Linghan and Wan Yin improve their cultivation, do you think you could also help me improve a bit? Elder, you mean you are willing to engage in dual cultivation with this junior? Yi Chun pretended to be shocked, his tone filled with surprise, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Here she comes, she's here. She has shed all her burdens, taken off all her clothes, and come stark naked. If improvement requires dual cultivation, I have no objections. It seems Ziyue was determined to go all out. 100 years of stagnation, a breakthrough in one go. I doubt any female cultivator would pass up such an opportunity. It's just dual cultivation, right? I don't have a cultivation partner anyway, so why not? It's not like I'm responsible for having children, so what's the big deal? Actually, this junior has other methods. Yichen wanted to tell Ziyue the truth, that there were other ways to improve cultivation, but Ziyue interrupted him. Yichun, could it be that you think I am too old and look down on dual cultivation with me? No, that's not what this junior meant. Then what do you mean? Ziyue asked unhappily. Since the elder has given the order, how dare this junior disobey? Yichun yielded. Elder, please find a secluded place. At this time tomorrow. This junior will definitely be there. Good. Ziyue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tomorrow at this time, I will be waiting for you in the sky 1,500 li east of the city. I won't leave until you arrive. Agreed. Yichun accepted. As for whether it will be dual cultivation or energy absorption, whether through formations or physical means, we can discuss that after meeting tomorrow. Ziyue is a big fish. If I can truly help her break through to the peak of nascent soul, or even continue to improve to the pinnacle of the peak, then it will be a successful catch. Catching this big fish would bring nothing but benefits to me, the one who contributed greatly. At this moment, in Yunzhou, City Lord Zifeng sat solemnly on the City Lord's throne, his expression serious. In the hall were only Lu Changfeng and Han Wubing, two lively characters competing to report the results of their investigation in the dark swamp area near the Zenmoyuan. City Lord, according to my investigation, a demonic secret realm has indeed been discovered within the dark swamp. Once again, the white-bearded Lu Changfeng took the lead, and his conclusion was quite consistent with Zifeng's speculation. City Lord, Han Wubing added, from what I have learned, that secret realm is highly likely to have been left behind by a fallen demon king. The demonic energy inside is extremely intense, and all natural treasures are tainted with it. Cultivators at the golden core stage and below, once tempted to enter, will quickly become demonized. Those cultivators, after losing their sanity due to demonization, experience a rapid increase in cultivation in a short time. They are no different from the demons in legends, extremely insane and bloodthirsty. They kill normal people on sight, and even devour their cultivation after killing them. Then their cultivation continues to surge, and they continue their frenzied slaughter. Lu Changfeng did not argue with Han Wubing as he usually would. Instead, with a grave expression, he said, City Lord, I have a bold speculation. I wonder if I should voice it? Speak. Zifeng waved his hand. In my presence, there is no such thing as whether you should speak or not. Then I will boldly speculate. Lu Changfeng said, I believe that this secret realm was deliberately opened by those hypocrites from the Righteous Alliance to attract cultivators from our southeastern region to venture into. What makes you think so? Zifeng couldn't help but frown. City Lord, Lu Changfeng counted on his fingers. Look, first, opening a secret realm requires extremely high skill in breaking formations. Especially a demon king's secret realm. Without the cultivation and formation breaking expertise of a peak nascent soul stage cultivator, it simply cannot be opened. So who opened it? Was it the top combatants of our southeastern region? Obviously not. Otherwise, how could headquarters not know? Zifeng nodded thoughtfully and inquired, what about the second point? Lu Changfeng pondered for a moment before responding. My subordinate and Han Laodao have personally investigated the matter. The entrance to the secret realm was opened by someone, and a new formation was arranged afterward. This formation exerts a formidable suppressive effect on cultivators, permitting only those at the Jindan stage and below to enter. Why does it exclude those at the Yuanying stage? It is because cultivators at the Yuanying stage are not susceptible to demonic transformation. The intent here is exceedingly clear. It is designed to lure Jindan and lesser cultivators to their doom. If it were the work of cultivators from the southeast region, what could their objective possibly be? Zifeng nodded gravely once more, acknowledging Elder Lu's analysis is indeed sound. The entrance was sealed. Han Wubing, unwilling to lag behind, immediately offered a suggestion. City Lord, it would be prudent to report this matter to headquarters and seek their guidance on how to proceed. Zifeng nodded in agreement, stating, naturally, I shall report this to headquarters. However, we cannot remain idle while awaiting their instructions. Here's what we shall do. You two will lead a small team to the Jinma Yuan Dark Swamp. Set up a formation to seal the secret realm's entrance, ensuring that no one may enter. Furthermore, any cultivator emerging from the secret realm, regardless of whether they have been corrupted, shall be executed on the spot. We would rather mistakenly kill 1,000 than allow a single corrupted cultivator to enter our southeast region. Elders Lu and Han exchanged apprehensive glances, their hearts racing. Nevertheless, they quickly composed themselves, clasped their hands, and responded, "We shall obey your command." The two elders departed to muster troops at the Hehuan army camp. Zifeng rose and paced the hall for a while before retrieving a communication jade talisman, inscribing a message, and sending it out. At Dian Mountain, headquarters of the Hehuan Sect, Ziyun was engrossed in reviewing documents when she suddenly received a communication, causing her delicate brows to furrow and her lips to move, clearly conveying a message. Moments later, a shadow coalesced into human form before her. Bowing respectfully, Senior Sister, Ziyang, have you received news from Zifeng? Ziyun inquired. Indeed, the shadowy figure, Ziyang, replied. What exactly is happening? Ziyun pressed. Ziyang explained. The Jinma Yuan Dark Swamp has opened a secret realm of demonic lord caliber, dense with demonic energy. Every cultivator who has entered has been corrupted without exception. Currently, the numbers are substantial, and the consequences are dire. Please elaborate, Ziyun instructed. Ziyang nodded and detailed the information she had gathered, including the restrictions on the entrance for those who wish to enter, the suppression of cultivators' realms inside, the current number of entrants, and the count of corrupted cultivators. Ziyun, puzzled, asked, who discovered and opened it, and then set up formations at the entrance to control the entrance cultivation levels? It was the Zhongdao Alliance and the old Taoist Qing Tian, Ziyang responded. That old man with the cow's nose. What is his purpose in doing this? Ziyun's brow furrowed in concern. Is it not obvious? He seeks to contend with us. Ziyang stated. Ziyun remarked, those hypocrites truly never give up. For the sake of corrupting over 3,000 low-level cultivators, a peak Yuanying cultivator goes to such lengths. What a waste of effort. Ziyang added, those over 3,000 corrupted cultivators have already been slain by senior brother Zifeng. Additionally, he has dispatched people to seal the secret realm's entrance, forbidding both entry and exit. Anyone attempting to breach, it will be executed. Ziyun nodded, affirming, Zifeng's actions are indeed appropriate. However, we must inform him to deploy more high-level combatants to covertly support the two elders stationed at the entrance, keeping a watchful eye on the Zhongdao Alliance and their potential schemes. Understood. I shall relay the message, Ziyang confirmed. Ziyun then inquired, what of Yi Chun? How has he fared? Ziyang responded, that lad has been residing in Mingzhou for a month, spending nearly all his time in his guest quarters cultivating, rarely venturing outside. Has he made any new discoveries? Yes, Ziyang replied. He has the capability to upgrade the grade of medicinal pills, transforming inferior spiritual pills into top-tier ones. Oh, he possesses such talent? Ziyun's interest was piqued. Upon passing the assessment, let him go to Ziyue's side. Perhaps the lad has a talent for alchemy. Very well, I will find time to speak with her, Ziyang affirmed. And what of the two young women accompanying him? How are they? Ziyun continued her inquiries. The one named Song Xiaohong has shown little change, remaining at the peak of foundation establishment. However, Wan Yi has experienced a meteoric rise, now at the peak of golden core. Wan Yi, under 20 years old and already at the peak of golden core? Indeed. This is troubling, Ziyun frowned. We cannot allow that girl to continue her rapid advancement. Such swift cultivation may not bode well for her. Inform your senior sister Ziyue to expedite Wan Yi's transfer away from Yichun. A child who has yet to cultivate spells from both the foundation establishment and golden core stages, if recklessly advancing to nascent soul, could end up ruined. Understood. I will convey this to senior sister Ziyue immediately, Ziyang said, preparing to depart. Wait, Ziyun called out. What of Chen? Has his cultivation changed? None, Ziyang replied. That lad is truly a peculiar one. He helps others continuously elevate their cultivation while remaining stuck at the peak of qi refinement, showing no signs of progressing to foundation establishment. Very well, you may go, Ziyun dismissed Ziyang, then muttered to herself. Could it be that foundation establishment is particularly challenging for him? Perhaps I should personally inquire about this matter. Oh right, I could ask Linghan about it. How could I forget? Ziyun chided herself, suddenly transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from the hall. In the eastern part of Mingzhou City, 1,500 miles away, the mountains stretched endlessly, dense forests creating a verdant sea. The peak master of Hehuan Sect, Ziyue, hovered in the air, having waited patiently for nearly half an hour. She eagerly anticipated the little fellow named Chen to bring her the greatest surprise of her life, the peak of Yuanying. She had longed for a century to reach the peak of Yuanying. Today she might just touch it. Once she breaks through to the peak of Yuanying, she would stand alongside her sect leader, her cultivation rivaling that of the reclusive elders. That would place her at the pinnacle of strength in this world, making her invincible. In the western sky, a small black dot finally appeared. The dot moved swiftly, rivaling any Yuanying cultivator. Could it be him? Ziyue pondered. How could that be possible? That lad was merely at the peak of qi refinement. Even with sword flight, he should not be able to reach Yuanying's speed. The dot approached rapidly. Like a bolt of lightning, it tore through the sky and, in an instant, arrived before Ziyue. It truly was him. Ziyue was taken aback. What a remarkable lad. A qi refinement cultivator, yet capable of flying through the air with such speed. Where could one contest this? Have you arrived? Ziyue composed herself and greeted him. Yes, Chen replied, casting a glance at Ziyue, who, though mature, retained a unique charm, suggesting she was a woman of distinct allure. Follow me, Ziyue said, offering no further words as she turned to fly into a canyon. Chen said little, gracefully following through the air at a measured pace. After a span of 10 breaths, the two descended into a vast cave. This cavern was not only lofty and expansive, but also deep enough to accommodate thousands of people without difficulty. Is it truly here? Chen inquired. Indeed, it is, Ziyue replied. Are you not concerned about someone intruding and witnessing this? Chen expressed unease. The master of Dan Peak from Hehuan Zone is a figure of great stature. Would it not be ludicrous if one were to be discovered engaging in dual cultivation with a mere fledgling at the qi refinement stage? The formation is utterly useless. No one can breach it. Ziyue waved her long sleeves, and a beam of light shot forth, activating the array laid at the cave's entrance. A third-tier protective formation. Chen could not help but exclaim. He too could set up a third-tier protective formation, and without the need for flags or formation plates, his astonishment was merely a compliment to Ziyue. Moreover, upon hearing Chen's exclamation, Ziyue became invigorated. Waving her sleeve once more to unleash another beam of light, activating yet another formation. A third-tier killing formation? Chen gasped again. This compliment had a more profound effect, prompting Ziyue to present the main course. Let us begin. With a third wave of her sleeve, a lavishly decorated grand bed appeared within the cave, perfectly positioned in the flat area. Ziyue, might I first assess your condition before deciding how to assist you? Chen hesitated, unwilling to rush in. Diving straight into dual cultivation could yield poor results. If he failed to help this elder woman break through, it might provoke her ire, which would be tantamount to courting death. What do you wish to see? Ziyue asked, perplexed. Your cultivation level. I wish to see your cultivation level, Chen replied. Oh, very well, take a look. Ziyue spread her arms, smiling, facing Chen directly, willingly revealing herself. The sheer silk attire accentuated her alluring form. Her slender arms and long legs stirred Chen's senses. However, being somewhat seasoned in the presence of beautiful women, he quickly steadied his mind and activated his clairvoyance to inspect Ziyue's dantian. Her dantian was vast as the sea, with spiritual energy surging within. A small figure of a Yuanying sat inside, glowing with a radiant red hue. The walls of her dantian were remarkably thick, and her meridians and acupoints seemed incapable of further expansion. A century's worth of accumulation had not led to any breakthroughs. This must be the limit of this elder woman's cultivation, Chen mused. How goes your inspection? Ziyu inquired, feeling somewhat uneasy as Chen fixated on her lower abdomen. Chen nodded gravely, stating, Elder Ziyu, if I am not mistaken, your cultivation has stagnated at the 9th level of Yuaning for at least a century, correct? Indeed. Ziyu quickly acknowledged, chuckling. Otherwise, I would not have sought you out, would I? You wish to dual cultivate with me, but how could a tender calf graze on old grass? Dream on. As she spoke, Ziyu lightly traced her delicate finger across Chen's resolute face, feeling a slight frivolity emerging. I fear dual cultivation may not suffice. Chen stated candidly, expressing doubt that it would aid her in breaking through. If one attempt fails, we shall try again. If that fails, we shall attempt thrice, 4 times, 5 times. With enough attempts, success is bound to come, is it not, my dear? Ziyu became even more playful, her hand drifting toward Chen's robust figure. The once dignified and solemn peak master was undergoing a dramatic transformation. There exists another method that can resolve this in one go. As Chen felt her touch, he instinctively stepped back, flustered. How coy. Ziyu laughed lightly, asking what method? Supplementation. Chen replied. Supplementation? You mean you take from me, and I take from you? Wouldn't that mean the end of your life? My dear, I do not wish to break the law nor see you perish. Chen shook his head, assuring her, fear not. No one can take my life. Allow me to explain, Elder Ziyu, both Linghan and Wan Yin rapidly ascended in power due to their supplementation with me. You claim to be taken yet remain alive? Ziyu was astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, Chen affirmed. Is there truly such a peculiar being in this world? I shall give it a try? Ziyu was filled with enthusiasm, and as she spoke, she began to shed her sheer garment, revealing her flawless skin. Chen swallowed hard, cautioning, Elder Ziyu, will you not consider the formation? Formation be damned. Ziyu glanced back with a smile, declaring, Today, this old cow shall feast upon your tender grass. Be obedient, and submit to me. With a swift motion, she ensnared Chen's form, drawing him onto the bed, swiftly undressing him. This was a harrowing battle for breakthrough. In her fervor, Ziyu became exceedingly frantic, ruthlessly drawing forth Chen's primordial yang energy. In her pursuit of maximizing his essence and vitality to shatter her shackles, she resembled a madwoman, frenzied and terrifying. This dread-filled confrontation endured for a full 6 hours. 6 hours, 12 long hours. It nearly claimed both their lives, with friends and family ready to feast. Fortunately, Ziyu's frenzy bore fruit. Ultimately, she achieved her breakthrough, fulfilling her century-old aspiration, reaching the pinnacle of combat prowess in this realm. My dear, how are you? Once Ziyu had calmed, she assessed her newfound strength before turning to Chen. Finding his face pale and his breath faint, worry creased her brow. I am well, Chen replied, barely able to open his eyes, his voice weak. A brief hour of rest, and I shall be fine. My dear, you have worked hard. Here is a 4th-tier recovery pill. Consume it to replenish your strength. Ziyu produced a 4th-tier lower-grade recovery pill, intending to place it in Chen's mouth, but he swiftly blocked her. Save the recovery pill. There is no rush. What will you do then? Ziyu queried, concerned. A mere hour of rest will suffice, Chen assured her. He had lost spirit and vitality and needed to accumulate primordial yang energy for recovery. Recovery pills were suited for restoring Dantian spirit energy, not for replenishing spirit and vitality. Then I shall accompany you. I too need to stabilize my realm. As Ziyu spoke, she set Chen down, took a meditation cushion, and began her cultivation. Chen lay quietly, gradually channeling the scant remaining primordial energy to recuperate the expended spirit and vitality. He silently vowed to avoid such supplementation in the future. Should the other party harbor ill intentions, they could easily take advantage of his weakness, leaving him vulnerable. Fortunately, neither Chao Jingfang nor Ziyu had murderous intentions. Otherwise, given his current state, escape would have been impossible, leaving him at their mercy. While Ziyu was deep in cultivation, she suddenly opened her eyes, retrieving a communication jade talisman, glancing at it before addressing Chen. My dear, the sect requires my assistance. I can no longer remain with you. What shall we do? Attend to your duties. I am fine. Just do not dismantle the formation. Chen smiled, adding, by the way, I cannot rise from this bed just yet, so I shall temporarily take care of it for you. In 3 months, after passing the Hehuan Sect's assessment, I will return it to you. Silly boy. Ziyu caressed Chen's face affectionately, saying, When we meet again, I shall not draw from you. We will simply enjoy our dual cultivation together. 79. The fourth level Tsang Ying hastened forth. Chen smiled slightly. Having caught another substantial fish, it is only a matter of time before this fish becomes of use to him. That arrogant Ling Xiao, even your master was bested by me. Let us see what you have to challenge me with. However, Ziyu furrowed her brow and remarked, Darling, once I leave, who knows when I shall return? Will you not feel lonely here by yourself? I will depart in half an hour. What purpose is served by lingering here? Chen replied, puzzled. There are formations, a defensive formation and a killing formation, both indiscriminate. How will you exit? Ziyu admonished. Fear not. It is merely a third-level spirit formation. It shall pose no difficulty for me. Chen retorted dismissively. You can break these two formations? Ziyu inquired in astonishment. Are they not just two third-level spirit formations? What is there to break? Chen reassured her, noticing her reluctance to leave. Remember me fondly, for when I enter Hehuan Zone, do look out for me, and ensure that your disciple Ling Xiao does not slay me. Rest assured, Ziyu declared with a pat on her chest, I shall reprimand him upon my return. For daring to lay hands on my master's man, he is courting disaster. Well, all right. Chen fell silent, closing his eyes to recuperate. Your man? After a single encounter, he becomes yours? If that were the case, I would be the man of countless female cultivators. Yet, it is true that having shared intimate moments, it could be argued they belong to them. With an increase in women, a grand family can be established, revitalizing the Yi clan. Ha ha ha. Chen indulged in a flurry of wild thoughts, feeling immensely pleased. An hour later, Chen's body had fully recovered, robust and vigorous. He leaped down, waved his hand, and stored the intricately carved wooden bed. The third-level killing formation and the third-level defensive formation now belonged to him. Chen chuckled as he activated his perception ability, locating the formation's core, and with a deft wave, he dismantled both the killing and defensive formations. After collecting the formation flags, he stepped out of the cave, exhaling deeply. It was time to assess the growth of his cultivation. This brutal extraction had propelled him 3 realms upward, simultaneously advancing his qi refining, soul refining, and body refining to the 91st level. How long must this qi refining continue? Chen pondered as he felt the shift in his realm. Suddenly, amidst his contemplation, a peculiar cry echoed from above. Glancing upward, he saw a colossal bird soaring towards his cave, flapping its enormous wings. This bird, resembling a vulture, was at least 100 times larger. Its wingspan stretched at least 50 zhang from left to right, and its body measured no less than 10 zhang in length. The bird's piercing eyes glimmered like black lightning, sharp and fierce. Its talons, akin to iron behemoths, could crush rock. Its massive beak resembled a steel hook, capable of piercing the very heavens. A 4th-level Tsang Ying, equivalent to the Yuan Ying stage. Oh no, this is bad. Before Chen could fully comprehend the visitor, he felt a tremendous pressure akin to that of the Yuan Ying stage, overwhelming him to the point of near suffocation, despite being at the 91st level of qi refining. Recognizing he could not contend with this creature, Chen swiftly retreated back into the cave. He infused spiritual power into the formation flags in his hand, sending them flying outward to seal the cave entrance. Just as the Tsang Ying alighted at the cave entrance, attempting to leap inside, Chen activated the defensive formation in the nick of time. That was close. Chen exhaled in relief. However, he did not let his guard down. He retrieved all the killing formation flags and arranged them within the defensive formation. Should the Tsang Ying dare to breach the defensive formation, the killing formation would activate, delivering a heavy blow to it. Upon seeing the formation activate, the barrier thick and resilient beyond steel, the Tsang Ying seemed to recognize the danger. It cawed several times at Chen in frustration before reluctantly turning away and soaring into the sky. Chen waited for a while, hearing no further commotion. He then activated his spiritual awareness for an extreme range probe, but found no trace of the Tsang Ying, finally stepping out of the formation. He did not dismantle the formation as before, remaining prepared to retreat back inside at any moment. However, once outside, he discovered that Tsang Ying had long since vanished. That feathered beast was indeed clever, realizing it could not breach the spirit formation and opting not to waste time. Fortunately, it had been at the cave entrance. Had they encountered one another in midair, my 100+ gene of flesh would have become the beast's meal. Chen sighed in relief, turning back to dismantle the formation and collect the flags. Without further hesitation, He employed his sword control technique, accelerating his speed to nearly 10 times that of qi refining, darting back to Mingzhou City like a beam of light. At 10 times the speed of qi refining, if used in combat, one could easily defeat a late-stage Jin Dan. However, for flight, it was a tremendous waste of soul and spiritual power. Yet, Yi Chen feared encountering that terrifying 4th-level Tsang Ying again. He deemed any waste worthwhile. Who was that person just now? What incredible speed! In the sky, the Tsang Ying circled, cawing at 2 young men below. One was a robust figure standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a handsome and carefree demeanor. The other, if Yi Chen were present, would recognize immediately as Ling Xiao. Yi Chen. Ling Xiao spat with venom. It is him. Not only did he occupy the esteemed Linghan, but he also ensnared our junior sister Wan Yan. Is that Yi Chen? The handsome young man furrowed his brows. How could a mere qi refining cultivator fly and do so at such speed? He must possess some formidable artifact. Ling Xiao declared confidently, Master, do you recall? A year ago, the Zhengdao Alliance issued a bounty for a 15-year-old boy, claiming his family colluded with our Hehuan Sect. Of course, I remember. It caused quite a stir and lasted a long while. Why do you bring this up suddenly? The handsome young man asked, confused. Haha. Ling Xiao smiled knowingly. That boy's name is Yi Chen. Are you implying that the boy is the same Yi Chen we just encountered? The handsome young man finally understood. Exactly. But what of it? He queried, puzzled. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The person wanted by the Zhengdao Alliance should not be our enemy. Haha. Ling Xiao sneered. My family's ancestor once mentioned that the reason the Zhengdao Alliance killed Yi Chen's father and put a bounty on him was not due to the Yi family colluding with us, but because Yi Chen possesses a mysterious artifact. A legendary artifact, a divine treasure that belongs solely to myths. Who in reality has ever laid eyes upon it? Even the hypocrites of the Zhengdao Meng have succumbed to covetous desires, willing to commit murder for the sake of seizing such a treasure. In their relentless pursuit to keep the matter under wraps, they annihilated not only the head of the Yi family, but the entire clan as well. The handsome youth suddenly comprehended. Are you suggesting that this Yi Chen is the child sought after by the Zhengdao Meng, and that he possesses an artifact that recognizes him as its master? Indeed. Ling Xiao Dao. Otherwise, how could a mere cultivator in the qi refinement stage soar through the skies with such speed? In the realm of martial arts, the illustrious figure of Wan Yi sought guidance. The dashing young man felt a surge of emotion, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Senior brother, that artifact is a divine treasure. Surely, you cannot claim to be unmoved? Ling Xiao teased. What do I have to be moved about? Let us return to the sect and report to our master. The young man surprisingly subdued his yearning, resolved to inform his master of this momentous revelation. An artifact of such magnitude could upheave the entire Zhen Mo domain. As a disciple of Hehuan Sect's Dan Peak, he recognized the gravity of this intelligence and could not remain silent. Should you reveal this to our esteemed master, you may find yourself in a precarious position, Ling Xiao warned, a hint of urgency in his tone. He merely sought to incite this senior brother, Ling Kong, to eliminate Yi Chen. However, he was taken aback by Ling Kong's unwavering loyalty, which only fueled Ling Xiao's frustration. Junior brother, while the artifact is indeed enticing, one must ensure their own life is safeguarded first, Ling Kong retorted. Although I possess peak golden core cultivation, I am not yet equipped to protect such a treasure. Artifacts are not meant for those of our golden core stage to covet. But Yi Chen is merely at the qi refinement stage. What makes him worthy of such an artifact? Ling Xiao protested. If this information holds any truth, do you truly believe he can retain it? Ling Kong smiled knowingly. Your insight is commendable, senior brother. Ling Xiao finally grasped the implications. Indeed, once the sect's higher-ups learned of Yi Chen's possession of the artifact, they would undoubtedly snatch it from him. Without the artifact's protection, eliminating that young man would become a trivial task. With this thought, Ling Xiao felt a wave of elation wash over him. Together with Ling Kong, he summoned a level 4 soaring eagle, mounting its back as they soared northward. Meanwhile, Yi Chen returned to his quarters, diligently continuing his cultivation. Yet, mere days later, having just completed his session with Wan Yi, he heard a voice resonate in his ear. Darling, sister is here, just outside the door. Open up. Ziyue Elder? Yi Chen was taken aback. Shouldn't you be consolidating your realm? What brings you to Mingzhou so swiftly? Are you here to reclaim your third-tier formation flags and grand bed? Impudent boy. Ziyue chided playfully. I have come to escort Wan Yi back. She must return to Dan Peak. Why? Are you envious of your inner sect disciple? Yichen jested. My dear, Ziyue replied with a teasing tone, I only envy you, not others. To be clear, Wan Yi's rapid advancement is both a blessing and a curse. One could argue it is beneficial, as it enhances her cultivation level, correct? However, the downside is less apparent. Why is it undesirable? Yichen inquired. The explanation is simple. Ziyue elaborated. At each stage, one must practice the corresponding martial skills and spells or auxiliary professions. Furthermore, one must achieve perfection before progressing, ensuring a solid foundation for future advancements. Wani has barely practiced any foundational skills or alchemical techniques. She has not even touched upon golden core skills or spells. Her foundation remains unstable, and should she rashly break through to the Yuaning stage, it could lead to her downfall. Yichen frowned, skeptically replying, Is it really that serious? Absolutely, Ziyue affirmed. Do you know why the sect leader insisted on separating you from Linghan? It is for the same reason. She fears Linghan's rapid advancement may destabilize his foundation. Now I understand. Yichen conceded, somewhat convinced. Once Wan Yi returns to Dan Peak, what will you do with her? My dear, Ziyue assured, rest easy. I shall take her as my personal disciple, teaching her the most formidable martial skills, spells, and alchemy, and strive to establish her as a saintess. Our Hehuan Zone shall enter an era of dual saintesses. Establish her as a saintess. Yichen exclaimed, alarmed. What will become of me as the saint's son? Will I lose my destined partner? Darling, with your talents, becoming a saint's son should pose no challenge, Ziyue teased. That is easier said than done. Yichen lamented, recalling his struggles with foundational cultivation, let alone reaching the golden core stage. Fear not, Ziyue comforted him. If you cannot become the saint's son, who else in Hehuan Zone could? Those two girls will forever remain your destined partners. The sect merely stipulates that a saintess can only choose a saint's son as a partner. It does not mandate a marriage. There are many female cultivators in our sect who do not seek partners. Even if someone accidentally becomes a saint's son, they can choose not to take a partner. Chuckling, Yichen resolved to strive harder to attain the position of saint's son, lest he make things difficult for them. Now, open the door and let sister take Wan Yi away, Ziyue instructed. Not so fast. Let me have a word with her first. Yichen concluded, awakening the meditating Wan Yi and relaying Ziyue's message in detail. Go with her. I will arrive shortly. The day of our reunion will not be long, Yichen assured her. Very well. You are my husband. Your word is final. Wan Yi acquiesced. Then I shall let her take you away, Yichen declared, lowering the protective barrier and opening the door. Ziyue stepped into the room they shared. Upon seeing the lavishly adorned bed, a wave of jealousy surged within her. How could these two girls be so fortunate to share such moments with her beloved? Yet, as the esteemed head of the Dan Peak, she could only indulge in clandestine meetings, unable to be open about her feelings. Nevertheless, being a seasoned elder with centuries of experience, Ziyue maintained impeccable emotional control, her expression carefully curated without a hint of falter. Wan Yi, Ziyue pronounced solemnly, I bestow upon you the title Ling Miao. From this day forth, you are my personal disciple. Come, let us return to Dan Peak. Wan Yi glanced at Yichen, who nodded at her with a smile. She then knelt, bowing her head to Ziyue, proclaiming, Disciple Wan Yi, pays respect to the master. Let us depart. Ziyue took Wan Yi's delicate hand, transforming into a streak of light as they vanished from sight. Yichen shook his head with a wry smile, preparing to close the door, only to find two pairs of delicate hands pressing against it, preventing its closure. Sister Linghan, Sister Bing'er, Yichen exclaimed, his mouth agape in surprise, unable to close it for a moment. How could you forget your sister? Linghan, she teased, stepping into the room and playfully tapping Yichen's forehead with her finger. Bing'er followed, shutting the door behind them. What brings you here? Didn't the sect prohibit you from assisting me? Yichen inquired, puzzled. The sect forbids us from aiding you, but it does not prevent you from aiding us. We have come to seek your assistance. You wouldn't turn us away, would you? Linghan whispered enticingly in Yichen's ear, her breath fragrant and alluring. Of course, I must help. Yichen's heart raced, his cheeks reddening. After several months apart, he truly missed his companions. Is she Song Xiaohong? Linghan inquired, noticing Song Xiaohong in deep meditation. Yes, Yichen replied. Are we allowed to absorb in her presence? Linghan teased with a playful smile. She has long since become accustomed to it. Yichen chuckled in agreement. Then what are we waiting for? Linghan spread her arms wide, her garments fluttering away as they found their way into Binger's embrace. What about Sister Binger? Is she accustomed to it? Yi Chen, caught off guard by Linghan's playful antics, grew anxious. I have finished with her. Both of us request your assistance. As Linghan spoke, she sealed Yi Chen's lips with hers. The fervent exchange of spiritual energy commenced. When Song Xiaohong completed refining the yuan yang energy acquired from the previous absorption and opened her eyes, preparing for the next session, she was taken aback to find Yi Chen being fervently absorbed by another woman. Who are you? Song Xiaohong demanded, addressing the fervent Linghan. Yet Linghan remained focused on absorbing Yi Chen's yuan yang energy, ignoring her inquiries. Meanwhile, Binger sat in a meditative pose, eyes closed, offering no response. Yi Chen, capable of multitasking, deftly maneuvered the pure yang energy from the Qi Tianxin pan while responding. This is the elder I mentioned. The Saintess Linghan. She is truly beautiful. Song Xiaohong exclaimed sincerely, admiring her exquisite features and figure, which made her heart race. Young master, you are truly fortunate. Sister Hong, you flatter her well. Yi Chen laughed, adding, once we complete this absorption, I will ask her to impart some martial skills and spells suitable for the foundation establishment stage. Before you break through to the golden core stage, you must solidify your cultivation. Haste will only jeopardize your foundation. We were ignorant before, but now we understand. Oh, I heed your words. What about Sister Wanyan? Where has she gone? When Ziyue took Wanyan, Song Xiaohong was deeply engrossed in her meditation and remained oblivious to the happenings around her. She was taken back to Danfeng by the peak master Ziyue for instruction in martial skills, spells, and auxiliary duties, Yi Chen explained. That is wonderful. Song Xiaohong expressed her envy, stating, you disciples of the sect are truly blessed. I am not yet a disciple of the sect, mind you, but in 3 months I will be, Song Xiaohong declared. Well, that is an auspicious statement, no doubt, Yi Chen replied with a smile. Young master, Song Xiaohong pointed to Binger, asking Yi Chen, is she also your companion? So lovely. She is our elder's maid, named Binger. Not yet, but who knows what the future holds. Yi Chen chuckled innocently. When Binger absorbed him, the figure in the illusion resembled her. In truth, he had already begun to regard Binger as his companion, feeling a unique intimacy towards her. She truly possesses an admirable figure. Song Xiaohong lavished another compliment upon Binger. Binger immediately opened her eyes and smiled at Song Xiaohong, saying, Sister Hong, you truly have an eye for beauty. Unfortunately, some blind individuals cannot see it, humph. What difference does it make if I can see? Yi Chen retorted, you are not some rare treasure or miraculous medicine. Why would I need to absorb you? Humph. At that moment, Linghan exhaled deeply, expelling a breath of turbid energy, signaling the conclusion of the absorption. Binger quickly draped clothing over her. Linghan, however, was unconcerned and asked Yi Chen with concern, Little Chen, are you all right? How could I possibly be unwell? Do check quickly, have I broken through? Yi Chen replied, I have broken through. I am now at the 4th level of the golden core stage. Linghan felt immense satisfaction with her own progress, yet she was dissatisfied with Yi Chen's advancement. What about you? Shouldn't you have progressed with each absorption? Why are you still at the Qi refinement stage? My situation is somewhat unique. I must continue to solidify my foundation before establishing my core. Yi Chen refrained from revealing the whole truth to Linghan, knowing it was complicated to explain. When will that be? Linghan's concern was palpable. If I cannot form a core before the age of 20, it will be challenging for us to continue together. We will know in due time, Yi Chen replied with a smile. Let us reassess when my cultivation reaches the first 100 levels of Qi refinement. If I still cannot approach the threshold of foundation establishment, it may be that I will never establish a foundation. However, if foundation establishment follows the 100 levels, then I may still have a chance to form a core before 20. I will wait for you. Linghan smiled alluringly, declaring, from today forth, I and Binger shall replace Sister Hong and Wanyan to assist you in your breakthrough. Can you teach Sister Hong some martial skills and spells for the foundation establishment stage? She needs to solidify her cultivation. Yi Chen inquired. No. Linghan shook her head, stating, the sect prohibits the transmission of martial skills, techniques, spells, and auxiliary duties above the foundation establishment level. Not even disciples of the sect are allowed to impart them privately, let alone to non-disciples. Then what will happen to Sister Hong? Yi Chen asked anxiously. She can purchase them from the trading hall. Linghan replied nonchalantly, martial skills and spells for the foundation establishment stage are not overly expensive. One can acquire a skill or spell for several thousand spirit stones. That is good. Yi Chun brightened up, presenting a spatial ring to Song Xiaohong, saying, Sister Hong, here are 100,000 spirit stones. Take them to the trading hall and purchase the martial skills and spells you desire. One set will suffice. Do not be greedy. One cannot digest too much at once. Thank you, young master. Song Xiaohong graciously accepted the spatial ring, adjusted her clothing, and bade farewell to the three before departing. Recover yourself, and then Binger will continue the absorption, Linghan instructed. Are we continuing with spiritual or physical absorption? Yi Chen teased. Do as you please. Linghan replied with feigned annoyance. You said it. Yi Chen nearly laughed himself silly. Little Chen Chun. Linghan gently lifted Yi Chun's chin, speaking through gritted teeth. Were you secretly hoping for Binger to absorb you? How could I? Yi Chen feigned innocence. Linghan let go of Yi Chun, huffing. You do not even spare someone like Song Xiaohong, an older single woman, let alone my beautiful and pure Binger, who is in her prime. In what way is my Binger inferior to her? In figure, appearance, skin, talent. How is she lacking? Do you dare say you have never thought about it? Well, fine. I admit that after you left, I could not stop thinking about you, neglecting food and drink. Are you satisfied now? Yi Chen conceded, realizing that there was no shame in admitting it. Yi Gongzi, Binger interjected, clearly displeased. I never expected you to be this kind of person. Sister Binger, do not blame me. You are so beautiful. How could I not be captivated? Yi Chun feigned innocence, looking pitiful. Such a smooth talker. Her words made Binger laugh, and she playfully patted Yi Chen's shoulder, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Another month has passed in the realm of Lianqi, where both Linghan and Binger have each absorbed from Yi Chen 7 times, elevating their realms to their respective peaks. To solidify their foundations, they can no longer continue to draw from Yi Chun and must return to their sect to further hone their martial skills, spells, and auxiliary occupations. Yi Chen himself has also experienced a tremendous enhancement in his cultivation, reaching the formidable level of Lianqi 100. Attaining this milestone has finally granted him a sense of relief, for he has touched the barrier of foundation establishment. As Linghan and her servant departed, Yi Chun grasped Song Xiaohong's hand and said, Sister Hong, for the next 2 months, we need not engage in further absorption to enhance our cultivation. Let us venture out to acquire some spirit stones, indulge in good food and drink, enjoy ourselves, and savor life. Song Xiaohong replied with a rueful smile. Young master, we are not skilled in anything. How shall we earn spirit stones? Yi Chun corrected her with earnestness. Who says we are devoid of skills? Your young master possesses many talents, such as slaying demonic beasts, purifying demon cores, refining formation flags, crafting talismans, and enhancing the quality of spiritual pills, among other abilities. Really? Song Xiaohong exclaimed in surprise and delight. At least the spirit stones used to purchase martial skills and spells were earned by you after arriving in Mingzhou, Yi Chen declared proudly. During his time as the young master of the Yi family, his only skill was hunting. However, with the aid of the divine artifact, the coveted divine disc, he now possesses various abilities. How could he possibly starve? Young master, you are truly remarkable. Song Xiaohong showered him with praise. Your young master's prowess is something you are most qualified to comment on, is it not? Yi Chen teased. Young master, how shameless. Song Xiaohong blushed, mimicking Linghan's alluring demeanor playfully. Come, let us leave the city, venture into the mountains, and earn our first bucket of gold. Our spirit stones are nearly depleted, and we must slay demonic beasts to exchange for them. Yi Chen chuckled, wrapping his arm around Song Xiaohong and twisting his body to ascend into the air, heading eastward. A peak Lianqi cultivator accompanying a peak foundation establishment cultivator flew through the skies with lightning speed, drawing astonished gazes from pedestrians below. In a short time, Yi Chun and Song Xiaohong arrived at the foot of Dian Mountain, a circular mountain facing Mingzhou, with sheer cliffs that reach terrifying heights. Cultivators below the Yuan-Ing stage can hardly soar over it, and can only traverse through a few limited valleys into the mountain range. Within these valleys, various towns have sprouted to accommodate cultivators seeking experience in the mountains, as well as those mining, foraging, and hunting year-round. These small towns, though modest in population, with a few thousand to several tens of thousands of residents, boast a wide array of industries, making them nearly indistinguishable from larger cities. Now, Yi Chun and Song Xiaohong hovered in a valley 500 miles east of the city, beneath which lay a quaint town. It is nearly noon. Let us descend for a hearty meal and inquire about the distribution of demonic beasts in the mountains before we venture in, Yi Chen suggested to Song Xiaohong. Yes, I shall heed your words, young master, she responded, embodying the role of a dutiful wife, leaning her head on his shoulder, causing passers-by to grimace at the sight of such an age gap. The two descended at the entrance of a small tavern. Chen glanced at the menu, weighed the spirit stones he carried, and stepped inside. The establishment was eerily empty for midday. They settled at a small table, ordering 4 dishes and a pot of wine. The dishes included stir-fried dragon liver, spicy phoenix marrow, a medley of mountain delicacies, and fresh spirit yam soup. Young master, do we have enough spirit stones for such a feast? Song Xiaohong voiced her concern. She had noted that the 4 dishes alone cost 120 spirit stones, not to mention the pot of spirit wine, which was worth over 300. Just enough. Chen grinned, handing a storage bag to Song Xiaohong. Rest assured, we will not be detained by the innkeeper here. She cautiously opened the storage bag, reassured by the contents within. The flavors of the 4 dishes, however, left much to be desired. They were either overcooked or overly salty. The two hastily consumed their meal. After collecting the unfinished spirit wine, they approached the counter to settle the bill. When Song Xiaohong presented the storage bag containing 500 spirit stones, the innkeeper, without lifting his eyes from the abacus, queried, "Is this your first time venturing into the mountains? How did you discern that?" Chen, noticing the innkeeper's lack of scrutiny over the storage bag, grew cautious. "Your unfamiliarity is evident," the innkeeper replied with a mysterious smile, snatching the storage bag to inspect its contents. Upon glancing inside, his expression shifted dramatically, and he tossed the bag back onto the counter, exclaiming sternly, "You truly are newcomers. Are you unaware of the rules of Kuanyo Town?" "What do you mean, innkeeper? Is there a discrepancy in the amount?" Chen inquired, feigning ignorance while inwardly scoffing at the situation. "Of course there is," the innkeeper retorted coldly. "In my establishment, prices are clearly marked, based on mid-grade spirit stones. You are short by 100-fold. Mid-grade spirit stones?" Chen scoffed. "Innkeeper, have you ever seen what a mid-grade spirit stone looks like? Are you taking advantage of us because it is our first time here?" The innkeeper was getting excited, seizing the abacus and adopting a threatening posture. "Boy, you may be young, but your audacity is commendable. How dare you dine and dash at my establishment?" "Who is dining and dashing? I offered you spirit stones, yet you refused them. Whom should I blame?" Chen glanced at the innkeeper, assessing his mediocre cultivation. A mid-stage Jean Dan who would dare run a black market, unaware of the potential consequences of crossing someone like him. "I demand mid-grade spirit stones. These few low-grade spirit stones do not even amount to 1%. The innkeeper shouted hoarsely, his face turning purple, nearly breaking the abacus in his fervor, his Jean Dan aura exuding pressure that made hearts tremble. Song Xiaohong, intimidated by the innkeeper's Jean Dan aura, instinctively hid behind Chen, trembling as she asked, "Young master, what should we do now?" "Do not worry," Chen reassured her, patting her hand to instill confidence. "What is there to fear from a mid-stage Jean Dan?" Outside the tavern, cultivators from the neighboring establishment, hearing the innkeeper shouting, were familiar with his antics and knew he was simply taking advantage of newcomers. Nevertheless, curiosity compelled them to flock in to witness the spectacle. In the bustling establishment, the proprietor, visibly agitated, insisted, "Pay with spiritual stones for your meal, it is only right. Hurry up and stop with the nonsense." With a calm demeanor, Chen retorted, "I have already provided it. My storage bag is right there." "Not enough. I demand medium-grade spiritual stones." "Medium grade, you say?" Chen laughed derisively. "Do you honestly believe that your so-called stir-fried dragon liver is authentic? It is merely the liver of a first-level demonic beast, the cauliflower snake. Earning 50 low-grade spiritual stones from that dish is already a windfall. And that spicy phoenix marrow, do you think you actually used real phoenix marrow? It is also from a first-level demonic beast, the long-tailed mountain chicken. Selling for 40 low-grade spiritual stones, you at least profited 20. Asking me for medium-grade stones, have you ever even seen one in your life?" The proprietor's facade was shattered, his face turning from purple to black with rage, and in a fit of anger, he hurled his abacus at Chen. Resorting to robbery after failing to deceive, Chen scoffed, raising his arm to block the incoming projectile. Despite being a spiritual tool, the abacus was low-grade and blunt. He was eager to test whether his body, refined through the power of the water of the essence of the universe, could withstand the blow. The proprietor, incredulous that a mere chi refinement stage novice would dare to block his abacus with an arm, laughed in fury. "You little rascal, how dare you underestimate me? Prepare to die." With that, he infused immense spiritual energy into the abacus, which struck Yi Chen's arm with a resounding thud. Onlookers shook their heads, lamenting Yi Chen's folly, unable to bear witnessing the impending disaster. They anticipated the sound of bones breaking and the cries of agony. However, contrary to their expectations, there was no sound of shattering bones or anguished wails. Instead, the clattering of the abacus falling apart and its beads scattering filled the air. What? He actually blocked the full-force strike from the proprietor? The onlookers were astounded. Not only that, but Yi Chen shattered the proprietor's treasured 24-bridge abacus with sheer physical strength. How could a mere chi refinement stage cultivator possess such formidable physical prowess? The proprietor stood in shock, staring at the remnants of his abacus, unable to believe the reality before him. Yi Chen, seemingly unfazed, examined his arm, feeling no discomfort. He couldn't help but mock, "Old man, my body is quite precious. It is not something any random fool can strike. Whether damaged or not, you owe me compensation in spiritual stones. Now, pay up 10,000 spiritual stones. And remember, medium-grade stones. Otherwise, you might as well shut down your shop." The proprietor, heartbroken over the destruction of his spiritual tool, seethed, "You little brat. Not only do you eat without paying, but you also destroy my spiritual instrument. I will settle this score with you." With that, he discarded the remains of the abacus and transformed his palm into a blade, swinging it menacingly at Yi Chen. As the strike descended, onlookers saw not just a hand, but a massive blade over 10 feet long. The air crackled with the sound of wind and thunder as the blade descended, its might enough to rival a mountain. Yi Chen, witnessing this, merely chuckled. "Is that all you've got?" Having read countless tomes in Qinglianwei City, he quickly discerned the nature of the proprietor's technique and its flaws. Extending his fingers, he pointed at the energy-formed giant blade. Boom! The clash of finger and blade created a violent explosion, dispersing into countless shards of energy, which ultimately vanished into nothingness. How absurd! The spectators gasped, astonished as Yi Chen nullified the proprietor's thunderous blade with a single finger. Yet, Yi Chen felt a pang of frustration. He realized he was still lacking, having activated the void-breaking divine ability, but striking the blade at its weakest point still resulted in his own finger being shaken. "I need to learn an offensive spell?" Yi Chen mused internally. At that moment, with the blade shattered, the proprietor, now even more furious, unleashed a flurry of strikes with the thunderous blade, attacking Yi Chen relentlessly. Yi Chen had no choice but to continue employing the void-breaking divine ability, directing his fingers to counter the onslaught of the thunderous blade. The blade struck like lightning, faster than the last, its speed causing trepidation in the hearts of the onlookers. It seemed the proprietor had spent a century mastering blade techniques before becoming a shopkeeper, adept at slicing through anything. Yi Chen's ability to condense his finger strength was noticeably slower. Often, before he could form his technique, the blade would come crashing down, forcing him to respond with half-formed strikes, resulting in a chaotic display. The scene settled into a challenging stalemate, with the proprietor attacking and Yi Chen defending. Yet, it was evident to all that Yi Chen, despite his apparent disarray, was the one managing the situation with remarkable skill. At the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage, Yi Chen condensed his finger strength, albeit slowly, yet every strike precisely targeted the weaknesses of the thunderous blade, neutralizing its power. What a prodigy! In the entire southeastern region, even throughout the entire Jinma domain, such talent was unparalleled. Amidst the chaos, a sudden realization struck Yi Chen. "You wish to learn an offensive spell, right? This thunderous blade is an offensive spell in itself. If I activate my insightful vision, I can perceive the flow of spiritual energy and the technique of controlling it with soul power, thus learning it." With this thought igniting his excitement, Yi Chen immediately activated his insightful vision, observing the spiritual energy pathways and the method of soul power control employed by the proprietor. An offensive spell, in essence, is the art of controlling spiritual energy through soul power. By directing the soul power to manipulate the spiritual energy within the dantian along specific pathways, and then controlling it to take on a specific form for attack. In fact, he had inadvertently developed what he referred to as finger strength, which was also a form of offensive spell, merely without a name. After just one observation, Yi Chen comprehended the essence of the thunderous blade. A few exchanges later, after shattering yet another of the proprietor's strikes, he suddenly shouted, "Have you chopped enough, old dog? Now taste my blade." With that, he extended his arm, shaping his palm into a blade, and conjured a thunderous blade of spiritual energy, roaring forth towards the proprietor. The proprietor, realizing the urgency, hastily raised his blade in defense. But with a resounding crash, his thunderous blade shattered into countless energy fragments. Yet, Yi Chen's blade remained intact, continuing its descent toward the proprietor's head. "Stop!" Yu Zhongguo was taken aback, collapsing to his knees, pleading, "Please, young friend, do not take my life. I was wrong. I no longer desire your spirit stones. I no longer desire them." "Bah!" Ye Chen spat disdainfully, the Fenglai Dao continuing its descent. "You old dog. Even with your life hanging by a thread, you still crave spirit stones. I will provide you with spirit stones. I will indeed provide them. I implore you, spare my life." Upon hearing this, Yu Zhongguo immediately altered his plea. 500 middle-grade spirit stones, present them, and I shall grant you mercy. If you cannot procure them, then you might as well embrace your demise. In the enchanting realm of Ban Yu Chao Yuan, Yi Chen, with cunning wit, returned the favor to his adversary. "You desire to extort 500 mid-grade spiritual stones from me? Very well, I shall demand the same from you. The sum of 500 mid-grade spiritual stones is no trifling matter, equivalent to 50,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Spiritual stones are categorized into 4 grades: low, mid, high, and supreme, in ascending order of value. The conversion unit follows a decimal system. 1 high-grade spiritual stone equates to 100 mid-grade stones or 10,000 low-grade stones. The absence of supreme-grade stones in discourse is due to their legendary status, never having been witnessed in the entire realm of Zhenemo. It is not only the supreme stones that are rarely seen. High-grade stones are seldom displayed. Even mid-grade stones are typically possessed only by affluent merchants, not common currency. I shall comply. However, it must be in low-grade stones. The shopkeeper, Yu, stated as he produced a storage pouch, respectfully tossing it toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen accepted the pouch without inspecting its contents and jested. "So, you old dog, you lack mid-grade stones. I presumed you had a bounty of them." Upon reflection, he thought, "You truly are despicable. You have no mid-grade stones, yet price your menu accordingly. Who can afford your meals, you unscrupulous merchant?" With a thunderous blade suspended above him, Yu's expression turned fearful as he prostrated and pleaded, "Young friend, please verify the number of spiritual stones within the pouch. If accurate, I implore you to cease your magic and spare this old man." Yi Chen, ever vigilant, furrowed his brow at the shopkeeper's words and abruptly tossed the storage pouch into the air. As it ascended, the pouch opened, releasing a flurry of yellow talismans that swirled around Yi Chen at a rapid pace before converging upon him. "Master, be cautious," cried Song Xiaohong, who had been pushed aside by Yi Chen, rushing from the bystanders to shield him. A deafening explosion erupted, flames engulfing the shop, obliterating tables, counters, and cabinets, leaving nothing but ashes in the inferno. The onlookers had already fled outside at the sight of the talismans, horrified and cursing the treacherous Yu for his cunning and deceit. Yet Yu remained unperturbed, brushing off the dust from his knees, coldly mocking his own shop as he declared, "You think you can outmatch me, boy? You are still quite inexperienced." However, as soon as he spoke, a chilling laughter echoed from above. "Is that so? Let us see who is truly inexperienced." Before the words settled, a golden wind and thunder blade, imbued with overwhelming spiritual power, descended from the sky. "You have survived." Yu knelt once more, desperately lifting 2 wind and thunder blades to block Yi Chen's onslaught. How did he escape? The onlookers were bewildered. In the chaos, they had only seen the talismans converge on Yi Chen before the explosion occurred, unaware of his escape with Song Xiaohong cradled in his arm. "Do you wish for my demise?" Yi Chen mused coldly, wielding the blade with resolve, prepared to return the malice he had received. With a powerful strike, the wind and thunder blades surged forward, shattering Yu's defenses and engulfing him in a torrent of energy. "Ah!" Yu screamed as he was reduced to mere fragments, vaporized into nothingness. With a casual flick of his hand, a spatial ring emerged from the remnants of energy, landing in Yi Chen's palm. "How unfortunate!" he exclaimed, astonished at the meager sum of spiritual stones within the ring. The esteemed shopkeeper possessed only a few thousand stones. Alongside the spiritual stones lay meager treasures such as spiritual herbs, elixirs, weapons, talismans, and refining materials, insufficient and pitiful. "Let us depart." Yi Chen instructed Song Xiaohong, who readily complied. "Yes, I will heed your words." Earlier, she had bravely stepped forth, intending to sacrifice herself to shield Yi Chen from harm. believing she would surely perish. Little did she know, Yi Chen had evaded danger with her in his embrace, soaring away from the explosion's epicenter, rendering her sacrifice unnecessary. Yet, Yi Chen sensed her willingness to sacrifice and, in a moment of escape, pressed a tender kiss against her lips. I am truly fortunate. Song Xiaohong felt an overwhelming sweetness as she nestled in Yi Chen's embrace. In less than a breath, they journeyed deep into the mountains, arriving at a serene grassland. Under the azure sky and fluffy clouds, lush pastures thrived, home to a multitude of first-grade herbivorous demon beasts. The most valuable acquisition from Yu's spatial ring was not the spiritual stones or elixirs, but rather a map detailing the distribution of demon beasts. This highland grassland, known as Ban Yu Chao Yuan, was a paradise for first-grade herbivorous demon beasts and a hunting ground for second- and third-grade carnivorous beasts. However, it remained a forbidden zone for human cultivators due to the overwhelming presence of demon beasts. Individually, first-grade herbivorous demon beasts possessed combat prowess comparable to that of a human cultivator in the Qi refining stage, posing little threat. However, when hundreds or thousands of them banded together under the leadership of a second- or third-grade herbivorous beast, their collective strength could be terrifying, even deterring late-stage golden core cultivators. Yi Chen had no intention of provoking them. His aim was to locate the second- and third-grade carnivorous beasts that preyed upon the solitary herbivorous ones. These beasts often concealed themselves within the forest's edge, waiting for opportunities to strike. Embracing Song Xiaohong, Yi Chen soared through the air, scouting for any isolated first-grade herbivorous demon beasts. Soon enough, he spotted a solitary elk straying from its herd, blissfully wandering toward the grassland's edge. In the forest, a second-grade spotted leopard stealthily approached. Lurking among the tall grass, poised to launch a surprise attack, Yi Chen swiftly flew toward the leopard, preempting its strike with a decisive move. A resounding crash reverberated through the air. A newly acquired Fenglei Dao was wielded with precision, descending from the heavens to decisively cleave the head of the leopard. The beast, consumed by its fixation on the Mi Lu, remained oblivious to the treachery from above, resulting in a swift and brutal demise. As the creature's body crumpled to the ground, Yi Chen hastily descended to gather the spattering blood of the leopard. In the realm of demonic beasts, every part, save for their excrement, is a treasure, including their blood, and not a single drop should be squandered. In her fervent collection of the beast's blood, Yi Chen inadvertently overlooked Song Xiaohong. 6 black jackals, led by Song Xiaohong, swiftly lunged at the startled elk, intent on slaying it. The elk, terrified, emitted frantic bleats calling for its companions while it desperately fled. The herd was not far away, and upon hearing the calls, the lead elk raised its head and immediately issued a command for collective action, leading over 100 male elk to charge towards Song Xiaohong. Unaware of the peril, she mistakenly believed that a first-level demon beast was an easy target and boldly pursued her attack. The unfortunate elk was captured and stored in her storage ring, but this left her unable to ascend on her sword, resulting in her encirclement by the elk herd. The enraged elk, led by their leader, bellowed furiously and charged at Song Xiaohong without fear of death. It was only then that she realized her grave mistake, and in a panic, she cried out, "Young master, save me." Yi Chen had just collected the leopard's blood when he heard Song Xiaohong's desperate plea. Turning back, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Over 100 male elk, adorned with long antlers, were charging furiously towards Song Xiaohong, reminiscent of an army of thousands, their hooves thundering and sending grass and wet earth flying in their wake. With no time to spare, Yi Chen swiftly employed his sword control technique, moving at a speed 10 times that of a typical Qi refinement stage, and lifted Song Xiaohong away just before the elk could collide with her, taking her into the air. A close call. Holding Song Xiaohong and looking down at the furious herd of elk beneath, Yi Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Thank you for saving my life," Song Xiaohong gasped, still shaken. Had he been even a moment later, her body might have been pierced by the elk's antlers. "What thanks? You are my woman. It is only right for me to save you," Yi Chen replied, tenderly brushing her disheveled bangs and long hair aside. Seizing the moment, Song Xiaohong leaned her head against Yi Chen's shoulder, appearing blissfully content. "Young master, how fortunate I am to have met you in this lifetime. Come, let us go that way." Yi Chen gestured in a direction where a small pack of black jackals was actively hunting a group of over 10 first-level herbivorous demon beasts, the wild bulls. The pack consisted of 6 jackals, with the Black Jackal King being a 3rd-level demon beast, while the other 5 were 2nd level. This scenario was akin to a human golden core cultivator leading 5 foundational cultivators against a dozen chi refinement stage foes. As they approached the hunting scene, Chen did not descend immediately, but instructed Song Xiaohong, Sister Hong, "When we land, you will handle the wild bulls, and I will take on the black jackals. We shall work in tandem. Once we finish this task, we can return to Kuei-Nyo Town. Young master, will it be all right for me to confront those herbivorous demon beasts again? I worry I may still be haunted by the elk attack." Song Xiaohong expressed her concern. "Are you foolish? Where would there be another herd of wild bulls nearby? Just those few below." Chen chuckled. "I cannot handle even those few." Song Xiaohong protested. "You can manage just one of me. It will take you 2 hours, right?" Chen teased. "Young master, you sound just like a naive child," Song Xiaohong retorted playfully. "I am not joking. Besides, it is you who confronts me and Wan Yin and battles against the Saintess Linghan and Bing Air. You take 2 hours for that. Haha, I love hearing that." Chen chuckled, tightening his grip on Song Xiaohong's shoulder. "But look below. Are there still 10 wild bulls?" Song Xiaohong found herself speechless. In the brief exchange, half of the wild bulls had already fallen, their necks bitten through by the black jackals, lying lifeless in the grass. The 5 second-level black jackals were mercilessly slaughtering the wild bulls, who realized they could not withstand the jackals and lost the will to resist, each thinking only of escape. However, the more they focused on fleeing, the quicker they met their demise. Those that were slow were killed by the second-level jackals, while the faster ones fell to the 3rd-level black jackals' encirclement. Ultimately, none could escape the tightening noose. Once only 3 wild bulls remained, Chen urged, "Let us go, descend." With that, he and Song Xiaohong swooped down. Upon landing, Song Xiaohong hesitated for a moment, waiting for Chen to distract the 2nd-level jackals before she charged at the remaining wild bulls. Though timid, she possessed the formidable strength of a peak foundational cultivator. Having learned a suitable sword technique for her cultivation stage, she unleashed a flurry of attacks on one wild bull. Despite its tough hide and resilience, it succumbed after a dozen strikes, collapsing into a pool of blood. Triumphant, Song Xiaohong stored the slain wild bull in her ring. She had prepared a large barrel specifically for collecting beast blood, unlike Chen, who had to gather it on the spot. However, when she turned to the other 2 wild bulls, they had already fled 100 yards in opposite directions, frightened out of their wits. In a panic, she took to her sword and pursued one of them, filled with regret. The young master had asked her to handle 3 wild bulls, and she was struggling to even manage 2. Losing one meant losing precious spirit stones. Indeed, one wild bull managed to escape. After Song Xiaohong killed the 2nd wild bull, the other had vanished without a trace. She dared not pursue further, as her concerns for Chen grew. Alone, he faced the 6 black jackals, and the Black Jackal King's strength was at least at the peak golden core level, making the confrontation quite arduous. The 6 black jackals had him encircled in a tight formation, coordinating their attacks under the leadership of the 3rd-level black jackal, executing a strategy that was impressively synchronized, akin to a well-rehearsed battle formation. Chen struggled to inflict even a scratch upon them while narrowly avoiding injury himself. Seeing this, Song Xiaohong worried for Chen's safety and was about to rush to his aid when he called out, "Sister Hong, don't come over. First, collect the wild bulls that have been killed by the jackals, then ascend into the air and use your spells to attack their rear." "Understood," Song Xiaohong replied quickly, moving to gather the fallen wild bulls into her storage ring. Then, soaring through the skies on her sword, she arrived above Chen's head, prepared to launch an attack. However, she was abruptly confronted with a grave issue. She had been wholly engrossed in mastering the Pafeng sword technique recently and had yet to practice any spells, rendering her incapable of long-range assaults. "Young master, I haven't learned any spells yet. How am I supposed to attack them?" Song Xiaohong nearly burst into tears. "Approach the rear of the 2nd-level black boar, ensuring your own safety, and strike with your sword's radiance against their posterior," Chen instructed. "Oh," Song Xiaohong comprehended and immediately soared to the back of the black boar, lowering her altitude. She drew a spirit sword and aimed it at the hindquarters of one 2nd-level black boar, delivering a swift strike. With great force, Song Xiaohong had just refined her sword light to a length of 3 feet, limiting her attack range. This thrust, however, fell just short, failing to strike its target. Nevertheless, the black jackal that had been attacked clearly sensed the imminent threat and retreated a step, attempting to evade. Chen's technique, specifically designed to exploit the vulnerabilities of his foes, allowed him to keenly detect the momentary lapse in coordination among the black jackals. Seizing this rare opportunity, Chen did not hesitate to unleash a swift-wind thunderblade, which swiftly cleaved into the head of the black jackal. The creature howled in agony, staggering back and refraining from charging into the fray once more. Recognizing the fleeting chance, Song Xiaohong thrust her sword again, unleashing a golden sword light that pierced with a whistling sound, impaling the unfortunate black jackal. Its cries echoed, and despite its desperate attempts to withstand the assault, it ultimately succumbed. Ecstatic, Song Xiaohong waved her hand, collecting the beast into her spatial ring. Observing the emergence of a new adversary, the black jackal king let out a long howl, summoning two of its companions to respond and flank Song Xiaohong. However, as she hovered in the air, they were unable to reach her, resorting only to furious howls. With the two black jackals now facing her directly, Song Xiaohong lost the element of surprise and could no longer assist Chen, her anxiety mounting. "Young master, I can no longer aid you. What shall we do?" Chen, however, replied with a smile, "Your ability to distract two black jackals is assistance enough. Continue to confront them. I will resolve matters here shortly. You jest at a time like this," Song Xiaohong retorted, exasperated. "When is it?" "It is the moment I display my might," Chen declared with a laugh, striking downwards at the black jackal king with a mighty wind thunderblade. The black jackal king nimbly retreated, while the other two second-tier black jackals lunged at Chen from behind. This was the black jackal's triangular combat strategy. Whenever Chen targeted one, the other two would swiftly intervene. "Excellent," Chen bellowed suddenly, wielding the wind thunderblade against the black jackal king while simultaneously producing a simple wooden sword, pointing it at the two second-tier black jackals. "Sword technique," he shouted, merging with his sword to transform into a streak of light that shot towards one of the black jackals. The creature barely had time to let out a mournful cry before it burst into a cloud of blood mist. "Damn, that was excessive," Chen cursed, regretting the overwhelming force of his attack. In pursuit of maximum lethality, he had utilized tenfold cultivation speed, resulting in devastating damage. The second-tier black jackal left nothing behind but its demon core, with its flesh and bones obliterated, an immense loss of spirit stones. Collecting the demon core, Chen's gaze fell upon the remaining two black jackals, glimmering with avarice. The black jackal king, witnessing its companion's demise, grew even more frenzied, howling as it charged at Chen without hesitation. Chen refrained from employing his sword technique again. Though powerful, it was also taxing. Risking depletion of his spiritual and soul energy, he resorted to the family's basic sword technique, pitting his strength against the two black jackals. With one less black jackal, the triangular formation was disrupted, easing the pressure on Chen considerably. The black jackal king, sensing the shift, howled once more, a sound rife with fury and defiance. The two black jackals, previously held at bay by Song Xiaohong, glanced back upon hearing their king's call, and one withdrew to join the black jackal king in facing Chen. Chen found himself ensnared once more within the triangular formation, unable to dispatch any of the black jackals easily. Meanwhile, Song Xiaohong, having relaxed, landed and employed her newly acquired sword techniques against the second-tier black jackal. Though not yet proficient, she matched the black jackal in a fierce contest, neither side gaining the upper hand initially. However, as time progressed, Song Xiaohong began to gain an advantage through her relentless practice, landing several strikes upon the black jackal. On Chen's end, after a prolonged struggle without the use of his sword technique, he found himself utterly exhausted, realizing he could not afford such a toll for mere beast flesh. Thus, he resolved to employ his sword technique once more to eliminate the two second-tier black jackals. Just as he was about to act, a sudden cry of distress echoed from Song Xiaohong's side. She had successfully struck. Her sword penetrated the black jackal's mouth, driving through to its brain and killing it instantly. Song Xiaohong collected her prize and, concerned for Chen, joined him in battle against a black jackal. Her arrival disrupted the triangular formation, enabling Chen to exploit the opening and drive his sword into the belly of the remaining second-tier black jackal. The creature howled in pain, retreating from the fight, further alleviating the pressure on Chen, who then turned his full attention to the black jackal king. As a pinnacle third-tier demon beast, the black jackal king stood just a step away from fourth tier, boasting combat capabilities that surpassed even those of peak golden core human practitioners. While Chen could hold his ground against it, achieving a decisive blow remained a challenge. Conversely, Song Xiaohong easily subdued her second-tier black jackal, continuously wounding it. In less than a joss-stick's time, she had slain the creature, then pursued the one Chen had injured, dispatching it as well. Having felled 4 second-tier black jackals in quick succession, Song Xiaohong felt as if she were dreaming, her body swaying unsteadily. Just as she contemplated resting, she turned to see Chen still locked in combat with the Black Jackal King, prompting her to muster her strength and charge towards him. Hongjia, take a moment to rest. You cannot assist against this formidable foe. You might only find yourself harmed. When Chen saw Song Xiaohong rushing towards her, she feared for her safety and hesitated to allow her to intervene. But I cannot merely stand by. Song Xiaohong felt a deep sense of unease, unable to assist Chen. Just watch. Once you have recuperated, I shall bring this beast down. At that point, we will have the strength to pursue our endeavors. Chen jested, always joking, never taking things seriously. What kind of place is this? In broad daylight, where could we possibly do that? Song Xiaohong retorted, with the sky as our blanket and the earth as our bed, we can engage anywhere. Ha ha ha. Chen laughed, wielding her wooden sword to execute a move reminiscent of severing a river, unleashing hundreds of sword shadows towards the Haichai Wang. In the midst of the fierce battle, the formidable Haichai Wang momentarily staggered, poised to retaliate, when Chen swiftly pointed a finger, unleashing a brilliant beam of sword light. The glimmer flickered and vanished, striking the beast's abdomen from the side with a resounding thud. The dark fur was instantly stained crimson, yet it was evident that the blow did not strike a vital point. The beast merely retreated a couple of steps before unleashing a furious roar. Lunging once more at Chen, baring its fangs, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. Seizing the opportunity, Chen executed a sweeping motion, conjuring hundreds of sword shadows that cascaded towards Haichai Wang, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. As the beast faltered, Chen pointed again, sending a flash of sword light directly towards its brow. The Haichai Wang emitted a cry of anguish, exhibiting a mix of rage and apprehension, now wary of advancing carelessly. Chen, relentless, denied the beast any opportunity to counterattack, employing another technique to create a myriad of sword shadows that slashed upwards with a thunderous force, reminiscent of a waterfall cascading downwards, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Enveloped in the radiant sword light, the Haichai Wang howled in distress, but Chen capitalized on its retreat, launching several more beams of sword light that pierced its robust form, each leaving gaping wounds. Young master, you're incredible. Keep it up, exclaimed Song Xiaohong, seated on the grass, reveling in the spectacle of Chen's prowess. Encouraged by her applause, Chen's spirit soared, executing a combination of close-range attacks with his wooden sword and long-range strikes with the sword light, relentlessly inflicting damage upon the Haichai Wang. As the battle reached its climax, the Haichai Wang, drenched in blood and utterly defeated, could no longer muster an effective defense. Seizing the moment, Chen summoned a wind and thunderblade, extending a full yard in length, and brought it crashing down upon the beast's head. Die, he bellowed. Young master, you look so handsome. Song Xiaohong cheered from the sidelines. The blade struck true, splattering blood, and eliciting a horrific wail from the Haichai Wang, which stumbled backward. Take another slice from me. Chen shouted, conjuring a shorter wind and thunderblade, aimed at the beast once more. Why is that blade half as short? Song Xiaohong inquired, puzzled. Unbeknownst to her, Chen had previously expended significant spiritual energy in his earlier sword techniques, and his current ability to summon a half-yard-long blade was his utmost limit. Hee hee, Chen chuckled nonchalantly. This is my sage time. Having even half is quite fortunate. Sage time? What is that? Song Xiaohong, naive to such terminology, asked innocently. You will understand soon enough, haha. Chen laughed heartily as he struck again. The already severely wounded Haichai Wang could no longer maintain its stance, howling in defeat before crashing to the ground. Cease the attack. Mission accomplished. Chen declared triumphantly, stowing the Haichai Wang into his storage ring and embracing the jubilant Song Xiaohong, leaning in for a kiss. The following dawn, in a guest room of a tavern in Kuei-Nyo town, Chen playfully remarked, Sister Hong, weren't you curious about what sage time is? I am embodying it right now, Young master, you are truly mischievous. Aren't you concerned about being overheard and becoming a laughingstock? Song Xiaohong retorted. Overheard? Do you think anyone can breach my isolation array? It's a third-tier array. Even an infant in the nascent soul stage would merely stare in astonishment. Such prowess, young master. Song Xiaohong gushed, her admiration evident. Indeed, Yi Chen boasted after arriving last night. We battled for 2 hours. How could that not be impressive? However, you were not lacking either. Our successful hunt of 6 Haichai was largely due to your cooperation. Without you, I might not have even plucked a single fur. Song Xiaohong humbly shook her head. Young master, I am well aware of my own limitations. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to defeat even a single wild cow. We have had a significant haul this time. Enough to earn a substantial amount of spirit stones. Come, let us rise and sell our spoils, hee. Yi Chen chuckled as he sprang out of bed. But we didn't steal or rob anything. What spoils are you talking about? You never speak seriously. Song Xiaohong lamented, following suit. After a day of battle, they had only checked into the inn late at night. And now Yi Chen had kept her occupied for 2 hours. She was almost at her own sage time. The two dismantled the array, vacated the room, and soared towards Mingzhou on their swords. As a grand city, Mingzhou boasted establishments dedicated to the purchase and processing of beast carcasses and monster cores. Every part of a demon beast is valuable. From skin and flesh to bones, and even blood, there is no shortage of demand. The pricing for beast corpses was standardized throughout the city. 1,000 spirit stones for a first-tier beast, 2,000 for a second-tier, 4,000 for a third-tier, and 8,000 for a fourth-tier. Yi Chen and Song Xiaohong had collected a first-tier elk, 13 first-tier wild cows, which fetched them a total of 14,000 spirit stones. They also had a second-tier spotted leopard and 5 Haichai, which earned them 12,000 spirit stones. The third-tier Haichai Wang brought in an additional 4,000 spirit stones. Furthermore, 5 buckets of beast blood netted them 20,000 spirit stones. Yet, the most valuable monster core remained unsold, as Yi Chen was capable of purifying it himself, doubling its worth. A fool would sell it as is. With 300,000 spirit stones in hand, Yi Chen turned to Song Xiaohong and said, "We are quite wealthy now. Let us dine out." "No." Song Xiaohong shook her head vigorously, the first time she had ever rejected Yi Chen's invitation. "I refuse to dine out again. I fear the innkeeper will take advantage of us." We did not fall prey to the innkeeper. Rather, we were the ones who took advantage of him. "Why does this still haunt you?" Yi Chen replied. "Regardless, I want to go." "If you wish to go, then go alone," Song Xiaohong insisted. "Then we shall not go. How about we visit the merchant guild instead?" Yi Chen proposed. "Why the merchant guild?" Song Xiaohong queried, puzzled. Yi Chen replied, "Having struck our first bucket of gold, we must utilize it to earn even more spirit stones." "How do we continue earning spirit stones?" Song Xiaohong asked with curiosity. "Follow me, and you shall naturally discover," Yi Chen said, intending to show her firsthand rather than explain, as she had not witnessed his previous enhancement of elixirs. 2 individuals arrived at Mingzhou Hehuan Mall, sifting through various items, ultimately purchasing materials for crafting first-grade array flags, with the intention of returning to learn the art of their creation. Subsequently, they made their way to the hall dedicated to the sale of spiritual elixirs. Within the hall, first, second, and third-grade elixirs occupied the majority of the space, while the counter for the highest grade, fourth-grade elixirs was tragically small, tucked away in a corner. Devoid of enchanting sales clerks and lacking an eye-catching sign. An elderly man, with hair turned gray and a scruffy beard, sat behind the counter, appearing listless, occasionally stifling yawns, with tears streaming down his face. As Yi Chen arrived at the Linghan hall, he made a beeline for the old man's counter. "Young master, that is the 4th-grade Linghan counter. It does not hold the pills we require," Song Xiaohong cautioned. Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. "What I seek is precisely the 4th-grade Linghan." Upon the counter, 5 varieties of Linghan were displayed, primarily for nourishing the soul, Yuan Yang, and Yuan Ying. Each type was scarce, with only a dozen or so available. It was no wonder that such a large marketplace could not offer more superior Linghan. In the entire Zhenmou, 4th-grade superior Linghan had been revered by cultivators as a treasure, a rare find indeed. As for the legendary 4th-grade top-tier Linghan, it was a myth, existing only in tales, and if it were to exist, it would be virtually priceless. Approaching the counter, Yi Chen did not inquire about the prices of the pills. Instead, he asked the old man, "Sir, do you accept 4th-grade superior and top-tier Linghan for exchange?" The old man, blinking his bleary eyes and wiping away sleep, regarded Yi Chen as if he were a monster and scoffed, "Kid, If you had 4th grade superior and top-tier Lingdan, I would take as many as you have. But I fear you would be left crying. Just for your information, sir, Chen replied with a smile, what would be the price for the exchange? Kid, the gathering Chi Dan, returning spirit Dan, and lovely maidens are over at that counter. Don't waste my time with nonsense. I am busy trying to catch some sleep, the old man said impatiently, gesturing to another counter. The other side offered 1st grade Lingdan, suitable for those in the gathering Chi stage. Even Song Xiaohong thought Yi Chun was being a bit excessive and tugged at his hand, whispering, young master, let us go? You do not possess 4th grade superior or top-tier Lingdan. Why discuss their exchange? She was exasperated, can't you see? This shopkeeper is at the Yuaning stage and an elder of the Hehuan Zone, not like that Golden Dan shopkeeper from Kuainyo town. You cannot negotiate with him. It's fine. Yi Chen continued to smile, producing a storage ring. He said to the old man, sir, you have 5 types of 4th grade inferior Lingdan, priced at 50,000 each. Here is 250,000 Ling stones. Please give me one of each variety. The old man was taken aback, accepting the storage ring and probing it with his divine sense. His demeanor improved significantly, and he became more amiable. Young friend, who is your master? Why do you need so many 4th grade Lingdan? Have you suffered any Dao injuries? Would you like me to personally examine and refine specific pills for your treatment? I have no master, nor has anyone suffered Dao injuries, Yi Chen chuckled. I simply find these 4th grade Lingdan of poor quality, a waste of precious materials. I intend to purchase a few to enhance their quality and then return to sell them to you. The old man grew impatient again, handing Yi Chen a porcelain bottle. What nonsense are you spouting? There is no way to improve the quality of finished pills. Here are the 5 4th grade inferior Lingdan you requested. Take them. Yi Chen accepted the porcelain bottle, examining its contents with his divine sense, and said with a smile, sir, just if, I truly had 4th grade superior and top-tier Lingdan, what price would you offer for their exchange? The old man replied gruffly, if you truly had them, then without a doubt, the superior ones would fetch 80,000, and the top-tier ones would be 100,000. Even for the middle grade, I would offer you 60,000. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen beamed, sir, we shall meet again. After collecting the porcelain bottle, he took Song Xiaohong and exited the Lingdan hall. In high spirits, Yi Chen, accompanied by Song Xiaohong, flew towards the inn where they were staying on his sword. The exchange price for a top-tier 4th grade Lingdan was 100,000, totaling 500,000 for 5. After deducting the initial investment, he would net a profit of 250,000. How could one not prosper with such prospects? Yi Chen mused. Once back in his room, he activated the protective and isolation arrays and immediately commenced the process of purifying the Lingdan. With prior experience, he successfully refined one within half an hour, elevating its quality to superior. To enhance his gains, he inscribed 4 Dan patterns upon it, raising its quality to top tier. As Yi Chen transformed an inferior Lingdan into a top tier 1, Song Xiaohong watched in astonishment, captivated by this young man she admired so deeply. His remarkable skills at such a tender age were truly breathtaking. Reflecting on their earlier conversation in the Lingdan hall regarding the exchange price for Lingdan, her heart raced. In just half an hour, he had earned 50,000 Ling stones, enough to purchase a foundational martial skill or spell. 2 hours later, Yi Chen completed the quality enhancement of the 5 Ling Dawn, exhaling a long breath of relief. Young master, what kind of divine technique is this? How can you elevate inferior Lingdan to top tier? Song Xiaohong asked curiously while wiping the sweat from his forehead. It is the Lingdan purification technique, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. I have never heard of it, but it sounds impressive. Song Xiaohong gazed at him with admiration. Next, Yi Chen decided to attempt crafting an array flag. He retrieved the materials for creating the array flag, some preliminarily processed first-grade beast skins, tendons, bones, and metal materials. How do we craft it? Song Xiaohong inquired with curiosity. Just watch, Yi Chen replied, spreading his palm to summon the Lihua energy from the Bagua plate, forming a flame in his hand. Spirit fire. Song Xiaohong exclaimed joyfully. Young master, you understand fire control techniques? It is merely a minor spell, nothing to be overly impressed about, Yi Chen dismissed. I want to learn too. Song Xiaohong's cheeks flushed with excitement, her eyes filled with anticipation. Not a problem. I will teach you shortly, Yi Chen assured her, presenting the materials before him. He then summoned the spirit fire to begin the forging process. Yi Chen's method for crafting the array flag differed from ordinary array masters. While typical array masters first place the bones and metal materials into a furnace to forge the flagpole, followed by crafting the flag surface from beast skin and binding it with tendons, and finally inscribing array patterns. Chen directly infused all materials into the spirit fire for simultaneous refining, creating the flag surface, flagpole, and inscribing the array patterns all in one go. This required immense spiritual power to support such an endeavor. The essence of soul power not only lies in the mastery of spirit flames and the regulation of temperature, which varies according to the materials being refined, but also in the meticulous control of their fusion, including the precise proportions and degrees of amalgamation. The most challenging aspect, however, is the engraving of the array patterns. This requires the initial etching of intricate designs onto the flagpole and flag surface using metallic spirit energy, followed by the infusion of hollow divine inscriptions into these patterns with soul power. In summary, this method of refinement is uniquely suited to him, as others would find it insurmountable. After approximately an hour, Chen finally completed his task, successfully crafting 10 first-level array flags in a single, flawless formation. In a moment of urgency, Xiaohong was apprehended. With a playful smile, Chen handed 10 formation flags to Song Xiaohong, stating, "Sister Hong, I present these flags to you. They may not hold much practical value, but they are the first formation flags I crafted, making them quite significant." As Song Xiaohong examined the flags, her eyes lit up with joy. "Young master, please teach me how to arrange formations. Otherwise, these flags would merely gather dust here." "Indeed." Chen nodded enthusiastically. "I shall sketch a few formation diagrams for you, but there will be a cost." "Is it that again?" "Young master, this is becoming too frequent. It cannot be good for your health. You are still young and need to grow. We have many days ahead of us." Song Xiaohong chided playfully, a hint of shyness on her face. "How mundane." Chen laughed. "You misunderstand me. The cost I require is merely for you to procure some materials for crafting formation flags, not anything else. You truly are incorrigible, being an adult, yet still so playful. Purchasing materials for crafting formation flags hardly qualifies as a cost," Song Xiaohong teased, extending her hand. "Hand over the spirit stones, and I shall assist you in the purchase." Chen promptly produced a spatial ring, handing over all 50,000 spirit stones to Song Xiaohong, along with a piece of leather parchment, cautioning her, "Purchase according to the instructions on the parchment, and be sure to discern the materials carefully. Do not fall prey to unscrupulous merchants." "Rest assured, I am not a mere child," Song Xiaohong replied with a smile as she departed. Chen took a moment to restore his energy. To his dismay, with his current soul power at 100 levels of Linghan, he found himself utterly drained after the recent upheavals. Once Song Xiaohong left, he activated both the protective and isolation formations to commence his recuperative cultivation. After an hour of meditation, he had regained only a fraction of his soul power when he sensed a disturbance from his communication jade. "Chen, your woman is in our custody. If you wish to see her alive, hurry to Kuei town, 500 miles east of the city." Before he could absorb the entirety of the message, a sudden dizziness overwhelmed him. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang up and vanished from his location. In Kuei town, within a small tavern managed by the shopkeeper Yu, 3 elderly men sat solemnly amidst a disheveled hall. The eldest among them, appearing over 60, was emaciated, resembling a mere skin stretched over bones. Despite his frail appearance, he was undeniably at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, comparable to the fierce black boar king. The other 2 men flanked him, short and portly, seemingly intent on contrasting with the gaunt elder. One had a double chin that sagged almost to his chest, while the other bore a peculiar shape, with excess flesh accumulating on his chest, sagging down to his abdomen. Behind them, Song Xiaohong was bound with a binding rope, resembling a rice dumpling, carelessly discarded on the ground. She seemed to have been rendered mute, her mouth agape but unable to speak, tears streaming down her face. "Boss, what if that kid doesn't show up?" the portly man with the double chin inquired. "Do not worry. Based on the information we possess, that kid values loyalty. He will come for his woman," the thin elder asserted confidently. "But what if he doesn't?" the double chin pressed. "There is no what if. My confidence is unwavering," the thin elder replied, exuding authority that the other 2 lacked. "I doubt he will come," the portly elder with the sagging chest interjected. "On what grounds do you make that assertion?" the thin elder asked, somewhat irritated. "Because if I were in his shoes, I would rather endure anything than take such a risk," the portly elder explained. That's why you are not cut from the same cloth. The thin elder retorted dismissively. Such self-serving individuals could never comprehend the noble actions of those who prioritize loyalty and sacrifice. Indeed, the portly elder laughed. If I were aligned with that kid, we wouldn't have captured that girl today, but rather myself. By heavens, he truly has arrived, exclaimed the double chin, swearing in surprise. The thin elder glanced toward the entrance. Indeed, that kid has come. Are you three looking for me? Chen called out boldly from outside. Release her and confront me directly, young master. Upon hearing Chen's voice, Song Xiaohong felt a mix of astonishment and joy. She was thrilled that he cared for her, risking danger to come. Yet, she was alarmed that he was alone, knowing he could not possibly contend with 3 late-stage Golden Core opponents. After all, he had struggled against a single third-level Black Boar King and 2 second-level Black Boars. These 3 were evidently more formidable. The thin elder rose, stroking his sparse yellow beard. Young man, as the ancients say, debts must be repaid. For the murder of my brother, the tavern keeper, my brothers and I demand your lives in return. Fair, is it not? Chen surveyed the tavern's sign, recalling the incident where he had slain a tavern keeper here, and chuckled. I have never heard such an ancient saying. I only know that in the pursuit of treasure, the more, the better. Humph. The portly elder snorted derisively, standing as well, his excess flesh jiggling unpleasantly. If I were you, I would either stay home or surrender meekly to avoid suffering. Chen glanced at the elder, retorting, I never imagined you possessed such peculiar tastes. Had I known, I would have brought you 3 pounds of fresh offerings. Laughter erupted from the onlookers who had gathered nearby. What are you laughing at? I told him to stay home, not that I want to eat. The portly elder's face flushed with embarrassment as he instinctively adjusted his trousers. I cannot waste time with idle chatter. Avenge the tavern keeper. The double chin rose, seizing Song Xiaohong by the arms and neck, thrusting her toward the entrance while grinning malevolently at Chen. Kid, cripple your cultivation and kneel to await your demise, and I shall spare your woman. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to snap her neck. Chen regarded the double chin with cold eyes, filled with pity. Old dog, do you believe that before you break her neck, yours will not be the first to snap? Before the double chin could retort, a sudden crack echoed, and he felt an excruciating pain shoot through his body, leaving him breathless. He attempted to utter a final word, but it was lost as his hefty frame collapsed into the dust. As the soul power was nearly depleted, Chen took his place beside Song Xiaohong, wrapping his arm around her waist and using his wooden sword to sever the ropes that bound her. The ropes, forged from spiritual energy, crumbled before his sword as if they were mere straw. Here, take this. It is the economic price extracted from that old dog who threatened you, Chen said, tossing a bloody severed finger onto the ground, while removing the spatial ring from it and handing it to Song Xiaohong. A wave of discomfort washed over her, and she felt the urge to retch, even more so to weep. Did you all see how that young man killed that old fellow? An onlooker inquired of another bystander. It was too swift, impossible to comprehend, came the unanimous response, their tone and content strikingly similar. You 2 old hounds. Weren't you supposed to take my life to pay for your brother? Why are you not coming to collect? To save Song Xiaohong, Chen had resorted to using sword control techniques, defeating the second elder with 10-fold cultivation speed, leaving him nearly drained of soul energy. To intimidate the other 2 elders, he pointed his sword at them, his expression a terrifying blend of fury and savagery, resembling a madman. The thin elder's face turned ashen, silently cursing, wondering which informant had failed to mention the terrifying combat prowess of this young man. The speed at which he killed was such that even a Yuaning stage expert might struggle to withstand it. Good. The thin elder exchanged a glance with the stooped elder and shouted, drawing his sword and pointing it toward the sky. A beam of sword light shot upwards, crashing into the roof with a thunderous sound, creating a large hole. Retreat. The onlookers assumed the old man was preparing to unleash a powerful attack and braced themselves for the spectacle. To their astonishment, both he and the stooped elder dashed through the hole, transforming into beams of light and fleeing without a backward glance. This unexpected twist left the spectators feeling profoundly disappointed, as they had hoped for a more thrilling conclusion. They had anticipated a confrontation, only for the adversaries to escape as soon as the fight began. How could they show their faces in the southeastern region again? In stark contrast to the spectators' regrets, Chen breathed a sigh of relief. They fled. Thank goodness. Had they not escaped, even a single duel would have spelled disaster for him. Exhaustion of soul energy could indeed be fatal. Sister Hong, take me back, Chen whispered in Song Xiaohong's ear. She had already sensed his weakness and nodded in agreement. The spatial ring had been snatched by the thin elder, so she could only retrieve a flying sword from the second elder's ring and, together with Chen, soared toward Mingzhou City. In the guest room of Mingzhou, Chen entered a state of cultivation once more, requiring at least 10 hours to restore his depleted soul energy to its original state. Song Xiaohong chose to remain indoors as well. The materials for forging array flags were of little concern. Preserving their lives was paramount. The three old men from Kuei-Nyo town appeared to seek revenge for the shopkeeper, yet their true origins were highly suspect. Mingzhou was not Diqiu City and did not prohibit combat. Had they genuinely sought vengeance for the shopkeeper, they could have easily acted in Mingzhou without needing to capture Song Xiaohong to lure Chen to Kuei-Nyo town. Their choice to refrain from attacking in Mingzhou must have stemmed from some other motivation or background. If their intent was to eliminate Chen, it was not solely for the shopkeeper named Yu. Thus, their origins could likely be narrowed down to two possibilities: the Zhengdao alliance or those sycophants of Linghan, such as Ling Xiao. Regardless of their origins, they posed a significant threat to both Chen and Song Xiaohong. Therefore, taking refuge in the inn, protected by defensive formations, was the most prudent course of action. With Song Xiaohong unable to venture outside, she focused on solidifying her cultivation while also practicing spells. The martial arts and spell books she had purchased were in the spatial ring seized by the thin elder. However, the second elder's ring contained many martial arts and spell texts suitable for foundation-building practitioners. The two remained in the guest room for an entire month. During this time, Song Xiaohong successfully mastered a spell known as Qi Yin Zhang and perfected the already refined Pafeng sword technique. After supplementing Chen's energy 4 times, she successfully formed her golden core. Chen, meanwhile, dedicated his efforts to condensing divine patterns, covering the basic, intermediate, and advanced levels. His speed in condensing these patterns improved dramatically. He could complete basic patterns in the blink of an eye, intermediate patterns in a single breath, and even advanced patterns within 10 breaths. By the end of the month, he had meticulously categorized the divine patterns he had worked hard to condense and stored them in the Kuei Tan Shin Pan, amassing a considerable collection of all 3 levels. Among them were over 3,000 advanced array patterns used to dismantle the entrance formations of secret realms. Now, if he so desired, he could set up a level 3 formation with a mere wave of his hand. This was tantamount to carrying a formation with him, capable of offense and defense, offering him a chance of survival even when facing early Yuan Ing stage cultivators. If only he could learn a few offensive spells, he mused. Unfortunately, his thoughts were inaudible to Song Xiaohong, who believed he was merely a Qi refinement stage practitioner incapable of spellcasting until he reached the foundation-building stage. Nevertheless, Chen felt a desire to leave the guest room. Sister Hong, let us go out for a nice meal to celebrate your success in forming the core. After a month of seclusion, subsisting on pills, Chen's appetite had returned. Indeed, having formed the core, my concerns have lessened considerably, Song Xiaohong replied. They dismantled the formation and exited the inn, seeking a nearby humble eatery where they ordered a couple of meat dishes, a vegetable dish, and a simple vegetable soup. This time, they encountered no extortion from the shopkeeper, and the food was quite enjoyable, allowing them to dine in high spirits. Young master, where to next? Song Xiaohong inquired as they stepped out of the restaurant. To purchase materials for crafting array flags, which I should have acquired a month ago, Chen replied with a smile. Last time, it was my sister's fault for being inept, leading to our abduction as soon as we stepped outside. Song Xiaohong recalled the previous incident, feeling a sense of guilt. As a peak foundation-building practitioner, she felt helpless, unable to assist the young master, and often dragging him down instead. You need not blame yourself, Chen reassured her. Those individuals were targeting me. It was my fault for putting you in danger. Thankfully, it turned out to be just a false alarm. Without further ado, let us proceed to Hehuan Mall, Chen declared, as she embraced Song Xiaohong and soared towards their destination. The entrance of the mall was teeming with a myriad of cultivators, both male and female, all gazing upward at a grand poster. Observing their faces, one could see an array of youthful visages, whether handsome or plain, graceful or awkward, stout or slender, tall or short. Their appearances varied greatly. The commonality among them, apart from their youth, was their shared cultivation level, all at the Qi refinement stage. With only a month remaining until the entrance examination, An increasing number of candidates were arriving in Mingzhou. Song Xiaohong turned to Yi Chun and suggested, "Let us see what has captured their attention." The collective gaze of the crowd successfully piqued Yi Chen's curiosity. Long-term collaboration esteemed talents who have traveled from afar. In anticipation of the quintennial entrance examination of our sect, this marketplace is pleased to announce a series of promotional activities. We warmly invite all talents to participate enthusiastically. Firstly, a substantial supply of top-tier medicinal pills has recently arrived. We welcome you to the Linghan Hall in the Ding area of the marketplace for your selection, with generous quantities available to satisfy your needs. Secondly, commencing today, tickets for the Beast Arena challenges are offered at a 30% discount, with group purchases available at rates as low as 50. We invite all talents to showcase their skills in the G area of the marketplace. Thirdly, starting today, the rewards for challenges at the arena in the Gung area have been upgraded. For challenges of the same level, winning 10 consecutive matches will yield a reward of 10,000 spirit stones, while winning 100 will grant 100,000 spirit stones. For challenges surpassing 1S level, winning one match at each higher tier will yield 10,000 spirit stones, and winning at 2 tiers higher will reward 20,000 spirit stones, and so forth. The greater the challenge, the more substantial the rewards. Fourthly, a new shipment of 100,000 raw stones from deep within the Dian Mountain has arrived. We welcome all talents to the E area to procure materials of extraordinary quality to aid in your examinations. A cultivator shook his head, reciting the information from the poster with an air of pretentiousness. The concepts of beast battles, challenges, and betting on stones are indeed splendid ideas that resonate with me. Yi Chun, feeling a surge of excitement, thought these opportunities were tailored specifically for him. He eagerly exclaimed, "Let us go. Time to procure some spirit stones." Unable to contain his enthusiasm, he grasped Song Xiaohong's hand and made his way into the marketplace. He first visited the Linghan Hall, locating the elderly man at the counter for 4th-tier medicinal pills. With a smile, he inquired, "Do you remember me, old sir?" The elder, rubbing his sleepy eyes, lethargically replied, "I have a vague impression of you, the brash one in the Qi refining stage who once purchased 5 4th-tier pills in one go." Yes, that's me." Yi Chen's face lit up with a beaming smile. "Do you recall what you said? How much would you be willing to pay for a 4th-tier premium medicinal pill if I possessed one?" 100,000. The elder languidly dug at his ears, dismissively responding, "You're not about to tell me you actually have a 4th-tier premium pill, are you? Haha, just take a look at this." Yi Chen placed a porcelain vial containing a 4th-tier premium pill on the counter, gesturing for the elder to observe. The sleepy elder hesitated before reaching for the vial. Upon opening the cap and inspecting its contents, his eyes widened in astonishment. The color, the patterns, the aroma, the spiritual energy. This truly is a premium 4th-tier medicinal pill. The elder's excitement was palpable as he trembled while holding the pill, his voice quaking. "You believe me now?" Yi Chen chuckled. Yes. Young friend, here are 500,000 spirit stones. Please accept them." The elder clutched the vial tightly, as if fearing it might escape, and promptly handed a storage ring to Yi Chun, anxious that he might change his mind. Not so fast. Yi Chen did not accept the ring just yet. He smiled at the elder, saying, "I'd like you to give me 2 of each of those inferior medicinal pills, totaling 10. You intend to use all these spirit stones to buy inferior 4th-tier pills?" The elder asked, bewildered. "Otherwise, what will I sell to you next time?" Yi Chen replied with a grin. "Are you suggesting that these 5 premium 4th-tier pills were cultivated from the inferior ones I sold you?" The elder was even more astonished. This was indeed a staggering revelation, more shocking than a 4th-tier alchemist producing a premium 4th-tier pill. "Did I just strike it rich?" Yi Chen teased lightly. No, young friend, earning money through your own efforts is entirely justified. Here are the 10 inferior 4th-tier pills you requested. Oh, and since you're being generous, I'll add one more, making it 11 in total. Please accept them." The elder, while placing another pill into the vial, beamed with an exceptionally hospitable demeanor. "Thank you, elder. Next time, I will certainly come to you again. Perhaps we can even establish a long-term partnership." Yi Chen thought ahead. Once Yi Chun and Song Xiaohong exited the Linghan Hall, she could no longer contain her excitement. "You are truly remarkable. You've effortlessly climbed the ranks of the Linghan Hall in Hehuan Marketplace. Selling premium 4th-tier pills to them regularly is a substantial business opportunity. We will never lack spirit stones again." Yi Chen chuckled. "This is just the beginning. There will be plenty for us to earn in the future. I can't guarantee much, but I promise to keep you well-fed and plump. Oh, stop joking. You always steer the conversation toward such topics. Song Xiaohong blushed and playfully scolded him. Let us head to the beast arena to earn some spirit stones. Time wasted is spirit stones lost. Chen became serious, moving swiftly toward the G area. As advertised, the tickets for the beast arena were indeed 30 off. Chen and Song Xiaohong purchased 2 Class A tickets and entered the arena, brimming with excitement. The arena, capable of accommodating 100,000 spectators, was filled to capacity. The structure featured elevated seating surrounding a central combat area, which was protected by a third-level defensive array and shrouded in a powerful barrier. In the arena, all cultivators, regardless of their rank, were permitted to participate in challenges and place bets. The entry fee for the first-level beast area was 10,000 spirit stones. For the second level, it was 20,000, and for the third level, it was 30,000 spirit stones. Regardless of whether a challenge was successful, the entry fee would not be refunded. However, successful challengers would receive the corpses of the beasts they defeated as their rewards. Chen and Song Xiaohong entered the third-level beast arena, where the entry fee was set at 30,000 spirit stones. As soon as they stepped inside, Chen turned to Song Xiaohong and asked, Sister Hong, how many spirit stones do you have left? The art of divination, San Shi Wu Wan, was spoken by Song Xiaohong. 35,000. Chen exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Why didn't you mention it earlier? If I had known, I would have bought several fourth-tier lower-grade spirit pills. But you never asked. Song Xiaohong replied with a hint of grievance. Oh, Chen responded, chuckling, it's even better that I haven't spent anything. Give this young master 3,000 spirit stones. I shall register for the challenge, and you will place bets on my victory. Together, we will collaborate closely and secure a handsome profit. Wishing the young master a triumphant start, Song Xiaohong readily provided Chen with a spatial ring, fully aware of his capabilities, which were sufficient to easily defeat a peak-level third-tier monster. She felt no apprehension, instead brimming with the excitement of a gambler. Chen promptly registered at the desk, securing the 31st position. The current challenger was number 5, and there was still some time before it was his turn. The 5th challenger, a second-layer Gene Dan practitioner, was up against a third-tier 3-stage bat beast. Chen activated his divination abilities and, with just a glance, recognized that the challenger was no match for the bat beast. As expected, the 5th challenger was toppled within 10 exchanges, nearly torn apart and devoured by the beast. Fortunately, the arena's beast tamers acted swiftly, controlling the creature in time to save the challenger's life. The bat beast emerges victorious in the 5th contest. The announcer's melodious voice resonated throughout the arena, unmistakably belonging to a certain female Yuaning elder. Young master, look. Song Xiaohong pointed towards the energy barrier enveloping the beast fighting area. The barrier displayed the betting results for the 5th match, clearly indicating the amount of spirit stones wagered on each side. The odds after deducting the host commission and other details. Nearby spectators simultaneously glanced at the data on the barrier while checking their tickets. The tickets were not ordinary. They were jade tokens with financial functionalities. Spectators could place bets on their favorite challengers or beasts, order refreshments, and redeem or exchange spirit stones upon exiting. Goodness, I bet on number 5 to win. Thankfully, I only wagered 1,000, or I would have suffered a significant loss. A female cultivator nearby remarked. Her companion, however, was in high spirits. That will teach you to ignore my advice. Look, I bet on the beast to win, and with the same 1,000 spirit stones, I achieved a win rate of 0.74, netting a profit of 740. Chen patted Song Xiaohong's hand, saying, bring out the ticket jade token. Let's study how to place bets. Song Xiaohong immediately nodded and retrieved her token. They examined it together, asking nearby spectators for clarification on any uncertainties. Soon, they mastered the betting process, and Song Xiaohong even ordered a portion of spirit melon seeds for both herself and Chen. As the 6th match begins, let us test our luck. Chen proclaimed with a smile. What if we lose more than we win? What will you do when it's your turn and you have no funds left? Song Xiaohong expressed her concerns. Just follow my lead, and we shall surely win. Chen whispered reassuringly. Really? Song Xiaohong was skeptical. Sister Hong, haven't you always praised my prowess? Have you forgotten? I am not only formidable in that aspect, but also invincible in this realm. Look at you, behaving inappropriately. There are so many people here. It would be embarrassing if they overheard. Song Xiaohong whispered back, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Let them hear. Let them envy and resent us. Yi Chen continued to banter when the sixth challenger entered the arena through the A entrance. He was a fifth-layer Jin Dan practitioner, towering at 8 feet, embodying the very essence of a strength-based cultivator. Meanwhile, from the B entrance emerged a massive tiger, measuring at least 30 feet in length. The third-tier's sixth-stage giant tiger roared like thunder, shaking the hearts of the spectators, making them feel as if their hearts might burst at any moment. As the sixth match commenced, the betting window opened for a brief moment. The announcer's enchanting voice once again captivated the audience, compelling nearly 10,000 spectators to place their bets. Who are you betting on? How much? Song Xiaohong whispered. Bet on the beast, maximum amount. 10,000. Yi Chen replied quietly, having already confirmed his wager. Is it foolproof? Song Xiaohong asked discreetly. Just wait to collect your spirit stones. You'll be overwhelmed with joy. Yi Chen teased, bringing up a different topic. Song Xiaohong was baffled as to how this 16 or 17-year-old lad could constantly think about such matters. Little did she know, this single man had lived to the age of 30 in his previous life, honing his speed for at least 15 years, with his mind often filled with thoughts of women. In the beast fighting area, the outcome of the challenge was revealed after 17 rounds. The giant tiger triumphed, and the challenger was defeated. The odds were subsequently announced at 0.56. Although the odds were somewhat low, their combined bets had yielded over 10,000 spirit stones, leaving Yi Chen with a tinge of regret. Not a bad result, Song Xiaohong said contentedly. If we can earn this much each match, by the time you compete, we could amass over 300,000. Thanks for the good wishes. Yi Chen laughed. Damn it. I always lose when I bet on the challenger. This time I lost everything again. What terrible luck. The female cultivator beside Song Xiaohong cursed once more. Her companion, too, had lost. Why were you so confident in betting so much? In previous rounds, I only wagered 1,000. The wins and losses were negligible. But this time you went all in with 5,000. And look at the result. Though Song Xiaohong struggled to suppress her laughter. She leaned her head against Yi Chen's shoulder, stifling her giggles. The challenges continued. With the aid of Yi Chen's divination skills, the gambling funds accumulated on their jade tokens grew exponentially, far exceeding Song Xiaohong's initial projections. A few particularly high odds had resulted in wins of over 100,000. When the announcer declared the results of the 30th match, their balance had swelled to nearly 1 million spirit stones. Young master, do your best. As Yi Chen departed, Song Xiaohong clenched her fists in encouragement, radiating immense excitement. She has begun to grasp the intricacies of betting. When everyone places their faith in one side, all their spirit stones are wagered there, resulting in exceedingly low odds even if that side emerges victorious. Conversely, when an underestimated contender prevails, the odds soar. Yi Chen, possessing only the cultivation of peak chi refinement, will undoubtedly not be favored, regardless of his challenge against a third-tier, multi-stage demon beast. Should he achieve victory, the odds would surely leave everyone astounded. In the 31st match, Yagongzi Sheng, at the pinnacle of chi refinement, dares to challenge the third-tier, 9th-level flame lion. The betting commences, and the time allotted for wagers is merely 2 breaths. The host's melodious voice reverberates, leaving the audience in astonishment. A peak chi refinement challenging a third-tier, 9th-level flame lion? Has that young man lost his senses? Can one truly challenge across such a vast chasm? My arithmetic skills are lacking. Can someone enlighten me on the magnitude of stages he is leaping over? Almost every spectator unhesitatingly pressed the button for the beast's victory, wagering the maximum limit of 10,000. In truth, betting on the beast's triumph does not guarantee a win for the bettors. According to the betting rules of the arena, the organizers will extract a certain percentage as commission from the total pool of bets. If no one bets on Yi Chen's victory, the losing side's stake becomes 0, and the commission can only be deducted from the winners, resulting in negative odds. The outcome is that even the victor ends up losing some spirit stones. In such a gamble, the wisest course of action would be to merely observe without placing a bet. However, the arena is evidently devoid of prudent minds, as they all fantasize about a lucrative win from this challenge. The sole individual wagering on Yi Chen's victory is naturally Song Xiaohong, who places a bet of 10,000 with her 2 jade tokens. When she presses the button, a nearby female cultivator glances over in surprise and asks, "Sister, you are actually betting on the challenger to win?" "Yes, so what?" Song Xiaohong responds with a smile. Of course you can. But the female cultivator hesitates. But what? Song Xiaohong inquires, puzzled. He has no chance of winning. The female cultivator asserts. On what basis do you claim he lacks a chance? Song Xiaohong retorts. You think my master has no chance? How dare you underestimate him? A peak chi refinement challenging a 3rd tier, 9th level beast? How could he possibly have a chance? Even a roar from the beast might frighten him. The female cultivator scoffs. He is my Dao companion. Song Xiaohong does not directly respond, but emphasizes this proud fact. A charming smile gracing her lips. Just because he is your Dao companion, you assume he will win? The female cultivator persists, as if compelled to convince Song Xiaohong of her viewpoint. Absolutely. In the arena, Chen and the Flame Lion have already engaged in combat. Song Xiaohong's attention shifts, becoming dismissive of the female cultivator. Dear sister, the female cultivator, increasingly insistent, continues, you are too superstitious about your Dao companion. No matter how formidable he seems in your eyes, he is still only in the chi refinement stage. Even if he possesses the ability to slay beasts beyond his level, it cannot be to such an extent. I foresee your 10,000 spirit stones as a lost cause. Huh. Song Xiaohong musters patience to respond, her inner frustration simmering. Have you considered why a peak chi refinement would dare to challenge a 3rd tier, 9th level beast? Without true prowess. Isn't that akin to seeking death? The female cultivator falls silent, seemingly grasping something. Let us wait for the outcome. It will be revealed shortly. Song Xiaohong exclaims triumphantly. At that moment, in the arena, Chen brandishes his wooden sword, already in combat with the Flame Lion. He refrains from utilizing the stolen Feng Lei Dao, nor does he resort to the Sword of Light technique, nor even consider employing the sword control technique. Such displays are too extraordinary and might frighten the audience. Instead, he relies solely on the spiritual energy of his chi refinement level and an indeterminate degree of sword intent to execute chi refinement sword techniques, engaging the 3rd tier, 9th level Flame Lion in a back-and-forth exchange. The Flame Lion's attack power is formidable, with claws, bites, charges, roars, and sweeping tails all exhibiting terrifying lethality. Its most fearsome aspect, however, is its defense. Its entire body resembles steel and iron. Its fur akin to tank armor, impervious to ordinary spirit weapons. Even a cultivator at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage would struggle to contend with such an opponent using mere martial skills. Even with spells, it might remain unaffected. A mere chi refinement novice, attempting to subdue it with martial techniques and a wooden sword, would surely be deemed insane. However, after several exchanges, the audience begins to acknowledge the young man's extraordinary skills. His agility, swordsmanship, and strength are indeed commendable. His movements are light and nimble, evading the Flame Lion's relentless attacks. He capitalizes on his speed, consistently landing strikes against the beast. Remarkably, he manages to penetrate the Flame Lion's tank-like defenses with his humble wooden sword, inflicting continuous wounds. If this continues, the victor remains uncertain. That young man truly possesses remarkable skills. Some spectators reluctantly admit they had misjudged him. Yet, to defeat a 3rd tier, 9th level Flame Lion is still a daunting prospect. Others remain skeptical. After all, the Flame Lion's tough hide and robust defense rival that of a peak Golden Core cultivator. Gradually exhausting it might lead to a scenario where the beast remains standing, while he collapses from depleted spiritual energy. The female cultivator beside Song Xiaohong is nearly rendered speechless, stammering, I did not expect your Dao companion to be so formidable. Song Xiaohong beams with pride. This is merely the beginning. He hasn't even exerted himself fully. He hasn't exerted himself fully? The female cultivator is even more astonished. Indeed, Song Xiaohong straightens her posture. If he were to unleash his full power, he could defeat that Flame Lion with a single strike. A single strike? The female cultivator is left speechless, caught between disbelief and astonishment. Silence ensues. Suddenly, a terrifying roar shatters the stillness. Chen plunges the wooden sword into the heart of the Flame Lion. A gasp ripples through the crowd. Is that truly a wooden sword or a spirit weapon? Even a spirit weapon could not breach the Flame Lion's defenses. Indeed, even a barrage of spells in the same spot would require a dozen or more strikes to breach it. How has he accomplished this? The audience erupts in fervent discussion. In the arena, the Flame Lion, pierced through the heart, bleeds profusely and roars in agony. Chen does not pursue the attack, but instead stands ready with his sword. The beast's heart is pierced, and it cannot survive, yet its tenacity means it will not perish immediately. Instead, it may engage in a desperate struggle, launching a frenzied counterattack. Yi Chen's prediction proves accurate. The fiery lion exerted its final ounce of strength, roaring wildly as its massive form leapt high into the air, launching itself towards Yi Chen with ferocity. However, Yi Chen chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, leveraging his swiftness, he bounded several paces away, skillfully evading the creature's last desperate lunge. As the fiery lion landed, it let out a thunderous roar and attempted to rise again, seemingly intent on pursuing its prey. Yet, its body began to tremble. The sinewy limbs, forged of steel and iron, quivered under the strain, unable to support the weight of its colossal frame any longer. In the 94th contest, the host announced, "Dead." Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chen executed his sword control technique, thrusting the wooden sword into the heart of the flame lion at a velocity surpassing 4 times that of the Qi refining stage. He promptly retreated, evading any potential counterattacks from the beast. With a thunderous roar, the flame lion staggered forward a few steps before collapsing under its own weight. Victory was claimed. "You did exceptionally well," exclaimed Song Xiaohong. Rising in joy, the female cultivator beside her gazed blankly at the beast fighting arena, lost in a daze. Regret filled her heart. She lamented not inquiring about the seemingly unremarkable woman beside her before placing her bet. Had she wagered on the Qi refining youth's victory, she would now be basking in a fortune of millions, perhaps even tens of millions of spirit stones. In the 31st match, the challenger emerged victorious. Though the host's voice remained sweet and melodious, an undercurrent of excitement was palpable, as if she had stumbled upon a rare treasure. "Look at the odds," the female cultivator urged Song Xiaohong, pointing to the flickering numbers on the energy barrier. The total amount, 936,345,000. Commission, 1-9, 363, 450. Balance, 842, 710, 500. Bet on victory, -20,000. Bet on defeat, 842, 690, 500. Odds, 42, 135. For 25, Song Xiaohong scrutinized each figure, softly vocalizing them, her unease compelling her to check her ticket jade talismans once more. Indeed, both talismans indicated a profit of 421, 354, 250 spirit stones. Ecstasy surged through her, causing her head to spin. She nearly fainted. The female cultivator beside Song Xiaohong was awash in a melange of emotions, envy, jealousy, and resentment, betrayed by her gaze. Without hesitation, she relayed the disheartening news to her companions, who immediately turned their fervent attention towards Song Xiaohong. Yet, upon realizing that Song Xiaohong possessed a higher cultivation level than her own late foundation establishment stage, the fire in her eyes dimmed. Nevertheless, both women swiftly retrieved their messaging jade symbols, fervently broadcasting the news. Song Xiaohong, ever observant and cautious, quickly discerned their malicious intent to spread the news of her substantial winnings. It was imperative to inform Yi Chen of this development without delay. At this moment, her longing for his return surpassed any previous instance since their acquaintance. Over 800 million spirit stones were at stake, an amount that would tempt even the most seasoned foundation establishment or nascent soul cultivators to act. As Yi Chen collected the flame lion and wooden sword and prepared to return to the audience, the host's sweet voice called out to him, "Young master, please proceed to the host's chamber. Elder Chiu wishes to meet you." Yi Chen understood the importance of the request and could not refuse. He replied through voice transmission, "Very well. However, I must bring my companion along." Yi Chen was concerned for Song Xiaohong's safety, recognizing that she held 2 talismans worth over 800 million spirit stones. Should word of this leak, the entire city would likely converge upon them. "Understood," came the host's reply. Yi Chen then returned to the audience area. Upon spotting Yi Chen, who had been awaited anxiously by Song Xiaohong, she quickly rose to greet him. "What brings you out here?" Yi Chen inquired, puzzled. Song Xiaohong, filled with anxiety and guilt, confessed, "It's all my fault. The woman sitting next to me learned I had bet on your victory and spread the news." Yi Chen furrowed his brow, but did not seem overly concerned. He smiled reassuringly, "No worries. With me around, no one can harm you. Come. The host wishes to see me. Let us go together." What could the host want? Surely they're not planning to seize our talismans? Song Xiaohong asked, apprehensive. To alleviate her tension, Yi Chen teased, "They wouldn't be interested in our paltry spirit stones. They see me as a talent, both handsome and capable, and wish to make my acquaintance." With that, he took her hand, and led her toward the host's chamber. In the host's chamber, Elder Chiu Dashin stood before a transparent wall, gazing down at the arena. At that moment, the 30-second contest was underway, with the challenger retreating under the fierce assault of a giant lizard. A female attendant of the Golden Core stage guided Yi Chun and Song Xiaohong to the host's chamber and knocked on the door, announcing, "Elder Chiu, the challenger from match 31 has arrived. Please let him in." Elder Chiu remained facing the wall, not turning around. "You too may enter. The host requests your presence." The Golden Core attendant gestured politely. Yi Chun, seizing the opportunity, confidently led the visibly timid Song Xiaohong inside. "Young friend, care to predict who will emerge victorious?" Elder Chiu continued to face the arena, seemingly engrossed in the contest. Yi Chun, taking on a commanding demeanor, guided Song Xiaohong to a sofa before approaching the transparent wall. After a mere glance, he lamented, "Alas, that third-level 6th-tier giant lizard is unlikely to survive." "Oh." Elder Chiu finally turned to regard Yi Chun, a playful tone in his voice. "Is that so? From my perspective, the challenger seems to have lost all means of resistance. What you see as a lack of resistance is merely a strategy to lure the enemy in," Yi Chun retorted with a grin. "From my viewpoint, it appears otherwise." Elder Chiu stroked his long white beard thoughtfully. "Shall we place a wager?" Yi Chun replied with a smile. "A wager?" Elder Chiu paused, then laughed heartily. "I am aware that you just won over 800 million spirit stones with your previous bet. However, your luck may not hold this time. Speak, what shall we wager? If I win, I ask that you pay us our spirit stones in advance. If I lose, I shall give you 100 million, Yi Chun proposed with a grin. "Oh, it seems I have nothing to lose. I accept the wager." Elder Chiu chuckled. "Very well, let us see the outcome." As Elder Chiu finished his sentence, Yi Chun erupted in laughter. Elder Chiu, skeptical, quickly turned his gaze back to the transparent wall. In the arena, the challenger had just plunged a 7-foot-long blade into the heart of the giant lizard. With the entire weapon embedded within, the beast would surely perish. "You have lost, Elder," Yi Chun declared with a smile. "Indeed, you possess remarkable insight." Elder Chiu acknowledged, conceding defeat as he called out to the outside, "Morong." The female attendant who had just brought Yi Chun and Song Xiaohong hurriedly entered, responding, "Disciple is here." Chiu Dashan commanded, "Take this young lady to the gambling chamber, settle the spirit stones, and then bring her back." "Yes," Mu Rong respectfully replied, then turned to Song Xiaohong and said, "Miss, please." Song Xiaohong glanced at Yi Chun, hesitating whether to proceed. Yi Chun smiled and encouraged, "Go ahead, it's nothing." Only then did Song Xiaohong rise and follow Mu Rong outside. 95. The 7-kill sword. "Young friend, please take a seat." Chiu Dashin, along with Mu Rong and Song Xiaohong, exited the room and approached the desk, gesturing for Yi Chun to sit. Yi Chun, unceremoniously, took a seat in the place where Song Xiaohong had just been. "What instructions does the senior have? Please speak." Yi Chun understood that Chiu Dashin would not invite him to his office merely to discuss the outcome of the 30-second challenge. "I dare not presume to give orders." Chiu Dashin smiled, stating that he simply had a matter of confusion he wished to consult with the young friend. "Oh, what is the matter?" Yi Chun inquired alertly. What could this old man possibly be confused about? How could a mere chi refining stage cultivator slay a level 3, 9th-tier demon beast? Or how could a wooden sword pierce its heart? Or perhaps it is a combination of both. "Young friend, might I borrow a glance at that wooden sword of yours?" Chiu Dashin said earnestly. "To speak frankly, I am quite intrigued by the sword that can so effortlessly breach the defenses of a level 3, 9th-tier demon beast." "It is merely an ordinary wooden sword," Yi Chun replied, producing the sword and handing it to Chiu Dashin. Chiu Dashin accepted the sword with both hands, his demeanor solemn. One hand grasped the hilt, while the other gently caressed the blade. The sword, for reasons unknown, was carved from wood, entirely stained black with beast blood, emanating a gruesome scent. The blade and hilt were not particularly smooth, appearing somewhat rough, indeed resembling an ordinary wooden sword that had been hastily fashioned. "Young friend, you claim this is an ordinary wooden sword?" Chiu Dashin, having stroked the blade, thrust it forward, producing at least 18 sword shadows. "Indeed, it is," Yi Chun replied honestly. "It was once used by my sister when she practiced swordplay as a child. When I was young and needed to practice, she gifted it to me. And thus, you have used it to battle a level 3, 9th-tier demon beast?" Chiu Dashin attempted to channel a thread of spiritual power into the sword, seeking to ascertain whether it truly was an ordinary weapon. However, His spiritual energy was blocked by a mysterious force, unable to penetrate. Suspecting that some kind of formation within the sword was obstructing his efforts, he contemplated increasing his spiritual power but hesitated, fearing that if it were indeed an ordinary sword, a forceful infusion could destroy it. Indeed, I have used it for hunting since childhood, accustomed to its feel, which is why I chose to use it, Chen said with a smile. No, that cannot be. Chen flicked the blade with his fingers, shaking his head. I can ascertain that it is not an ordinary wooden sword. Could it be a spiritual weapon? Of inferior or medium grade? Chen secretly hoped it was not an ordinary sword. This sword held profound significance for him, as it represented his sister's love and encompassed his endless longing for her. Were it truly an ordinary sword, it would soon decay and be destroyed. However, if it were a spiritual weapon, it would last much longer. It could be at least of superior quality or even exceptional. Chen, unable to discern the sword's true identity, instinctively concluded that it was extraordinary. He returned the sword to Chen, advising him to take good care of it. Surely not. It appears so ordinary, being merely a wooden sword. How could it possibly be a spiritual weapon of considerable grade? Chen grasped the sword, narrowing his eyes, silently reflecting. Am I to rely on you to inform me whether it is a spiritual sword? My perception abilities are not to be taken lightly. With these thoughts, his perception capabilities were already activated, and he immediately delved into the sword's essence. A resonant hum echoed in his mind, and a complex and vast formation materialized before him. The 7-kill formation? The 7-kill sword? After extensive research and a remarkable memory, Chen had nearly comprehended the entire compendium of formations, recognizing nearly all levels of formations. The 7-kill formation is designed to target the 7 souls of both humans and beasts, and when activated, it inflicts terrible harm. Such a soul-damaging formation embedded within a weapon classifies it as at least a magical tool, a full tier above a spiritual weapon, and it is more commonly referred to as a treasure. It was laughable that he had considered it merely an ordinary wooden sword, and having assumed it could not bear spiritual power, he had relied solely on sword intent to channel his energy for attacks. What he had wielded was not merely a wooden sword, but the spiritual energy locked by sword intent. No wonder it was invincible and extraordinarily sharp. Regardless of whether it is an ordinary wooden sword or a high-grade spiritual sword, it holds greater significance for me than mere utility. For it was gifted to me by my sister, who has been missing for many years, embodying her love for me and my longing for her. Knowing now that the wooden sword is a treasure-grade weapon, named the 7-kill sword, Chen naturally treasured it even more and quickly put it away. One can never be too cautious. Who knows whether this old man Xiao might covet it? Earlier, I attempted to channel spiritual power into it. It seems it cannot bear such energy, Chen remarked, still puzzled and continuing his inquiry. Might you enlighten me on how you have enabled it to possess such formidable power, capable of breaching the defenses of a level 3, 9th-tier demon beast? Upon hearing this, Chen thought to himself, what insatiable curiosity this old man possesses. What does this have to do with your craft of refining weapons? However, it was evident that refraining from answering was not an option. Sister Hong had yet to return. Who knows if she has been detained? With this in mind, Chen retrieved the wooden sword and gently grasped it. A subtle sword intent emerged, enveloping the blade, followed by a surge of spiritual energy filling the space between the sword and the intent, thus forming a sword of overwhelming spiritual power. Without needing Chen to explain, Chen nodded in understanding. I see. Others channel spiritual energy into the sword body, but you, young friend, overlay it upon the blade, correct? Precisely. Chen released a sigh of relief, promptly securing the wooden sword once more. That was close. I nearly exposed my ability to wield sword intent. Sword intent, a profound and elusive concept, is regarded as a symbol of sophistication and prowess in any fantasy realm, with many coveting it. However, young friend, Chen clearly had yet another query, continuing his probing. As a chi refining stage cultivator, how were you able to slay a level 3, 9th-tier demon beast? Damn it! Chen silently cursed. What does that have to do with your old self's weapon refinement? What an absurd question. Must every victorious challenger disclose how they defeated the demon beast? While he grumbled internally, he expertly managed his expression, replying with a calm smile. It is a combination of body technique, skill, spiritual energy, and speed. Together, they can create miracles, can they not? The art of movement, technique, spiritual power, and speed. Indeed, this is the truth. Qiu Dashan has finally received a satisfactory answer. Senior, may I take my leave now? Yi Chen's consciousness detected that Song Xiaohong had returned to the outer chamber of the venue, yet Morong had not permitted her entry for the time being. I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name, my young friend. Qiu Dashan appeared to be in no rush. Yi Chen, however, was growing increasingly impatient. The old beggar, with a tone of disdain, exclaimed, for merely 3,000 spirit stones, I am to slay a third-level, 9th-tier beast, and you dare to interrogate me for such an eternity? If your intention is to rob me of over 800 million spirit stones, you should state it plainly. This is exceedingly tiresome. Are you Yi Chen? Qiu Dashan gazed at Yi Chen in astonishment, his eyes wide as saucers. What? Have you heard of me? Esteemed senior? Yi Chen queried, equally surprised that this old fellow had knowledge of his name. I heard it from an old acquaintance, Qiu Dashan replied nonchalantly. I understand you intend to participate in our sect's entrance examination this year. I wish you success in joining our ranks. We will then be fellow disciples. Thank you, senior. May I take my leave now? Yi Chen asked once more, eager to vacate the premises, fearing that remaining any longer might lead to unwanted consequences. Yes, go ahead. Qiu Dashan finally granted him permission. Yi Chen felt a sense of relief and promptly exited, taking Song Xiaohong along with him. Inside, Qiu Dashan turned his attention to the beast-fighting arena, muttering to himself, I never anticipated that this young man would be the one to assist Chao Shimi in her breakthrough. What secrets does he possess? Not only did he aid her in surmounting a century-long impasse, but he also managed to slay a third-level, 9th-tier beast across 2 major realms. Furthermore, with such formidable prowess, what could his motives be for joining Hehuan Sect as an outer disciple? Alas, it is better not to dwell on it. Overthinking brings only headaches. Yi Chen hastened down the long corridor with Song Xiaohong, and upon passing the restroom, he suddenly halted. Place the spirit stones here with me. Go change into a different outfit and cover your face, he instructed her. Song Xiaohong immediately comprehended, nodding as she handed over the spatial ring to Yi Chen before entering the women's restroom. Yi Chen accepted the ring and proceeded into the men's restroom. When they emerged, Song Xiaohong had donned a delicate pink gauze dress with a matching veil. Her slightly plump figure and fair skin appeared particularly enchanting against the pink fabric. Yi Chen, transformed into a tall young man in a white robe, exuded an extraordinary charm. Upon seeing one another, they paused, exchanged smiles, and walked towards the exit together. At the beast-fighting arena's exit, Yi Chen and Song Xiaohong returned their now empty jade tokens. Just as they stepped outside, they noticed 2 female cultivators seated beside Song Xiaohong. Nearby, 4 male cultivators stood scattered, all at the late stage of Golden Core, with one having reached the pinnacle. Yi Chen scoffed inwardly, for Golden Core cultivators dared to target him? Had they not witnessed him slay that third-level, 9th-tier beast? Yet, his amusement quickly faded. At the end of a distant alley, in the fading sunlight, lay a disheveled old man, resembling a beggar, basking in the sun. However, he could not merely be a beggar or simply enjoying the warmth. His consciousness brazenly enveloped the surrounding space. Initial stage of yuaning. Yi Chen was secretly astonished yet relieved that he had disguised himself and concealed his face. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. He managed his emotions and demeanor, cautioning Song Xiaohong to keep her eyes averted from the 2 female cultivators as they walked past. However, Song Xiaohong, lacking Yi Chen's composure, was affected by his reminder. As they approached the 2 female cultivators, she averted her gaze but furrowed her brow, appearing as if she had committed a grave error. This immediately drew the attention of the 2 female cultivators. The one who had previously sat next to her raised an eyebrow and, with a knowing smile, exchanged glances with the male cultivators behind her before discreetly stepping aside with her companion. This is it. I've been recognized. Song Xiaohong sighed in her heart. No matter how many disguises one wears, the scent of floral water remains unchanged. The male cultivators quickly surrounded Yi Chen and Song Xiaohong. The one at the pinnacle of Golden Core directly stated their intentions. You too, surrender 800 million spirit stones and leave. Otherwise, you shall perish. Yi Chen retorted with a sneer, just the 6 of you? What gives you such confidence? Then die. The Golden Core pinnacle cultivator, seemingly hot-tempered, attacked without hesitation, delivering a powerful palm strike. Lightning palm. Yi Chen instantly recognized the origin of this formidable attack. The massive imprint of spiritual energy crackled with electric currents, its power terrifyingly overwhelming. This scoundrel is coming out swinging. He truly aims to kill. Nevertheless, Chen felt unafraid. He swiftly ordered Song Xiaohong to retreat beyond the range of the palm's influence while he boldly advanced. Utilizing sword control technique, his speed surged tenfold, merging with his sword before the palm strike could descend. And with a resounding crash, he obliterated the pinnacle golden core cultivator into a mist of blood. Holding the spatial ring of the fallen cultivator, Chen cast a cold glance at the remaining 3 male cultivators, his expression menacing as he inquired, "Do you 3 still wish to rob us?" The pinnacle golden core was no match for Chen, and the 3 remaining male cultivators were indeed frightened. Yet, instead of retreating, they took a few steps forward, continuing to encircle Chen and Song Xiaohong. Having dispatched the pinnacle golden core with a single strike, Chen realized that resolving this matter peacefully was no longer an option. The old beggar, who had been basking in the sun, now stood directly in front of Chen. "Young man, that last strike was quite impressive. I liked it." The disheveled old beggar revealed a mouth full of yellowed teeth as he spoke. "Esteemed senior, being at the yuaning stage, you surely do not covet such a paltry sum of spirit stones from me?" Chen chuckled awkwardly. "Paltry? You dare call 800 million spirit stones paltry?" The old beggar feigned a look of despondency, exaggerated to the extreme. "Hongjie, prepare to flee." Chen transmitted a message to Song Xiaohong, getting ready for their escape. Song Xiaohong had long desired to flee and readily agreed. This was not Yin Mountain. There, she could assist Chen against a second-level Hei. However, faced with 3 late-stage golden core cultivators and 1 at the initial stage of yuaning, she became Chen's greatest liability. In the eyes of an esteemed senior, do you consider my few spirit stones insignificant? A yuaning expert can surely acquire them with ease. Chen engaged the old beggar while secretly gathering his strength, preparing to employ sword control technique to escape with Song Xiaohong. Yet, the old beggar seemed to see through Chen's intentions, suddenly reaching out to grasp Song Xiaohong beside him. Chen was startled and turned around to see a massive hand gripping Song Xiaohong's neck, firmly controlling her. "Kid, don't move," the old beggar grinned, exposing his repulsive yellowed teeth. "Senior, what do you intend to do?" Chen exclaimed anxiously. Realizing that with Song Xiaohong under the control of a yuaning stage practitioner, there was little hope for rescue. "Hand over the spiritual stones, and this old beggar might spare your lives." The old beggar sneered. In a moment of great peril, Song Xiaohong struggled, her voice raspy as she pleaded, "No, young master, do not hand it over. Even if you do, he will not spare us. You must flee. Do not concern yourself with me." Chen, however, disregarded her words and assessed the situation before him. He concluded that the only viable option to rescue Song Xiaohong was to surrender the spirit stones. "Very well," he declared, retrieving the spatial ring she had entrusted to him. "Elder, here is the ring. But you must first release my sister." The old beggar sneered. "You think I am a fool? If I let your sister go, what guarantee do I have that you will not renege on your promise regarding the spirit stones?" "Elder," Chen countered, "as a formidable yuaning cultivator, do you truly believe I could escape your grasp with my sister in tow?" "Enough chatter." The old beggar retorted impatiently. "Will you hand it over or not? If not, I shall break your sister's neck and seize it myself. Young master, do not yield. Quickly escape and forget about me. I am not worth your life." Song Xiaohong's concern for Chen's safety was palpable, fearing that his attempt to save her would only lead to their mutual demise. "Speak again, and I shall break your neck." The old beggar's patience wore thin as he exerted more force with his spiritual power, causing Song Xiaohong to feel a sharp pain in her throat, rendering her speechless. "Take it." Chen, seeing that the old beggar was unwilling to release Song Xiaohong, reluctantly tossed the spatial ring towards him. "Now you are being sensible." The old beggar's face lit up with glee as he reached out to catch the ring. At that moment, Chen silently invoked his sword technique, accelerating his speed to at least 12 times that of the Qi refinement stage, and charged towards the old beggar, who stood with his door wide open. "No." The old beggar, having just caught the ring, felt a sudden and intense pain in his chest. With a thunderous crash, he was struck by an overwhelming force and sent flying. At the same instant, the spatial ring and Song Xiaohong were freed from his control. Conversely, Chen seized the ring back in one hand and embraced Song Xiaohong with the other, propelling them both towards the exit of the marketplace with unrelenting momentum. Though the old beggar was not obliterated into a mist of blood like a peak golden core cultivator, he sustained at least 3 broken ribs, grimacing in agony as he watched Chen escape with Song Xiaohong, powerless to pursue. Infuriated by the loss of a peak golden core underling and his own injuries, the old beggar bellowed in rage at the 3 male golden core cultivators and 2 female foundation establishment cultivators after them. Track that boy down. I want him found. I will flay his skin and dig up his ancestors' graves. The 3 men and 2 women, intimidated, darted in the direction Yi Chen had fled. However, Yi Chen's speed was extraordinary, and he soon vanished from sight. With his speed pushed to its limits, Yi Chen returned to the inn in mere moments. Yet, the faster he moved, the greater the drain on his soul power. As soon as he entered his room, he collapsed with a resounding thud. Young master, what has happened?" Song Xiaohong exclaimed, lifting him with tears streaming down her face. "I am fine," Yi Chen managed a weak smile to reassure her. "I merely exhausted my soul power and wish to rest. Do not worry about me. Quickly activate the protective formation. Once it is engaged, the other 2 formations will automatically activate. Only then shall we be safe." "Understood." With tear-filled eyes, Song Xiaohong nodded, gently placing Yi Chen on the bed before turning to activate the main formation flag. When she returned to the bedside, she found Yi Chen already drifting into unconsciousness, his eyelids too heavy to lift. Despite his condition, he grasped her hand and murmured, "Hold me. I must feel you to sleep soundly." Before he could finish his thought, he succumbed to slumber. Song Xiaohong cradled his hand, kissing it tenderly, her tears falling as she finally released it. Lowering the mosquito net, she disrobed and slipped into bed, drawing Yi Chen into her embrace, allowing him to feel her presence as they both sought solace in sleep. Yi Chen had long harbored this habit, as if only in her embrace could he find true safety. In truth, although her cultivation was at the early golden core stage, her combat ability paled in comparison to his. What safety could she truly provide? Perhaps he felt a deep-seated need to hold tightly to something tangible, fearing the uncertainties of life. Yi Chen slumbered for 2 whole days. Upon awakening, he discovered Song Xiaohong gazing at him with affectionate eyes, his hands still clasping her soft, white form. He had no desire to rise, instead relishing in the warmth and comfort, indulging in the pleasures of life. Once Yi Chen had satisfied his hunger, Song Xiaohong turned serious for the first time, addressing him earnestly. "Young master, I must speak to you about something important." "What is it?" Yi Chen replied with a grin. "Is it more serious than what transpired earlier? Do not jest." Song Xiaohong's eyes glistened with emotion. "Very well. I shall refrain from jesting." Yi Chen maintained his smile. "How could I not know what you wish to convey? That would indeed be a jest. From now on, do not risk your life for me. It is not worth it." Song Xiaohong's expression was more solemn than ever. "Who said you are a burden?" Yi Chen dismissed her concern lightly. "I did." Song Xiaohong's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her voice thick with emotion. "You are mistaken. Please rephrase." Yi Chen chuckled. "Do not laugh." Song Xiaohong appeared genuinely upset. "I am serious. You nearly lost your life to save me. You must understand that you faced a Yuan cultivator, not a golden core one. It was exceedingly dangerous." "Hongjia." Yi Chen's demeanor shifted as he became serious, lifting her chin gently and planting a soft kiss on her lips. "You are the woman of Yi Chen. It is only natural for a man to fight for his woman. Abandoning her to flee alone would not make me a man. Moreover, if I returned to the inn alone, who would I be holding at night?" He chuckled again, but then his demeanor reverted to its previous lightheartedness as he playfully reached towards Song Xiaohong. "When will you grow up and stop jesting?" Song Xiaohong caught his hand, removing it from her embrace with a deep sigh. "Let us focus on our cultivation." Yi Chen suddenly became serious again. "We should remain here and cultivate for the next month to avoid drawing the old beggar's attention again." "Agreed," Song Xiaohong concurred. "Every outing is fraught with peril, leaving her utterly speechless. Indeed, retreating to cultivate her skills feels the safest and most blissful choice. Spending each day in the presence of her beloved, indulging in intimate exchanges every few days, each lasting for 2 hours, allows for a profound emotional connection. On this particular day, just as the two had concluded their intimate session and were poised to solidify their realms, the guest room doors suddenly exploded with a thunderous bang, shattering into countless fragments.